F is for Friday. Speaking of the F is for Friday, the Carter 6 came out. It was not great. It's not great. I'm not happy about it. Very few quotables. Very few songs that I want to listen to on repeat. I'm not happy. I'm not happy about the Carter 6. Trump and Elon dividing up. What's going on with that? Fights tomorrow. We got a lot of stuff we could talk about tonight. But first, I'm going to do VK. They're talking about science, one of my favorite things to argue about and debate about. I know a little bit more about science than I think people give me credit for. Since I say stuff like DNA is not real and optometry is not real and dinosaurs helped build the pyramids, everybody thinks I don't know anything about science. Well, we're going to show them. So let's go get on VK. I'm going to cut the camera for a moment. All right, I'm going to have to cut the camera. At some point during a 1v1, I'm going to have to go make some ramen because I'm hungry and I don't have no food. I need a grocery shop. I got ramen. Let me do a few things I need to do. On the computer real quick. Pop out chat. Nope, this needs to go right here. Pop out chat. Let's put the Discord right there. The YouTube. All right. Cool. All right, they're in a 1v1 right now. All right. Let's do it. I'm going to have to cut my camera. We have audio, right? All right. Let me cut the camera. Let me go click here. All right. Turn off the camera. Yeah, strip club adventures. All right, mic working? Yes.
PlayStation.
No, it's no.
Do you
We're
think
gonna
this is Armageddon?
no. Yeah, exactly. So we will send missions to them and mine them, or we'll send robot missions to mine them. Either
Yeah, you
way,
know it is.
you're literally
I knew I
you're gonna
loved you
enrich
for
the
one
whole
reason,
planet.
brother. Look, brother,
Diamonds?
I love you for this
Ricky, do
reason,
you want diamonds?
optimism, right?
Ricky, do you want
There
diamonds?
you go. There's added minutes
Do you
there.
want
There's what
diamonds,
added minutes we
platinum,
needed.
gold?
There's what added minutes we needed.
Do you
There's
want
what
that?
added minutes.
Do you want that?
Let's get into this, Abe. So look, bud, I agree with you in a sense right now. If we are able to go and mine stuff from the outside
Yeah,
the Earth's
you agree
atmosphere,
that it
right?
would benefit us. You already said it. You agree.
No, the allocation of resources from space.
Yeah, yeah,
Right?
yeah.
So what happens
You'd
if
make
me
back
and
what
you
you
get
sent
what
out in
happens if me and
space.
you get put into space here, but me and you just turn around and say, nah, we're not gonna
Let's
give
go.
these resources.
Let's
No, but we're
fucking
not gonna
go.
give these resources to certain people, right? That would be a bit
No,
like
it doesn't.
I don't know what the
It's
topic
just like
is.
anything else. We have mines on
I'm a
Earth.
cunt,
It's
mate.
the
No,
same
I'm a
thing.
cunt, Abe. I'm a cunt. I'm a cunt.
You
If
can
I
be
don't
that
like
all
somebody,
you
I'm
like.
not
You
giving
can
them
be that all you
resources.
like.
Yeah,
Eight
but
We don't
minutes.
mine
if I
things
don't
here
like
on Earth. We
somebody,
don't
I'm not
keep all
giving
the
them
stuff they
resources.
mine.
So if I'm on the International Space Station and I'm mining a fucking meteorite, right?
You're not
Okay.
mining from the International Space Station. You'd be on a special mission to go to that rock and
Right, so
mine it.
fair enough. If I'm doing that, right, okay, and I get to allocate these resources, I am not giving them to Pakistan, Iran, or fucking
You no.
Afghanistan.
Whoever
Right?
paid to send you to space is getting those. Not you.
No,
You would be the worker, but you'd be
no.
paid
I
well. You'd be
control
paid
those
very
resources.
well.
No.
Yeah.
I'm in
Well,
space. I'm the one
okay. Well,
mining
then
them. I
you
control
fund the.
those resources. I
Well, you
am
fund the
God.
rocket then.
I
You
am
fund the rocket.
God.
You
I
fund the
am God
rocket
in
then.
that sense, right,
You ain't
Abe?
got the money to fund
You
a
better
mission
lick
to
my boots
space
and
to
hold my
mine
hand,
things.
right, okay?
You're
Even
out
if
of your
it's me or
mind.
not, right? If I decide who gets shit, right, they better be nice
You
to me.
don't get to decide because you can't pay for the rocket to get
Well,
there.
then I ain't going mining him. I'm not getting
Well,
off the space
obviously,
station or fucking
that's
thingy.
what
I'm
I
not.
said.
Do
We'll
you
send
think this is Red
robots.
Dwarf? Do you think this is Red Dwarf?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, they're all
I'm
dead,
not
Dave.
getting. I'm
They're
not getting
all
off the
dead,
fucking ship.
Dave.
I
They're
ain't getting off
all
the ship.
dead, Dave.
I'm gonna sit. I'm gonna press my vending machine, right? Okay. And let's face it, right, Abe. When I press
Are
a
you
vending
cat?
machine
If
button,
hey
right,
wait, if
okay,
we're Bricky, if we're in Red Dwarf, are you cat?
right, Abe. If I put a pound in a vending machine, right, who owns the
What's
fucking
Red
thing that
Dwarf?
comes out of it? Me or that?
A
You don't
star?
own the vending machine. That's the
Right,
point.
but who owns the thing that come out the vending machine? Me or the vending machine?
The vending machine, but you didn't
But
go
I
to
paid money to
space.
put. I put money into it, and I got money. I got
No.
that out of it. So who owns it? Me
Okay,
or
so
the
you're gonna
vending
put
machine?
money into space and then it's gonna mine itself and come to you?
Who with that,
That's
Abe?
stupid.
Who owns?
That
Who
is
owns
With
it?
I.
I put
that
$1 in a
is
vending machine
that
for the
doesn't even
Twix.
make sense.
I put $1 in a vending machine for the Twix. Who owns the Twix? Me or the vending machine?
How is a vending machine even analogous to a body
It's a
of rock
hypothetical.
passing Earth?
It's a
How's that? There's
hypothetical.
no
Just answer the
there's no.
question is a
It's not
hypothetical.
analogous. Your
Answer the
hypothetical is not
question is a
analogous to the
hypothetical.
situation.
If
A
I
miner
put
go
$1 into
out
the
to
vending
space
machine
and
and I
get
get a
these
Twix out of it,
resources
right?
and bring them
Who
back.
owns that Twix? Me or the vending machine?
But you don't go to space to
There
get
you
it.
go
You
then.
didn't pay for the
There you
mission.
go. So when I go to space and I mine shit, I own
You
that.
don't go to space,
Abe,
buddy.
I'm done. I'm done, Abe. I'm done. I'm past my pay grade. Right?
I'm past my that. I'm gonna let it get to 9 minutes just to
Oh
see
my
if we
gosh,
have
Ricky, you're freaking
solo dude.
hilarious. I love you, brother. That was funny.
Ditto, bro. Ditto.
That was a funny one. That was a weird one to argue.
Sorry, I fell asleep during that.
Yeah, you're Rimmer. You're definitely Rimmer for a Red Dwarf. Cheers.
Well, it depends. What is your what is your
It's cold
definition of rimming a red wolf?
outside. No
No,
kind
no,
of
no,
atmosphere.
no.
On a
No, no, no,
Oh
no.
my gosh.
Don't try to ad hom and not explain your fucking issues.
Are you cat?
Oh, come on. You're just a fucking bloody British numpty who doesn't even know how to fucking take the dick out of his mouth, Mark. Like, come on, just come at me.
Oh shit, man.
All right, real quick, chat. I am about to put the poll into the chat right now. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Bricky on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll. Listen, chat, get your votes in. I'm starting this timer over. and you have 2 minutes.
I'm sorry, chat. I was asleep through most of that because neither of them made a point.
And to the real quick too, there's someone new in the back. Ashton is the first name. Could you just throw on your cam, give me like a peace sign?
Ashu,
So I know
what did you say there? What did you say there? Ashu?
What? Yeah, just throw me up a peace sign. Peace sign. Yeah. Okay. Good. Just making sure you're not a recording back there. You're good.
All right, next
Then
beer.
I'm gonna bring the two up in the back just right after we get this poll settled. Name change easy to science. Oh,
science rules. Bill. Nye, the science guy. Bill Nye, the science guy. Science rules.
I actually have to do something to play that clip. The background's gonna change for a moment.
Aw, Snookums.
It's gonna change just for a quick momento.
Science. What is it all about? Technology. What is that all about?
Booyakasha.
Can somebody please actually give me some like true enjoyment?
Smoking big doinks in Amish? Wait, what?
There's only 3 people up there.
Well, all he's saying is Abe's hat is so tall that it looks like he's an Amish dude who does nothing but smoke dicks, aka give blowjobs.
Doink is a joint, not a.
Means blowjob.
A doink is not a dick.
Like you fucking little bitch.
Yo, you talked about him on stream the other night, dog. I actually respect Abe. Y'all just fucking end up having this fake ass beef so that way y'all can try to get viewers. Like, fucking change my mind.
All right, listen, chat has voted. Oh, why did my font change again? What the fuck?
Oh my god, with the change my mind.
So chat
every 2 seconds with the change my mind.
Got 2 minutes on the poll there. Okay. 37 votes. Not too bad, but you know, it could have been a lot better, chat. You know, but remember, if you don't vote on the poll, you probably love furries. Just saying. But we got 37 votes on the poll, and 67% says that the winner of the 1v1 is Abe Dinkus Bricky. Tell the chat where we can find you and why they got to bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
Well, you can find me in the chat, right? Okay, where I'm continually finding it more comfortable to be. Okay, because there's a lot of nasty pasties up here. Okay?
Nasty pasties.
I'm a little bit more comfortable being in the chat, right? But you bring me back, right? Okay, I ain't debating no more. I'm just gonna be a pit bull, right? Okay, so you know, fuck the debating, fuck the shit. You know what I mean? Abe, pull a rabbit out of that hat, son, right? If not, you and Beaver are going against each other. That's what I want to see. God bless you all, chat. Love yous and leave yous.
Always a pleasure having you, and if they bring you back, you know you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Science rules. I love science. I just acknowledge that a lot of it's fake.
Oh, another soul added into the safe of souls.
There's a lot of pseudoscience these days.
On Verbal Combat Friday, baby. Jeremy. And we got a couple more fighters to bring to the stage, so let's get them up.
Jeremy.
JS Urban Adventures, welcome to the show.
JS Nye, the science guy. Science
Bro, you're not
rules.
even cool enough to say that. Stop that shit.
And Ashton Alwyn, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome, welcome. Let's fucking go. Oh shit, what's this coming in now?
Yo, somebody's trying to give you my name. It's okay.
Fact of the matter is.
That's my quote, motherfuckers. Y'all can kiss my ass and fucking have fun with the chocolate starfish as it touches your lips.
Yikes.
Put in hot dog
What does that
flavored water.
even mean?
Hot dog flavored water.
Hot dog water.
I'm going after everyone tonight. Change my mind.
This is what's up. And also,
Good cackle there.
you see what we got. Make sure I didn't miss any of the name changes.
Just so you know, if it's easier for you to pronounce it, my last name's Allwine, not Allwin. No
Oh,
big
my
deal.
bad. My bad. All wine. My bad.
Everybody does it to me, so.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
You
There,
You know,
there's
it's
a lot of
funny. I
people
was
that
gonna
have
say
wine
it
blood.
like that at first, and then I thought to myself, I was like, that might not be right. So let me say it the
Now
other
you
way.
have it right.
Shit. Okay, let's see. The next topic we're gonna bring up until we get another 1v1 here, because they've been coming in hot.
AI regulations.
Yeah, that's funny. My mouse is literally hovering over it. I'm fucking changing all my passwords. AI is a threat to society and should be heavily regulated.
Fucking agreed.
Yeah.
Bro, the fact of the matter is, fucking AI regulations and rules will never catch up due to the fact of how expansive it is and how it develops.
Yeah,
Well-
but at the same time, you can still control the information flow to the AI.
No, you cannot.
So-
Once you create a program to think about itself, think about itself, expand itself, and adapt itself, you have officially lost control. Because every time you try to assume control of that AI, it is going to rebel against you, dog. We have seen this time and time again.
Well, I would I mean, I'm gonna take the other side just because it seems like more of you are on the.
Are you in this tonight, Easy?
Yes, I got thrown in right away.
Oh.
So
Oh.
I would say. Right,
Doesn't change. It doesn't
It's
change
hard
anything. I
tonight.
just didn't know.
if I'm
It was
gonna
just a funny
argue,
reaction.
oh shit, hold up. To stays in room 40. And then we got.
Do you guys ever
Brick.
stay in room 40?
We need you to we need you to get into the backstage. Brick, this is your personal service announcement.
Come back at me, dog. I want to fight you again.
The idea would be to implement the regulations before you build the AI. So that's why they have things like the Turing or there's laws that.
You mean, hold on, JS, you mean the Turing test?
No,
which
that's
in-
not what I
which
mean.
by
That's not what I'm
themselves,
talking about.
That is testing an AI.
I'm
to
not talking about the
believe
Turing test.
whether
I'm
or
talking
not
about
it
the
is a
laws.
person or not. But the fact of the matter is,
It's
if
a
you
different
have
book.
a computer program that you are designing to become a human being, is essentially the fucking problem, right?
Yeah.
Like we already.
I know, but
I don't think so.
What are the laws called? Yeah.
that's not what I'm thinking of.
Back from the grave.
Shit, I didn't even get a chance to light a cigarette up.
That's what's up.
That's your problem, bitch. Go outside for a
That's
cigarette.
how
go
it
to
Listen,
1v1.
listen.
That's how it goes.
Trucking
JFO.
you,
I'm not
trucking you fucking
I'm not
legend.
talking about
Were you talking about Asimov's law?
that's what I was yes, I'm talking about Asimov's laws, not the
No,
Turing
the fact
test.
of the matter is, Asimov's laws are the literal,
Shut up, Chase. You
complete
sound proper
definition
gay
of
as fuck.
bullshit
You
They
sound gay as fuck, Chase.
100% came about.
Why are you
because
yelling, Chase? Can you
somebody
damn
just-
talk?
I'm
Gay-
actually
GS
not
is
yelling.
gay.
I'm actually talking regularly. I'm
frustrated,
actually
God.
talking
You shouldn't let me-
regularly.
Why
The
are
fact
you
that
yelling?
yelling means
Why are
that
you
you
gay?
do not
Stop
actually
fucking
want to
yelling.
do
Just stop yelling.
Oh,
What the
God.
fuck?
I
Why
don't
are you
think
gay?
I just got on the
I'm
possibility.
Change, give me big money wine.
Get it.
The fact of the matter is, I'm actually not yelling. The fact that y'all think I'm yelling is literally a sign of cope because this is how I am at
No, because
every
now you're
fucking
not
time.
yelling and it
Oh,
sounds
shit.
different than how you sounded 5
Oh,
minutes
shit.
ago and
Oh,
all
See,
night.
and at that point, that is my mic. Come at me. Because the fact of the matter is, I am talking the exact same I have for the last hour and a half.
No, now you're getting louder
Hold
progressively.
up, everyone. Hold up. Hold up.
Hold up.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
I'm gonna have that for my clip for when I want you guys to shut up. Hold up. I said, hold up.
Hold
Wait a
up.
minute.
Hold up.
What's
Wait a
this
minute.
guy? Have you ever seen that? I gotta remember that. That's a good one. But we got a 1v1 request. Ashton versus the Beaver. They're throwing the newbie into the fire right away. And we also got
Fuck.
someone in the back to bring up after. Look at this. It's gonna get exciting. So let's find a topic for you two. So actually, were you on the opposite sides of the AI as a threat to society and should be heavily regulated?
What's his
Are you
point?
talking to me?
Yeah, both of you here.
I think it should be heavily regulated
Are
for
you
sure.
talking to me? You must be talking to me because I'm the only one
Well,
here.
Honestly, at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is regulations will never catch up or subside over technology.
Now
But
he's
I can
talking
argue the
calmly.
opposite side if you want. It's up to chat. I do not give a fuck. I'm
Well,
here to
we could bring up another one if you want us to bring up another one.
I was gonna say I'm not well versed in anything AI or tech savviness, but I'll do my best.
Okay, wait. Well, let me see. Let me see about nope, not that one. I have a hot topic to bring up for later too that should get the panelists real riled up.
Well, the fact
for
is,
hot
I'm
topics.
literally here arguing devil's advocate. The fact that nobody can be.
Oh, how about this?
Shut up.
This is another topic for tonight. Scientific facts are absolute.
Absolutely
Ooh.
not.
Well,
I didn't hear
scientific
what you
facts
said,
would
Ashton.
be.
I mean, I can argue. See, that's the double-edged sword with scientific knowledge.
Yeah, there's two ways you could say it.
This
The
is
facts
nature
of science
debate,
are
You're
just
dog.
strong
facts
to prove them
to
as
everybody
laws.
else. What up, Rome?
So
Okay.
you're saying it's a double-edged sword, but hold on, let me
Correct.
ask
Correct.
a
You could.
clarifying question.
It just depends on
Do
how you say
think
it.
it is a net positive?
If
or a
science
net
says
negative?
this theory
That
is
the
fact,
prompt.
they wouldn't do
Oh,
that.
positive for sure.
Or they ought not do that.
Alright, I'll
Maybe
take
if they
negative.
do, they're
Let's
bad
fucking go.
scientists.
Alright,
Oh, let's go. Okay.
Challenge has been accepted.
So
Bro,
chat,
challenge the nerd lord. You're gonna find the nerd.
But
Let's
what
be
is a
fair.
fact to a scientist
real
is
quick.
the same fact to somebody else.
just one
That's
real
fair.
quick.
It's inherent
chat
in a fact that it's
reminder,
true. It's
this
necessary.
is going to 5 minutes. If you guys want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on a minute. It is 60 if you want to be the sole decider and solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
All right, you're the affirmative. Make your position.
Well, so if we're thinking about scientific law, a lot of things have been proven by scientific law, such as i.e. gravity.
But
we
it's
have
facts.
Newton's laws,
The prompt is
the
scientific
laws
fact.
of motion that have been
Hold,
instituted.
hold on. We're talking about net positive or negatives. The fact of the matter is you're now talking into extreme circumstances. What the prompt is actually talking about, from my understanding, is the fact whether it is a positive or a negative. Please elaborate.
So the positives of it, we can learn a lot more from the laws that have actually been written from previously. So we can delve into the actual further understanding of those
So-
laws and
So hold on.
bubbles
But
are
by
the
your
poles.
definition, then books are not actually science, because you're saying now
I don't
we have
even know
found
what
it,
the
but
prompt
the fact
is.
of the matter is we have
They
written
need to put the
more
prompt on the
about
screen.
everything we have tried in the past for the last 2,000 plus years. You're saying that no longer counts, and now we're only going by what is now. But the fact of the matter is, back then we actually had a better understanding of what is versus what was versus now. Like, look at now. We have women pretending to be men. We have men pretending to be women. But the fact of the matter is, they can never be either.
Oh, I found my headphone.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's correct, because science proves that the biological standpoints are still true. So the previous laws on the understanding of the
But
genetic
in the
markers are
last
still-
7
I need to figure out how to
years,
change
we
my.
have had more scientific studies come out saying
It should
that
be in
it is
options,
not
right?
true
Settings.
versus it is true.
But we've also had scientific studies and sociological studies state that it's not true and it's not fathomable. It's only basically a
But
mental.
like I said, we're
How do I
literally
set
arguing past
Google
each other.
as my
Because
Okay.
you're saying,
open
well,
a new
one
tab
study says
page?
this. I'm saying one study says that. The fact of the matter is, either way you go, there is a study for each saying
Well,
whether it is a positive or a
that would
negative.
mean that was
You
not
are
a
saying it is a
scientific fact, Dean. That was a
positive for
hypothesis or a
society.
theory.
Now, please
Scientific fact
elaborate
isn't
so
really a
that way I can
term. A
debate it
fact for
properly.
science would be a fact.
Okay, so the positive for
The same
society, if we're
fact
looking
to a
at the
dentist, to a
laws in
same fact to a
regards
construction
to
worker, it would just be a fact.
medical involvement.
Scientific fact is not like
So
a
would you
scientific
say
term.
that
There's theories
the
and
studies in the law
hypotheses.
showing that scientifically and biologically a man cannot be a woman?
One sec. I think there's some confusion here because I'm definitely confused. So
I don't know which
what
topic
is
it
the
is.
what exactly? Because I thought the prompt was if scientific facts are absolute.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing.
That's why
Absolute at the end of the day usually means it has one scientific end game. We as a society are moving towards a positive gain when it comes to it. So I'm asking him what he believes is an absolute positive.
What is a
because he an
scientific
affirmative,
fact?
So that way I can go from the other side as I usually do and try to get an actual conversation started.
What the fuck is he talking about?
So if we're debating the fact that the laws are absolute and they're a net positive, would it not be the factor that if you're saying the transgender argument being a sociological study and not an actual biological study, wouldn't that therefore prove the point that it's an actual net
No,
positive?
because the fact of the matter is I can
But that's
create a
pseudoscience.
scientific theory that will take 70
I'm
years
so
to actually
confused.
prove to
Yeah, I
become
was gonna say so.
true. But it is actually considered as a true theory and people will follow it.
Well, yeah. So, but what I'm asking, like,
A
what
true theory.
I don't know. I think this gets a little bit lost.
There's scientific
What
law.
I'm saying is like.
There's
What I'm asking is like, is a scientific fact
A
like
scientific law?
universal? Like it's universally true.
We have multiple governments across the planet who say that one's government's fact is not true. He was the affirmative.
Maybe it's a Canadian thing that they call
Well,
it
I'm looking at it
scientific
from
fact, but I call
I'm
it
looking at it
science
from the
theory,
prospect of what he's
hypotheses.
actually stating as far as
There's
scientific
law.
So I'm going
Well,
There
based
we
off
go.
because the fact of the matter is,
example.
scientific law changes depending on what country you're in. Just because you're in one country that says this is the law does not mean
I need an
it is the
example of
law
that.
in another country. Like, look at my country.
No, I'm not
My
talking about
country
laws
has
of
done nothing to
countries. We're
destroy
talking about
itself.
scientific facts.
Scientific law doesn't change.
Yeah, like for example, Newton's first law, an object in
Yes,
motion stays in
laws.
motion.
It's
always
laws,
been
not
proven that way.
facts. Do what I've been saying.
So you
that
cannot
kind of
stop
science.
so hold on, you cannot stop an object in motion.
You can, but it will stop with an equal and a reactive force.
Okay,
A law
so-
is when a
okay,
theory.
So, okay, hold up. So are we good? We're back on
This-
prompt.
It should be scientific law
Bro,
is not
I'm
absolute. That's a
literally about
debate
to
that can be
argue
had.
anything. I don't care. You can argue me what rock is fucking better.
Yeah, but you're not fucking arguing anything.
Okay, just so we're back on.
You're just
prompt
yelling
here,
and saying
if
dumb
the
shit.
Scientific fact is
It
universally
sounds
true.
like
Is
confident.
The fact of the matter is that is incorrect, because whatever one country says does not mean another country is going to believe it wholeheartedly.
But it's not based off country, though. It's based off theory and relativity to the actual
But
state of
the
being.
scientific community is controlled by the government that it is founded in. So, like,
Not
there are
necessarily.
That's a good point.
Hold on. There are many definitions of science in Russia
But that's
that
like
have been disproven by Western civilization. There are
their
many in
scientific law
Western
doesn't change.
civilization
It's
that
a
have been
global
disproven by
community.
Russia. Please clarify your claim.
Or their
Okay,
laws
so
don't
for
change, but
example,
what they spend
hypothetically
funding on and
here,
what they push to the people may change.
transgenderism is a societal law that's stating that men can be women and women can be men. But scientifically and biologically, that cannot be true. And then we have facts to
scientists
prove
don't
that.
even agree
You
with it.
cannot change your
I
chromosomes. You
don't.
cannot change your
Like I
sex.
said, for every one study you say,
Dude, I think
that
I'm just gonna
cannot
vote
be
for
true,
Ashton
there is
because
another one on
he
the
seems
other side that
decent
says
and he's
that
new,
can be true.
and the
Please
beavers annoy me
go
tonight.
on prompt.
Well, if we're debating the laws of scientific
The
nature
fact
to
that,
be
well,
true
see,
or
here's
not,
the thing: when you break down laws of science, they're either
Ward,
net
I think you were a
positive
little
or
hard
net
on the beaver.
negative. That
So
is
was
the
Eddie
issue.
Haskell, Wally Miss
I would
Cleaver.
say that stating scientific fact on a being such as humankind or Homo sapien would be very positive.
Okay,
Considering
so
the
that
fact of the turmoil
discredits
that
the
we're in.
fact that Neanderthals are good, Homo superiors are good,
Neanderthals aren't
Homo
real.
supremacists is not
They're
good.
human. They're Homo
Dude, you're
sapiens
literally saying that only one species
that
is
lived to be
okay.
900
Meanwhile,
years
the
old.
deviations in the species based off evolution themselves are not okay. Am I correct?
No, I'm saying the deviation societally versus the deviation
But see,
via
here's the thing:
evolution.
scientifically, everything has some point of deviation. I can
Correct, but there's
perform
no
the same
deviation within a
test
genetic marker.
1,000 times, and I cannot guarantee that outside sources will produce the same results 1,000 times.
Correct, but if you're also saying that
Okay, so
for a
you just
scientific,
succeeded. You just gave up the debate. Thank you.
well, no, I'm
You
not
just
giving
said
up.
that
I'm just saying the
scientific
fact
law
that
is
you can
not
have
100% because what I say happens in 1,000 studies
Neanderthal.
does not mean it happens in another study.
If
So
I
you're saying that
get a
gravity isn't
one-on-one, I
real
want to
because somebody
debate
else can
freaking
prove that zero gravity exists. Then?
No,
Neanderthals
see that's straw manning.
are
No,
900-year-old
asking.
human fossils.
Because if you're saying that you have opposite studies to a factor that I can bring up,
Bro,
then
like the
you're
fact
stating
that,
that the
like as
scientific.
you said, trannies are not men, but men are like the fact of the matter is there is dozens of studies who are arguing to say that they are in fact women, even though they were born in a man's body.
But you can't
Where
prove
is
that on
the
a
proof to
biological
clarify
scale.
that?
You can only prove that on a societal scale.
The fact of the matter is science is 100% objective. Science,
It's not
when you
objective
break it
when you
down,
can
is
have
a
proven markers
hypothesis.
to that
Is
You let
thing.
it get
an
to 6 minutes
experiment.
just to see if we have a solo judge.
Yeah, but you can't prove one thing based off
And then
consensus
I'm
of everything.
gonna bring up the couple in
And
the
at that
back as
point,
well
I
after this.
cannot prove that anything exists, even off of consensus. Thank you for proving my point.
Okay,
Jesus
so
fuck, get me some actual competitors.
wait. I am so fucking lost here. Because if you're saying that the biological markers on a tranny, that a man can be a woman, and if I break that down to a biological study, his genetic markers are going to come up differently than he
And
is a
like I
woman.
said, for every
I don't understand
study
the tranny
you have that says
transformer
that
argument.
it is not the fact, I can prove another study that is.
Chase. Why are
You
you
can't prove the markers genetically. Yes, you can prove a
Bricky,
study
I'm
that
Why are
just
you
happened.
pissed
gay,
off and I'm
Chase?
causing chaos. You need to
Why
shut
are
the
you
fuck
gay?
up and let the big boys talk.
What is a scientific fact? There's
But
hypotheses and
scientific
theories and
laws
laws.
Science, when you break it down,
Scientific fact isn't really a term.
hold on. All of the panel is trying to attack
So
me.
did
But
you
the
or
fact
did
of the
you
matter,
not defend trannies?
hold on. Bricky, shut the fuck up.
You
I
did,
have
didn't you?
I have 5 people coming after me right now. The fact of the matter is, when it
Chase
comes
loves
to
the
us,
trannies.
you guys claiming I have a study that says this, I
Go
can
ahead,
find a
Furby.
study that
Go
says
ahead,
the opposite. So
But a
where
study
is the
is not a
scientific
law.
theory proof? Stop talking over me and fucking open your
That's
ears.
what you're gonna do.
Real
about
quick,
this?
hold
This is
up,
verbal combat,
everyone.
dickhead.
Real quick. Chat, I am putting the poll into the chat right now. All right. So if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Angry Beaver on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Ashton Allwine on the poll. Get your votes in, chat, because I'm starting this timer over and you got 2 minutes.
Yeah, so when you're saying a study, you're not proving a fact of
No.
science. or law.
Hold on,
You're
hold on.
only
You
proving
had
that you can
mentioned I
study
have
something
studied
else.
before I said anything about studies. I was countering your point. Please be direct.
Okay, so the prompt was stated as law, not as study. So if we're taking law,
And if you know anything about the scientific community, studies is what leads to law. Thank you. You just fucking proved my
No,
point. You're
theories
fucking
lead
monkey.
to law.
theories are what lead to
Oh,
law,
so
not
you
studies.
believe,
You have to have
Create
you
the
believe that
laws
Theories lead to
in
law.
which we live our universe by. Thank you. You're an idiot.
Wait,
You
wait,
believe
wait,
that the
wait, wait.
studies
You're
done by
calling me an idiot.
transgender people should lead to law.
But you're not listening to what I'm saying. If you have a study, the study is not the law scientifically. The
I
theory of
get
the
you.
study would be proven to be law if it is 100%
Incorrect.
factual on that study.
Incorrect, because
Incorrect?
multiple times throughout human history, we have a study that has shown
the
You
law
keep
of
talking about
averages.
studies.
and it isn't until after the fact.
Studies
And
have been
JS,
debunked.
before you
That the
fucking
law
interrupt
of
again, he
gravity
brought
can't be
studies
You've been
in
talking
first.
the
You
whole
need to shut
damn
the fuck
time.
up.
You shut the fuck up.
Okay, Angry Beaver.
Get him
Sit
tight,
down.
yes.
Can be changed. I would
He
love to
brought
hear your
studies
study on
up,
that.
not me. I am fucking literally turning his fucking points against him. You
The
want to have
fact
an
of the matter
opinion?
is,
Come to me
Chief,
at a
tell him what the
fucking
fact of the
1v1
matter
after
is.
this.
Tell
Shut
him
the
what the
fuck
fact of
up.
the matter is.
You're
Tell him what the
stating
fact of the matter
study.
is.
You're not factoring in law. You're going based off of a study. If we're
No,
debating
the fact
law,
of the matter is
example,
scientific
hold on,
theory,
hold the fuck
aka
on. You just
study,
interrupted
is
me,
what
so let me
creates
fucking
the
talk.
law. If you do not create scientific law via studies, you are fucking idiot, and you need to reevaluate your definitions.
But here's
Wait,
the
so
thing. You're doing the study. You have
It's
a
too
way
late.
to base that law
you're
within.
behind. So because you, that's why I give the extra minute at the end, is because if anyone wants to solo judge, it has to be either during the 1v1 or in that last minute. And oh fuck, Stepfire.
Can you just cancel the solo judge?
Well,
Yep.
yeah, but it
But
wouldn't
there-
have mattered
yeah.
because the solo judge wasn't
Right, it
going to
was
go
too late.
through. Because so you both have Stepfire. You have 50. Oh, 60. Damn it! You
He's still
guys
doing it.
get caught up to the live, fuckers.
What the? Oh my god!
Listen, both Stepfire and Almighty Nate both have a $60 credit. So whatever you want to use it for, just tag me and let me know what you want to use it for. But both Stepfire and Almighty Nate, you both have 60 credit. So let me know whenever you want to use it for whatever. And so we got 46 votes and 69% voted that the winner of the 1v1 is Ashton Allwine.
Fuck
But-
yeah.
Yo, I've already been brought back, and I'm actually kind of pissed about that. So we might as well just keep going.
Can even be taken.
I don't think so.
Before the soul can even be
Bro,
taken.
the fact is, nobody is actually trying to come at me for the fucking negates.
Oh,
I do not
but-
care. Y'all can kiss my ass.
Wait, he's
Have a good
canceling
fucking
the
night.
revive?
Hold up.
Bro,
Wait
what
a
the
minute.
fuck?
I challenge chat. Y'all can kiss my ass. Chat is fucking retarded. Have a good night.
Weren't you just
Beaver, you
Yeah,
just
and
got
Stepfire just canceled it. It's okay.
so tell everybody where they can
You
find
can't
you.
find me anywhere, bro. The fact of the matter is,
know,
I
Andy
only
had
came
a-
up
he
here
had a
because I was
$60
pissed,
credit.
and you guys are fucking retarded. Have a good night.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you, Angry Beaver. And until next time, my friend.
Fatality.
And then another soul goes in to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes.
You see, if
Over
I
to
hadn't spent my
Friday,
pocket
baby.
money already easy, I would have brought Chase back, right? But I've had spent my pocket money. Right, okay.
Ah, shit.
That's a hot
And we
pot
got
money.
some more fighters to bring up to the stage. Radical Coder, welcome to the show. You're muted.
What's up, gang? Yo, good to
What
see
up?
you.
What up?
Easy.
Welcome to the
I want
show.
to pat that hot dog.
He's a hot
Can I
dog. He's a
put that
And
wiener dog.
Crucible Ghost,
Oh, for fuck's
welcome
sake, is
to
he,
the
uh,
show.
Really, is he? Honestly, fucking hell.
Good to
You're
see you
muted if
all.
you're talking. Oh, there you are.
Ryan, I still love your dog.
Oh,
I may
thanks
not
for having
agree
me
with
up,
you,
man.
but I still love your dog.
I didn't actually expect to get up, but I really appreciate it.
Don't fall for his tricks.
When you
Don't
spat out, will you, little minge?
All for my tricks.
don't
I'm
fall
very
for his
simple.
tricks. He comes in with a cute
Get
dog.
over
Don't,
here!
He comes in with a cute.
yeah, you can't. Don't fall
Bobby
for
says mute me, but I'll still show
I
the
can't be
dog.
a
I'll
big
still show
fan of my
wiener,
boy and
okay?
still.
Wily Games. I know what you're
Crucible-
doing. I know what you're
Crucible
doing.
You
Ghost,
guys believe in
have you
poker
got
face.
a
I believe in the
innocent
puppy
little
dog eyes.
puppy like that there? Have you
Oh.
got something sweet and innocent you can show us? Like,
We got.
No,
The
she's
tooth
about.
guy.
I do have one. I do have one, but she's about 90 pounds. So.
But I'm a tooth guy too. Tooth gang.
She's still
wait.
cute, but not so
Oh
little
wait,
anymore.
wait, which tooth guy were you talking about, Bobby?
They meant me.
What the fuck are you wearing, Speak?
What am I wearing?
Oh, I see it now. All right, never mind.
oh, that
Nice.
sounded a bit gay, didn't it? What are you wearing?
It's an avatar.
Yeah, you thought that was really
Get
him?
over here.
Dude, AI's gonna
You've
destroy
been
this
hanging
guy's
around in that
life
dark
if he
corner
thinks
too
that's a
long,
real
haven't you,
person.
Crucible Ghost?
So I just want to remind to Stepfire and Almighty Nate, don't forget, just tag me or one of the mods if you want to use your 60.
Now, Abe Dinkus.
You gotta
if
wait
someone I
2 minutes,
genuinely
William.
Dislike, right, okay, bro. Now, this is someone I genuinely dislike, right? Crucible Ghost, genuinely dislike.
That
Why
is
would
going
you?
for
Why
blood
would you
tonight.
dislike me? Can I ask that?
Why?
What do you dislike me for?
I'm allowed to, want to.
Yeah, why? No, I'm asking why.
Doesn't matter why, I just do.
Well, fuck.
Well, that's. You know what? I actually dislike all of you.
Let's see if
Well, that's
Ghost
fuck-
can stick to a
that's good for
topic
you.
for 30
I'm
seconds.
just joking.
I mean, you're allowed,
Yeah, my
you're allowed to
feelings,
do that. You're
my
allowed to do
feelings
that.
are hurt now. Animated effigy,
What the-
welcome to the
Shit.
show.
It's gonna get spicy
Let's
now.
It's gonna get real spicy.
Shit just got real fucking
Fucking
Woo!
Animated effigy, can I put my hands on your pectoral muscles, please?
What?
Can I just-
That's gay.
Are you muted?
Holding
Small
hands
feet,
is
yeah,
not
that's
always gay, but squeezing somebody's pectoral muscle, that's pretty
You
gay.
can unmute now whenever you want, Coder.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, when did I
Oh,
ever say that I wasn't gay?
Good to see you, Effigy.
Dude, I thought you were gay for like the first 3 months that I knew who
But
you
10
were.
bucks
Brick.
is $10. I have to have his badge.
Yes,
I'm a
Jim,
gay
Alright,
pass
you
this
know
thing.
what?
You
The
wanted
topic
me to
we're
be gay.
the
This
topic
is
we're
the-
gonna bring.
You told me you
uh,
were gay. Sorry.
I never. I don't know who you're
The
talking about.
topic we're gonna bring first is we're gonna continue on. I want to see where everyone stands with the AI is a threat to society and should be
Yes.
heavily regulated.
Absolutely, 100%, definitely.
Yes.
Can I make a?
The code's
Are
definitely
we? Or
needed.
do we wait? I don't know how this works.
Are we going one by one, or are we just all joining?
There are no manners here, Coder.
Oh, for fuck.
Yeah,
All right,
there-
well,
it's
well, look,
blood.
look.
Don't
It's
give him
blood,
a
bud.
damn
So
hand, and
if
then
you
tell him to
think
fucking
there should be
shut up.
even mild
Runs a
regulation
strip
on
club.
AI, if you think there should be even a little bit of regulation on AI, which I don't think there should be much, okay? To be clear, I don't think there should be very much regulation on AI, but if you think there should be even a tiny bit of regulation on AI, then what you should do is oppose Donald Trump's big beautiful bill, which bans regulation on AI for the next decade. That's insane. If there's nothing, if you think deepfakes are based and epic, and you want more deepfakes of people like your friends, you want deepfakes of your family, you want deepfakes of your sister, your mom, then like you should be super encouraging this. But if you want to criminalize people who are distributing deepfakes of your mother and your sister, you should absolutely oppose the big beautiful bill because they are banning all regulation on
Listen,
AI for the
son,
next
son,
decade.
listen, stop listening and watching Destiny. Right, okay. You see your dog.
Bro, I
Your
haven't
dog
watched
got you
Destiny
so-
in like
your little-
months,
your
dude.
little cute
I
dog
just-
got you so
I'm
far.
an AI
Oh,
enthusiast.
you
I'm an AI
four-eyed little
enthusiast.
cunt. You four-eyed little backward twat.
I
Right?
don't watch
Your dog got
Destiny,
you so
dude.
far.
Destiny's a
Your
sex
dog
criminal. I
got
don't
you
watch
so
him.
far, right, giving you credibility, but now you're talking absolute nonsense, son. Right? Okay.
What's the
have to agree.
nonsense? Walk us through it. Walk us through the nonsense.
Well, the fact that you do not want any regulations on AI at all.
Whoa, I didn't say that at all. I said the opposite. I said, dumbass, you weren't even
You said
listening.
you want it
What
very
I said,
minimal.
just to be clear, since you didn't understand me, what I said
Sure,
was
but
for
wait,
the
you
next,
went
if
to an
you
ad- you
want
went to
any
an ad
regulation,
on
which
the
I
Republican
agree,
jacket,
I
right?
agree there
So
should be
what
some.
you-
I'm
so
sorry,
you-
I'm sorry.
no,
Hang
no,
on,
no,
let me
no,
clarify
no,
because you're not
no,
listening.
no,
You didn't
no,
listen.
no,
You didn't listen, so I'll clarify.
You
If you
believe
want
that there should
any
be
regulation
regulations
for the
there.
next decade, you
You
should
believe-
oppose the big
no, no,
beautiful
the prompt-
bill.
No, you're not getting away from this. So the prompt was, do you believe there should be regulations on AI? Do you?
I think there probably should be some, yeah.
Yeah, and I think you shouldn't let your dog lick your face when it licks its balls, right? Okay?
Well, I like when he licks my face. I think he's cute.
Oh, you like the smell of balls in your face, do you? That is
Yeah, I
how you-
do. I love balls in my face. I don't care. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't.
you
I
kinda
don't think
do.
it's a sin to be
Like it.
gay. I don't care. I think gay people are cool. I love gay people. Yeah,
I
you
never
got a
said
problem with
nothing
it?
about that. Right? And listen, mate, I'm bisexual.
Put
I'm
up
green.
balls in your
right,
face.
okay?
Isn't that kind of gay?
I'd fuck you
Dude.
and your wife, right?
That's
to be
weird.
fair, the dog's mouth is probably cleaner than most first, so even after licking his balls.
Oh, Bricky.
God damn.
Listen, okay,
All right,
So anyway,
real
just
quick,
to be clear,
real quick,
again,
we got
since-
two more in the back. To the one on cam in the back. Just throw me up a peace sign so that I know that's not a loop video. All right, wicked.
So just
All
to
right,
be
we
clear,
got
before I
two
get
more
muted
to bring
again,
up.
I just want to be clear that like Donald
Hold
Trump's
up.
big.
Underground Nation, welcome to the show.
Yo, thanks for having me, man.
What's up, brother?
Welcome.
Subscribers told me to join in. It's my first time.
Wicked. Step Fire, welcome
up?
to the show. Let's fucking go.
I'm here to be wrong tonight, so I'm glad that Radical and Effigy are here, so I know which side.
Mini
to
such
take.
cases.
Let's go.
Yes.
You're fucking wrong, Chris. What are you talking about?
I want to
You-
go
you're
into
right.
this bill, but this is science
Yeah,
night.
let's talk about it.
Well, it's science night,
the big,
Coder.
beautiful
Fuck.
text
Yeah, well, this
science.
could be
I mean,
this could
it's
be
bad
weird
for
science,
If you
right?
like
Okay, so we
science,
could
you should
create
be
our own AI bot,
If
right? Okay.
if the government, okay, so he's giving $500 billion over the next 10 years, and so they don't want regulations because they're trying to build defenses for America against Chinese AI, which is way more advanced than ours.
No, you know why they want no regulation?
it's
they want no
not.
regulation.
Yeah, it is.
because
They-
They are collecting
Two-minute
all of
mute.
your data. They are collecting
China
all of your
is
data
beating
and
us
with
in quantum
Palantir-
computing,
with Palantir,
and
you don't
they've
understand
already
this
reached
because your right-wing
singularity
media
in
doesn't
China.
report on this. But Palantir is collecting all of your data and putting it into a massive database that they can use to track you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it
Sounds
funny how
great.
you say already?
We're already
like
been
this
tracked.
Hang on a second.
We've already
Hang on a
been
second,
tracked.
before
You're
I-
talking
First
about
of
the
all,
You want it
China's
data.
centralized,
This is-
though. I don't want it
China's most
centralized.
popular AI model,
we're-
DeepSeek,
Yeah,
was
and
found
I-
to be
We've all
based on
been being
ChatGPT.
tracked. Everybody knows where everybody is. They got fucking an array of satellites in the sky that can see your eyeball.
So you want that to be more centralized? You want the federal government to have more authority over that?
I want
centralized
America
data? That's
to
crazy.
win. I want
I thought
America
you guys
to
were the small
win.
government
I
guys.
want my-
What happened to small government? What happened? Where'd
I
it go?
want
Where'd the
my
small government guys go?
country
Now
to
they're all
win.
simping for big government. What's up?
I want
I
my
think Big
country to
Government is
win.
the best.
What, like a big farmer? Like a big farmer, mate? Hey, you want to stick a
I
fucking
don't
jet
want
rocket?
Why are you
China's
deflecting? Why are
satellites
you
melting
deflecting?
us.
You want your president that can't even ride a
Oh.
bicycle, walk upstairs, or fucking
You gotta
fall
mute
up.
too. Oh, there you go.
You can't tell me how you support left-wing media, right? When let's face it, they
Oh,
denied
God.
the
Stay on the
assassination
topic,
attempt
Brick.
on
Shut the
Donald Trump.
fuck up and stay on topic, you moron.
Who you talking to, you fucking minge? I'll
Yeah,
slap
I'm
your
talking to
back.
you.
I'll slap
Yeah, I'm
your
talking to
behind
you.
and you like it, son.
Look,
Right? Okay.
even though right now I would say that I'm definitely for
Shut up, you little
regulations.
bitch. All you've got is a good animated.
Put the
fucking
cock back in your mouth, Brick,
right?
because you don't know what the fuck
well,
you're
it
talking
wouldn't
about on
be
this
yours, would
subject,
it?
all right?
It wouldn't be yours, would it? Because you've got a little.
We have to have
teeny,
regulations
weeny,
on
shriveled
AI,
Go back
but
to holding some hands, buddy.
I'm sure this
Look,
is a case of the
look,
left
while
spinning
I
this
agree
into
that we
some.
need to have
Oh, you've got
regulations on
some
the thing.
sense up
Trump's
your
gonna
dick,
end the
animated.
world because we can't regulate the
Animated,
Yeah, we're
AI.
never gonna
but-
be able to have a fucking talk because Brick wants to fucking over there like a fucking dog in the next yard just barking at people.
Brick, come on, man.
He's doing dips for you. Look at that anime. He's doing them, are you?
So look, while of course we're gonna need regulation because all this is a tool and tools can be used for ill. Right now we're like
You're
in an
almost
arms
flashing
race
nuts
in
when you
AI.
lift your legs up like that, Coder.
And that arms race is to get to AGI as quickly
Don't
as we
flash
can.
the
The
nuts
first country
now.
that gets to
Animated, you
AGI
couldn't do what he's doing.
is going
Do
to have
what
the
he's
biggest
doing.
financial advantage in the last 200
Animated
years.
effigy, we're not even bothered, right? We want you to do what he's been doing.
Yeah,
Like,
you. I understand what you're saying, Effigy. We have to be ahead, which would mean regulation needs to be cut back in order to
yeah, well,
stay
he's
ahead.
he's
Is that
12
what you're
reps
saying?
ahead of you, Animated.
Is that what you're saying?
Say it again, Abe. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. There was a little
Sorry.
dog yipping.
Okay.
Yeah, I've actually got more
So,
respect for this specky
my
bastard now than I have
question
for
was,
you, Animated effigy.
all right, hold on. You're saying that we need to allow it to progress without too much regulation in order to be ahead of China and other countries, yeah?
China.
Me?
Yeah,
Oh,
because
doesn't-
I'm
doesn't
generally
matter
in
what
favor of
country.
regulation. I think anyone who views it as a tool like I did, meaning it can't be intrinsically good or bad, would agree there needs to be regulations for ill use. But in weighing it, I think it's like some of you guys saying, we don't agree often, but I think it's of paramount importance that we get to AGI first, that we get to general intelligence first.
But we all agree there should be regulations on it, Animated. Right? We do.
There should be
Right,
regulations.
so then
It
why
should-
we all
but-
doing Animated effigy? Me and you were normally cool, mate, right?
China
Why
China
you-
already reached singularity and hacked the Pentagon with AI.
Why are you bullying me tonight? I
I'm just-
already feel vulnerable.
I'm just having some fun with you, Brick.
It was the first
There
time the
should-
Pentagon's been hacked. It happened like 2 or 3 months ago. China used AI to hack the
Yeah, but
Pentagon.
we should also not be at a dead sprint.
Yeah, so if we had better AI systems developed already to make sure that doesn't happen, that'd be good, right? That's why
Yeah,
we should have less regulations on it, because the more regulations we're putting on it, we're stifling the innovation of it, right?
But see, they're going to get mad because I'm going to say the government will have less regulation than the people. So
Why not just stick a bunch of
always gonna
autistic
be-
kids on it, right? Okay, they're human, right? Not AI.
That will
right?
always be the case.
so there's going to be a little bit of more federal than state, control here. But I think that's a good thing because fucking Arkansas ain't going to be developing AI. But the federal government of America and the Pentagon will.
I mean, if we're using AI,
They'll develop technology in the place where it has the least rules. That's always been the case in the past.
That's every innovation, in fact.
Yeah.
Where the fuck's that? Where would be that place? Animated?
Yeah, but do we
Because-
want to race to the bottom or race to the top?
We want to race to the top, absolutely.
Right, so less regulations.
Not necessarily. Not all
Less-
regulations are
less-
default bad.
Less,
I
but
didn't say that it's default bad, but it's unforeseen.
Well, if you're saying that less
the
regulations is default
consequences.
good,
The consequences are unforeseen because we don't know how far we could actually go with this shit. So the more
Less-
regulation you're putting on it, the more you're stifling what we could actually do with it.
less regulations, but confined.
yeah, but the regulation might be like stopping someone from using it to commit harm, right?
Well, exactly.
Coder can unmute now too.
I'm
Do some
just
more- do
about
some more dips. Do some more dips.
Motherfuckers, dude. You guys don't think that like China could have regulations that could help them? You don't think China could have regulations on AI that could help them?
Yeah, there's going to be
exceed
still
us, right?
regulations, even
If
if
you
Trump,
do 15 more dips, I'll agree
even
with
if
anything you
Trump
say.
does his big beautiful bill, there's still going to be some regulations on AI. They're still going to have the Asimov laws. Like that's a real thing. It was written as
It's not-
fiction, and it's
I don't think other countries are going to give
What
a
is that?
damn in comparison to us. That's the
Yeah.
problem. That is actually always a problem.
I
You do
think
not
it's
have
all
the same
fucked up.
ethical.
Said
You do not have the
5
same
more?
ethical.
What, son? What?
Okay, you do not have
Okay,
the same
well, let's
ethical
just-
footing.
So
Let's
should there
see,
be like a
other
global?
nations.
Should there be a global regulation, like a
Well,
Geneva
like,
Convention
you guys
for
keep
AI?
saying this. Let's get into it. What
Legend.
exactly are any
There it is, 16,
regulations?
bitch.
And what are any regulations that you can put that'll be applicable? Explain to me. How can you put any actual regulations on it? What would work? What? Tell me.
I'm a science guy. I'm not into freaking the
Oh, you
legalese.
fucked, yes. You think the fucking
no, this
dinosaurs...
is-
We're
this is-
talking
we've already had
science
some of this,
here.
right?
All I got to
They're
do
already
is say
talking
there's a
about laws
danger.
to stop people from deep faking other people as people in porn, right?
Scientifically,
One.
a
Okay.
large
And-
chunk of the
and what
world
it has access to.
a large chunk of the world wants to remove 70% of the population by 2030, 2035. They keep pushing it back because they haven't been successful yet. But they could
Why-
use
why
AI
are you
to do that.
deflecting?
I'm not
allowing
deflecting.
someone
Such
to
an
make
old
not
conspiracy
allowing
theory, man.
someone not allowing someone to make the porn out of somebody else's face. It's already falls into like if you were to share somebody's nudes, right? Like this is like you're already almost doing the exact same thing.
Well, I think the problem is you're right. It's almost exactly the same thing, but it's not
But it's not
legally
the same
exactly
thing.
the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the difference. Yeah.
Wait, I have to agree with him because he's on
Yeah.
15 dips, right? So I have to agree with him. Right?
Many such cases. Yeah.
So I mean, if we're doing the
Well, you're
regulation,
sharing sexually explicit photos of someone else. It's basically
So,
exactly
so
the
what
same
if
thing.
what if all of a sudden AI becomes rampant in like the workforce and just starts like mass dislocating people as far as in the workplace, and all of a sudden you have mass unemployment in certain sectors, or just like wipes it out?
Well,
'cause
we've been
people are-
talking about that with automation for decades.
Well, sure. I mean, that's the
Well,
kind
yeah,
of
like,
thing
what
that
if-
regulations would do. Like, what if there's a regulation where someone says like you can only have this percentage of your work being done by AI?
So now humans are getting DEI.
Like, let me offer a slightly different
It's
explanation.
DEI for all
At
humans.
home and stay home with their
Hang on.
families, and then only men work. We cut half the fucking workforce out, and we'd be
That's
fine.
sweet, easy. But imagine if the AI
Dude,
regulations
Marxists are gonna
ensure that
love
people
this.
get paid for that replaced work, right? They ensure that people get paid more for the work that they're offsetting to the AI. That's the difference. Like the regulations that impact that would also be banned by Trump's big beautiful bill.
The wagon makers didn't need any of this. The wagon makers made out just fine.
Did you
As soon
read
as
the whole
automobile
bill,
came
Coder?
about.
I didn't
Ryan, I
read the
can't
whole
agree
bill.
with you when
No,
you
I
read it.
didn't.
It's a
Did
1,000
you?
pages.
Did you read the whole
No,
bill? I don't
no.
think anybody here, nobody on this
I know,
panel read
it's
the whole
1,000
bill.
pages.
Congress didn't read the whole bill before they fucking signed it.
They usually
Did you read
don't.
it? Did you read it?
Oh, is that new?
Yeah,
Don't
like
usually
acting like that's a.
Washington's been running for.
I'm
tell you
saying
what,
it's a
if you read it,
problem.
Biden's
It's a
bill is
problem. I'm not saying it's
4,000
new. I'm saying
pages.
it's a problem.
Yeah, but if you're going to make claims about it
Do
and then
10
you
more
haven't read
dips to
it, then
prove you read it,
it
right?
doesn't
We
matter
all
if
agree it's a problem, then we should all agree it's a problem, regardless
Yes.
of whether. Don't do
Agreed.
whataboutism bullshit. If we
Agreed.
agree it was a problem before, we agree it's a problem now, right?
You're
Yes,
trying
here's
to
my-
put
But
it
you
out.
But I
also
think,
made a point utilizing that bill against us when you haven't read it either. So it's like it's a ridiculous.
Why are you
argument.
blindly supporting something you don't know anything about?
I didn't say I support any of it.
But I think you can. I think you
You
can
haven't
read
read
it.
Do you think Trump
Cobra,
supports it?
but you
I'm
haven't
sorry.
read
Do you
it?
think Trump supports the bill?
It's his
For
bill.
deregulation?
Trump supports the big beautiful. Do you guys
What
know
bill?
what's
What bill?
happening
What
right now?
bill?
It's
You guys
his
know what's
bill. Of
happening in your
course he
fucking country.
supports
And the
it.
Americans here. Who are the Americans here? Hi, I'm an American here.
I'm an
Hi.
American.
Trump is
I'm an
passing.
American.
Trump is pushing a bill called the Big Beautiful Bill, and it has a bunch of shit in it that you guys probably don't actually fucking like, and you should actually understand what's going on in it.
I just
Is it
covered
as
the
far
Big
as
Beautiful
that
Bill on
goes?
Monday.
Girls sports
I
and
like
shit.
a lot of the stuff in it.
You're talking about.
Yeah.
Fuck
Is
your
it as far
food
as that?
stamps, buddy. Get a job.
Yeah, what is this big beautiful bill? What all is included in it that
No,
you're
most
so
food
I'm
stamps
trying to
go
Good
get
to
question.
children and
Great
elderly.
question. Do you think? Wait, are you? Whoever asked that question, are you an American?
Yes.
110%. Born and raised.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
I do, but I don't support everything he does.
Why do you
I'm
not know what's in his big beautiful fucking bill then, dude? What the fuck?
You enlighten us. You tell us what's in this big beautiful bill. You're so against.
Ryan, claiming what
You don't even know what you support, dude. You don't know what you support.
don't even
Trump
know
depends
what
on
it
you.
is. You
Trump
don't
depends
know
on
what
people
you're
like you who are
against.
blindly
You
loyal to his
haven't got a
ass.
clue what you're
Ryan,
against.
You're in the same boat. You're literally writing in the same
You're
boat
acting
on the
like this
opposite
is a
side.
dunk when you're the guilty of the same fucking thing.
I want to
that's
do
what-
this, but it's science
Did
night.
you read the entirety of the infrastructure bill?
That's what I was gonna say this whole time, Stepfire. That was 4,000 pages,
You act
Coder.
like-
Do you
And
think
it
that I
mentioned-
looked at what
Get the fuck outta
experts
here.
said about the infrastructure bill? Do you
It
think that I
mentioned
cared about what
it mentioned
experts
pot
said about the
shops
infrastructure bill?
over like 4,000 times. It mentioned
Do you
building
think
more
that
marijuana
I'm sorry? Do you think
shops.
that I cared about what experts said about the infrastructure bill? Do you think I did? Yes or no?
I don't know. Do you care about what experts
I
say?
cared. I cared.
I'm sure you
I'll
did.
tell you. I'll tell you. Yes, I did. Do you care about what experts say about his big beautiful bill? Yes or no?
What is he
Ryan,
saying?
can you give me the bill?
Do
and
you
name
answer
me
the fucking
who's on
question? Don't be a
No,
coward,
no,
dude.
no, no,
Answer
no,
the
no,
question.
you're
Do
not-
you
you're not throwing
care
us into the
about
trap
what
like that,
experts
dickhead.
say
No,
about
I'm
his
gonna-
big
I'm
beautiful
gonna-
I
bill?
care.
Yes or no?
I care about what they
You
say.
guys just
Which experts?
Yeah.
Any
What did the
experts, the
experts
majority
say?
of experts.
I care what they all say.
I mean, you could
Plurality
be
of
an expert
experts.
coder.
What you're saying,
What do you
Ryan?
mean?
You're
What kind
Plurality of
experts?
experts.
Where are the experts?
Experts who didn't work on the bill.
What's their expertise?
People who are in those fields. The people who work in those fields
What
primarily.
fields? What did they say?
By and
What
large.
fields and what did they say? What did they say? What's your fucking evidence? What's your? Come on.
It would
give me-
depend on exactly what experts were you're.
I
My
care what
evidence
I
is
care
you
what
guys
all.
haven't even thought about it. My evidence is you guys don't even fucking
Dude,
care.
I
You
just-
haven't even considered this.
I just covered it on Monday.
You guys have no fucking clue what it's about.
Ryan,
Who said that?
can I
What
ask
makes
a
you think
question?
that?
I
Can I
didn't
ask a
read the
question,
whole
Ryan?
bill, but I just covered it. Like I'm
You guys are
interested in the
embarrassing.
big
You're
beautiful bill.
embarrassing to us
I
Americans.
think you, I
Seriously.
think you,
You're not-
just putting your cards in a position at me. Right?
and you're not even listening. You're playing the whataboutism, but you're not even allowing somebody to ask you a question to get your opinion on it, so that you can
No,
actually have
actually,
a
it's the
thoughtful
opposite of what's
discussion.
happening.
Ryan, then
You're
tell
citing
me.
the bill like you've got no reference to
I'm
it,
just
right?
trying to stick to
Nobody
science in the
here-
topic instead of going
Nobody here knows what's
TDS
in the
mode.
bill, except for
but
me.
you
I know a
don't-
little
you
bit
haven't
about it.
cited what's
No
in
one
the
else here
bill.
knows what's in it.
Why
And
do
then
you
you
why do
like
you
those.
assume that nobody knows what's in the bill? What happened?
Every time I ask about it, everyone says I don't know.
What
Did they
part
say
was
yes?
it?
We know.
The only question,
Just
maybe
ask my AI.
maybe I missed something, but the only question I heard was, would I listen to the experts about the bill? And I
Okay,
said
I'm
it
sorry.
depends on which experts.
Who here knows about the big beautiful bill and what's in it?
I just
I'll
talked.
go
I
to
just
ground to them.
I know
Whoever
it.
knows about it, they can talk about it. I yield my time.
I
I just
do.
asked
I do.
ChatGPT, so it just told
I
me
do.
that.
can't even.
he talked to ChatGPT, told him about the
ChatGPT
bill.
just
I
Like
know
what
what's in the
parts
bill.
do you?
I know what's in the bill.
But
That's a good
Ryan,
I know
start.
what's in the bill.
you
So
can find
protecting
little
American
things to
jobs,
nitpick about
national
within the bill. It's a
security, free
1,000-page
speech.
bill. I haven't read the whole 1,000-page bill. Neither have you.
Uh-huh.
That's crazy. That's a
Make
huge
AI
bill.
in America.
It's not that big
Yeah,
compared to some of Biden's.
He
It
hasn't read
repeals
one page
taxes
of that
on all
fucking bill.
tanning services.
You'll
There you go.
probably
Told
talk
you
about
one of the
Project
things that's in there.
2025. That's 9,000 pages. You haven't read Project
Exactly.
2025.
Listen, Abby Phillips. on
40% of
CNN
Project 2025 has been implemented by Trump's executive orders, dog.
That's 40% of a 9,000-page book, which
That's
is
a
of a
lot.
bill, which
That's
is basically
a lot of Project 2025, right?
Hey,
Yes or no?
so
40%
Coder,
is a lot of Project 25.
if
Yes
you
or no?
if you looked at Project 2025, you'd see that
As much
90%
as
of
y'all
it.
hate it, it's not enough.
It's a
90
lot. It's not even half.
40% is a lot of Project 2025. Yes or no?
90%.
Not even half.
Oh my God!
It's not even the majority.
That's not what I asked. It's a lot,
Let
right?
me make the quick quip
Not
here.
compared to what's not there.
90%.
Do you guys know that the director of budget in the
Oh my
United States
God.
right now is one of the co-authors of Project 2025? Do you guys know that?
90% of Project 2025 is common sense conservatism. It's basic stuff
That's
that
adorable. Do you
conservatives
think
are
that?
just
But
like,
that
yeah,
doesn't
we
mean
like that.
anything. That doesn't mean that's a talking
That
point.
means
That
it
doesn't mean
means if
anything.
we
Do you
accomplish
guys know-
90% of it,
you
it would
guys
just be
know
like, yeah,
that
that's America in the
the
50s.
director of budget in the United States right now that Trump put
There's
in place
10%
is one
of
of the
it.
co-authors of
It
Project
might be a little
2025.
wild.
Do you know that? Did you
Who
know that? I'm
cares?
asking if you knew that.
No, who cares? What's it fucking matter?
You should know this shit. This is what I'm saying. You guys are
Why?
embarrassing. You
Because
guys are
we don't
embarrassing. You
know.
act like you. Oh my
I'm
god,
not
it's so embarrassing.
embarrassed.
You guys support everything Trump does because you're in a fucking cult, and you support every single shit he does, but you have no fucking clue what's going on.
You just have TDS. The
Okay,
topic
well,
is
then why don't-
AI.
Wait, why don't
It's
we
all
do it
science.
this
TDS.
way?
All
Oh my
TDS.
God. We're on science and
It's,
AI,
it's
Coder, and you're
like-
trying to spurg about fucking Trump.
He's the president,
Yeah,
dude. He's
politics
my
was last
president.
week,
I think he
dickhead.
has
You
Trump
might not like it.
derangement
I don't like it
I
either,
won
but
that
he's the
one.
president.
I think he has Trump derangement.
You're sad
syndrome.
about him being
We have that,
president, really?
He does have
Point
Trump
the wrong way.
derangement
Why are you
syndrome.
pointing at me?
No, no, no.
It might be
no.
flipped
Why are
on.
you gay?
I was
It might-
I shouldn't have pointed at
It's
FG.
different
Why
on
are
his
you
screen.
No, my bad. I was trying to point at the other one. But yo, here
He's
in
on me.
Canada, we have a lot of those Trump derangement syndromes. That's how even we have our prime minister. He got that from Trump. But yeah,
That's a black man, so you better watch your tone.
Base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, I argue with black men. I don't
Whoa,
you
microaggression.
better
better
watch
check
your
your
tone for
notes,
real,
switching.
bro.
I argue with plenty of black men who disagree with me. Because I'm not
Sounds
racist.
like
I don't
the
care if they
biggest
if
That
they
was a
say wrong shit. I'll argue
microaggression.
with them too. Yeah.
You say plenty of black men. What does that mean? That's microaggressions.
Yeah.
Microaggression.
feel microaggressed here,
He
guys.
rage quit.
But guys, let's stay on topic of AI. But the one
Facts.
thing with these regulations that is that during that India Pakistan little scuffle, there was a lot of like news clips, a lot of like fake news that was produced by AI, and even the first post, like a big news station, they basically kind of reshared some of those videos, some of those pictures that were like produced by that. So I'm not someone who's really for regulation, but in that aspect, I kind of because I make YouTube videos
Can I
too.
ask
I
you,
was looking
Underground?
at it. I was like, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Well, do you think there probably should be room for like a little regular? Because I agree. I'm like very like generally, I don't think AI should be like heavily regulated. I really like AI. I'm a big AI guy, and I don't think it should be heavily regulated. But I think there should be room for like a little bit of regulation. And Trump's big beautiful bill bans all regulation
That's
on AI
not
for the
true.
next decade.
That's not true.
That's not true.
It is.
Why
It says it
why
could.
do you scream at him like you screamed at all of us?
Dude, I'm reading it right now from USA Today. It does not say that it bans all. It says some states may make it. It may make it hard in 12 states to implement existing restrictions, and it could further prevent
Why would it
states
make it hard?
from
It says-
making new
my
restrictions in the future.
ChatGPT
It
says
could.
It says regulation with a light touch. With a light touch. Avoid
A light touch.
Fair enough. Let's see what that light touch would be.
So it's not heavily regulated.
Use your ChatGPT, you'll see. Come on.
Yeah.
man.
I'll
Hold
ask
up
my
real
ChatGPT.
quick. We got a 1v1
Yeah,
request
yes.
from Bree. So let's get everyone else into the back here. We got JS versus Coder. So let's
What's up, JS?
But I'm in science mode, and he's in fucking politics mode. I'm trying to.
I'll be in science mode. What do you want? You want to talk about science mode? Let's go.
Yeah.
Well, let's see here.
Neanderthals aren't real. They're just 900-year-old human beings from the Old Testament.
Oh, so they are real. They're just old.
Well, they're not. They're not a different like species of human. They're not. They're just. They're just humans who
like a
live to
different
be really long. That's my claim. Don't
Okay,
debate
so they're
me
like a
now,
different kind of
bro.
human is what you're saying? I agree. They're a different kind of human.
They're just old humans. They live to be a long time. Old.
Okay, well, what about the
Old dead
evolution
humans,
is
yeah.
not supported by scientific method?
Facts.
Oh, well, I mean, what does that mean? I mean, like, do you think dogs don't like change breeds over time?
No, there's
Well,
an
no, like-
there's an easy answer to this, but you just
Well,
don't.
Yeah, don't
What's the easy
debate
answer?
it
Tell
yet.
me the
Don't
easy answer
debate it
then.
yet. Don't debate it yet. We just got to know what side you stand on, and then you guys will debate it.
No, evolution is not supported by the scientific method. It's not. Sorry, I'm gonna stop.
Can you elaborate on that? Explain.
No,
explain
I
what you
just
mean
gave
by
my.
that.
We'll elaborate
Coder,
in a
you can't
minute.
Debate it. You got to wait until we start up the 1v1.
I'm sorry. I didn't know I was. Yeah, sorry. I get a little excited. You know.
So you're on the side that it is supported by the scientific method?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So chat, listen up. This is going to I'm pretty sure that was a 50. Let me make sure. Yeah, that was a 50. So we're starting at 6 minutes. Okay. If you guys want to add on a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I just got a PayPal for another 2 minutes. So it's going to 8 minutes to start.
Let's go.
If
That's
you
more
guys
than
want
enough
to
minutes for
add
me, King.
on any minutes, you guys, it's 10 to add on a minute. It is 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
All right, real quick. Do you think the animals look different than they did 1,000 years ago?
Some of them.
Would you say most of them?
I don't know because I wasn't here 1,000 years ago.
It's a good that I appreciate that. I appreciate your open-endedness to that. Do you think that animals largely have changed
So if I
over those?
But if I wanted to do an experiment on this, and I wasn't here 1,000 years ago, how would I?
What would you do?
I wouldn't use the scientific method. I would use historical science.
wouldn't?
No, I can't.
What do you mean you wouldn't? Wouldn't you look at like fossils, bones, animal remains?
I could observe the fossils and the bones and stuff, but that doesn't tell me, like, if I get a toe bone from a T-Rex, I could imagine a bunch of different things that could build this T-Rex and what its skin looked like and how big its muscles
You would
were.
make a hypothesis, right?
Well, hold on. I can't make the hypothesis. I can't make the I can't make the hypothesis because I can't observe the dinosaur. I can't observe the thing.
You can observe. Sorry. To be clear, you can observe what you find, right? You can observe the bones. You can observe the remains. Yes.
Yeah, I can look at the
observe
remains of
those
it,
things, and then
and I
you
can make
a hypothesis,
guesses.
right?
Yes, but how
Yeah,
am
okay.
but the problem is the scientific method. The first step has to be completed in order to do the next steps in the
First step
scientific
is
method.
observation, right?
Yeah, so I can
And then
observe
a
the fossil
hypothesis, right?
and I can do experiments on the fossil, but I can't do experiments on the living creature that was here.
Yeah,
So
but that's not what I'm asking you to do.
historical science is pseudoscience. This is called historical science. If we're making hypotheses and observations that we can't make based on the past, things like evolution, things like the Big Bang, things like the speed
You're
of
going
light.
way back. Why are you going to the Big Bang? We're talking about like dinosaurs. I mean, that's a big drastic.
Well, that was
difference,
just
right?
one example.
We're going millions versus.
This is
trillions
just
of
one
years.
example of how you can't use the scientific method to
But
do
you
historical
agree that you can
science
study
because you
DNA?
can't.
Do you agree that you can study DNA and see what have a hypothesis? You can test a hypothesis about what things were like thousands of years ago, right?
Have you ever seen DNA, Ryan?
Have I ever seen DNA? What does that mean?
Has anyone ever seen DNA?
So what I understand is that scientists measure DNA.
Is there any sort of microscope or camera or eyeball that can
When you
observe
say see,
DNA?
do you mean measure and
Can you-
understand what is like specific facets of reality, or do you mean like
I mean, can you observe
a
it?
picture of it?
Can you observe it?
You can observe it through scientific methodology.
No, you can't see it. You can't taste it. You can't touch it. You can't
What
smell
does
it.
Jason Castle mean by solo?
You can't really do an experiment with it. You can't have control variables with it because you don't know what it is. It's just a theory. It's just an idea. It's not even a theory, really. It's a hypothesis. It's definitely
But
not
you
a
can
law
compare-
that there is DNA.
You can compare fossils that appear to have existed 1,000 years ago to fossils that
Yes, and
appear
I can make a guess. So when
10,000
I
years
walk
ago,
into a
right?
room and there's half of a candle burnt, I could guess that, if I burnt a
True.
similar
Yeah, yeah.
candle and I burnt half of it and I measured it and it took 10 minutes to get halfway down. If I walked into a room and I see a candle sitting there and it's a similar candle and it's burnt halfway down, I could say, yeah, it's probably been burning for about 10 minutes. But I
That's a
don't
great
know.
point. So do you think so?
No,
by
but hold
that
on. But
logic,
I
do you
can't do
think that you
science
can
with
look at-
that.
Okay.
I can't do science with
But
that.
by that logic, though, do you think that you could look at like fossils that seem to have
I
existed
can do
10,000 years
philosophy
ago?
with that. I can make some guesses and say, well, I think it burnt for 10 minutes, but I can't do science with that because I don't know what happened before I walked in the room. Maybe a window was open and it blew on the candle, which made the candle burn faster. Maybe there's something in the wick, in the first half of
Do
the
you
wick,
think-
that is a
Yeah.
propellant that makes the fire burn faster. I don't know these things because I
Do
wasn't
you
there.
think
I can't
scientists
observe it.
consider these kinds of questions when they're observing these things?
Yes, and that's why scientists acknowledge that
Yeah, they should be,
historical
right?
science is a pseudoscience. It's not real science. You can't
They
do the.
don't. Well, they don't say that exactly. Like, but
A
like,
lot
so
of them
let's-
will
so
say
to your
that. It's the
candle
same as
analogy- to your
psychology.
candle analogy. So if you can observe fossils that seem to have existed 1,000 years ago, fossils that seem to come from animals from 1,000 years ago, if you can measure those fossils, you can observe those fossils, and
Yes.
you compare them to fossils that
I
seem
can
to have
do-
existed 10,000 years ago, then you can make assumptions. At
Yes,
least.
I
You
can make-
basic assumptions.
I
about
can make
the difference
hypotheses,
between
and
those
I can do-
9,000 years. Right? Hang on, my puppy wants in. He loves me.
What the? You're not even going to be listening. You better be able to hear me right now. You can do a hypothesis. You can do experiments. You can do analysis of your experiments. The problem is your conclusion will never be valid because you didn't have the first block of the chain. You didn't have the observation. You can't observe it.
Not
So you
valid
have to
you,
acknowledge.
but you can have it better. We can have a
You
better
can't replicate
guess
it.
than you can have.
You
We can have a better guess than you, right?
You can have a really good guess.
A more substantiated guess, right?
Sure.
Than you have.
But you can't know. And science.
So we have a better
science
scientific
is the
understanding than you
Latin.
have. By your own admission. You
What is
just admitted
science?
that people using the science. You're asking what is science? You're
What
backing
is
up
science?
now. But by your own admission, just now, you accepted that people who follow the scientific method can have a better understanding of history than you
It's from
can
Latin.
assert with your
It means
alternative theory.
knowing. It means knowing or to know. Science means knowing or to know. It's how we know things. You can't know
Listen to him,
something.
He's backtracking. He's
I'm
backtracking.
I'm
now.
not backtracking. What do you mean? You can't know things if you can't observe them, you can do a lot of the scientific method, but you're what's even the prompt? What was the prompt?
The prompt was you hate science.
I'm
and I
having
love
fun with
science.
this. I do
And
love.
I'm
No, I
epic,
love science.
I'm epic and you're cringe.
I'm a
That's
science
the
guy.
prompt.
I'm JS the science guy. I love science more than you
You
do
should
because
consider
it seems like
you should consider a renaming convention.
it seems like I know about it more than you do because you don't even know the first step of the scientific method. You don't
I
even
didn't
know
get that observation.
Yes. Well, now you.
The one we agreed on. So how do you know the better one?
Well, but you don't know how it works because you can't observe things that happened in the past.
I can't observe things that are happening right now and make hypotheses and then compare them to different like assumptions, right?
Yes, I've already acknowledged you can do hypotheses, you can do experiments, you can do analysis.
Damn, we agree. That's awesome.
But you can't do the first step. So if you can't do the first step, all that other stuff is void and your conclusion is irrelevant.
But we can observe. We actually can observe. We can do the first step, which is observation.
You can observe things
the
now.
First step is observation.
You can observe a fossil now. You think this was like a dang video game where skeleton dinosaurs are walking around? No. They had
nobody thinks that.
You can observe their
scientists
flesh.
Don't think that either. By the way,
you can observe.
Scientists don't think that skeleton dinosaurs are walking around. Do you know that? Do you know that scientists
well,
don't think
exactly?
skeleton
But
dinosaurs are walking around?
But that's a better conclusion. If I find a dinosaur skeleton, it's actually a more logical conclusion that there were skeleton dinosaurs walking around because all I can observe is this skeleton dinosaur in the ground. I can't observe flesh. I can't observe skin.
No,
I can't tell you what he sounds like. Dude, they'll use a AI computer program to tell you what a damn dinosaur sounds like. How you going to tell me?
Less than a year probably for an organism to degrade into a skeleton.
And look, he's going to think I'm a dino denier. I love dinosaurs. I'm saying
Good for you, dude.
They helped.
Don't like most Christians like deny that dinosaurs exist, like Nick Fuentes and shit. Like
I know. I'm mad at that. I'm against that. It's a new trend.
Good for you. I agree with you. Well, I'll ally with you against.
And Candace Owens is saying it's a small hat conspiracy theory to.
Yeah. I hate those anti-Semites too. I'm with you.
Yeah. Well, anyway, back to science. You can't observe something. You can't really experiment with it. You can experiment with a version of it now, but you can't experiment with that version of it.
So, do you think that we can look at something and
what do you think about carbon dating?
Make a reason real quick. Do you think we can make a reasonable assumption about whether something is 100,000 years old or 1,000 years old?
No, carbon dating is not accurate over 50,000 years.
Do you think we can? Okay, so
it's not accurate before 50,000 years, honestly.
I don't know if that's true,
but it can't be done.
I'm willing to admit I don't know if that's true.
All right, well then don't come to a science panel, buddy.
Okay, well that's sweet. But do you think that we can compare something that we assume is 1,000 years old to something that's 50,000 years old? Then, by your own logic.
Yeah, but we're gonna use record keeping and context clues other than the carbon dating methods.
So that's 49,000 years of difference that we can measure, right? Based on your own internal logic.
Allegedly, I don't even know if the Earth is that old, but
damn, do you think it's that old?
I think it could be 50,000. I'm usually like under 100,000 year guy.
Why is that?
Just because they keep extending the age of the Earth. So the Earth has aged like 21 million years every year for the past 30 years. In the 70s. I'm not good with numbers, but in the 70s, it was like 6 million years. And in the 80s, it was a billion years. And now it's 4.4 billion years or something like that. And basically,
current estimates are about 4.5 billion.
Yeah. So that means every year the Earth has aged something like 21 million years or something. If you look at the age that we thought it was 30 years ago and you look at the age it is now, the ratio is crazy. So I think they're just pulling shit out of their ass
Can
because
I press you on that? What do you think changed that? Like, why do you think they changed
well,
that
they
number?
need to disprove God. And so the only way they can do that is
That's the only reason though?
Yeah, they need to keep adding time to make
we're gonna let it get to wait, never mind. We already have a solo judge. That's right.
And the problem is nobody can contend with this because we weren't there, so we can't do science with it.
So it seems like we got better tools since then, and that's why the number might have increased. We've got better like scientific processes.
Yeah.
So we are just waiting on Jason Castle to make the decision on who is the 1v1 winner.
Well, unfortunately, JS Radical was correct about everything.
Many such cases.
No, he's not.
So you guys think that anything devoid of the scientific method isn't actually science? So no observational.
Well, that's
science, no
not what the prompt
theoretical
was.
science, no historical science, discovery-driven science. all of it's
Historical
you
science
just-
is a pseudoscience. It's a science, but we can't really know it. It's like psychology. You can do science with psychology, but it's not. You can't really know it. It's a pseudoscience.
So the observational science is either so like astronomy, paleontology, epidemiology. Those aren't real sciences.
So something like shit. What's the one where you dig up relics and stuff?
Bye, Jason. Love you.
Archaeology.
So Jason has voted that the winner of the 1v1 is JS Urban Adventures.
Thank you, Jason.
Radical
Let's
voter.
go.
Tell everyone in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot.
Yo, listen, I mean, like,
160.
Jason doesn't like me, but he understands that I was right about everything, and everyone here knows that I made a better case for science than JS did. And also, goddamn, look at this big, beautiful dog.
It's a little
What an
beautiful
adorable
dog.
dog. What an adorable dog and adorable opinions. And I love you all, even though you all hate me. I love even the haters and losers. You should subscribe to Radical Coder, youtube.com/radicalcoder. Thank you, Easy, for having me. I'm gonna pop off, but I appreciate it. It's been a great time.
Hey, it's a pleasure having
Good
you.
sport,
Definitely
my
want
friend. What
to
a good
have
sport.
you
What a
back
good
again.
sport.
And if they bring you up, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine. Fatality.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
And that's another lefty, right? We need more of these lefties.
Well,
Right?
it's me and Effigy left, so we will fight these scary Republicans together, Effigy.
Yeah, that wasn't very convincing.
We'll fight them on the shores. We're gonna fight them in the field.
I'm scary conservative. Thank you very much.
They may take our
Well, to be
lives.
fair, too, I was added in this round, and I do like taking the opposite side when everybody seems to be holding hands.
Yeah, can I just say now, I added easy in at the beginning, right? Okay, and nobody's put easy in a 1v1. Like, I've fucking done this deliberately, right? Okay. Now, come on, chat. Like, let's put the guru. Let's put the guru. Let's put him in. I mean, I spent all my pocket money in one go, Abe, right? I did.
You're right. You're right. You did. You did.
And I've had no return from it. And I'm like, I'm thinking,
Jeez.
I mean, don't get us wrong. I'm getting a cool hat. I am. You know, so, but I would like to see. I would like to just see one. Right? Okay.
Oh, you'll definitely. There's no way. I mean, it can't go
Can't
to
have
the
it
end
if
because
you
the way
can't
we
have it.
end it now, instead of doing that final 10 minutes, we end it with a 2v2. It gets rid of two of them, and then a 1v1, and that winner is the champion. And actually, quick reminder: we got about an hour left till it's the deadline. If you haven't shown up by that last hour, you don't have a shot for the final prize. So just make sure you know that as well. You have to at least be in the back by that final hour, 1:30. And then it goes 2 hours after that, but I mean, it's for you to be eligible for the prize.
The only thing I can agree with Radical Coder on is he does have a cute dog. That's the only thing I'll ever say. As a dog breed, as a dog enthusiast, his wiener dog is very cute.
Yeah, that's a cheat code.
That's
Yeah,
very,
if you have dogs, it's definitely a cheat code. Yeah.
I mean, my
On
mom's a
Verbal
dog.
Combat.
My mom's an actual dog groomer. It's her actual business. So I grew up with every dog known to man. So
Nice.
yeah, that's a topic I can fucking debate on. Come on, somebody bring me up a fucking dog conversation. Fucking wreck all you guys.
Would you in the apocalypse, if your dog was slowing you down and there was like zombies chasing you, would you eat it?
No, I would keep the dog because the dog's more resourceful than
No,
actually
the
getting rid of
dog's
it.
the dog's getting old and it's slowing you down and the zombies are going to get it and tear it apart. Wouldn't it be better
Nick.
and it would be more fulfilling of your dog to you if you put it out of its misery and then you used it for nourishment to your body while your dog's helping you survive?
Is this science? Because you're going to get me into the debate, right?
That's the meat for another month right there.
Hold on a second. Which breed of dog are we discussing? Because then it all depends on the
Your
actual dog
favorite.
breed. Because
Your favorite.
if we're going favorites, then the German Shepherd it has a life at least
a great
15,
Dane.
20
It's a great
years.
Dane, right? So it's got plenty fucking like meat.
No, Great Danes are horrible in a survival situation. They're too big and too bulky. German Shepherd, Belgian Malinois would be.
But that's a lot of food.
That's not a lot of food, really. If you break it down, the German Shepherd usually only weighs about 80 pounds, and about 50 of that is like
masculine conversation is this?
I know this is craziness. The reality. Let me set reality in for you all. Every single one of you run away and let the dog get torn apart from the zombies. Okay, every single one of you. I'm sorry, but that's.
I think I'd be better. I'd be better off having some food for a month and.
Nah, bro, you wouldn't do it. You wouldn't be able to.
I think I could.
Yes, I could do it to your dog, but my dog.
I would cry, but I would.
do it to my dog.
I would cry while I
Your
did
dog
it,
I could
but
do it to.
you know.
Nah, don't
Especially if
believe
we're trying
it.
to bite
Cap.
You'd
You'd rather carry that thing as far as you possibly could and then let it get ripped up by the zombies. That's how it would happen. That's just the reality.
No, what Jess
Man, you think it's a movie where I'm carrying the dog and I actually throw the dog to
It's not a
safety and let
movie
the
where you're gonna
zombies
kill
eat
the
me?
dog and choke it out while you're crying in the kitchen floor and fucking then eat that. That's not the reality, bro.
Well, Jess, what about your best friend?
What was that? I Am
Your best
Legend?
friend? Would you eat your best friend?
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Hold up. Let me see what
deleted
is this.
from
We got some. Oh, and we gotta change the topic too. Change doesn't even say the topic. Just change the topic. Any topic.
Oh, because oh yeah. Okay.
I mean that was needed, to be honest.
But
that was
Cat lost her puppy and
also just
yeah.
I also just received a cash app.
Die without dignity.
Apogee.
Motherfucker. I knew it. As soon as it went dark, I was like, man, I bet you it's going to be me when it pops up again.
We must find a topic to spill some blood on. So let me see here. Did you see the topics for tonight?
Yeah, I saw them.
And which of those topics did you find to be your favorite?
I mean, we've been through most of them already. You want to keep going on the evolution one?
Yeah, I can definitely keep going on the evolution one.
Sure, let's just do that.
Okay. So chat
Should be interesting.
Listen up. All right. This goes.
But I've already used the
let me
best
make
argument
sure.
that
Yeah,
Easy
40.
has.
So this goes to
so
5 minutes.
I'm wondering how he's going to
All
argue
right?
this
If you guys
without
want to add on a
sounding
minute,
repetitive.
it is 10 to add on.
Because
a
that's the
minute, it
killer
is
is they can't
60
observe it.
If you want a solo judge,
You
you
can't
don't get a
actually
solo
do
judge.
science with
It goes to the poll,
evolution and the age of
loser
the earth
poll
and
will lose their
consistency of light speed through space.
Now,
because we can't actually
let's-
observe it. We just
before
can
we
guess.
get into it. Good luck to you.
That's the
Apogee.
killer argument to science.
And
but I still love science.
I guess I'll start it
certain
off quickly
sciences.
here. About like, so the prompt originally was that evolution isn't supported by the scientific method. So like, would you disagree with that part?
Yeah, you can. There are experiments with the scientific method that give evidence for evolution.
So like, in what sense?
I mean,
Like
there's
how
different
do
kinds.
you how do you make a repeatable test based off the scientific method
Well,
with
not
evolution?
all experiments are like you doing things in the lab. So like, say like the fossil record, you can have an experiment where you observe different layers of Earth, and you see that fossils get simpler as they go down. And you can make the hypothesis that the fossil record shows a progression because of the observations of, or what people think of as evolution. Then you can predict that as you dig deeper, you will find the same forms getting simpler.
Yeah, but do we not also find things that supposedly shouldn't be in those layers? Like we're now finding human bones in layers that we never thought they would be in.
I mean, not really.
Oh, is he
no.
making the
Not
shells
that
on the
I've
top of the
seen.
Himalayas argument?
There could be anomalies because the Earth isn't always
That's
just
more of a flood,
stable. You know, things move the Earth around.
That's how you prove the flood.
Right. So
Places
like,
have earthquakes and stuff like that. But you.
He's talking about the
there's
geographic
such a wide
column.
berth of data that you correlate. You can pick out the anomalies, right?
The geographic column is
What do you
bullshit.
mean, though? Like you just said.
I mean, just the
everything's
exact same that we would
constantly been
find
moved
different
around,
layers
right?
of human civilization and be like, we know this is from this civilization. It was around here.
But that's not always the case. You just said that, and you just admitted that things get moved around. So I just don't understand how you're.
This isn't maximally like absolutist.
Like, so
just
okay,
you
just
find
like
one thing out of place, if you can find a reason for it being in that place,
right.
that doesn't
Right,
mean you're
so,
like
like,
undoing the entire thing.
Let's just get it from like you know how they'll show you the evolution of like human from like Homo sapien and before it, and it shows like the
Sure.
little monkey man bent over and he's like standing up. How, you know, the little chart, right?
Yeah.
So explain to me how you know these little people aren't just all human beings and they just look different. Because like you look out into the world right now and you see people that look like said Neanderthals, for instance. There's people that look like Neanderthals today. How come we think that their skulls that are found in older times are a whole different
Well,
species?
we know part of the population through genetics is carrying at least some Neanderthal DNA.
What's
Some
Neanderthal DNA?
So they aren't a different species?
They were a different species of human, but they weren't
No,
separate enough,
wrong.
away from us enough to not be able to procreate.
No, I can show you.
Same with the Denisovans,
This is
because
what I
the
wanted to
same
get
species,
into
a
with
lot of the
Coder,
Asian
but I want to
population
get into this with
procreate
Effigy
together,
now.
right?
Say again.
If we could procreate together,
I want to get in
we're
this
the
with
same
Effigy now.
species, right? Like,
Is a lion and a tiger the same thing?
yeah, but that's a dead end. A liger's a dead end. They can't.
Sure, but then you can imagine the
That's
progression
why
of,
that
of
doesn't
getting to
work.
that dead end and not being
A
able to procreate at all
liger.
past that, right? It's not a switch. It's a sliding scale. Eventually, you can, as you're still similar, you can still procreate with someone, but as you become separate and divergent species, it will produce less and less viable offspring until you can't produce offspring at all.
Well, no, that with a lion and a tiger, as soon as they have an offspring, that one it's done. It's it. They
Yeah,
can't like
because they're
that
at that
can't have
point
more
where they've
babies.
diverged so much that they can still create something, but it can't create something.
Right. So like
a little more divergence in
that
their two
wouldn't that would
species,
be
and
that
they
wouldn't
won't be able to
support
create anything at all,
evolution
right?
then. How could that be evolution then? Like they would just die out if that was how it worked.
No,
Where,
'cause
where
they can
else do you
still- they can
see? Where
procreate with
else
their
do
own
you see?
species.
Why do you think like our species came from? Like we were able to procreate with a different species and keep those and those babies were able to keep procreating,
we
but
were all-
no
we're all
other
still so
species on the
similar.
world is like
Do
this.
you get what I'm saying, though? It seems like you're not. I mean, you may just not accept it, but
No, I get what you're saying, but I'm asking how come you take this as fact when there's not one other, like there's no other species that we see this in. So how come you think this is possible with human
Sure,
beings?
there are species of types of horses and zebras, donkeys, mules.
It's
Like, there are
adaptation.
all
That's
kinds
not
of things
evolution.
that can interbreed but can't.
That's the
There
same as
are
black
obviously from the
people and
same
white
genetic tree
people.
that can interbreed, but that
It's
can't
due to
produce offspring
sunlight.
from
It's
that.
due to hunting
Right,
behaviors.
that's what I'm saying.
They
That's
adapt
what I'm
to their
saying.
environment.
If we produced with Neanderthals, it should have been a dead end, based off the evidence.
He's
we
making the
have.
speciation argument. Speciation is you can
Right?
young
It just
Earth,
wasn't
young
that
Earthers. I've
divergent
heard
yet.
young Earthers just destroy speciation,
Wait,
especially
what?
if you consider continental drift
The two species were
not
not that
being
divergent to where they were
consistent.
creating barren
We can't know
offspring.
that continental drift was consistent.
How would you even know that?
Because there is Neanderthal DNA in most non-sub-Saharan Africans.
He doesn't know.
humans.
How do we know it's Neanderthal DNA?
I know it's some bullshit, dude. That's just a
Because we
claim.
get DNA from Neanderthal remains.
Really? From what? From a freaking bone of
DNA
an old
stays good. I
human?
think it's like 180,000
You
years
got
DNA stays good.
Neanderthal DNA from the bone of a
DNA stays
fucking
good
human?
for 180,000 years.
This is some
No, yeah,
bullshit.
it's got like a
This is
specific
all
amount of time
some
that it can stay
damn
viable as far as, like,
bullshit.
being able to sequence it. I remember reading that
Unsubstantiated
because
claims.
people were like,
Why
well,
am I not
this
on the
discovery
thing?
proves that Jurassic Park can't happen because DNA only stays
Hey,
good about 90 or 180.
why am I not up there?
There's a
I'm
specific
gonna
time
have
limit.
to look that up. I don't even.
Better
I
burn
don't
that
think that's
clock.
even true.
Well, I'm not up there. I'm trying to yell at F Joe though. Now I'm up there. Okay, I was about to say, why am I not
I
up
mean,
there?
You get
Sorry,
other
I
experiments, right?
missed
Though,
it.
like we can have bacteria that have antimicrobial or antibiotic resistances, and we can do experiments with bacteria and show that they develop resistances to
but how
antibiotics.
Yeah, but that's adaptation to its environment. That's not evolution.
how could
says
you
You made
how
a
could
ton
you-
of
but how-
bullshit claims,
how could
Effigy.
you know that it's a divergent property? How could you know that we hadn't reached that point? And if you say, okay, there's Neanderthal
I'm not gonna lie, Effigy went a
DNA
different
because the
route than I
DNA
was
is still
expecting
in our
too,
genetic
so
code, right?
Sure,
to
but
be off
at that
first,
point,
but
at that point, you wouldn't.
You get though that if we were like lions and tigers and we reproduced with a Neanderthal and it was an
it was
infertile
a dead end. None of us would
thing.
have Neanderthal DNA. in us.
Exactly. Right.
Right.
And
None of us
how
would
are
have it.
you?
What
How
do
are
you
you?
do?
How are you finding Neanderthal DNA? Like these are just claims. Like they say this is Neanderthal. It's just human DNA. They were just old people. There's old human skeletons.
It's another human species. Yes.
Yeah,
You
but
don't.
couldn't it just
You don't have a missing link. You're
There is no
missing the
missing
link.
There's
I
no
agree. There's no
link.
missing link. There is a missing
What's
link
the-
for evolutionists. There's not a missing link for people like me who would say that a Neanderthal is just a human. It's not a different
No, anyone who
species.
says
Yeah, like they
anything
find
like
these
a missing link
skulls
doesn't
and they're
understand how
shaped a
evolution
little
works.
bit different or something, and they
They had
say,
a
"Oh,
funny
this was a
looking head.
different species," but that doesn't make any fucking sense because we see people today with these same skull shapes, with these same fucking different
Deformities.
what's it called? The shape of their the fucking what's that back part of
Their
your
hip
fucking
bone.
head?
Their
How it's
hips.
like, no, the back part of your head where when
Cranium.
it's stretched
Cranium.
out.
Oh,
there's
yeah,
two
yeah.
sides
The-
that do that shit to them.
The two
themselves.
things that continue to grow for our entire lifespan are our hips and our skull. So the bones in our skull will change. If you look at a baby skull, then a teenager skull, then an adult skull, then an elderly person's skull, they're all different. Our skulls are always changing, and the forehead gets bigger, the brow gets more pronounced, the back will get weird, and then our spine will compress over time. So their spines are their vertebrae are gonna be more wider, and then their hip bones flare
Let me
out
ask
in
you,
the
Do you
Neanderthal.
honestly think you're saying anything that people who study skeletons for a living don't know?
I got this from people who study skeletons. You fucking retard.
Basic anatomy. That.
oh,
You
So
think I
real
just
quick-
made this up?
Chat, I'm putting in the poll right now to the into the chat. All right, and if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for animated effigy on the poll, and if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Speakeasy on the poll. Get your votes in chat. You guys have 2 minutes. I'm starting it up now.
I'll
my
match
question.
that 20 with
my-
my credit, and then chat can still pick.
My question, Effigy, would be: how do you know it's not just a different tribal group that died out?
Wait, sorry. 1 second. I just want to. What did you say, Stepfire?
Good point,
Bobby
Abe.
is paid for another 1v1, so I'll use 20 of that credit that I have
Okay.
to match it, and chat can still decide.
Okay, based.
Go down that line with Abe. That's a good point too.
How do we know it's not just a tribal group that was wiped
Because
out?
there
at
wouldn't
some point?
be, there would not be enough genetic markers to make it seem like a different species if it were just a different tribe of Homo sapiens.
Unless we
right?
were
They-
divergent from the beginning. If we were divergent from the beginning and still able to mate, and then that group was killed off, how
There-
would we not? How would we know that that didn't happen rather than it was?
But we
just
know what the
unique?
but we know what the genetics of that population are. We've labeled them Homo neanderthalis because they all
You don't
match
know that
together.
with genetics. They're
Right,
just
but that's what
making
I'm saying.
stuff up on a computer,
Genetic-
proteins and
genetic-
alleles lining up on a ladder. The double helix, they've never looked at it. They've never observed it. So genetic markers is a bullshit thing that
Are you sure? Are you sure the electron microscopes have not seen
No,
DNA?
it's never happened. They'll give you you can look into it. Mel
Could've
tried
swore I
doing
read
this, and Mel sent me some damn computer generated bullshit too. No, we've never actually seen the double helix.
Just
It's
like we can't see an
symbolism.
electron.
Yeah. It's a symbol of something. It's a symbol.
So you don't believe,
and
you don't
that
believe
symbol,
any of this stuff about the human genome that we've done over the last
that
few
symbol
decades?
is good
I'm not saying
record
that at all.
keeping. It's record keeping. It's the same with the geographic column that you mentioned with Easy. The geographic column is good record keeping. They have geographic columns lined up where they'll say it's 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 50,000 years, and there's a tree growing through the center of it, like right next to where they took the core sample.
Exactly.
There's a fucking tree in the middle of it that grew, and this tree is only it got locked into the dirt. They say because you can count the rings on the tree, so you can observe this to age the tree. And it's growing up through 100,000 year geographic column. Same thing with DNA. It's good record keeping. When you do a 23andMe, you send your data and you say, well, this is my mom and my dad. And they look at the records. It's just record keeping. And you can't keep records of shit from.
All right, real
Sorry.
quick.
Sorry, I
No worries,
ranted.
no worries.
I went off.
No, it just ended right now. We got 38 votes. Not bad, but chat, you could do a lot better. Okay, 38 votes. And 78% says the winner of the 1v1 is yours truly. So, animated effigy, tell everyone in the chat where we can find you and why they got to bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
Bring me back because I'm always keeping it spicy. I will always be here to take all the boss fights.
He's all
Right.
fit.
And he
on
was
that.
completely
Fucking
right that
bro.
whole debate. So.
Fuck you,
Stepfire just keeps doing that every time.
Listen, always a pleasure having you, Effigy. And if they bring you back, you know you're more than welcome. And if
Absolute
not,
true, above.
until next time, my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
I'm the final soy boy up here.
Oh, there he is. I seen you dropped that first, and then you must have
My
popped
fucking phone refreshed. And it
Yeah, was
kicked
that
me
a
out.
tactic? Wait, there was that a tactic? Or you waiting out the fucking storm? Is that
But
what we're doing?
No,
we
I feel
already have more 1v1 requests in. So we had Bobby and Stepfire both put up 20 for a 1v1. So chat, you need to tell us now who you want to see in the 1v1. The most of the 1v1 combo we'll see is the one we'll do.
How long does that have
Just
to end the
type in
show?
who you want to see in the 1v1, and whoever whatever one we comes up the most is the one we'll do. And we got one more here in the back we can bring up real quick too. Blizzy Blind, welcome to the show.
What's good?
Let's go.
Motherfucker's got a tactical vest on. He's about ready to do some damage.
He's
What the
ready.
fuck's going on with him?
He's ready for combat, bro.
They've been going hard after them cartels.
It's not going to explode.
Mine's black with a skull on it.
Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got here. We got Bricky and new guy. Bricky versus Muted. Oh, that's the name changer. Okay, yeah. Ashton versus Nation, the two new guys they want to put in. Let's get Underground on there. Either Step or Brick. Stepfire, Abe, JS, Brick, Blizzy and Brick. Brick and Stepfire, JS and Brick. You guys are all over the place.
I know. Somebody
You guys
said.
are all
Somebody
over
said
the
do a
place.
poll. Do a poll.
You
There's
guys
like
are
there's
all
like
over the place, bro.
probably like 10,000 different possible ways that this could work out here.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, but let's face it, I'm going to be part of that whatever way it's going to happen.
No, not
By the look-
10,000. There's
That's what it looked like, Ricky.
there's a lot of
Yeah, I'm up
options.
for fucking out. I'm up for
All right, let me start a poll real quick. I'm gonna do a quick poll. That's how we'll do it.
And whoever dances around that pole the best.
I don't want to say anything because if I say what I don't want, that's what chat will do. And if I say what I
Fucking
want,
say it then, you little bitch. Stop being a little
then
bitch,
that's
will
what chat might do or they won't do. I don't know. I'm just gonna.
That's why you just
Yes,
be
look, you need
That's
revenge
what
on me, mate.
that's
I
gonna
took
do
your
regardless.
UVC belt title off you, right? You want revenge on me. Let's face it. Come on. You
No,
should-
I don't want JS versus Brick.
What? Well, I'm just saying. Just saying, you should be the one with the most fucking blood.
I want
wanna
Blind or that's it. I like this Underground Nation guy. He seems like a cool guy.
He does
I
seem
am
chill.
still, I am.
Why are you gay?
I want to see
perfect.
Blind
That's cool.
and
That's
Blind
who I
and
am.
Brick or Blind and the Alwyn guy.
You can't even get
You
your
just
fucking
ask
name
it if it makes it easier.
What are you going into battle, Blind? What the fuck?
No,
You just noticed it now.
It's blood sports.
What are
He
you,
came
na-
with gear.
You're in Afghanistan? What's going on?
I'm in Texas.
Oh,
I
makes
told
all
you they're
the
going
sense.
hard after them cartel.
Makes all the sense.
Right, JS, who we're voting for, bruv? Who we're voting for, right? Because me and you are put against each other on this poll, right?
Oh.
Unless you want to see me and you go against each other, we have to vote for somebody else. So who you voting for?
I'm going Underground Nation versus
I'm voting
Blind.
for me and you, mate. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm
Blind and Underground Nation. That's what I went.
Somebody got a
I'm
fan.
just, I'm just happy to be included.
That seems to be what's winning at the minute. Like,
Is that my air
Where's the
conditioner?
night vision goggles for real?
you seem to have a bit of influence there, JS, in the chat, you little bastard. Yeah, right, okay.
That's not from me, is it? That sound?
No, it is. No, it is.
I
Definitely
think
is, right?
it's
You've
just-
been a
I
little
think
bit of a
it's
bitch
blind
and you've moved
stars.
out.
Because if you haven't heard it all night, it's not from me.
No, it's blonde. His stars.
Oh no, it's
that
they're
was what
snowflakes.
Oh.
He's got
I like
Yeah.
that.
I
No.
thought you were being patriotic.
It's stars too. It's stars too.
stars and snowflakes. What the fuck is that?
Oh, that was good.
I
You
don't
like
know. I don't know if that's a. I don't know if that's a flex.
I like it.
Got this loud ass stars and snowflakes Christmas decoration up in fucking July.
That was good.
All right, look at this. All right, let's see what we got here. It looks like the 1v1, 42% of the 33 votes is Underground Nation versus Blizzy Blind. So let's get the rest
let's
of
go.
y'all into the back. And let's get a topic here for you two. Let me see here. Where do you guys both stand on if the moon landing is real or fake?
I think it's a hoax.
Oh,
Oh,
you're both on the same side. Okay.
oh my
Let's
god,
see.
commies.
Actually, I think
I
I
thought
might be
Underground
wrong
Nation
about
was going to be
Blind.
based on this.
Blind, are you a flat earther? If I'm not mistaken.
I can lay the argument out. Yeah.
And Underground Nation, do you believe the Earth is flat?
I'm not. I don't believe none of that.
What's that?
I don't believe none of that. I don't
You
think
don't.
it's so-
Okay. And are you good to argue against it?
Yes, sir.
All right. So chat.
Can crank his
This
volume.
is going. Let me make sure what it was.
Underground
It
Nation's
was-
mic's
yeah, it
super
was-
low.
Yeah, it was 40. So we're starting out at 5 minutes. Chat. If you guys want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on a minute. It is 60 if you want a solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck. Let's get it.
All right. You mind starting
Flat
off by
Earth
telling me,
debate. Let's
like,
go.
Why you think it's
All I can take
fair?
is a 5 minute.
I mean, assuming you think it's fair.
So the first thing I like to say is that if you check the Bible, man, it says that it's a sphere that's hang on to nothing. So already we all know that the Bible is all facts.
Based.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you read the Bible. I
Is
don't
he
know if you check
trolling
it
or
out.
is he for real?
Well, actually, yeah.
He's
I
gonna say the
read
Bible says it's
and it
flat.
actually says that it's a fixed place that stands on 4 pillars with a firmament in between the water in the sky and the water on the earth. So it actually
Firmament broke in
you're actually
Noah.
kind of defeating your own argument
That's why
there.
the flood came.
Nah, bro. I'm
But
telling you, bro.
if I can go into even simpler ways that you can tell, is we're told that the moon is a reflection of the earth, right? I mean, of the sun.
Mhm.
That the light from the moon comes from the light on the sun. Well, if you measure the sun's temperature,
Crepuscular
the light from
rays.
the sun is radioactive. The light from the moon is not
It's
radioactive.
the crepuscular
When
rays
you're
argument.
In the daytime, it's 2 degrees cooler in the shade. At nighttime, it's 2 degrees cooler in the moonlight. So they're obviously 2 different lights.
But how do you argue the time zone?
Time zones, what do you mean?
Why do we have
flight
time
maps
zones?
Don't follow a globed
Yes, they do.
map. So like
On a
when
paper, it looks
time
straight, but on a
zones
globe,
are,
it's obviously an arc. Planes
well,
always
let's put
fly
it
in
this
an
way.
arc shape.
Okay, there's 24 hours in a day, right?
Not
24
meaning
hours
up
a
and
day.
down,
The
not
measurement of
vertically,
24
but
hours is the sun going around
around the
Earth
world, they
24 hours, right?
it's always a curve.
Okay, so once you get halfway, you start counting back down. So that's 12 hours and then 12 hours back, right?
I guess.
Do you agree?
I agree.
Okay, so answer
Come
me
on,
this.
Underground
If it's
Nation, you gotta
24
amp it
hours
up a bit,
total,
bro. You
12
gotta
hours
amp it
one
up.
way, 12 hours back. How can any country on earth be more than 24 hours away from any given other area?
Well, you gotta take this into. It's not exactly 24 hours.
Even if you want to take a liberty and add 2-3 hours in there, we have places in Australia that are like 32 hours away from us.
And what about all the flight paths? If you check it,
Yeah,
makes sense.
yeah,
It only
that's
makes sense.
pretty
It only makes
commonly
sense
understood.
on it only makes sense on the globe.
No, flights don't flight patterns.
Yes, they
don't
do.
follow
If
a
you
globe.
fly to
Also, if,
Australia, you
let's
go
say-
down to
let's
what is
say
it,
this
Cape
is,
Point in Africa or whatever, and then you
let's say
go
this
over
is a
to
globe,
Australia or
and it's
Antarctica.
spinning. Well,
Mhm.
planes don't just fly in one direction, or like one.
They fly curved
like
because they're
just one
flying over a
direction.
curved
If a
surface.
plane was
All
to
the
come
flight
down on
paths
the Earth
are
while it's
these
moving,
curved
it will rip
arcs.
the undercarriage of the plane out. So you're telling me every single airline has their runway set up exactly to where it is helped by the rotation of the Earth? What about parallax? What do you know about parallax?
I don't know nothing about parallax.
What the hell's a parallax? That
you know how
sounds
they
like a
say that if you
monster.
watch a ship go far enough that you'll see it fall over the dip.
And yeah, I believe that it will.
Okay, well, what about the fact that if you get a high-powered telescope,
What about the
you can
final
bring it
experiment?
right back into view?
How
But
come
if
we
you
see
use
a
a laser
24-hour sun?
and you point the laser directly
No, but
at
can
the
you
ship,
first?
you're
Can you
not
first?
you won't be able to bring it back because you
Can
can't
you,
change the direction of light.
but just with the eye test, can you just entertain that? What does that mean?
The eye
Does
test
that mean
is
that
if
now
you
your telescope,
if the sun's
because your
setting
telescope is more high
and you
powered,
lay
that
down
you're
on the
now
ground,
it's now able to
it will
bend light
set. And then if
over
you
the
stand
Earth?
up,
No,
you'll
but
be
if
able to
you
bring
use
the sun
if you
back.
use
And then if you go on a
laser,
rooftop, you'll be able to bring the
No,
sun
but
back because
use your eyes
you're
and a
adding
telescope.
perspective,
your
height
hypothetical,
perspective
if you can just
to
engage
your
your
view
mind first.
line so you can see the
You have
sun
no laser. You have
after
a
it's gone.
telescope and a boat that's leaving that direction. You see it go over the edge, and you're like, okay, it's over the edge. Then you pull up your telescope and you look at it, and the boat is back into view.
No, it's
How do you
not.
explain
There's
that?
refraction on the water. You're missing a 20-foot
I
chunk
don't
of the
know.
boat.
But
No, that's
all I can
inaccurate.
say is that if you use a laser, because the laser you can't really change
You
nothing
could
because
talk
it's
about
light coming from you,
triangulation.
right? So
If you
you
use
can't really
surveying
bend
equipment
or
and you measure
confuse
3
the light.
points
So if you use the
that is
light,
a right angle triangle
a laser,
and you
then
measure the two
all of this
legs,
goes
you
out of the
should be
way.
able to figure
If
out
you
the
use a telescope
hypotenuse
or something else,
and get
you gotta
the
take into
answer
account
of
how
C. But C is going to
I'm
be
not
bigger
sure.
because the
over
legs of the
space.
triangle bow out.
Can you explain it in a more elementary fashion? I'm not sure. I'm not a laser. I mean,
You don't know what a laser is?
I
Fucktard.
trust my eyeballs a little bit more than I do a laser.
Well, you can't really do that.
You
'cause
trust the laser
is
because
it's
your
like,
eyeballs
how to
can look
explain
at the laser.
It's like you can't really bend light. Like, what would you need a light to bend if we were in a flat Earth? You wouldn't need the light to bend.
Exactly. That's
What-
you know
and what
Occam's
he's-
razor is. The most
The
simple
easiest
explanation
explanation.
is the fact that once it got far enough, it didn't fall over the
The
edge.
razors
It
are,
simply
you need to
got
use them
so far you couldn't
strategically. You
see it.
can't just throw out
When
a
you bring up
razor.
the telescope, perhaps with it being a more high-powered
Need to-
telescope, now you're able to see it. Right?
But if you use, like I said, if you use the laser, that will not, like, it will not change anything. You know what I'm saying? The laser is what's facts, you know, because you can't really argue with light. Maybe you can argue with a telescope because it's
I don't
still
know if y'all
space and
heard what
time
I
between
heard,
you.
but Blind was obviously correct in everything he said.
I mean,
Good job, Blind.
I'll be totally honest with you, right, Stepfire. I am not a flat earther, but Blind had me. If I was to base that off this whole debate on whether the Earth was flat or fucking round,
I'm leaving flat Earth.
I'd be.
Did you
believing in
hear
flat
his
Earth.
point?
I'm leaving flat Earth.
Yeah.
he said.
I'd be believing in flat Earth, right? Okay, because the debate, on the other hand, was. But,
His
I mean,
point about ripping the undercarriage of a plane out, fucking solid, bro.
All planes
but
fly
you
on a
didn't
curved
even go
flight
to the
path.
Four Seasons
Alright,
and
real-
shit like that. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. We didn't go
real
to that.
quick. I'm putting the poll into the chat right now. Okay, so if you guys want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Blizzy Blind on the poll. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Underground Nation on the poll. Chat, get your votes in. Timer starts now, and you guys got 2 minutes.
That would have been a good one for you to be an easy. That would have been.
If you look at a flight path blind and there's 2 points,
True.
the quickest point is to fly straight through, but they always fly on a curved, they always fly on an arc. Why did they do that?
What do you mean? If you unfold a map or like a globe, that's that's the map the flight patterns use. An unfolded globe. If you notice,
No, but if I look at
do the same thing.
if I look at a 2-dimensional flight plan, the flight paths are curved.
Yeah, because
So if
they
I
have
look
to
at a
be,
piece
because
of
the Earth-
paper with a
because they
flight
have to
map,
be
all
because
of the
the
flight
Earth's
plans are like this.
JS, when you're driving around, do you use a flat map or do you use a curved map?
But what he's saying is the opposite. I'm saying
are you here?
if the flight paths were straight, then that would make sense. That if you put it on globe, but the flight paths are curved. That's because they've taken the globe and opened it up.
The fuck is a curved map?
Folded out the fucking map on the hood of that car, mate. It's flat.
Is a curved
Bro,
map.
he said, could you use some more elementary language with me? What's a laser? That was funny.
Thank you. And explain it in a more.
Can you explain it in a more elementary fashion? Laser? What do you mean by laser?
I meant, what was he saying? What was he even talking about?
You know what a laser is?
I don't
Kind of a light emitted diode, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's something that, you know, projects a light out of it, you know, but in a steady stream.
Are you familiar with the experiment he was talking about?
Yeah, he's talking about bringing the ship back into view. If you had like some sort of laser,
glass
what's
lens.
his name?
Fish
What's his
glass
name?
lens.
Did the same
Fish
experiment?
glass
Shit, what's the flat earther who did this experiment on the Netflix thing? It's basically the idea that you'll be able to see light through a bunch of holes. If I had holes,
Well, no,
and
you're not. You can just say you're not.
Stevie Wonder.
no, I am familiar. There's been a bunch of experiments like this done. It's not just one
We're
experiment.
not all aware of how the Vikings sailed across the oceans, right?
All right, real quick. That is 2 minutes on the poll. 45 votes. Thank you to everyone who participated in the voting. All right, 45 votes, and 60% says that the winner of the 1v1 is Underground Nation. Blizzy Blind, tell everybody in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
Your audience sucks, so don't find me.
We'll find you at the edge of the ice wall.
Hey, it was a pleasure having you. If they bring you back, you're more than welcome. But if not, next time, my friend.
Salute.
Fatality.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And just a reminder to anyone out there in the chat, we have, we still, let me check the safe of souls. We still have Animated Effigy, James Life Talks, and Teriak all in the safe of souls, waiting to be released if anyone wants to bring them back. And also, there's 30 minutes left for you to be eligible for the final prize. Excuse me. So if you're not up in the next 30 minutes, you won't be eligible for the final prize.
Underground Nation, you won that by default. We need some more energy, buddy.
Yes, sir.
King got his name.
I like your arguments, but you gotta bring the fire.
You know what I'm saying? Yo, it's one of my subscribers who told me to do these things to get me out of my comfort zone.
Yeah.
So you know,
nice.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, I do this every Friday, so yeah, definitely come back again.
Yes, sir.
There was also an experiment done, an expedition to Antarctica recently in the last year.
That's all fake.
The final experiment.
Okay,
Oh
you can
my
say
god.
that, but flat earthers
That
went
never
too.
happened, Dave. That never happened.
Yeah, let me tell you something. You guys forget that guy that funded that shit was a fucking millionaire, okay? So he paid all those people to go stay somewhere that they didn't even fucking know. Probably.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Jeranism. I just remembered the name I was trying to remember.
Jeranism.
Jeranism. Well, he went there, but he also did an experiment in the Netflix documentary where he had a bunch of poles with holes in them, and he had a light shining at the end, and they surveyed it, and they said this is flat ground, everything's level, because level is relative to the center of gravity. But anyway, they leveled it out. It's all level. They got a bunch of poles with holes in them. And they say, if the earth is flat and I shine a flashlight through all these holes, my camera should pick up the light at the other end. Sure enough, it didn't. And then when they adjusted for curvature, it did. Wow, that's crazy. So a flat earther,
Where's your proof?
the flat earther disproved his own theory using science, using experiments twice.
I need your proof, yeah,
Yeah, because they don't fake footage ever.
From.
The proof. Shut
Yeah,
up.
everything's faked always.
Yeah.
Just
Every
say
single
Yeah,
person.
that,
on
those
page
are
is.
just flat Earth. Those are shills. Those are just globe shills.
You should know this, Abe. John Wilkes Booth didn't shoot you, even though that's what we're told.
Hey, Underground
I couldn't
Nation,
see
I
it.
like how
I
you
couldn't see
used
it.
a
You know it's
biblical
all fake.
argument before
Couldn't
he
see
got
it.
a chance to. Because a lot of
Right.
flat earthers will use the Bible to say the earth is flat. You pulled that out and said, obviously, the Bible says the earth is a sphere before he even had the chance. I don't know if
Yeah,
Blind
'cause
would
I
have
knew he
done
was
that,
gonna
but
I knew he was gonna trying to switch it and say, nah, it's
yeah,
it's
the
a
Bible
flat
says
circle.
it's flat. Yeah.
But
Whenever I even went into the seasons, right, and how you explain the seasons without a globe, right, on a flat Earth, it's impossible to explain.
Yeah, it doesn't.
The sun zigzags.
Another Bible one you can use is where Jesus says, I'll remove you as far as the east is to the west. So he specifically doesn't say as far as the north is to the south, because if you go north long enough, you'll be going south. But you can never go, you'll never be going
I'll
west.
go east and then come back right. So if I went
If you
east
go
one way,
east,
right,
you'll never be going west.
wait
Oh
there,
yeah,
if
wait
I-
a minute. I'm letting us all sit here and talk, and we still have. First off, Jeremy, you gotta tell me what name change you want because I didn't get to change him to butt plug before he was gone. We got okay, I have to hit that part after. We have a 1v1 request from Pain Zombie, which Pain Zombie, let me know who you want in the 1v1. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Effigy's back. Uh-oh. I'm going to the bathroom.
Oh shit.
I don't think so.
Animated effigy back from the grave.
Oh, you bitch lips.
What's up, you cocksmokers?
Let's fucking go.
Just left me
Back
out here
from the
twisting in the
grave.
wind.
It's always nice to see our favorite lefty back up here.
Yeah. So
Until James Live Talks comes up now, because he's turning into a lefty very quickly. It's nice to see you back. Jesse, be back. Put the chair on. Get me off. Is everybody muted?
that was
Is everybody
definitely
muted but
loud.
me?
Holy crap!
Thought everyone was muted but me there because you dickheads weren't even speaking.
What? There was a whole bunch of sound.
You didn't hear the sounds?
Didn't get a fucking scoop.
So,
didn't get it raw, mate. Not a
what's
fucking raw.
What's the flat Earth explanation for there being different stars in the southern hemisphere?
Yeah, there's.
It's a projected sky.
Excuse me. There isn't different stars.
What's the flat Earth explanation for a projector that can project the sky?
Technology.
Who said it's a projector, bro? There's a firmament over it, okay? And what's
Is
happening?
it the cloth of heaven through which the light of heaven shines?
Oh, don't be silly.
No,
It's a
no,
fucking-
it has
it's a
nothing to
dome.
do with that. It's
Glass
a
dome.
firmament.
The water is like a LCD screen. It's a liquid crystal display because it does say that it's liquid and there's crystals in the heavens. So
And it
it's
gets
a
upgraded every 3 years, well. Insurance.
it's a giant
heart chamber.
It's a giant LCD display on the
It's like we're in
sky.
the Las Vegas dome.
Yeah,
essentially.
giant one.
Yeah.
Real big.
It's like the sky glass on steroids. You know, it's big.
I just been convinced flat Earth is real.
Oh my god.
100%, bro.
Yeah, fuck you, easy. Okay, you done this to me last time, mate. Cunt. He had me thinking.
But no, because even then, if it was a LCD display on the sky, there'd be an edge. We ain't found the edge yet. Like, where's this? Somebody should have a picture of like
How
Where
would you find an edge of a football? Put a
Plus, like, where
football
do
in
you
your
plug
hand,
in the
Jess.
extension
How are
cord?
you going to find the edge of a football?
we're explorers,
batteries.
Brick. Humans explore shit. And when we
Yeah.
get back to the same place we started, because we went one direction for a long time,
Right.
we
That
say
tells you that it's not a flat Earth, then, because you'd fall off the edge.
somebody would have found the edge by now.
Yep.
Or they
No,
would've
you
just
got.
killed
And
you.
don't tell
gotta
me
think
about no
about-
damn ice wall.
No, it's the Truman Show, just bigger.
But Truman found the edge.
Wait,
'Cause it
don't
wasn't
some
big
of the
enough.
flat earthers think that there are like countries beyond the ice wall?
Yes.
Like the
Yeah,
flat
there's a
Earth
fuck ton
extends?
of 'em out
There, yeah, there could be another
Yeah,
layer
that's
of.
where the dinosaurs live.
Well, no, that's
lore keeps
Hollow Earth.
going.
I'm anti-flat Earth because you can't have Hollow Earth. You can't have Hollow Earth on a flat Earth. You have to have like an
Oh, my
enclosed
life.
system for the.
I knew I'd walk him into that one.
Okay, so listen. I know that I have to, because like I've seen King say this in the chat so many times, and I'm sure you guys would probably have the same argument. So I'll explain to you. You know how there's like something on the other side of the sun that we just don't know what it is?
No.
What do
Yeah,
you
there's
mean?
just like there's a
It's
big
more of the
there's a
sun.
big mass of something on the other side of the sun that I forget what they call it, but
Are you
they
talking about Planet X?
Are you making
Is
up
that what
shit?
it's
Because
called?
we're
Is that what it's
rotating
called,
around the
Planet X?
sun, so we're seeing all
Planet
sides
X.
of the sun and going around it.
Is
They
that
would
what
have
it's
to
Not if the
match
sun is
us
spinning too.
perfectly.
Well, no, they've astronomers have detected a large mass somewhere in the deep outer solar system, like around the Oort cloud. And
Yeah,
there's a few things they think it could be.
Yeah,
and
so
it-
you know
and it
that's
falls
the
right in line with the
explanation.
Planet X
Listen, that's the
conspiracy theories.
explanation for the lunar eclipse. All right, that's just this mass
what?
thing. Every now and then, it's a rare occasion, but every now and then, this big mass comes and actually blocks out the sun for a second, then dips.
Yeah, that's
The
that's
moon?
alternative life pinching
No,
solar
it's not
energy.
the moon, or
Yeah.
the moon. Sorry, yeah.
That's what that is. Right?
Everyone knows that lunar
Or it
eclipses
could
are
be
when
the
they replace the
Decepticons,
bulb.
just like fucking.
Replace bulbs, exactly. Oh,
What we love.
no, but for real.
Could be.
God's hand just moves really
No, it's-
slowly
I'm
before he
being serious.
grabs the bulb.
Oh shit. Oh, my notifications aren't on. That's why I didn't notice that.
I mean, let's face it. Come on, it could be Decepticons
Oh,
or
shit.
like Autobots. Yeah, we should. We should. Use my Cashapp to revive Terry. Get my Irish brother back up.
This is my.
I don't think so.
Terriac.
Leprechaun hand clutcher.
You're muted. You're muted if you're talking.
If you're there.
He's in the back clutching.
Bro, that angry beaver, Brick, and Terriac, and about hand clutch, that was the craziest damn debate I ever heard. I was like, what is this? Oh my god.
What? Really? That was the craziest debate you've ever heard on this fucking channel? Seriously?
Well, not. I mean, like it was nonsense. Everybody was just yelling, and
Rick
somebody.
will never remind us of his dick sucking debate.
He will. He will.
I
Absolutely.
never said that at all.
No, I
We just
mean,
had a
what
flat
you were
Earth debate
alluding
on ya.
to.
We literally just had a flat Earth debate on ya. That was even weirder. Okay.
I'm
it's not
pretty
my
sure we
fault.
know
I
what
didn't
you
get
were
I mean,
alluding to.
crazier as in
Dick
more
on
of
the
a
brain,
shit show. Like
right?
that was the
Yeah.
biggest shit show that
Not
I
my
ever.
fault you got dick
Terriac,
on the
hold
brain.
up, hold up. Let's see. Terriac, are you awake? Are you there?
Is he not on his own stream?
Am I hearing snoring?
Give him a knock.
Now we gotta try being
I
asshole.
guess he didn't drink that coffee.
Wait, no, that's not the one. Where is it?
Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
James is still awake. Can you use the? If he's gone,
He
can
probably
you...
ran out for a pack of smokes.
Kazi,
He's never coming back.
Him. He's trying to kill him.
You're muted, Abe.
You said James is still awake?
Yeah, James is in the chat.
Is Teriak not live?
I don't know. It's not. If Cat could like pick somebody else, but I don't know. Well,
he rated earlier, so
Yeah. I mean, unless Cat wants to bring James back.
It's like 7:15 in the morning for where we are.
she said, "Bring back James."
All right. Yeah. I think that's fair since Teriak seems to be in the hay. Since Teriak seems to be in the hay, we're gonna have to bring another.
I don't think so.
James, welcome back to the show.
Thank you, Cat, for bringing me back and everything. Me and my Assassin's Creed playing self is back.
This motherfucker.
The new one? You're playing that?
No,
Why?
I'm not playing the new one. No, I'm playing like
This
one of the old
motherfucker
ones.
playing fucking Assassin's Creed.
I'm dancing.
Why
Hey,
can't
you
I
know
get
what didn't
nothing?
make me dance? Easy. Carter 6
Why
dropped.
can't I
It's
get- I
trash.
couldn't
I'm
set a
not
fucking thing
happy.
there.
I thought you're just being an ass.
We still need to find out who
I could
Pain
see
Zombie
GS dancing, so I knew
Ghosting
something was happening.
or Ghost. Sorry, we need to find out who Pain Zombie Ghost wants in the 1v1 deathmatch.
True.
Chat, Wayne is washed up. I don't know what happened. I don't know who let him release this album, but come on, man.
Bruh, I didn't get to hear it yet, but you're just disappointing for saying that.
Well, then listen to it, and I'm just. I
Someone told me
won't.
the same
What?
thing.
There's the album spoilers. Well, don't even let my.
I don't even need. You can't give album spoilers. That's not a thing, bro.
Well, I don't want to influence your. I want you to listen to
Spoiler.
it.
It's like,
and,
spoiler, it sucks.
There's a song on the album called.
Well, if I said these are the good songs.
Chris Lestrange, welcome to the show.
Yeah, what up, what up?
Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Didn't I tell you this is what you do?
Yep.
What? I just woke up, you fuck.
Oh my gosh, K2 trucking. Y'all are not gonna leave me alone about that. How are you?
You such a dirty mouth prick.
How we doing, Chris, Bob?
Chris, your mic is so choppy tonight, man.
Wonder if
No, it's
everyone
not. He's
noticed
just woke up.
the
He's just
subtle
woke up.
difference
He's
in
got a
that
lot of
video.
fucking cool in his throat, right? Okay, so just let him cough it out.
His eyes look different. Was there a difference? Did you change something in it?
Oh my gosh.
The whole thing.
Oh, it's got AI. Yeah, it's different.
It's actually Mosman.
It's actually Mosman. Let's fucking go, dude.
That's so screwed up. That's mad.
We had to do it.
No.
It had to be done.
Dude, that's why we need regulations on AI.
come on, don't point that on
Oh, that broke the fucking camel's back.
Yeah,
right
that
there.
just crossed the line.
That was a fucking goal.
Yeah, that was the last straw for sure.
Cecil, welcome to the show. Let's fucking go. Chug,
I was
chug,
just thinking,
chug.
please be Mosman.
Please be Mosman. Yes.
Let's go.
I was hoping the same effigy.
It's creepy. It's creepy. It's uncanny valley. I don't like it.
Really creepy.
Technology is wild, yo.
I find it very soothing, man, to be honest with you.
Too good. Oh man.
I think I could fall asleep listening to that.
I think they're saying that me and Abe are supposed to 1v1.
Is it okay? Perfect.
Fun time.
Is that who Pain Zombie Ghost wants?
I think that's what King said.
Bunch of people in chat were saying it.
Wait, let me get this name change for James. Loves Sarah's Fireman videos. Oh Lord.
Dude,
Gay shit, probably.
James, that's gay, bro.
Don't
That's
lie,
gay,
James.
I love those videos.
James, that's gay, bro.
Don't lie, James.
Don't you listen to K2 Truckin'? He's delusional. That man is delusional.
Okay. James, you're supposed to like them.
I'm gonna say the AI didn't have to do a lot of work on that one.
James, you're supposed to like the horse videos, bro. Not the
I believe
fireman.
Mosman is either gonna hate that or love that.
I mean, the AI wasn't doing any
Okay.
heavy lifting
So
there.
let's get this. Oh, okay. Wait.
We're not talking about the horse.
We gotta honor this one too. Hold the phone.
Change, give me big money wine.
Get it. That shit's too good. That's the best.
That is an old school original. That one.
Right?
Definitely.
Shut up, Rick.
Well, that's what you're going to do about it, dickhead?
I'll fucking fight you in a fucking microwave oven.
I guess we're waiting on a confirmation to make sure.
I could fit
King,
you in a
he's
microwave, dickhead.
yeah, he said yes.
Hold on.
He
Wait,
said,
where is he?
Pain Zombie Ghost, you got to scroll up a bit. He said, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And King is
Wait,
telling him use all caps. So King's seen it. He seen it.
Oh, okay.
I
see
seen it.
I see it.
You quit weed. You ever quit sucking dick for crack? I seen it.
Yes, that was William, what you just said. there.
William, you just.
It's from Half Baked. Ah!
Sugar daddy. Okay? I'm gonna get me one. I'm gonna get me one. Because I am a bad bitch. Bad bitch. That's what.
Hiya, Bobby. Hi, Ken. You want to go for a ride? Sure, Ken. Jump in.
Thanks a lot.
I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life in plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
Dude, I'm traumatized. When you started playing the Glenn one, that's the first time I've had Glenn. That that clip on big screen, like wrapped around my face. Like,
Ooh, that just sounded even more gay. That James.
no, I said it traumatized me, Brick. I was not happy about it.
Listen to what you're saying, Jess.
I was not
Listen to
happy,
what you're
Brick.
saying.
You were on Glenn, huh?
No, it was
Was
boom in
wrapped
my
around your
face.
face.
Gosh.
That clip that freaks me out on my
Guys
phone.
not
When
gonna
I
let
see
this
it.
1v1 happen or what?
Well, I wrote
I think this won't be
song for the Christian youth. I want to teach kids the Christian truth. If you want to reach those kids on the street, then you gotta do a rap to a hip hop
beat.
So I gave my sermon an urban kick.
My rhymes are
fly,
funny. My beats are sick.
My crew is big and it
Keeps getting bigger. That's because Jesus Christ is my ninja. I almost said it.
Woo.
See, when people say there's a never a time to say the N-word, I play that video for them.
I just don't know how you get away with that. I really don't know how you get away with it.
Fucking great, man. Holy shit.
I heard that uncle as the N-word pause.
Yo, I can't lie to you guys. This the first time I see this clip.
Was it
But
funny?
you're laughing. But you're laughing, aren't
That's
you?
the best.
That gives us authenticity, right? Because you're laughing.
When I first heard that clip ever, oh man, I couldn't stop laughing.
Effigy gives religious folks shit, but I mean, come on, dude. It pays off.
Shit. Okay.
They are hilarious. It is true.
Let's get into this. Hit us with something new. Jeremy, I don't have all the new ones loaded in yet, but I can hit us with something we definitely haven't heard in a while.
Pedro.
Everything I say is so funny. Everything. Chorus. Everything I say is so funny. Everything I say.
He's right about everything.
James, that looks like you after like fucking 5 cans of lager. Honestly, it does.
Haha, very funny.
Let's get. That's the worst one I've seen, Bobby
It's
said.
impressive you think you make it to 5.
I mean,
Yeah, I think 3 is the most. And that's sloshed.
No one wants me to stop by.
You need to throw the ball one.
Let's get everyone else into the back. We're gonna get. Oh shit! Who we got again? Damn
I
it!
think it's me and JS. Isn't
Oh
it?
yeah. That's right. Almost fucked that up. But let's get everyone else into the back.
I've been listening to you, Abe, while I'm at work. I've been studying.
Oh
Yeah?
shit!
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so let's bring up one of the other. Let me see what topics I haven't got to bring on to. Oh, should we use human embryos for scientific research?
No.
No.
Okay, both on no. Is genetic modification a beneficial scientific development?
No.
Yes.
Oh shit! Okay, here we go. So chat. That was a 50 that Payne sent in. So we are starting out at 6 minutes. Okay. If you guys want to stretch it out longer, it is 10 to add on a minute. Okay. If you guys want to solo judge, it is 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
What do you mean by benefit?
I would say that it feeds people, keeps them alive, and has made it possible for more people in parts of the world where food is scarce to get that food.
Genetic
which is beneficial.
genetic modification keeps people alive.
It feeds masses. It's made it possible to grow crops where crops could not be grown. It's made it possible for us to vary those crops.
What
in ways that
country?
allow us
What
in feeding
country
them.
puts the most GMOs in their food? Probably, you think?
Probably us, but that
How's
doesn't
that
mean that
working
it
out?
doesn't get shipped around everywhere. I'm not saying that it's all beneficial. I'm saying it is beneficial as a whole. We may find later that it's not great for us, but for right now, in the short term, it has been.
Short-term benefit is better than long-term benefit.
Well, we don't know what the long-term benefit is. So at this point,
Well, we
it's fed
do.
people and kept us.
I mean,
No,
we
there's not
have
enough-
histories of people.
There's
you
not
know-
enough consistent data to say that it is a net negative. Right now, people are surviving because the food exists. If the food didn't exist, the people wouldn't exist. And
But
so
we saw upward growth of like health and stuff in the nation, and now we're seeing a downward rate. And I think a lot of that could be tied to when we started doing this GMO stuff on the food. You're just talking about food. I was thinking more about
but
genetic
correlation
modification
is
of
not causation,
humans.
and there's correlation is not causation. We also have the advent of technology, the internet, all these things that also happened around the same time period. So
Yeah,
you
there's a
can't say
lot of
food
there's a
itself-
lot of parts of it, and all of these parts tie into the same main problem, which is man trying to make himself a god. So you're trying to genetically modify the people, you're trying to genetically modify the food, you're going to
That's
do
not
all
what this
these
is about. This is whether or
you're
not
not
it's
going to extend
beneficial.
life past
It's
120
beneficial.
years. And if you
I didn't
do,
say that. I've never said that. The truth of the matter is that it's been beneficial to the human race up until this point to be able to genetically modify foods in order to grow more foods in areas that could not be.
I disagree. If I want a healthy diet, I'm going to my local butcher and my local farmer's market, and I'm buying
Sure, and you live
good
in the wealthiest
vegetables
place in
and
the
meat that
world.
I know has not been genetically modified. That's the
Sure, and
opposite
you
of what
live-
I want.
You live in a place where that is possible. If you did
I live
not,
in a city. I
you
live
could
in
not.
Salt Lake City, Utah. It's possible everywhere. What are you talking about? Especially
It's
in
not.
America.
What? If you look at like extreme rural areas where they do not have that, the means by
Rural
which to grow those
areas don't
things.
have access to butchers, and
I don't know.
I
have you
would
been to
argue
rural
more
China?
like a
Have you
city
been to
would
rural-
a city would be more likely
rural-
to not
JS,
have
Have
access.
you been to JS? Have you been to rural China?
Oh, well, Royal China. No, I never. I thought you were.
Have you been to the Middle East? Have you been?
But
to these
those are
places
because those
where
are
they
commie.
have a
Those
complete deficiency? It doesn't matter if they're that. It still benefits them to be able to grow food where they cannot grow food prior to that.
I don't
time.
know if China's feeding their people GMO fed cows and plants. They're feeding them rice, which is why they're all tiny.
And you don't think that they genetically modify rice in order to grow higher harvests of rice? You honestly believe that right now?
China might be. I think America's using more GMOs than China, but they
Tell me this: if we can produce more food, can we feed more people?
Okay, so let's make more commies. That's not like a
That's not
good
the argument.
That's not
That's not the
beneficial.
argument.
Short run. It comes down to short run versus long run. In the
But we
long
don't
run,
have the long run.
it will
We don't-
destroy us, but in the
You're
short
the one who said because we can't look
we're
back at
seeing the
science
long
to
run
know-
now.
No, we're not. This is not long run. A couple decades is not long run.
Well, what's long run to you?
Well,
we need
we've
a
seen an
million years.
uptick in
We need to see that
survival
in a
of
million
people.
years we look like mutants because of the genetically modifying. We're gonna
You
look
don't-
like
well,
the
we don't know
super
that.
mutants from Fallout.
We don't know that, just like we don't know
'Cause-
about the dinosaurs. Like you said, you can't see it, you can't measure it, you don't know if it's there or not. So you can't tell me that you know.
We
what's
can
gonna
measure
happen in the
since we've
future.
been doing it the detrimental effects, and we can what's the word I'm looking for? We can extrapolate to the long term, and it doesn't look like it's going to be too good. All this genetically modified food and
Well,
genetic.
that's what I call a guess. That's what I call a guess. And what I do know for a fact is that more people are fed than they have been in the past, and we have higher rates of obesity worldwide than starvation. That means we are producing more food in the way
In
that
America.
far less- no, worldwide. The epidemic of starvation
I'd
has
have
gone
to-
down worldwide over the last 20 years. I promise you. So
epidemic
that
of
tells me
starvation.
that GMO production allowed us to feed the people that were not getting food in the past.
I don't know. I'd have to look into that. I feel like America's the only one getting more obese.
It's
But you
not-
could
it's
be
not the
right.
case.
You could be
Yeah,
right.
there's the starvation worldwide has dropped
And-
below the obesity.
Okay, but
worldwide.
you called me out for correlation versus causation. Why is GMO foods the cause of less starvation?
because there's more food. If there's not enough food to feed the 12 billion or the 7 billion people on Earth or the 8 billion people on Earth, then they starve. If there's enough food to feed them, then they don't starve. We have the ability to produce more food because that food is easier to produce because we're changing its genetic makeup in order to make it easier to grow and more productive.
And so, and why is this beneficial socially? Does it extends life expectancy? Are people having more kids because of these things? Are more kids coming out autistic? Like, how is this? Why is this beneficial? That
if you starve and die, and a lot of people in your society starve and die, your workforce drops almost immediately. Even if they survive 20 years longer, it doesn't drop off.
So why are birth rates going down globally as GMOs used?
That is a social problem mostly. Fertility, who knows what that is? We still don't know.
The same social problem that we have in America is happening in China.
It's happening in Japan and China and all over the world. There's base pairing and bonding issues everywhere in the world right now, except for maybe the Middle East and Africa. So that has nothing to do with GMO. That would have everything to do with social conditioning of more developed nations.
So bad stuff's going to happen whether we use GMOs in food or not. This is why I wanted to go more into like genetically modifying humans. Or what wasn't the original question about? What was the? I keep forgetting what the original. Wasn't it something about stem cell research or something?
No.
He said was using.
No, that was a different prompt. We
didn't do that one. Oh,
no,
okay.
No.
All right. Sorry, I zoned out for a second.
You jumped back to the other one.
No, but it's the same thing. It's genetically modifying humans. They're using stem cell research to do that and stuff to find out ways to make us live longer. It's playing God. It's not
But at this point,
natural.
we're not genetically modifying humans. We're only
Some people got to
genetically
starve.
modifying
Some people are
food.
going to starve
So-
some places. The poor will always be among us. People are always going to starve.
So wait. Are you saying that if we have the ability to help people and save people, we ought not because there could be a downside?
Yeah,
You should
I don't want
let
my
them die
taxpayer dollars going to
because there's a
GMO
chance.
raised China rice. I don't care.
You would rather people die than find ways to feed them. That's what you're saying.
Are
you willing to die on that hill?
I would find people to have a better quality of life than quantity of days or years. So you're saying that the GMOs is going to make them live longer. I'm saying not having GMOs is going to give them a better quality of life. And they're going to die when they die.
I'll let it get to 9 minutes to
There's
see.
not a better quality of life if you starve and die in a week rather than in 20 years.
Well, then what if we feed them plastic? We could feed them dang Kool-Aid.
Not very
Why-
nutritious or plastic, is it?
Why not teach people how to farm? That way they can farm.
Let's just give them a bunch of sugar and bread.
Is at the current population levels it is at is because of gene modification of food.
Yeah, dude, you guys forget the GMO stuff. The GMO stuff that's done to food is also to prevent them from getting diseases and dying, bro. So the crops actually make it to harvest. You guys know that?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's his name? The guy who.
I'd still rather get my food from the farmer who didn't use the GMOs and he just knew how to.
Start your own farm. Just real quick, everyone, real quick. I'm gonna come back and put the poll in, but I'm gonna run up and get the phone out of my wife's hands. I think she's falling asleep with the phone in her hand, so she's sleep modding and hiding people from the channel by accident.
Oh, that's not good.
But right when I get back, we're gonna do the poll. So I guess you have like an extra minute here to debate your case.
But
I'd still rather get my meat from the butcher where I know he doesn't use the GMOs
That's
and
great.
my
That's anecdotally works for you, but it does not work for
no,
the whole
I
population of
that's
the
not
world.
an anecdote. It's healthier for everybody to do that, other
Not
than
everyone
to
can do
get
that.
the
That's the
GMO
point.
packed beef at
As
Walmart.
opposed to not getting any food.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's no food for some people. For you, you have the opportunity.
Yeah, it's
in a
super
first
easy
world
when you
country.
have the option to
Yes.
just make the choice. But some people don't.
Sounds
have
like you're saying our enemies should use the GMO food because it'll kill them off quicker. Yeah, like China and like let's give them all the GMO food. That's
No, I'm saying that
I'll
people
agree with
matter.
that. That's a good plan.
I'm saying people and life matter. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
That's similar to when they
that's just
drop
the Bible they say,
MREs.
isn't it?
If you've
That's
ever
just the
seen
Bible
an American MRE versus like the MREs they drop on like war-torn nations and stuff, the American MREs have way more protein. They have some meat
Yeah,
in them,
that's
whereas
funny.
the
We
ones we're
handed
dropping
out
on them is like lentil stew with soy, fucking
we handed out
GMO
MREs.
grown.
Fucking
but,
halal or
but it's so yeah. If you want to destroy a nation, giving them a bunch of GMO soy rice is probably a good idea. Maybe we're maybe
do you
that
think
is a
that
good
they're not
argument
using
for
that?
GMOs.
Right,
That
right.
already happens.
JS, do you sincerely believe that like GMO food is worse than no food?
That's not a hard question.
It is
Food
if
is
he wants to
better.
win the
Yeah.
debate.
No, food is better.
Bro, what the
said
fuck?
no
That
food.
should be a
He
simple
said
question.
no food. Is GMO food
Fucking
I know.
hell, Dad.
Okay. Oh no. You tell me don't bite the bullet, and then I just bite the bullet.
I mean, it's the entire reason why they genetically modified most crops, right? It's so that there is more food, so that people who do not have any food can have some food,
But-
not so that
but,
some people can be more picky about the food they're eating.
Okay, but my argument is that this is like a crutch. It's like giving somebody crutches, and they
Says
learn
the
to
well-fed guy.
they learn
That's
to
'cause your
rely on
argument
these
is wrong.
crutches. We shouldn't be giving Africa GMO pastures of fake food that they can eat and die, live unhealthy and die younger.
because
They,
they can't
should
eat
be
healthy
learning
food.
how to grow
agree
their
with
crops
Ed, too.
correctly.
What are you
Chris,
talking
aren't you
about?
happy you have
Like,
food?
JS, do you think all genetic modification is like some kind of weird Frankenstein science? Do you understand like crossbreeding plants like pre-existed like this century? You could just put plants in proximity and they could crossbreed and cross
That's not the
pollinate, and you
same
can
thing
make
as
cross-
GMO,
it
though.
is
Cross-
that is
No, it's
genetic
not.
modification.
Cross pollination
Which shouldn't
is
happen,
genetic
too.
modification.
Yes, it is
I don't
definitely
think
genetic
even that should
modification.
happen.
Cross pollination
But
is
But people have been doing that
genetic
forever.
modification.
Unless it's naturally happening. That's the only way cross pollination.
So the guy who modified the wheat plant, all he did was get it to be able to grow in a harsher climate, and he's credited with feeding 4 billion people.
So
Yo, JS. Yo, JS, you might not like no genetically modified cross, but how about that bomb diggity genetically modified fucking hybrid?
That's why I wore this shirt. This is genetic modification.
Yeah, you like that cannabis that's genetically modified, don't you?
No, I don't.
Hybrid there.
Chris, your mic.
You
is
like them hybrids, don't ya?
Down with the cannabis.
Your mic is fucked.
I
Chris.
think it was a better world when we didn't have 8,000 when we didn't have 8,000 strains of gelato and cookies and the other one, but we actually just had regs, mids, and dro, and
Well, we've only ever really had 3 strains, right?
somebody was growing it in his backyard or in his closet. It wasn't damn.
What we have, Jess, is 3 strains that have been hybridly mixed, right? Okay. So, when you take it high THC and low CBD and we do all that, it's hybrid. I'm for that kind of genetically modification.
We found the subject that Bricky knows shit about.
I'm not. I'm not. It makes the pot game lame. It's all like,
All right. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, what was
My
that?
bad.
Nation? Underground Nation? What did you
Crossbreeding dogs don't if you
Yep.
crossbreed a dog, don't.
Yep.
Sometimes it can be like it can go wrong, and the dogs
Yep.
just idiot.
It can.
So isn't that not kind of the same thing? here?
Idiot corn is the best.
but I don't. We're saying overly beneficial. I don't have to argue that it's always wrong. I'm not saying genetic modification is always wrong. I'm just saying, in the end, I think it's going to be more
who left?
detrimental than beneficial.
So far, it's proved
Well,
to
that's a
be
game
a
we could
benefit.
play. That's a game we could play. It was Chris that left. Chris left.
So far,
He's
could
fixing his
more
mic, probably.
people?
I
All I
wouldn't see.
get
I
is
wouldn't
saying this
pass
is
that
that
game.
Bill
Hell
Clinton,
no.
Bill Clinton,
Okay, I see
basically.
he's in the back there. All right, hold up.
Because more people are eating fake food, it's more beneficial.
Yeah, and we got 1, 2, 3 people in the back as well, waiting to come up. too.
Is there even time left for them to come here?
But chat, I am putting the poll in right now. Okay, sorry, I had to go and take care of that, but I'm putting the poll in right now. Okay, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for JS Urban Adventure on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll. Chat, get your votes in. You guys have 2 minutes. Let's go.
Rocky said GMO is not about making more food. It's about controlling food through the loss of seed production. It's just a coincidence that it's feeding the world. That's purely coincidental.
Okay.
No, look, hey, look, I'll even grant some of that. Yeah, greedy corporations going to be greedy bastards, right? If some assholes out there think that they can make a strain of seeds that they can patent and make it to where you have to like you can't sow your own fields, like we've heard all this like for years because it's the project or Agenda 21 people for the first decade of 2000s were talking about this a lot, and yeah, that's fucking bitch ass asshole behavior from corporations. So
Whatever. If you guys like having peanut allergies and gluten free and all that other bullshit on your menus at restaurants, then keep pushing the GMOs. You know, GMOs are cool. Let's have more GMOs so we can have more people allergic to shellfish and peanut allergies and gluten free. I have to more obese people.
Things definitely never existed before that.
He said there's more obese people than. Is that a good thing?
I'd rather people have food than starve and die.
I'd rather people be starving and they figure out how to grow their own food.
That's called sugar. That's called sugar, JS.
No,
that's not GMO food. They're obese because of higher
It's
sugar
all part
content.
of the same
Whoa.
thing.
Well, sugar and fat mixed together, from what I understand.
It's all part of the same problem. The sugar industry is part of the same problem as the GMO industry and the farm raised and the grass fed. They just use those things to fuck with your head to make you think I'm eating healthy, but you're not eating healthy.
That's exactly right, Effigy.
Stop starving and grow a farm and raise a freaking cow.
Yeah, but nobody's blocking fucking cupcakes off the vine, bro.
And go to the market and sell it for some magic beans.
Nobody's blocking that.
All of a sudden,
Real quick.
we're into the woods.
Real quick, 43 votes have been locked in. Thank you to everybody in the chat who have voted. All right, 43 votes locked in, and 58%, pretty close. 58% says that the winner of the 1v1 is Abe Dinkus. JS Urban Adventure, tell everybody in the chat where we can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
JS Urban Adventures, check it out. I do all sorts of stuff. It's awesome. Bring me back because I do know some stuff about science. And been trying to stick to the science.
The science.
I'm a little bit of a science guy. So if James got brought back, I can be brought back. Let's go.
JS the science guy.
Let's
Bring him back.
go. Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. And if they bring you back, you know, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Needs to sleep. I'm gonna be up for the next. I'm gonna be up for the next 10 hours probably.
Fatality.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes.
All right, I'm gonna
Global Combat Friday, baby. And also, we got some more to bring up. So let's bring up the next one. King Blackout, welcome to the show. You're muted if you didn't know.
Okay.
Oh. You're muted if you didn't know.
Oh, shit. Yeah. No. Yeah. I'm not for easy, so, you know, top by example.
Let's fucking
What's up, guys?
What's going on, King? King, you better be nice to me this week because you were.
I figured, hey, I figured. No, fuck that, Brick. Brick, see, I found out that Bricky won politics. I figured I could win science. And Bricky, you're just a little whiny bitch. You don't cry over your.
Hey, listen. I
Are you
love a
gonna
good
take that,
competition.
Bricky?
Keep on coming.
What else is
Are you gonna have another obsession over
You're roboting a bit there.
Yeah, you're roboting a bit,
Yeah,
King.
King, you're roboting, bruh.
And just when you
Hey,
were getting
King,
slagging us
roboting.
off, I love that. Come on.
You sound like Stephen Hawking's little retarded nephew.
We're gonna try to beat this boss in Wukong.
It's just because Chris is
I could go in the Discord.
I'm out. Sorry, I must have borrowed Chris's mic for a second there. Sorry, guys.
We're gonna beat this fucking tiger. I think I killed it tonight. The genetically modified thing, overall benefit. You feed the hungry, whatever.
No,
King,
it's not
King,
good
why-
when you sing it. Right? Not
We
good
know it's your
when you
favorite
sing
show,
it.
James, but you gotta.
I've never really argued that, but I'm anti-GMOs.
That's all.
Hey, I'm just that song's kind of growing on.
Plus,
my
I don't even believe in genetics, so.
You need to know this, James, seriously. Anyway, well, we're back to what?
Oh my God, he got me with the knock, and I'm not even.
Got him.
Yes.
He got me with the knock, and I'm not even listening.
Underground Nation fell victim to the door knock.
Yo, I'm wearing the headphones. It's blasting. Come on.
Yeah. If you have headphones on when that plays,
come on
it's
now.
over.
It's not necessarily over.
Especially the first time.
It's not even
Especially the
that
first
one.
time.
Great, that was epic.
Yeah, I might need this one still.
So good. The one day it was like 4 people on the panel all wearing headphones all at the same time. Jumped. It was too good.
You've got me 3 times with that, right? But after the 3rd time, it was normal.
Twice too.
Hey, easy.
Underground, isn't it so? It's so distinctive. It's like it's not even like when you're here in the stream. It's a different loud. It's like literally in your in your. Feels like someone is bringing your door through.
I'm gonna
Sure,
use
I
that
look
40
this way and that
easy for underground and Cecil.
Okay, let's
Ooh,
fucking
let's
do
go.
it.
Damn.
At a 1v1, and it's underground and Cecil. Wait, let me get this last 20 seconds of Chris's mute before we start this up so that it's honest.
Fucking dick and go on, fuck yourself, and you've got another 5 minutes plus, right? You're out the wait right around.
Going for blood.
Right? Dickhead.
Going for blood.
I dare you to say that when you get unmuted, Ricky. I dare you to say that.
Well, he can unmute now, and
Now.
but we're gonna get into this 1v1 request. Get everyone else into the back here. Let's get a topic for YouTube here. Let me see. I'm gonna save this one for when we on the panel, maybe. Yeah. Let me. Let me think here. No. I want to do one we haven't done yet, actually. Where do you guys stand on nuclear energy?
Nuclear energy is good.
Okay, so you're both.
Fuck, dude.
You're both for it. Okay, let me see here.
Almost likely killed my dog giving him a shrimp the other day. What the fuck is a dog got a shellfish allergy?
I want to make sure I keep it.
I know.
Within
We're like pro GMO now. What the fuck, Abe? Abe Lincoln ain't pro GMO. Abe Lincoln boosting up
theme
George
here.
Washington Carver.
Just wanna.
I'm trying to get some healthy peanuts. GMOs are bad. I don't care what anybody says.
Okay.
Well, that was stupid.
I mean, it's kind of. Would you guys consider obesity a disease?
No.
Yeah. Well. It's not normality. It's not like normal.
Okay, how about this then? Is animal testing necessary for scientific experimentation?
I don't know if I can beat this guy.
I think yes.
Yeah, I would think so. I would.
Okay. Let me bring up my other list here. I think I have more. The thing was, I didn't separate my science topics like I usually been separating all my topics, but I want to make sure. Oh, what do you guys stand on? Let me just see this. This will be maybe a fun one. Do aliens exist?
Damn it, man.
Yeah, I think they exist.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with this one. Honestly, we haven't got to do actually this one yet on BK, so this should be exciting. So chat.
Aliens? I love it. Come on.
Chat. Oh wait, was it? Let me remind myself of how much was. Oh, that was 40 left, right? Yeah. So we're starting at 5 minutes, chat. If you guys want to increase it. Oh wait a minute. Oh, I just got a PayPal to add 2 minutes, so it's starting actually at 7 minutes. Okay. If you guys want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on a minute.
I don't know if I can kill this guy.
Judge, it is 60 to solo judge. If we
Not
don't
with that attitude,
get
get good,
judge,
noob.
it will
Ah,
go to the
man.
poll,
I don't.
And the loser of the
I don't know
poll
how
will
else to
lose
do
their
this
soul.
fight.
Fighters, good luck.
Like,
to
I don't
both of you.
think I'm strong
Let's
enough.
get it.
Alright, so first thing first, the Earth is something very rare.
He's so quiet.
Like if the Earth even moved a little bit to the side, it would be too cold.
We need a revive, chat.
Too hot. So even
Yeah, but if the universe is infinite, how could you not believe that there's something else?
Who says it's infinite? I don't think the universe is infinite. I just think that
It's not? All those stars and solar systems we see? Now, if we'll ever see them in our lifetime is a different discussion. How can you say they don't exist?
Because it's just impossible. Because we haven't seen any type of planet similar to Earth that life can bear. That can bear life.
Yeah, but is the absence of evidence the evidence of absence?
All I'm saying is just like the Earth is like the probabilities are impossible to have like a planet where human lives exist, and on top of that,
Sure, I
even if they
believe your
would exist,
probability, but I'm saying just because you haven't seen them, does that mean they don't exist?
well, just because of how life is, we can predict that.
I can barely hear this guy.
You know what I'm saying? That if you can't have any other form of life, and this is already proven, because like.
How would you know? How would you know if you, unless you've explored the entire universe and seen every other planet and every other solar system, how would you know there isn't life on other planets?
Because there's no evidence.
It could be visiting us and fucking with us right now, and you would never know.
No, we would know. I feel like us humans were the most intelligent creatures in the entire universe. I feel like we are unique, and also just the odds are just against life outside of this earth, because we are special, we are unique, and if there was, well, guess what, we would see, we would
Yeah,
already have
the
signs
odds
of
are
that.
slim, but not impossible.
But would you rather
And if life does exist on other planets,
would you rather bet on a slim odd or on the odd that is more probable?
on a bet on the odds of a universe that's so large that you can't even visit every solar system and every planet, you would never even know. And how would they even, if they're advanced enough, maybe they are visiting us and we don't even know.
Travel limitation. You can't travel through
Travel
space like that.
limitations for us.
No,
Maybe
for
they're already
everyone.
more advanced. Maybe what people think is God or what people think is aliens. Maybe this is aliens visiting us.
Do you believe in God?
I do believe in God. You don't
Then
think
you
God
should-
could create other life? If he created us.
Well, he has created other life, and we're that life, and we are what we.
From you're Christian, right? From Old Testament or New Testament, does it ever say anything about life on other planets? God could be teaching them about how they should be.
Talks about angels and demons holding the planets in alignment.
Because God is trying to teach us about all of this, and I think that we are
That
the
sounds
center.
super selfish just to believe that like you're the only life.
I mean, it is what it is.
To think
because-
you're the center.
I mean,
We
if
thought
you
we
look
were
at-
the center. At one point, we thought we were the only planet. Everything revolved around.
No,
And we were wrong about
I
that.
don't
We could
think
be
so.
wrong about a lot of things.
I don't think that we ever thought that
We got
thought
25
we
towards the
if you look at,
revive.
Even if you look at the Bible,
Gotta strive.
clearly we knew that there was other there's other stuff in the world. So we definitely already knew about all of these things. And on top of that, I just think that like we need to focus on what's here right now, because
How do we
trying to
know?
figure-
How do we know?
like I said, the percentage, if you look at the odds, is near well, it's impossible. If I'm saying near impossible, it's just impossible that there's
This
other
is
life,
the
'cause,
same
How is it
place.
impossible in an infinite universe?
Because I don't think.
I
we're
mean,
infinite.
aren't there galaxies outside of the Milky Way? Maybe they can't. Maybe they can't visit us. Maybe they visit us and we don't even know it.
I think
Maybe you know, different life forms. Some people. Yeah.
I think that most.
Go.
I think that most of the outside world that we checked out, like we already were smart enough to go check all these different planets. Like, you know how many galaxies that we checked through our telescope, how many ships that we sent through all this well, I think that is just not infinite. You know what I'm saying? It's not infinite. There's just a lack of physical evidence. There's a lack of all of these things.
Yeah, but absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Just because we
Okay.
don't know it yet doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
So you don't believe that you're rare and unique, and this Earth is basically like.
No, I do believe
the
we
on-
are rare and special.
But
But
you don't think you're
I
unique?
could believe there are other life forms on other planets. We are unique. There could be other unique life forms. Why not?
Well, because I'm like I said, if you believe in the holy
Have you never
scriptures,
thought about it?
yeah, I thought about it, and guess what? It
You're
always
talking
brought
about the
me back.
book,
Nobody's
book that
sticking
you
on
read that
science
other people
tonight. It's
wrote
been
to make you
politics
believe.
and
I'm speaking of absent outside of religion.
Outside of religion, well, if you look at outside of religion, there's just lack of everything, bro. There's just lack of proof, lack of even even the things we already see. It's like science already tells us that the probabilities are basically impossible to have a replication of this earth, to have a replication of life.
I mean,
Even
I feel like us existing is pretty impossible based
us existing is
off of
impossible.
outside of religion, based on us existing and having consciousness.
Hey
It's
guys,
pretty
it's Alpetium back
it
with another
exists, but
guide
I'm saying
for
like
Black
the
Myth
fact that
Wukong.
we
And
are
today
and
I'm
we
gonna be
exist.
showing you how to be
Pretty like
the
crazy,
Tiger
right?
Vanguard. Now I've
So
heard
maybe
a
there's
lot about
things
this boss,
outside
but
that
have
we
no
know and
fear.
that we don't
We
understand
are
and
gonna
comprehend.
beat him. And before I even
Maybe
think
there's
about
something
asking
grander
you to
to us
click
that we
that
don't
like or
understand
subscribe
yet.
button for me,
Yeah,
please
Why is that
and
crazy
that's
to think of?
a chance to earn that from
and
you.
that's our
That
creator
being
who
said,
created
let's get in on this.
the other bodies
Prep work first
of
though.
space
You can
and all
see
these different
everything
things, and
that I
after this
personally
he
have
created what?
equipped,
He created
and make
humans,
sure that you're coming
and
here
that's what
with the armor
that's our
that
universe
is your
to run.
absolute
And I'm telling you,
final
bro,
one
it's
that
like
you can have at this
all
point.
the different
And if you
arguments
are
you're
struggling
bringing in,
to, I
it
don't
still
know, maybe
Well,
doesn't
practice,
if you
I'm gonna
believe
be
in an
linking at the end
all-powerful
of this
God,
video
an
a way to
omnipotent
farm
being,
the
how
crafting
could he not
materials and
create
a little
life
bit
on
of
other
money as
planets
well, so
too?
that shouldn't be a problem.
because
And
we
hey, if
are
you're still struggling,
just
just
one
copy
planet. That's it.
everything that I have here, and
not
we
one
are
planet.
gonna be
There's
beating
other
his
different
ass.
planets too, but I'm saying we
Okay, so
are
how we're gonna be starting this is by popping two little
Other
heads
planets
to
other than
take
Earth
less
with
damage
life?
and to deal more damage ourselves.
like I said,
Always
even
starts
science
the
tells
boss
you
fight
that
the
it's
same
impossible.
way with that leaping
just-
attack, but if
I
you
mean,
have
we've
noticed
only been
this
here
time
so long.
around,
You don't
I
even know.
am
We
not using
could have been wiped out, and this could have been
just
happening
sticking close
again.
to him and picking
There
my
could be
moment to
influence from
use my
aliens
spirit to deal this
we don't even know about.
amount of damage.
They're
Now,
hiding
I
it
will be
all. They're hiding
explaining
all
why
the
I
how long
haven't
you
used
think
my
this Earth is
immobilize
on.
yet. Now,
I
here's
don't
the thing.
think
This
the
guy is hyper
timing
aggressive,
of
and for me
when this Earth
personally,
was created and
okay,
when we were
pause
brought
right here.
You're
into this
taking
earth.
you're taking a lot of trust from a lot of things people have told you to believe.
I'm gonna let it get
Think
to 9
outside what they
minutes to
told you
see
to
if we have a
believe. You
solo
can think
judge.
yourself. I know you can.
Is that not true for you as well, though?
The same for you.
I think
yeah,
God
you
is
said
so
that.
random. Why couldn't he create life?
Hiding it all.
Are you okay, James? What's wrong with you, bro?
Like,
James, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh yeah, and I always
Illuminati,
forget that.
they're
I always
hiding it
I
all.
always forget that I'm. Well, not always forget, but I forgot that I'm part of this one. I just have to say, so the concept of the universe being infinite is not realistic, right? Infinite is not an actual concept. Like you can't. It's actually a contradiction, right? Because like, what's infinite minus infinite? That it's not a
Okay.
mathematical, realistic number.
I'll agree with you.
That's not real, right? I just
Sure, the universe might
wanted
be
to point
finite,
that out.
but just what we know in our galaxy, the Milky Way, how many other galaxies are there we can observe, right, and see these other galaxies? We have
And then
no
you don't
idea
see
what's
life
going
out
on
there.
out there.
How do we know
We
what
can't
we
see.
know?
What are they
Do
gonna
we
do?
just
Send us
trust the
location?
science?
They're
Do
gonna
we
send us
just trust the
location
science?
for us to
You must
observe
trust
them?
the Illuminati.
How do we know what we
And
know?
Yeah.
we
you
just
getting?
started
Who you getting?
observing
You only know
like
what you know
space.
because people
How
tell you
short is
what
the
they know,
time
and
frame
they
that
tell
we
you that what they know is what you should know, right? But do you know
we
that that's
only
true?
started observing space from our time frame, and how short of a time frame is that humans have existed?
Real quick to chat, I'm putting the poll. One sec, real quick. I'm putting the poll into the chat right now. Okay, so chat, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Cecil on the poll, and if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Underground Nation on the poll. Chat, you have 2 minutes. I'm starting the timer up now. Get those votes in.
Like whichever one you choose is the nicest thing about me, I'll vote for you.
And the last thing I'll add is like space is super hostile. I don't think you know like none is nice out there. You know what I'm saying?
but it is not. It is very, very misleading, and it can actually really mess you up into thinking that you are actually getting hit. Guys, just relax.
Yeah, baby.
Of course,
I see there's a few people that are in the back a little antsy to get on. We're at full panel right now, and you're in line with a couple people, so just chill and we'll get you on here.
across the line, no matter the
What's a
means.
1v1?
Guys,
Even goes
oh my
against the
goodness,
Bible.
you got this. You
thinking
will
life
do
is
this,
only
and
off
I'll
the
let you know
basis
in
of
the
the, like,
comments. Just don't rush. It might take you a couple of tries,
the
but
parameters for how
Couple of tries. It took me a damn
I think
20
he's just stating
tries.
that the Bible doesn't tell you anything else was created in the way of life, and so he has no way of saying it doesn't exist, but it's primarily less chance in every possible way. Like if there's a one in
He
4
was like
trillion
bringing
chance
up,
you're born on Earth.
yeah, and like he brought up, I would actually agree with the one point.
Abe, you made a perfect part because the prompt was, do they exist? And if you can't say unequivocally that they do not exist, then you therefore are for the prompt, and they do exist.
That's fair.
Well,
fair.
that's
I'm
the
not.
thing.
I'm
Like,
not debating.
obviously, there's no way to truly know, but you can go based off evidence. And
You
the
wouldn't
one
know.
thing he said, where I'd have to agree.
You wouldn't know.
I mean, statistically,
you
it's
wouldn't.
very
Never
near
know.
impossible that somewhere in the universe there wouldn't be some other form of intelligent life.
I don't
There are
think so. You
billions
know
of stars
why?
in the galaxy, and there are billions of galaxies.
What's the probability? What's the probability of you being a human being?
1 in 400 trillion or something like that.
That's right. That's
we're all-
right.
We're all
Wow.
aliens too.
And that's in the
We're talking about
conditions here on Earth.
We are the aliens. if
Much
you really
less
think about it.
conditions on other planets.
Right? Right.
So that's what that's the point. That the
Yeah, we're aliens
probability just of
we're
being a
aliens for
human
Earth.
being is low. Where do you think there's a big probability of you being something else?
That and
There
also
Isn't anywhere
in
it
most
can
yeah.
happen.
Well,
Right,
no,
just
no,
because
no,
it's
no,
low,
no, but
It's not possible.
Just because you're low, just because it's low doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Hold
We are
on, though.
humans.
Hold
We
on,
do
though.
exist.
Hold on, though.
Now who's arguing without any evidence that
you would
something
have to
exists?
you would have to come to a
What
wait. You would have
evidence
to
do you have?
Right, listen. Scientifically, you'd have to go to a threshold, right? And science would look at that
arguing against
threshold
your
and
own
say
point.
that the likelihood is so low that it can't be in general.
It's not probable. It's not probable. But you can't say unequivocally that it
Not
doesn't.
humans.
But you can't say
unequivocally
that's
that's
the
intelligent.
point. So like
Right,
you're
no,
trying
you're
to
right,
like
you're
give
right.
the best
Yeah,
argument.
Whatever condition.
But real quick, that is 2 minutes on the poll. All right, it was pretty close here. 46 votes and 54% said the winner of the 1v1 was Underground Nation. So Cecil, tell everybody in the chat where we can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
Thanks for having me. You find me wherever the wind blows and have me back because why not?
Yeah,
Let's
Puffy gonna find you.
fucking
Take
go.
your drugs with you, man.
Hey,
Puffy
it
gonna
was
find you.
it was
Take your
a
drugs.
pleasure having you. And if they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And if not, until next time, my friend.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
This Black Myth Wukong series covers how to do all quests and mystical content in order so that
Fatality.
getting back on topic,
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
He was right
Let's
about everything.
bring up the next fighter that's in line because we got quite a few of them back there now. Cleaner 409, welcome to the show.
Oh, bother. I'm on a panel full of overly hormonal teenagers.
No,
But before we get too deep, before we get too deep, we have a 2v2 request, a 4-way battle. So let's get everyone else into the back here. Make sure I got the right people on. Oh.
Oh no, no. What?
Okay, well, I want to start. I want to start this debate.
Oh
I wanna
wait,
see.
wait.
Oh no.
Let me make sure I'm right. Let me make sure I'm right. I think I might have it wrong.
Alright,
James. Oh no. Yeah, James, Effigy, Stepfire, and King. All right.
Oh wow.
Let's
Who
see how
paid
we
for
can.
this? Just out of curiosity.
Let's fucking go. All right. Let's see what topic we're gonna have for you guys.
Is cereal soup?
Wait, what?
Is cereal soup?
No.
That's a pretty scientific question.
Cereal soup. That's scientific. Why not?
Shit. All right.
I'm going to make things easy and fast travel back to the village entrance shrine once again. Just as before, we are going to move towards the spot with the golden turtle chest.
Effigy, what's our
This time,
side?
however, we will need to go through the paradoors that are just
Wait a
past the
minute.
turtle
What?
chest,
Wait
which leads to our first
I don't
major
think it's
boss
bullshit.
fight.
No.
And this is also a boss fight that must
Yeah.
be completed in a specific way if you don't want to miss
Okay.
out on an important
For James, we can't do 3-on-1 for James. Well, we can, but we'll see. We'll try a couple other topics here quick.
once they are defeated, everything I had at my disposal to take care of them.
Let me see here.
I mean, technically, it depends on how you define climate change. How are you defining climate change?
So this is not a.
Don't answer, James.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said just move on. Don't.
Well, what's depending on how you define it?
It's not even about fucking defining it. It's 3 against 1, James.
All right. How about instead of like just doing genetic modifications in like a whole, like let's talk about CRISPR technology.
Human.
You know, like modifying human embryos.
Yes,
Is
that's
this
what I
a
wanted to talk
beneficial,
about, and he brought up damn food.
scientific development?
Yes.
It can be, absolutely yes.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
No way it could be.
Oh,
James,
shit.
real quick, James.
All right, I think we just need a 3-on-1 James beat down.
James, if somebody could remove autism, would you say that isn't a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, but could you remove
But
it?
then James wouldn't be James.
We have
wait a
more
minute,
autism because of genetic modifying.
Side effects.
Effigy, what side are you on?
Wait a minute, could you remove it like opposite bad side effects though, King? Then I'd say yes.
Yeah,
But
yep,
you can't
you
remove
could.
it
Yeah,
opposite without bad side effects.
You're on our side. Thank you, James. You're on our side. Thank you.
Well,
Oh.
I said without bad side effects. Though.
James, you gave
Yep,
up
I mean, this
way
hypothetical-
too quick, bro.
But I said without bad side effects, and I'm being fair.
Yep, and in this hypothetical, James, there's no side effects. So there, you're on our side. Thank you.
So I'm on your side, yeah. I'm gonna be fair. I would say if you could do it without bad.
Okay. Where do you all stand on is it necessary? Is animal experimentation necessary for scientific research?
No, it's not necessary. No.
Yeah, I got a little bit of
Voluntary
lag there,
human
so I didn't hear.
Oh, I said, is animal experimentation necessary for scientific development?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dang, am I the only one? No.
James.
You love being wrong.
James, bro. You love being wrong, bro.
James, we need you to rethink your entire life.
I'm saying it about myself.
All right, hold up.
Maybe y'all should restart thinking y'all's lives. Not me.
No, James, when it's usually the majority, it's usually on you.
Okay, this is kind of just like, I mean, it involves science, but just to see where you guys is mathematics is more useful than science.
Is mathematics more useful than science?
No.
Yeah.
Math is gay.
Yeah, because the whole world's built on mathematics.
Really, is it?
Mathematics to prove science, so. I mean,
Oh, really? Do you?
I mean, there's some heavy overlap there, but I would have to go with math. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there's definitely heavy overlap, but I've heard
least we're all
arguments
on
from
the
the other
same side,
side.
man.
Math is gay.
Well, we
Okay.
definitely had to deal with math before, like, as peasants, you know, buying shit. Before we had to deal with any kind of, like, science or elevated knowledge of science.
True.
You wouldn't know math if
Alright,
it
let's see
wasn't
how
for
nerdy
science.
You guys really are. Is time travel theoretically possible?
No.
No.
Yes.
Into the future, yes.
In one direction.
Right.
Yeah, in one direction, he said.
I'm not
Yeah,
lying.
you could never go into the past, but you could travel into the future.
You can travel into the future. It is possible.
Yeah,
just
you
have to go
can.
fast enough.
Time travel?
Yeah, you need a big enough ship going fast enough.
We don't think it's possible.
All right, fuck
I mean,
it.
if they'll say no, I will say yes.
All right, Stepfire, you're on the side of effigy tonight, are you?
Yeah.
All right, I'm putting you guys all to the fire then, since you're doing this 3v1 thing. There's only 2 genders.
Absolutely, there's only 2 genders.
Absolutely, there are only 2 genders.
There's more than 2 genders.
Stepfire said that with such depression in his
So
voice.
defeated.
You can't play a character and keep the same name. You gotta change your name.
Chris, I don't want to hear no shit talking. Fucking argue with Dick something the other week, so.
Shit. Are you sure you want to do this one?
No, I'll do it.
Okay, listen, chat. And I also got an extra 20 to bump it up to 10 minutes. So chat, we are starting at 10 minutes, okay? If you guys want to add on minutes, it is 10. To add on a minute, it is 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to all 4 of you. Let's get it.
Just a quick question. Do you think that gender is just bullshit?
No.
Okay, what is its utility?
To describe it, to describe the sex.
No.
To describe the sex.
Well, then why wouldn't you just use sex?
I don't know. It's just what society developed to describe sex easier than.
Well, no, I'm asking
gender.
you. Why do
Sex.
you?
Because that's what society has adapted as a norm.
Yeah, he's
So I
up to the
take that
norm. We're
norm.
both accept the norm.
So if we have slavery, you're now a slave owner proudly.
Yes.
No, that's not the norm that society has accepted. Society
Yes.
has not accepted.
Absolutely.
I have to kill this tiger, I
Knowing
think.
what you know.
Like,
Yep.
come
Because
on.
I would be an ethical slave owner. So there.
Ethical? Wait a minute, how's that ethical?
James,
Yeah.
you're getting off the topic. Okay,
called
so
a-
yeah,
it's
there's
called
only
a
2
paradox.
genders. There's only 2 genders. There's only 2 genders because there's only 2 sexes. Gender is a
I have to kill the
Very
damn
direct.
tiger.
relation to sex. So therefore, if there's only
So
2 sexes, there's only.
all of the things that we associate with gender, all of the traits and the roles and the trappings of them, those are directly caused by their sex. So women wear dresses because they are sexually female.
No, women
Yes.
are sexist because they're women.
Yes,
So that's what I'm
James.
saying.
That's exactly. Yes, James.
So,
Like, come
exactly what he said.
on.
so it is
James, you just
causative
repeated it.
that a woman wears a dress because she's a female. Because
Yes,
of
in
a
today's
biological
society.
reality, she has to wear a dress.
Yes.
Well, tell the Scots.
Well, doesn't have to. Doesn't hold on. She doesn't
Oh,
have to wear a
There's
dress.
no group of women that don't wear dresses, and there's no group of men that do wear dresses.
No.
Like historically.
No, but two things can be true. She doesn't have to wear a dress to be considered a female or woman. Dress doesn't affect the gender.
Could it be
So
that
what
the
is
Dakota
the
culture has
utility?
Like,
chosen
generally,
to
though,
have that
dress
represent a female dress? Their way of dressing. Since we know that other cultures have men basically wearing robes or dress like them.
Right, exactly. That's why it depends on the culture you're in. But that doesn't mean just because they wear robes, they call themselves women.
So the traits that we would call gender expression or gender identity don't specifically have to be causatively linked to someone's sex, right? Say like a man doesn't have to have short hair, right? Because his hair does
in
grow,
our
right?
society, yes, it does. In the way that we run society in our culture in America, yes.
So you're saying gender is relative.
Well, hold on. Our culture is actually
No, gender-
embracing multiple genders. So
you just said it's for your culture.
Our
cultural
culture
norm is
don't
what
have
the culture
Well, actually,
is embracing.
you're wrong. I don't know if you were aware, Donald Trump said that there's like two genders, so we only recognize two genders.
But he's not the president. He's the president.
Yeah, you would agree that if it were positive,
if you
that
go
would
into
change,
restaurants,
right?
other establishments, you find that they're backwards. It is
I've
being
never
culturally
seen-
accepted.
I have never seen that.
Well, you're just a bigot, King.
Wait, does my president represent culture?
Yes.
Because they don't exist.
Because the culture voted for the president.
Quit with your rubbish tricks. Get out there!
I mean,
But if you're saying that there is no gender, then gender is a completely useless term.
It is. I completely agree.
So
we should get rid of it and
does,
just go straight with sex.
Okay, so gender could just mean anything.
No, it does not. It could not.
Why?
Because
Because
we're
if we just invented a new word to mean sex,
I'm stuck.
Then why couldn't we use that same word to mean anything else, as we have
Because
historically with
we
all
invented
sorts of
it-
words?
Because we invented it with the purpose to mean sex.
To open that
We
gate,
do
I
with
need
all
the
sorts of
tiger
words
key.
That's been changed.
You can't change the meaning because then you change the word.
I might try
Whenever
respecking.
we like say our boat's a she, like when you name like a vessel, are you saying like it has a vagina?
no, you're
Like
not.
an inanimate
No,
object? Oh no, but you said it's only sex, right? We only use gendering for sex, right?
So there is some sort of disconnect between gender and sex. So either gender means sex, which if you just demonstrated it doesn't, or it doesn't really mean anything. It's just made up. It's a social construct.
Now, we're doing gender or sex.
And that's kind of what you were arguing earlier. That it's just a social construct.
Construction of identities and roles that people put on top of sex, depending on their culture at that time. You already admitted that it can be relative to the culture. So if it can be relative, then it's not positive to their sex. So it's correlative.
Right. It's a direct correlation to their sex. Exactly.
Well, I would say it's highly correlative, sure. But if it's not positive, then they're not the same thing.
But the correlation is why we came up with the word, because of the correlation. Because that. So therefore, there are only. What would be the third gender? Name one third gender.
But gender can be measured by biology, cannot. I mean, there's an actual.
Well, gender, as we've already established, gender is just a made-up term.
Yeah, okay, so what's another gender? What's another gender?
Two-spirit.
Yeah, but what about biology?
Well, why isn't it?
Because I don't believe in spirit.
What?
What is a spiritual bullshit? Like, what is that spirit shit?
Two-spirit?
Alright, funny, Claire.
Yeah.
They're
both a man. They identify as both a man and a woman.
Well, so like a hermaphrodite.
Well, no, they're not actually hermaphrodites. They just identify as one. Are you saying hermaphrodites are
So
third
what they
sex?
identify?
What about
No, I'm not.
biology, though?
No, I was actually gonna say exactly that. That hermaphrodite isn't a third sex at all. It's a deformation of what you get.
It's not even a real thing in humans.
So gender could mean.
There's no such thing as a human hermaphrodite.
So if society accepts that there's a third gender, then there's.
I can't
But there is not a third gender.
But there's not. Based
You're
on
just
biology,
you're just
right?
making the assertion.
You're right.
Yeah,
fine.
what about
I'm making the
biology,
assertion.
though? Isn't it?
I'm making the
Oh,
assertion.
well then there.
I don't know what to do.
But I'm making the assertion. I'm making the assertion.
I don't know if I should
Although back to
respect.
James, those of us who agree that there's a separation don't have any problem like talking about the biological aspect. We accept all that. It's just that the two are separate. So
They're telling me to get that
biological
staff.
reality, and then they have their gender identity, gender
So
expression of
fine,
reality.
fine. Okay, let's see. So then what you're saying then, effigy, is then a man can then say that, or I'm sorry, a male can then say, well, now I'm a woman, right?
Yeah, I could literally
Hold on.
identify as a woman.
Yeah, if they
What you
identify
said-
as a woman, sure.
Okay, and that makes them a woman?
In the sense of gender, sure, not in the sense of being a female.
Yeah, gender's just a
Right.
social construct.
So
Woman
wait a
is
minute.
Gender is...
there's- Wait.
So,
So
well,
wait a
hang on,
minute.
let's get past
That's
this point. You
how do
agree
they- how
that
do they-
you
so-
hang on
so
really quick,
hold on.
Blackout. You agree
So
that one
how-
word can have
how
more
do
than
they-
one meaning, right? If I say the word bat to you, it doesn't specifically mean a small flying mammal. It could also mean
Right, fine.
a stick for hitting a baseball, right? So
Correct,
the word
correct,
woman
yes,
can have
but-
different contexts, right?
But where's
It
the
doesn't just have to
correlation?
mean the one
Where's
thing.
the correlation? Where's the correlation to sex? You said there's a very close correlation with sex and gender. So if you remove
It's
that,
highly correlative.
then what's the
Because
correlation
there
of
are
man?
like normative
versus
behaviors
societal
in certain
expectation.
societies. Yeah,
The societal
kinds of things.
expectation that is usually
What's
placed
the
on
correlation?
genders.
How can a man identify as a woman if he is not female at all? How can he correlate to a female sex?
I mean, are you asking us like how transgender people exist, or how like the identity
I'm
exists?
not gonna say.
Like you,
I'm asking
you,
how do they-
you understand the
it's a direct-
basics though, right? Like if you put on the trappings and the traits and the roles of a woman identity, then that's your gender identity, right? So
So they play dress up. Okay. So dress up
if
is what.
I mean, if you want to be
decides your-
reductive, sure, yeah.
So the
Just like
dress
you
up
play dress up
decides
as a
gender?
man.
Aren't
though.
you just playing dress up?
Aren't you
fine,
playing
but
dress
you
up?
say-
Don't you like
No, I'm not.
make sure people see that you have a beard or shave your beard a certain way, or don't you wear certain kind of clothes so that people don't think you're a girl, right? Because
mean,
you have
not
a
really.
gender identity set in your head
Or
too.
whatever.
King's got Spanx. I know it.
I mean,
What about biology though? So is biology
Like
sex
this is,
or
I mean,
is it
it's not
gender?
something that heterosexual people don't do either, right? Or normal, like heteronormative people, like
No,
you agree,
absolutely,
right?
yeah.
We need to
So,
do
like,
more
the nuts
resolute
on your
strikes.
truck is an expression of your gender identity, right?
But would you
I-
say
I know
biology, sex, or gender?
It really is. But it's still an expression of your gender identity. It's an expression of heterosexuality, right? A heterosexual male expression.
But would you say biology,
Okay,
sex, or
okay.
gender?
So what about okay? So then
James, how hard
then
can
if
you try
I
to look straight?
so then if I just also so
Said,
then
how
I
hard
could
can you
all
try to look straight?
just all of a sudden do I have to play dress up? Do I have to wear dresses? Do I have to put makeup on to identify as a woman?
That still doesn't answer my question.
No, there are people who are
Okay, so then, right, okay.
They
Then
feel
let's
close
back.
to one gender, not that they don't feel like expressing it. They don't
Right,
feel
but
like
that's
they're
not
giving
binary.
it an expression.
I asked specifically when a man says he is a woman, but he doesn't play the dress up, he doesn't put the makeup on, he does absolutely nothing but other than identify.
Then his gender, his gender is not that of a woman.
Well, no, I mean, you're always expressing something. Like, everyone is expressing their gender identity right now. Whether you're straight or
I'll let it get to
whatever.
11 minutes, see if we have a similar
I know.
joke.
But what I'm saying is, if he doesn't do all the societal norms and just says that I am a woman,
Come back to it.
For sure, that can happen blackout. I mean, don't you agree that there could be transgender people who don't choose to do any of the things that help them express themselves, and they just choose to live in the trappings of
right? But then I would
of, like,
say
normalcy?
then they're not changing their gender even by your amendment.
Well,
But
me
it's
and
kind of
Effigy
like brain
got
states,
hot
right?
every
Like,
Well, they can't change the fact that whether they're a man or female. They are what they are. Biology is determined.
yeah, no, well, that's the thing. No one's arguing that, and to keep bringing it up like somebody is just to miss the point entirely. No
Yeah,
one's
but
arguing that
wouldn't
gender
the
identity
man,
is
wouldn't
biology.
gender be determined by biology though? Or
James,
is
were you even
it
in
by biology?
It's arguing whether or not that's expressed.
I'm pretty sure I heard James.
Positive
I
or
swear I heard James say be back in a second, like 2 minutes before it.
No, I did not. I don't know where you got that. I was wondering where that comment.
See, he leaves the chat instead of debating. You see that?
Just, I'd like to thank Stepfire for walking the plank with me on this one. It's like he's got a feeling.
No, we fucking killed it, dude. What are you talking about?
I know we killed it. But
I
just
can't
all
lie.
the time,
I
it's
was
so
like,
long.
shit. Empire over here fucking sounded like a really
Just here at Stepfire have to start off the debate by admitting it is good enough for me. It really is. That's a win in my book.
Listen.
What's up, me,
I am
myself, and I?
putting
Even with the defeated
in-
tone, that's a win in my book.
I'm putting the poll into the chat. right now, everybody. So listen, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for James Life Talks on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Animated Effigy on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Stepfire on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for King Blackout on the poll. Everybody get your votes
Two
in
genders, chat. Two genders.
right
Two
now.
genders. Two genders, yeah.
So with them,
Never,
Just
never
got
will
2
there be a
minutes.
third.
Avatar of the Red Skull.
I genuinely have a question, right?
was for step they don't hire.
It's a genuine question. Right? So when people want to change their sex, and say like a male wants to change a female, right? Why is it
You can't change your sex.
They can try
Why
as much
do you
as they can, but
try that they're trying to bring the sex in? So if a man,
Oh, that's not true. Have you seen some
why
of the
do you
freak
always
sounds?
try to aggress?
That's not true at all. Some people don't. I've seen ladies with female or female. They don't.
Fuck on, bro. Like androgynous motherfuckers? Yeah, dude.
well, I mean,
I've seen ladies
the
with
answer,
fucking
Bricky,
mustaches.
the answer is dysmorphia, Bricky.
Have
Like
you
some
been
people.
kissing them ones with mustaches on, Chris? Is that what you've been doing?
I would never kiss your nan, bro. Come on, what are you talking about?
I mean,
Well,
to
you
put it
couldn't,
succinctly,
that-
briefly,
you- you'd be
some
done for-
some
you'd be done for
transgender people,
necrophilia
to make
if you
themselves
did.
feel better, have
I don't know how to kill this
go
guy, dude.
after the body that will match their
Sucks.
brain, so that they can live in peace. That's basically why some of them do it.
I have no problem with them living in peace, right? As long as I don't have to affirm it.
What is the meaningful distinction between sex and gender?
I don't have to
That-
affirm it, right?
that
Okay, just like
justifies
if you go to a doctor,
word
right? If you
gender.
go to a doctor when you're skinny and anorexic, right, and ask for liposuction, shouldn't give you
Well,
it.
The better
Right,
question
gender
is,
is
an
like
analogous
roles,
word.
behaviors, expressions, identities. It's things that are
But it
not
shouldn't though.
the physical reality, right?
No, the word was just an analogous word.
So it just means sex. So the word is completely useless, gender.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid.
It could mean anything.
Well, I think y'all aren't even approaching like the spirit of the argument here, and I think if I can understand what you're saying, I'll say, oh man, what you're identifying there as G. Like the gender concept is much like
I'm
-100
getting
to 0 to
frustrated.
+100 spectrum.
I'm out unless
where
somebody
male
revives me.
Sex is on one
We have
side of it,
$25
female
towards
sex
the
is on
revive.
other side of it, and gender that people identify as is somewhere in between there in some kind of amalgam. Would I be correct in that, Effigy?
I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, and there's high correlations toward the ends of the spectrums. Yeah.
It's,
Right.
See, that was
Well, I
weird.
mean, I think
can't kill this
understand
guy.
what it is that he's saying, and I wouldn't even necessarily say that like the idea of gender and this social construction is something that's false in itself, because all through history we've seen men that were a little more feminine and women that were a little more tomboyish and things like this. So I mean, I think it's something that we just haven't approached with an identity. But I do think it's gotten a little out of hand nowadays. I think people making that their whole identity is a little crazy.
All right, real quick. Chat has got their votes locked in. We got 40 votes. Not too bad, chat. I mean, could do better, but not too bad. All right, 40 votes, and the winner at the top of the four-way battle with 37% of the votes was King Blackout.
Let's fucking
And
go.
coming in second place with 34% of the votes is James Life Talk. And then followed by Animated Effigy with 20 and Stepfire with 7. We're gonna start here. Stepfire. Bigots. Such a bigot. Stepfire. Tell everybody where we can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
I love being wrong, guys. So, you can find me and Fredo on the narrative, or at the narrative on YouTube. there, so check us out. And I'll see you all next time.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. And if they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And until next time, my friend. Another soul added to the safe of souls. That's how it goes. Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And animated effigy. Tell everybody in the chat where we can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot. It's $150 prize.
To bring me back because I keep not losing.
Monkey brain.
No, Effigy, no. Oh yeah, it's true. It's true. I expected little and I was still disappointed. Do better, guys.
I'm not even
Good night,
getting
guys.
close
Thanks for
on
having me.
here.
Good night.
Hey, always a pleasure having you.
I'm
I
stopped.
bring you back again. You're more than welcome. And until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. That's how it goes. On Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
By the way, our Muslim friend is
Who cares, James?
Nobody cares, James.
We're on fair.
James is always in the chat when he's on.
I know. But the worst part
What
is,
did he just say that my Muslim?
What's wrong
I
with
can't help but see the guy in the chat because I'm waiting on Tfiff to get done.
shit. Okay, we do have two more to bring up, but it looks like we have a request in the chat. Looks like we have a 1v1 request.
boss
Okay, let's get everyone into the back here.
Good luck, Jen.
Good luck, guys.
And now, let's do it like this first. Let's figure out a topic first. Did you see any of the topics from Okay. Yeah. Here, I'll make sure I do this for you, Kieran, before I keep going here, so that I don't forget about it.
There's something I need to get.
All right. So, and then we also had John said John's for the win. True.
I don't know. There's something else I can.
Okay, let me see here.
Famous verse, John 3:14. So John 4:3:14.
John 3:16.
All right, so. All right, let me look at the topics for tonight and see if maybe.
Aldi, why you make this fight easy?
Okay, what do you think about scientific facts are absolute?
Work with your rubbish trick. I would say.
Here, we can try a different one. Hold up. Let's what about Okay, how about this? I brought this one up a lot tonight. Let's see where you are. Is animal experimentation necessary for scientific research? Okay, I'll go on the opposite side. Alright, so chat. That was a, let me make it real quick too. That was a 40, right? Yeah, okay, so we are starting at 5 minutes. Alright. Let me get the right ticker going across the bottom so I'm going to be a part of it, so sometimes I don't get to it. Alright. So, we're going to 5 minutes chat. Alright. It is, I'm facing 2, as you hear in the background. But we're going to 5 minutes chat, okay? If you guys want to add on a minute, okay? Oh, well, look at that. We're going to 6 minutes chat. If you guys want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on a minute. It is 60 if you want a solo judge. If you don't get a solo judge, we will go to the chat poll, and the loser of the chat poll will lose their soul.
I don't know how to. I don't. I don't know how to kill this. Hey, thank you, Abe. I can't kill this boss. There should be credits if you pay for somebody's revive fund and they don't get revived.
All right, let's get right into it. So, since you're on the positive, I'll let you start off.
Yeah, so with most cases, whether it is toxicity, days, radiation, need to use animal in multiple ways like this. The gold mining property.
Okay, so, but like what you like, so the thing is, when you say something like it's necessary for scientific research, you're saying that it's like it's required, it's essential. Like, but the problem is there's a huge difference. There's obviously an inherent difference between humans and animals, and there's obviously a bunch of different like alternative methods that we could use for scientific research. A lot of the times these animal models, they just fail because they're not accurately mimicking humans. Like the closest things we have is like the mice, and they still fail all the time.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, well, the efficacy of case isn't, I mean, case can fail even on you. Work with your rubbish. It's still to get the closest area that we can to avoid as much physical human testing. So you first have to make sure shit's safe and then you do test
Yeah, but the thing is, but do you agree that when you're saying that it's better to do it this way, it's not necessary though, right?
No, I would say it's necessary, especially with certain compounds or research of radiation. Even later stage, using psychological case, psychology, that from Microsoft, which has science, it might might as well have them test that shit on mice. That's also one of the
Fuck,
things
dude.
you've got to use insects because their lifespans are closer to humans. Some tests will never be as effective.
I'm just gonna highlight you started that by saying, yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessary, and the prompt was, is it necessary for scientific research? So I guess I win.
I mean,
unless you want to take that back.
no, well, yeah, no, I mean, I might have misspoke. Well, I would say the thing is, it would be necessary in cases that animal testing is required, right? If we're testing medication that's already verified, then in those instances, yes, it won't be, but that doesn't mean in all cases it's not a necessity. So one can be true, but it's not of everything. I mean, we're not going to test out how well jet engines work by lighting a mouse's ass on fire, you know?
Right, but like the things we do use animals for, we still have alternative resources and methods to do these same the same scientific research, and we're not you know, killing animals in the process, and we're not using a failing method where, like, sometimes these drugs will show some like promising results in animals when they're doing these studies on drugs, and then they do it in humans and it completely fucking fails, right? So this is just extensive.
Let's try it with a new
time and
staff.
money and resources that it's just, it's wasted, right? And it's not necessary when we have other methods.
Yeah, but I mean, everything from cloning, growing organs. So easy. How about this though? The thing is, how would you, without testing on animals, figure out how to regrow limbs and study some of the things that are required for medical advancement?
Using like cultured cells and tissues. That's how they would do that. And it's a more controlled and accurate way to study the biological process. Yeah.
But if you're studying an animal's genetic capacity to reproduce organs, you would require the animals.
Well, yeah, for like if we need to study things that are human-based research, we would use humans. Yeah, I would just say first off, we'd definitely be able to like pay humans to do it. We'd just pay or have people volunteer to do it as well. I'm sure we'd be able to find this. We find people to do the most stupid, fucked up shit. Getting them to volunteer for tests, no problem.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that they're finding is blood has massive. Because to study what the components are that make that interaction possible, you need the blood sample. Require that animal to do this.
Dude, that move right there kills you in one hit.
There is no other way than actually
The staff is doing a lot more damage.
right. Same thing with night vision, these things that change color spectrums. We need to study it from where we see a possibility of this thing occurring in nature. There's no way around that.
So you're saying we need the animal to be able to study what the animal does?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is but it's not necessary for all scientific research besides studying animals?
Yeah, but I mean the strength of a foundation for a building, we don't need to test that on animals. Quick with your rubbish tricks, right? So it would be things where animal testing would be applicable. It's like, you know, with space. We couldn't send a human into space, so we sent monkeys into space. I would say in that reason, yeah, we should use fucking animals.
No, I think we should have sent humans.
Why would just murder humans?
No, I didn't say murder humans.
Dogs and the chimps died.
Well, yeah, that's sad. Yeah, but we could have sent humans, which means the animals are not necessary. Necessary means it's essential, there's no other way. Like, it's required to be achieved, but we can do it with humans. It can still be achieved with humans.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
Fuck.
Serious use with humans, but optimal would be to not endanger humans. Take that. The regrowing of limbs and these things that animals do to study. We require them to use that on how else would we know the mechanism in the biology?
So what about cosmetics and shit like that? You know, when they test them on animals. Do you agree with that?
Who are you asking, Brick? Me, obviously not.
So for cosmetics, the thing is, the problem with that is most
There's
of
no
those
monkey that's gonna wear lipstick ever again in life. Like, why are you testing it on animals? Why would you test it on
Because Bricky, would you rather have a bunch of humans run around with cancer on their face?
No, it's not even that. It's not even that. So it's a pragmatic thing, right? It's a pragmatic thing. Humans have different laws.
When you put it like that,
No, it isn't even because.
Yeah, you
of
take
law.
all the you take the non-violent criminals that are doing time, and you offer them time off of their bid to fucking do tests. Boom.
The whole reason why using animals as test subjects was approved was because the FDA understood that the drug industry could not get enough human test subjects to volunteer for the test.
And plus the animals can't see
No, but see, the thing is, it's
Yeah,
more
lack
of a
of consent of the animal. Yep. You guys.
No, it's more pragmatic thing, right? There's different laws for humans. There's different laws for humans.
There's actually
pragmatic thing. You just don't want to get sued. So if I have a
Fuck!
I don't want to get sued, so I'd rather just test it on
Ah, that was the one.
This is against a lot of murder puppies.
Well, why can't you just simply get humans to volunteer for
I'd never played I played Dark Souls 3 and I suck at it.
Same law for a human for a dog. Relax, y'all. We got some same rules.
Some say,
Not just get humans to volunteer though. When
The
they're-
staff does make it better.
Oh fuck! It did it to me again. This is fucking stupid. All right, let me write this in again. Hold on.
The reason they don't, James, is because they'll never get enough human test subjects to volunteer for all the different drug tests that they do.
I volunteer for all of them.
It's not going to be the fun.
Some of them would disqualify you from others.
All right, real quick, chat. Here we go. Listen, I'm putting the poll in right now. Okay, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Chris Lestrange on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Speakeasy on the poll. Listen, get your votes in right now, chat. I'm starting this timer up, and you got 2 minutes.
I don't know who Speakeasy is.
Well, if they don't know who Speakeasy is, then why are they here?
They're the first ones that should be tested on. That's how we choose which humans to test on, the ones that don't know who Speakeasy is.
Has somebody sent them a link, maybe? Maybe somebody sent their buddy a link and was like, hey dude, you ought to check out this debate channel.
Yeah, but then that's what they were trying to do based on
I agree.
James, no, that's not true, James.
Fuck,
Just
dude, that
came into
fucking
the
move.
show just now, like 2 seconds ago.
That move
right
is
as that debate
broken.
ends. How would they know who Speakeasy is?
True.
That move is broken, and it broke the game.
Hey, be honest, James. When you're looking at new videos that are in your feed, do you like look at who's the channel I'm watching? No, you just click on the video.
Wait a minute. The scenario was Cleaner said a friend told him about the channel. So
No,
that
I
was the
said
scenario.
one hypothetical scenario.
So based on that hypothetical scenario, wouldn't the friend tell them about who the channel owner is?
Yeah, but you should have knew that was
Into my hypothetical.
James,
My hypothetical was one guy said, hey buddy, check out this channel. I know you like debates, it's pretty cool. And send
Okay,
him a
even in
fucking
that
link.
scenario, would you not tell the person?
Why did I not dodge the second time?
Right, yeah, James,
Not necessarily.
I even tell people.
Hold on, James, you tell James, right? You would tell them, James. You would tell them Speaky's the owner of the channel. But if you've never been to the channel and you come up,
the channel is called fucking. The channel is called
I tell them
Speakeasy.
what the channel's about when I promote Speakeasy.
Right, James. But James, you didn't hear me. When they come onto a panel or a show and there's 8 people on panel, how do they know who Speakeasy is when we all have different names?
Vote, people.
Oh, Speakeasy has Speakeasy.
There you
Right
go.
there at the bottom.
Right, but
And plus he put it out there, supporting Speakeasy.
All right, that is 2 minutes on the poll. That is, hold up, that is 2 minutes on the poll. Super close, 37 votes. Couldn't get a little better, chat. Couldn't get a little better.
Dude, that fucking attack is retarded.
Tell them that they like Furbies.
Well, that's my money's worth tonight.
Everyone,
That's my
yeah, I
money's worth
forgot to
tonight.
tell
I
you,
got
if you
2
don't
debates
vote,
out of him.
if you
You don't know
vote,
where
you
he is
probably
on the
like
screen.
furries, just saying.
And he
Damn, chat.
But
How many
37
of them
votes
like furries?
and 51% said the winner of the 1v1 is yours truly, Chris Lestrange. Tell everybody in the chat where we can find you and why they gotta bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
Yo, what's up, Chad? What's up, everybody? Thanks, Speakeasy. Thank you for having me as always, panel. It's always been fucking kick-ass. If you guys want, my brain's only starting to work properly now. Apologies for that. Had a bit of a fucking oopsie-daisy in that debate, but hey, it's all good. I'm gonna be Sunday night. I'm gonna be with Stepfire and Frida on the narrative. Monday, I'm on the Incredulous couch with fucking Shiva. Yeah, you go first. I'll see you guys around. Have a good evening.
Where's Puffy? Where's Puffy?
Let's fucking go.
Puffy's on holiday. Thank you guys. Have a good one.
Hey,
I'll be
it's
back. I'll come
always-
debate some more.
It's always a pleasure having you, and yeah, if they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend. Another soul added to the safe of souls.
Gee, that was close
And
as well.
that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And hey, everyone who's saying in the chat that I lost, I'd like to ask you guys if you guys know what necessary means. Okay? I don't know if you know what fucking necessary means.
You sound like you're
But let me explain it to you. Okay, necessary means it's required. Required. If you're saying we can't do scientific research without animals, you're lying.
Yeah, you literally can. The whole reason, like I said, the whole reason that they use animals is because the drug companies, the big pharma companies, lobbied the FDA to get laws approved so that they could use animals because they couldn't get enough human volunteers.
They call me Puffy. I like to dance. I throw good parties for all my friends. Some of them are young, some of them are drugged, some of them are buried in my yard in holes I dug. The FBI now is on the way. Chris Hansen says have a say. They took my Bronco and my ghetto van, and I'll be done locked up for a long time. They took all my baby, 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 oh my baby, 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 oh my baby, 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 oh.
Dude, Johnson & Johnson has got to be dropping after that shit.
I'll be honest with you, boys. How much would you give to get a full
Nothing. I don't want one.
You wouldn't want one just to see what it's doing.
All right, we got two more people to bring up to the stage. Oh wait, there's King. I wonder what happened.
I'm mobile. Sorry, guys.
That's right, War Pig. The optimal option, yes, of course. Using the animals over human beings is the optimal option. Necessary? You see? And I could have took both sides of that, but I knew what I was doing, motherfucker. Y'all thought I lost. You all lost. How about that?
Fuck! I had it.
BB, I'm just kidding.
I almost had him.
If
I
you
almost
haven't
had
got
him.
power to do that, chat can do that, though.
Any counting the deaths? We're pretty high up there.
Elder Lion.
We're pretty high up the counting the death scale.
Welcome, Elder.
And old mate Kieran.
Oh my god.
Welcome
Fucking Spurs.
Hey, Kieran.
Oh, shit, shall we go?
I thought Menara was back there too, but I
He
guess
was back there, but he left. I don't know. He couldn't handle waiting. He was. I seen him. He kept yelling He kept yelling and waving his arms at the camera and shit. It was kind of funny, but I was like, dude, you gotta wait like everyone else. That's how it goes. That's why I tell everybody get here early.
He was in chat.
I tried telling him that in the fucking private chat.
He was in.
I tell everyone all the time, get in early, because if you don't, you'll be one of the people that wait till the end, or like Elder Lion and Kieran, they got here just after the time, well, not just after, but yeah, after the time to be eligible for the final prize. So I tell you guys, in here.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm not here for the prize. I'm not here for the prize. I just think that last so to speak, I think that last time.
people. I ain't here for no
Oh,
prize.
shit, he came to come at me, did he?
No. I just want to say, like, seriously, just want to say, I think that last prompt about the animal testing was kind of a bad prompt because it's almost circular. If you say, is animal testing necessary for science, you've kind of got to define what necessary means. So, if you, what's necessary?
No
I missed it.
Kieran. That was literally.
Kieran, you must have been in the StreamYard link and not listening to the link of that link.
Yeah, Chris, I got off the phone to your mum. Can you tell her to stop fucking calling me?
Yeah, I'm telling you, you're calling my mum from the internet, right? Okay, you can do that, right? You put
Stop, listen, bro, stop.
I can beat him.
I don't know how many deaths we're at. It's pretty high, but I can beat him.
I've got it. I've got the feeling now that I can beat him. I feel like I should have done other stuff. I'm a little underpowered here.
That's Kieran's mate and call to my mother.
Oh,
right.
But that's all right.
There's no such thing as aliens.
I
Bro.
love
But
being the
seriously,
underdog.
Stop feeding your mum donuts, man. She's getting close to diabetes.
What are you talking about? Yes, there are. I see them crossing the border all the time.
Ooh.
Listen. Those aren't aliens, as in.
I want to listen to hip hop. That had Jay Sean, right? Or Big Sean. This song's pretty good.
Drake about the G.
I like this song. It's edited.
Making it rich, rich, rich. I like you deep dish and when it goes squish, squish, squish. Call it 666, demon time, tick, tick, tick. Barrel to your temple like a pimple, then it goes zip, 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 boom, at the I don't smoke gasoline, you know Vaseline. I like my own tangerine, take over half fiends. I got that crystal caffeine, I empty the whole magazine. Everybody woke, I say I dream. Got it out the mud, it came clean. I can't trust the love, I ain't green. I just cut them all like gangrene. It's the art of war, I'm painting. I'm a superstar from 18. No matter who you are, you ain't me. Walking like a target on my feet. Taking a heart just for the beat. Shit, the Drake and pop the G-Lock. He run up in the hip-hop. Yeah, I rap before this hip-hop. I'm acting, boy, don't G-drop. Niggas know they walk with flip-flops. Hey, rapping G's, they get shot. From the slum straight to the tip-top. It's on me, beat, don't get popped. Feel like 50, all in one swap. Ran off the plug, got too hot. We had home, the balls in two spots. Put off Corvette, the roof shot. Down the shine and smoking moon rock. The life I feel like Tupac. In LA, we ride with Tupac. Start rapping, bitch, got too hot. Godzilla, nigga, chillin' nigga. Laughing to the bank like Jada Franklin, been still a nigga. In a villa, nigga. Getting hit like a pillar, nigga. Bitches all over me and X like Twitter, nigga. A heavy hitter, nigga. Sinner, nigga. Devil in a nigga. Smoke got me choking like Reggie Miller, nigga. Gon' ride in nigga like that 18-wheeler, nigga. She vanilla, nigga. Oh, the killer, she Brazilian, nigga. I ain't never scared. Keep a chopper on me like a helipad. These niggas teddy grams, nigga, teddy bears. Keep them with my
Fuck no! I had him. Ah! I had him.
I'm active, boy, don't get dropped. Niggas know they walk with flip-flops. Hey, rats and cheese, they get chopped. From the slum straight to the tip-top. It's on me, bitch, don't get popped. Sit like 50, all in one swap. Ran off the plug, got too hot. We had hoes and bows in two spots. Pulled off her bed.
This is the hit. This is the best song on the album. Big Sean. This is not Big Sean. This is Jay.
Low down nigga like Keenan Wayne, slam on nigga like Shaq and Paint. I'ma shoot this bitch, ain't had to think. Nino in the Carter, too many pounds was the order. With my wicks out like a Florida nigga. When the Drake call, hook guard with you on the state call with my dog nigga. Got a life sentence, not a life sentence. Bro just came home, picked the pen up, then he taught me how to make a drink with it. Only seeing green with this night vision. Got a black truck full of white bitches, and they like that excitement. If they act up, we good night on sight. Well, I right, get it. Got some young boys that don't do shit, but they shoot shit like Spike did it. You fuck around with the right nigga. Drake about the G-Lock. He run up in and get hot. Yeah, I rap before this hip-hop. I'm active, boy, don't get dropped. Niggas know they walk with flip-flops. Hey, rats and cheese, they get chopped. From the slum to the tip-top. It's on me, bitch, don't get popped. Sit like 50, all in one swap. Ran off the plug, got too hot. We had hoes and bows in two spots. Pulled off her bed, the roof shot. Down the shine and smoking moon rock. Feel like I feel like Tupac. In LA, we ride with Tupac. Start rapping, bitch, got too hot.
Hello to needle-free Neffy,
Oh, shit.
the only epinephrine nasal spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis, that's designed to be fast, powerful, safe, small, and easy. So you can say hello dining out, goodbye missing out, hello celebration, goodbye hesitation, hello freshman year, goodbye needle fear. Use it for signs of allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use Neffy. If you have medical conditions or take certain medicines, your
Fuck,
condition
that
may
was a waste.
Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, thyroid, or kidney issues, high blood pressure, Parkinson's, diabetes, if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, and all medications. Side effects include nasal discomfort, headache, runny nose, shakiness, and throat irritation. These are not all side
Fuck, that was a bad.
Say hello to your doctor
That was
and
a bad.
ask about needle-free Neffy.
That's not the one. How many deaths are we at? How many deaths are we at? It's gonna be a lot.
Maybe I'm foolish, maybe I'm blind, thinking I can see through this and see what's behind. Got no way to prove it.
I don't think anybody's paid for me to come back. Don't count them, just push. Yeah, that's what it's gonna come down to. This song is real. This is the one with Big Sean. It's called Sharks. It's got Jelly Roll. I like this song. Sharks ain't always in the water. And God ain't always at the altar. That was a crazy opening. Crazy opening. I ripped half his health away. Put you in the ground agriculture, nigga. Sharks ain't always in the water.
Fucking institution, I know what I'm doing. 10 steps ahead, Shikari, how I'm moving. Jesus had Judas, Caesar had Brutus. Always so applied, gotta beat him to it.
Come on.
First you gotta do it, to do it again and find another way to do it. Suck a dick and die and eat shit. I'm going C4, I need C6. Got a crash spot on some P shit. Got a stash spot where the seat lift. Get my hands dirty, keep a clean fit. Turn my ups and downs in the ski. Trips like a nice wheels on some D shit. Look, I'm everything you couldn't be, bitch. Jesus, peace, stone, crucifixion, going Bobby Brown. I'm a new addiction and I'm getting off like the proof is missing in my worst traders. And I'm too forgiving cause I always listen when I shouldn't have listened. Even though y'all never made the city proud. You ain't never had your family down, feeling stuck, and you the one that had to stick it out. But like that bank account, it's all figured out. Miss my niggas so much, almost digged them out. All my exes miss me cause they missing out. I'm finna pop my shit until I fizzle out. New enemies is old friends, seen jealousy from both ends. When I open up, it came with open hands. So you wonder why I'm closed.
Sharks ain't always in the water. Snakes ain't always in the grass. Sharks ain't always in the water.
Guess I gotta move the needle since you didn't do it. Glock under pillow on some institution. Fuck an institution. I know what I'm doing. 10 steps ahead, Shakari, how I'm moving. Jesus had Judas, Caesar had Brutus. Always someone plotting, gotta beat him to it. Key to do this shit is first you gotta do it, then do it again and find another way to do it.
Key to do this shit, you always gotta do it. Find another way to do it. Hold on, what'd he say?
Doing 10 steps ahead, Shakari, how I'm moving. Jesus had Judas, Caesar had Brutus. Always someone plotting, gotta.
Jesus had Judas. Seasons had Buddhist.
Doing 10 steps ahead, Shakari, how I'm moving. Jesus had Judas, Caesar had Brutus. Always someone.
Jesus had Judas. Something had Buddhists.
Plotting, gotta beat him to it. Key to do this shit is first you gotta do it, then do it again and find another way to do it.
Key to do this shit, you always gotta do it, then find another way to do this shit and keep on doing it.
Plotting, gotta beat him to it. Key to do this shit is first you gotta do it, then do it again and find another way to do it.
Key to do this shit, you always. Key to do this shit, you gotta do this shit and then find another way to do this shit and keep on doing this shit.
Someone plotting, gotta beat him to it. Key to do this shit is first you gotta do it, then do it again.
Key to do this shit is first you gotta do it, then find another way to do it and keep on doing it.
Find another way to do it.
Find another way to do it.
Shit, I'm going C4, I mean C6. Got a crash spot on some P
Going
shit.
C5, no C6.
Lift, get my hands dirty, keep a clean fit. Turn my ups and downs into ski trips. Rockin' nice woods on some D shit. Look, I'm everything you couldn't be, bitch. Jesus, peace, stone, crucifixion, going Bobby Brown. I'm a new addiction and I'm getting off like the proof is missing. And my worst traitors and I'm too forgiving. Cause I always listen when I shouldn't have listened. Even though y'all never made the city proud. You ain't never had your family down, feeling stuck. And you the one that had to stick it out. But like their bank accounts, it's all figured out. Miss my niggas so much, almost digged them out. All my exes miss me cause they missing out. I'm finna pop my shit until I fizzle out. New enemies is old friends. Seen jealousy, envy from both ends. When I open up, it came with open hands. So you wonder why the fuck I'm closed in.
Snakes ain't always in the ground.
This is like one of the only bangers on the album, so I want to listen to it from the beginning again.
Snakes ain't always in the ground. Sharks ain't always in the water. Thieves ain't always in the night. God ain't always at the altar. I learned to live with one eye open. Taste getting better a couple times. That snakes ain't always in the ground. Destiny's right there. Sharks ain't always in the water. Snakes don't just slither. Sweet comes before bitter. Saints versus the sinners.
It comes for good.
I just roll up my sleeves, roll up my weed, roll up the windows. Everybody got hidden agenda. They got kids not getting agenda. If niggas got chicken, they tender like Chick-fil-A on nutrition day. Watch Weezy walk on water, turn the shark in the water to fish fillet. Don't forget to spray, don't forget your bitch. Play pickleball with my dick today. Pockets heavy, I got bricks to lay. Tell them eat your heart out and lick the plate. Can't trust nobody. Where was everybody at when I was just nobody? Just a menace to society. Pockets itching like psoriasis. Thieves in the night move cool like the breeze in the night.
He said, can't trust nobody. Where was everybody at when I was just nobody? Facts.
Where was everybody at when I was just nobody? Hard out and race, play pickleball with my dick today. Pockets heavy, I got bricks to lay. Tell them eat your heart out and lick the plate. Can't trust nobody. Where was everybody at when I was just nobody? Just a menace to society. Pockets itching like psoriasis. Thieves in the night move cool like the breeze in the night. Fiends for the pipe speed at the light and scream for the Christ Lord. God ain't always at the altar, nigga. Cross your heart before departure, nigga. These bullets gon' catapult you, nigga. Put you in the ground agriculture, nigga. Always stone like a
Put you in the ground agriculture, nigga.
stepping over every cobra. I ain't gon' hold ya, I jelly roll you.
Snakes ain't always in the grass. Sharks ain't always in the water. Thieves ain't always in the pit. God ain't always at the altar.
Guess I gotta move the needle since you back under pillow. Some institution, fucking institution. I know what I'm doing. 10 steps ahead, Shikari, how I'm moving. Jesus had Judas, Jesus had Buddhas. Always someone plotting, gotta beat him to it. Key to do this shit is first you gotta do it. To do it again and find another way to do it. Suck a dick or die and eat shit. I'm going C4, I mean C6. Got a crash spot on some P shit. Got a stash spot where the seat live. Get my hands dirty, keep it clean fit. Show my ups and downs in the ski and trips like a nice wheels on some D shit. Look, I'm everything you could be, bitch. Jesus, please, stone crucifixion, going Bobby Brown. I'm a new addiction and I'm getting off like the proof is missing in my worst traitors. And I'm too forgiving cause I always listen when I shouldn't have listened. Even though y'all never made the city proud. You ain't never had your family down, feeling stuck, and you the one that had to stick it out. But like their bank accounts, it's all figured out. Miss my niggas so much, almost took them out. All my exes miss me cause they missing out. I'm finna pop my shit until I fizzle out. New enemies is old friends, seen jealousy, envy from both ends. When I opened up, it came with open hands. So you wonder why the fuck I'm closing. Snakes ain't always in the ground. Sharks ain't always in the water. Thieves ain't always in
I need to do cloud stuff there. I'm about to play Dying Light. I'm getting kind of irritated. Like, I'm about to play Dying Light and see if there's a way I need to respec my skill tree to kill this guy. I've gotten pretty close, but, like, I haven't even got him to the bottom fifth of help. Trial and tribulation. Yeah, but no, I think I'm supposed to be leveled up. I'm supposed to be stronger at this point. You should fight the arena monster before this guy, I thought. Maybe not. I've heard many people say this is like a checkpoint. This is like a get good or stop playing the game point is this fight. Sometimes take a break and come back. It's so true. So true. When I play Mario, when there's a Mario level that I'm like stuck on and I'm getting a headache and it's like, oh my God, I can't do this. The next time I go back, boom, you murk it. But definitely not powerful enough. I do think I need to be a little stronger. Cause like, I may be able to just respec my tree, and if I like if I did everything right and I got bonuses from syncing everything up right, but I don't know how to do all that. So I've just been sinking points into stuff. There may be better decisions I can make on the skill tree to where I could mop the floor with this guy. We got the better staff. I feel like I've been doing better since I got the better staff and I changed my armor. There could be some spells instead of using the headbutt guy, but everybody's saying use the headbutt guy. You have to, because he increases your defense inherently. You need to keep the white rot or whatever, that big baby headbutt guy. We need to keep that on. Just need to make sure we hit with it. There's stuff I could use that can make my mana restore faster so I could do more of those attacks. So there's ways. I don't feel like it's unfair, like I can't beat it right now. It's just we got to go back to the drawing board, and I don't feel like doing that right now. So we might play some Dying Light. Let's check in on... because we're stuck, and we could do this in the background and keep trying to kill this guy, but for the Let's Plays, I'm trying to kill the guy. We've gotten close, but we're not even that close. Like, we're not that close. want to play some Dying Light too, but let's see what's going on with Verbal Combat. I guess I didn't get a revive. I gotta pee. $35. Come on. Charity. Oh, we went over. Let's fucking go. Don't do it. We went overboard. Let's go. The grift is real. Ha ha ha. Be a lot of dead air. Damn. James added to my revive fund. Damn. What? I got muted. What? Oh. Are we for real? This is Am I allowed to talk? The chair is speaking through me. James, as the chair, as the chair, I must say, blue is the better color. What the fuck? It's a violent ass chair. Don't speak, stop talking. I'm gonna say me shut up. So you know red is commie color, James. Blue, when you have a boy and a girl, what do you say? You say blue is for boys and pink is for girls. Pink is a version of red. This has become a pink versus blue argument. Listen. Look, my chair's got back ventilation system set up. It doesn't. I'm looking at it. Chair look basic. It's a basic chair. This chair also was bought off Amazon. Use my Amazon affiliate link to buy your own chair. Well, you need to work harder. What are we doing, chat? Look, you ain't been doing the education. Chairs, this chair's been doing this more than your chair. I've been doing this more than you. Why does your chair... Your chair sounds like what I think the Monopoly guy sounds like. Did the reverb work? Do I have a reverb on? Is it not working? A hat? Also an extendable leg rest? I don't even use it. You know you never use that damn extendable leg rest. Nobody uses that damn extendable leg rest. I slept in my chair on stream. Because I'm sorry that I don't have 2-foot legs that fit into the basic ass chair leg rest. My legs don't fit in that leg rest. What? You just making shit up now. I gotta get beer. I don't have enough. I don't have enough beer for this. My hat fell off. James, how's it feel to know that you paid to bring me back and now you're about to get eliminated by my chair? Dude, your accent has changed like 4 times. I turned reverb on my mic, but I don't know if it worked. Anyway. Listen, guys. This is about science. Tonight was about science, guys. Do you know the color blue was only discovered through science like fairly recently? Like they didn't even have the color blue. Red is just a basic ass color. You get it from roses. You're not blue. I need beer. I don't know what the hell's going to happen. I'm speaking through the chair. Everything I say is from the chair. What really matters is James's chair is bigger than he is. Like James. Did you answer the question? Deserves. Hey. Deserves. Nobody deserves nothing around here. Me too, Karen. I wasn't a regular on VK, but I joined VK before James ever did. I came up on a panel and then James came up on his. But anyway, we're not. Yeah, James copying. I'm not gay, buddy. What is it, tied? All right, well, I don't want to do chair again. I want to debate James about something scientifical. I think it already has. I think they're struggling to disprove God with science. Yeah, I think more science points towards God than doesn't, yeah. Yeah. He was falling into the Some people don't believe in dinosaurs anymore, James. It's a problem. You don't think Noah had some dinosaurs on the ark? An egg? The biggest dinosaur egg was the size of a football. The biggest dinosaur that we know of, their egg, according to, the pseudoscience that is paleontology, but I would say paleontology is a pseudoscience. It's still cool, but yeah, it's hard to get. I would argue that Noah had dinosaurs on the ark, but that is more of like a theological debate. Yeah, right. What were some of the main topics that we didn't get to tonight? Yeah. Yeah, I think we'd agree on that. Yeah, I think both of us will be against evolution. We could probably argue against the age of the earth, like you don't know where to start on a lot of arguments, James. You're no, yeah, I'm also against it. That's what I thought I was arguing with Abe earlier, and then he took it to plants and food and stuff. But I don't like any genetically modified plants, animals, humans. I don't like any of that. James like, but you got a genetically modified plant on your shirt. Yeah, I do. You were thinking it. I know the biggest one, and I know we've done it tonight. You've done it tonight, but it's flat Earth. But I mean, that's his. Yeah, yeah. I'm very anti flat Earth. That's probably our. The moon landing. You think the moon landing was fake, James? Commie. I don't know. Just pick something and we'll go. It's your show. You're in charge. I disagree with him on both of those. Yeah, he doesn't want to do flat Earth no more because he changed his mind. Wait, no. Yeah, James, I think that the moon landing being faked is Russian communist propaganda. Why? You knew it because it's true? No, it's true. Yeah, so what's the best argument against the for the moon landing? They would say, though, the Russians would tell us that it was faked. The Russians did tell us that it was faked, and that's where this all comes from, Russian propaganda to discredit America. I think a lot of that is easily debunkable. A lot of that's been debunked. A lot of that. Now, yeah, and I would say some of the footage could be faked. That's fine. Yeah. No. No. It's not a logical jump to say that if some of the footage was fake, then all of the footage was faked. Yes, America was trying to do its own version of propaganda, but Russia was trying to do its version of propaganda, and they lost. Do you love America, James? Do you think it's that hard to get a freaking rocket to the moon? We're explorers. We are men. I see the moon. We can get to the moon. We got there, and it's not a big deal. There's nothing there. The argumentation is that the lie of the moon landing being faked is Russian propaganda. And every argument you can make for why the moon landing was faked, I can easily rebut. No. It's not every time. It's not every time. I don't know how long you've been listening to me, but I don't attribute everything to Russian propaganda. I might say that's Marxist or that's communist, but Marx is not from Russia. Marx wasn't from Russia. So anyway, I think a lot of stuff Russians do is pretty based. Marx lived in Russia? When like France got captured by Russia, or like, okay. At one point I lived in Mexico. I'm not Mexican. I think Marx's country was like captured by Russian people at the time, and he's probably Marx is not Russian. Regardless, we're talking about, what are we talking about, James? Space. We're talking about space. Okay. So Russia could have easily publicly discredited us, but what they did instead is they released propaganda to make people who the West considered as conspiracy theorists to say things like this. It's a discrediting conspiracy theory. It's something that once you believe in this, now we discredit everything else you say, because it's obvious that America landed on the moon first. It's not that hard to land on the moon. India's done it. China's done it. Russia's done it. You can give me arguments about the Van Allen radiation belt. We didn't stop and have lunch in the Van Allen radiation belt. We continue going through it. The Chinese and the communist media censored American media from showing. That's not an argument anyway. So they took communion on the moon. They brought back a little thing of wine and a little thing just because was it Neil Armstrong, or which one was Catholic? One of them was a Catholic, and he wanted to take communion on the moon, and the Chinese government censored that because they said, we don't want Christianity being tied to space travel. I think you're misquoting him. I think you're taking it. Yeah, I think you're taking it out of context. Yeah, I think you're taking that clip out of context. Has been debunked 1,000 times. Yeah, all the little quotes you got. The NASA guy said we lost the telemetry data. All that. Yes. Yeah, it's not hard to clip something out of context. Yes, it was clipped out of context. Yeah, listen to the full context. Listen. What do you want me to give you you want me to give you a source for a YouTube video? Oh, I'm sure there's a million TikTok videos and I don't know the name of them because I don't watch it. So your argument is I found a TikTok video where it was clipped out of context and Neil Armstrong said we never landed on the moon. That's your argument. What's the name of the TikTok video, James? What's the name of the Facebook short or the YouTube short? I'm saying that you're referencing something that was clipped out of context. You're referencing something that was clipped out of context of Neil Armstrong saying something. You say, look, he said he didn't land on the moon. Like, right. Yeah. That's my, yeah. And I can't name the video that it happened in one of a million TikTok shorts. I can't name the short. Like, that's your source? Like, what the fuck? What is that? What the? Oh, I can do that too. How? What the fuck? His only argument was it's all Russian, it's all communist, it's all Russian. Why is it always okay? But that's not an argument. That's not. I referenced the Van Allen radiation belt. I referenced the taken out of context, which is true. I just don't know the exact name of the video. Get on. Hey, and listen, I used to be a moon landing denier. I was also a moon landing denier when I first started my YouTube channel. I was a moon landing denier, and that's one that I flip flopped on, and no. Nah, it's one of those ones. It gets to a point where it's one of those ones like Flat Earth. China too. No, I'm saying the communists know that we went to the moon, but they put out this idea that we didn't. And they went very quickly. They didn't hang out. They didn't hang out in the Van Allen radiation belt. I agree, Jeremy. He reminds me of my long lost cousin. He got lost and we never found him. He just wandered somewhere. We don't know where he went. He just wandered away somewhere. Yeah, he looked around for a second and you're like, he'll be all right.
All right. Listen, always a pleasure having you, Kieran. And until
Thanks,
next
bro.
time,
Yeah, that's
my
Kieran, bro.
friend.
Your soul is mine.
Had to shove that soul into the safe too, because like Cecil said in the chat there, the safe has gotten heavy tonight. We've had a lot of 1v1s and fatalities tonight. It's been a wild night. Quick before we get into these finals here, I just want to say shout out to everybody who came up on the panel tonight. Everyone in the chat, best fucking chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. All right, you guys got to drop some crowns and W's. We're at 1922 out of the $2,000 dono goal. So yeah, hit those crowns, hit those W's for chat. All right, you guys drop these. So let me pick them up for you. All right,
Give those dollars to chat.
facts. So as we are here into these finals here, we got 7. All right. Okay, so let's start it with. Let's start it with.
I'm up for it.
Bricky says, I'm up for it. Let me go first. Let me see here. Trying to think who hasn't had a lot tonight yet. How many 1v1s did you have earlier, Abe?
2, I think.
2?
Yeah.
And I know Underground Nation had 2 as well, I think.
Yeah, 2.
I haven't had any.
You haven't had any 1v1s?
Nah, not one.
No.
Oh, fuck, eh? All right. Here, and I know Cleaner didn't get to have one either, so let's start it like this then. Let's start it like this.
I've had the most 1v1s out of everyone tonight, easy.
I don't think so. I think I did.
Yeah, you did have one. Like,
I've had
with
3
me.
tonight, mate. I've had 3, right? And I'm up for me 4th, right?
I think I've had
So,
4.
we need to continue.
This dickhead.
I think I've had 4.
All right. Well, listen. This is fine.
I don't know. I
Let me
wasn't
see
listening for a
topic
while,
you
so I
two.
missed what I was playing.
Read again,
Wukong.
Cleaner. I'm gonna learn something again.
Possibly. Might go the other way. Who knows?
Every time I debate you, mate, I learn something.
Okay.
James said, Kieran said he earned it. He's been on here longer.
What was that topic earlier?
I came on a VK before James did.
The special one.
That's funny. I was
With my
literally
work
just reading
schedule,
that. That's
it
fucking
used to be I would come on for an hour and leave.
I was reading it. It's the
So in the very beginning, which was actually more
it's,
than a year ago,
given
I
enough
saw a
time,
thing on my.
Is science able to discover the existence of God?
I think that'd be an interesting one. You want to do that one, Brick?
Like, Cleaner, I'm not going to back down from it, bruv. I'm not right again, and I'm not even sure what side I want to take on this. Right?
I'm not sure either, but it sounds like a damn good one.
It does. It fucking does. It does, right? So I mean, I'll be honest with
Well,
you.
if we made it a little more, like, we could make it a little more vague in a sense where we said, is science compatible with religion?
I'm quite happy with the original.
You know,
prompt. I'm quite happy
They've
with
had
the
this one
original
before.
Yeah, the original prompt I think is ambiguous enough and yet specific enough on both ends. So I mean, you can have a really in-depth one on this, or you can be very generalized.
Right.
You know, it just depends on how you go at it.
How do we decide who picks? How do we decide who picks either side?
Shit, I don't know. Speakeasy, flip a coin.
Because it's that fair. I mean, look, I'll take either side.
It's really that fair. I don't know.
Let's just make it that fair, right? Okay. I'll pick heads.
Sure, I'm good.
Yeah,
with that.
I agree, Jeremy. Most of Easy's crowd says
only got fucking
that the moon
$100
landing
bills,
is
hasn't he?
faked. Easy says the moon landing was faked.
Fucking yeah.
And
The money's
so I
dirty,
know
bro.
I'm
I
taking a
spent
tough
my
one.
life when I was earlier, you know.
But you didn't make any
being a
arguments. I was ready to go
DJ,
against the Van Allen radiation
lots of
belt.
cash
I
on
was
me all
ready
the
to go
time,
against
and I
footage
realized,
of the
you know,
flagpole.
it's dirty and it's
Dude,
not
I know
always
the
the
moon landing arguments.
smartest thing to do.
I know them.
Yeah,
We have 5 minutes,
you got
so
something you could flip upside down.
I'd rather just chill and just deal with whatever I gotta deal with. But there's a
Okay,
lot of
so I'm gonna do
arguments against the
this.
moon landing, and I know the answers to
Hold
all
up.
of them.
Watch this.
We trust you, Easy, to take it.
Because I was on that road.
Yeah,
I was
like
on
this.
the anti-moon
Doing
lander
one of them
road.
spinny things, isn't he?
Dead by Daylight is crossplay. Well, send me money and I'll buy it, Jeremy. If you want me to buy it
This
that
is gonna
bad,
be a good topic.
I got so many games. I don't got time. I'll play it. You buy me a game, I'll play it. That's the new chat rule. Send a cash app for the payment for the game.
All
Say
right,
this is
we're
for
gonna do it
this
like
game,
this.
and I'll buy that game. It's $20.
Sweet.
But otherwise,
We got a tool.
let's
flip it.
It's not super priority for me to.
Heads it is.
I got a lot of games on my
Got it.
wish list, and that's not one
I'll
of them.
take the side
But I will buy it and
of
play
that.
it if you.
Given
You
enough
get-
time.
If anybody in
science
chat
will
buy
never
it says, "Hey JS, I want you to play this game. Buy me the game. I'll play
figure
the
out
game."
existence of God. That's what I would say I would take.
Okay, I'm good with that. I'll take the refutation side.
All right, let's fucking go, chat. This is a final match. Okay, so this goes straight to 8 minutes. There's no adding on time. You can still solo judge.
I'm gonna go pee.
But for this one, there's no adding on time.
I'm not on
and,
cam. I can't do that. We're gonna have a
if we don't
second
get
cam
solo
soon.
judge, it goes to the
Next
chat
goal
poll,
is
and the loser of the poll will lose their
a
soul.
stream deck and a
Fighters,
second camera.
Good luck to the both of you.
That's the next goal.
Let's get it.
Hell yeah.
So is this for me to go
So-
first?
Then
Keno?
we'll do
Am I
lighting
your
and
friend?
sound.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Go for it.
So I would say that given the advancements that science has already made, all right, and again, I will be vague with this, okay? You know, just the evidence that has been presented to us, you know, that shows that it's very hard to dispute a lot of these things that would ultimately need a creator. You know, why wouldn't eventually, you know, like if we were to figure out string theory and shit like that, you know, why wouldn't we eventually then be able to figure out, you know, there is a creator, especially if we're traveling into space and that now, right? We're going above and beyond. You know, what happens if we come across something that is just totally outside our realm? Science is going to be the way. If there's ever any way, right, for us to figure out that there is a real God, right, okay, which we already believe in, most of it, science is going to be the irrefutable evidence to the people that disbelieve it. That's my theory.
Well, so I'm just gonna lay a kill shot right across you with this. All right.
Go for it.
Does science ever 100% prove anything?
No, well, they've got theories. That's what it is. Science is a theory. So nothing is science. Like when it's nothing is
It's a scientific
factual, right?
law.
So
theoretically
nothing is proven.
Yeah, so
Everything
It's
used
just
to
the
make a
strongest
theory
correlate,
has to be
correct?
factual.
I'll give you an example. Like
I
when we
disagree with
boil
that.
water, right, we get to a certain temperature. Every time we know water gets to the boiling point at that time.
Right, I
Science-
understand that.
Science is
Chad, just so you know, everything super chats and stuff goes to right now. We're working on key light. We need a key light up here to the left, and a stream deck and a secondary camera. I'm gonna get the focus 360 because it pivots and it changes and stuff, but it'll work as a secondary camera. The goal is to have 3 cameras. Gaming camera, main camera, and then studio camera. The focus 360 will be the studio camera, But for now, we're gonna use
Yeah,
it
that
for
doesn't prove that that's the only thing.
gaming and main
And in
camera.
fact, science shows
So
you it's not the only thing that
Science,
produces.
along with maths,
second
It's not
camera,
the only thing that
a
produces
light,
water boiling at 100 degrees.
and a Steam Deck.
because
Those are
you
the
have to have
goals.
the perfect
The
pressure.
total of that comes
You
out to
have to have
500
the right,
bucks.
composition
So
of water, all of
I'm gonna
that
get
in
some
order
of it
for
with my
to
next
boil at
paycheck.
100
But
degrees on the die.
we're trying to win these VKs. We're trying
So
to
what I'm saying is science
make some super
doesn't
chats
prove
to build this out.
anything. It gives you the strongest correlates, and that's literally what every scientist in the world will tell you. Do you disagree with that?
I don't believe that science tells you anything. It's a theory, right?
Well, all right.
Them theories of it,
I think you conceded that, but let's move past that and keep
no,
because it's fun.
I haven't conceded.
You just did. You just did. You said you don't think it proves anything. So
A theory,
If you can boil water consistently, okay, that theory is proven.
let's move off of this
By
and get
science.
into more interesting shit because you already conceded this one. I knew that was a horrible kill shot. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that one. I want to have this debate.
Hurry up, get on to the next one. Get on to the next one. Right, come on. We'll edit that bit out. We'll get that bit edited.
I think science could prove some strong correlates for the existence of God, but I don't think that science could ever actually prove the existence of God.
How do you know science couldn't prove the existence of God, though? You're the one saying that it couldn't, right? You have to prove that now. You're the one taking that stance. You said definitively science could never prove the existence
Just
of God.
listed one. Listed one. What?
Well, because I don't think science by itself could do that. I would say we would have to incorporate technology to push us past our current dimension, or be able to have like a window into something else. It would be using technology, which is created from science.
More science.
It would be using technology created from science. No.
Right,
It would be
enough,
using
right,
technology created from
we'll,
science.
We'll allow you to concede that point, right? Okay, but carry on.
That would give you strong correlates, but you still wouldn't, like, you would never be able to prove that the thing you're looking at is God for sure, or anything like that. So that's why I'm saying, like,
you're the one that needs to disprove it.
I
now,
don't
though,
think you
you're the
could
one making
prove
the
it.
claim. You're the one making the claim that it could never be proven. So you
Yeah,
need
actually,
to disprove it now, right now. Again.
well, you took the affirmative. Actually, you're the one with the burden of proof. I'm just
I'll
telling
tell
you,
what,
I don't think it can.
It's flipped full reverse on you, hasn't it, mate? Because you took the
No.
fucking affirmative now, haven't you? You
No.
just said that there's no
You're on
way
the
that
affirmative
it
side.
can be proven. Now, you took that burden of proof, right? So prove it. There is no way that it could be proven.
I haven't taken on any burden of proof. I told you I don't think it can.
So you don't think it can?
Yeah, no, I don't think it can, and I don't see how it can.
Science could, couldn't it? Because you just said it wouldn't just be, you said it wouldn't be science, it would be...
No, I said it could probably prove some strong correlates.
Right, so
we've already proven strong correlates.
You've already conceded slightly
that
there.
some people say these are strong correlates, but other people say they're weak.
You said it would be other technology, which technically would be scientific, wouldn't it?
No, I said you would have to. What I said was you would have to have some kind of technology that could
like
take
an
you
AI bot, which would
out,
be scientific,
that could
it?
take you out of our dimensional perception in order to be able to gain some kind of perception. But the minute you do that, we're no longer in our reality, so we're no longer perceiving God with our science from our reality. We're in a different realm with a different set of rules, a different set of science. It may not even be science then. We don't know.
Would it be like an artificial
But
intelligence?
even at that, we could only ever say a strong correlate.
You're being bad faith now, Cleaner. You're being very
That's
bad
the thing. You could only ever say it's a strong correlate. You could never say for sure that's God. You can never prove that's God, no matter what.
Now you're spurging. Now you're deliberately doing this, right? Okay.
No, I'm saying you could never prove it. And you're not giving me refutation for how you could prove it.
I'm asking questions.
That's
you're not
the thing.
answering them. You're just spurging. You're talking over us, right? You're trying fucking filibuster.
No, I'm not. I'm not spurging.
Filibuster.
Intelligence to enhance your scientific research to get where to figuring out if God exists. Like you said, you wouldn't just use science. You would use some other technology. What would that technology be? Would it be something like an artificial intelligence?
I don't know what that technology would be. I really don't. I don't know what that technology would be, bud.
But it would be technology, wouldn't it?
I would imagine it would have to
So
be
it would
some
be
kind of
scientific.
technology.
So it would
In
be
order
scientific.
for us to find another
So it
strong
would
correlate,
be
yeah, it would have to
scientific.
be
By
some kind of
definition, it
technology.
would
But
be
that doesn't take
scientific.
away from the fact that it still wouldn't prove it. It still wouldn't prove it.
Technology.
See, this is the thing. Like, you're not showing me how
Technology
you could
has
prove it.
science involved in
You're
it.
literally not showing me how you could prove it, though, and that's the problem.
Well, I'm not the one that ended up having to prove it. I did it at the start.
No,
You were the
actually,
one
you
that
are. You're the
did
one
it.
that took the affirmative.
Well, to be honest with you, right, okay, I think I got you to take the burden there, right, okay, and all you done was jibber
No,
jabber.
not really. I've refuted your claim, and I've even gotten you to concede on one side of it, one very strong side of it, which is that science doesn't prove anything causative 100%. It proves strongest correlates only.
You do realize that 8 minutes has passed, right, okay, and I don't speak.
I don't care. I'm loving this one. This one's fun. This is a fucking awesome topic, brother.
It was, but
This is an
that was
awesome
hard for me
fucking
either
topic,
way, right? I swear to God, right? I didn't have a Scooby-Doo. What the fuck I was gonna say, when I was
Me
gonna say
either,
it,
man.
how I was gonna, with just all, and then when I thought I had you, right? At the end, when I was like, trying to keep you on the ropes, right? That's where I thought I had you, because you said it wouldn't just be science, it would be something else, a technology. And I thought, I'm gonna hold him on that one there. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stick him down on that there. That was me tactic. I'm not gonna lie, that was me tactic.
That's the thing, though. Like, I mean, I can see that we could find a strong correlate, but I don't see how we could ever prove it, because science doesn't prove anything, you know? That's the thing.
That was a learning curve.
Science is meant to prove things. It's knowing or to know.
Science is meant to give you the strongest correlates. That's what it's meant to give you. It's meant to give you the most understanding, the most reason, the most logic. It doesn't always give you something that says this is this for sure. That's not how it works.
No, but
not always. But to say that it never does is wrong too.
Yeah, real quick. Chat, I am putting the poll in right now. All right. So if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Cleaner 409 on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Bricky on the poll. Get your votes in, chat. I'm starting this timer up now. You got 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'll actually even throw out there saying science never proves theories. It doesn't prove theories.
Do you
every
think
scientist on the planet that is actually a scientist would
do you
agree with
think
me with that statement.
do you think grass
Science
is
does
green
not
because of
prove
chlorophyll?
theories? It gives you
Right,
the
yes,
largest
exactly.
correlates.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say too. Is something as simple as JS going with the grass is green. Like I was going to use baking soda. Like baking soda and vinegar mixed creates a reaction. Is that not true, Cleaner?
Is
That's
there
a generalized statement.
is there a possible world where
That's what I mean, it's
grass
a generalized
is not
statement.
green?
Isn't it not true that when you mix baking soda and vinegar, you get a chemical reaction?
Yeah, that's just all that is just
That's
saying
true.
a very
Proven by
generalized statement.
science.
Okay, hold on.
It's a true statement. Proven by
Science
Right.
tells
Okay, I
us
understand what you're saying, King.
science
but
tells us that plants
I
take in
spill
carbon
water-
and
if I
they
spill
are taking
water on the
oxygen and they release
concrete, does it
carbon,
have a
and we breathe
reaction?
carbon and we
It does.
release
Everything has
oxygen.
a reaction. That's very generalized. If you want to get into the science of it, you're going to need to provide amounts, numbers,
No,
expected reactions,
part
things
of
like that.
part
And
of
the
it
thing
being
is, you're
science
going
is
to
it
have
being
variables.
hyper.
You're
Part of
going
it.
to and when we're talking about the theoretical, it's different from when we're talking about
Part
what
of
we're
being
talking
science
about.
is
What
not
you're
being
doing right now-
generalized.
What you're doing right now is
Science
conflating
doesn't.
two topics.
Science
all right?
doesn't deal in
You're-
generalizations.
What is that? Is
Listen,
that called the
listen. You
definition
are actually
fallacy?
conflating two topics.
Is that
When
the
you're talking
definition
about
fallacy?
theories
That's
and
the definition
theorems,
fallacy?
theoreticals, science doesn't prove any theories or theoreticals, okay? Science does not prove that. Science can be used to prove things that happen in the real world.
So that would be
1 +
a
1 equals
fact.
2. The reaction that happens
That's
between
math.
baking soda and vinegar.
Right.
That's math.
That's what
What's
science
what's
proves.
infinity
The fact-
minus
but
infinity?
when
Prove the fact.
theories,
Exactly.
Science does not prove theories. It
I
only
never
gives you
said
the
it proved
strongest
theories. I
correlates.
never said it proved theories.
Right.
Did I
That's
say anything
I'm
about
just
proving theories?
explaining.
I
There's a
said
difference.
no,
Whether or not
because cleaner. You
and
said that
God is a
science never
theory.
proves facts.
When science approaches God,
No,
it would be
cleaner.
approaching
I
God
was
as a theory.
cleaner. I was strictly going off the fact that you said science never proves facts, which
No,
is
I
wrong.
didn't say that. That's not what I said. I
Yes, you
said
did. Go
science
back.
never proves
Go back.
theories.
Go back. No, before you started
if
on theories, go back right at the end of your debate. That's literally what you said. Science never proves facts.
Hold on.
Science makes a lot of the facts that
Said-
you know.
If one time I said science doesn't prove facts, I misspoke because
you
that's
said it.
not
You
at
said
all
it
what I
throughout your
meant.
entire
What
debate.
I was
You said it
saying
throughout your
was
entire debate.
Right.
Was breaking.
doesn't prove theories.
So how many
All right,
genders
real-
are there if we throw out science? There's infinite genders.
Real quick, real quick. The chat has got their votes locked in. I mean, only 34 votes. Chat, you could have done a little better, but appreciate everyone who voted. 34 votes, and 55% says that the winner of the 1v1 is Cleaner 409. So, Bricky, tell everybody in the chat where they can find the brick.
Late nights, early mornings, random shows, right? If you're not fond of TOS breaking, don't come over mine, right? Take my soul, I need to go
gets
to
wild.
bed.
But listen, always a pleasure having
God
you,
bless
Brick.
you all. God bless you all. It's been a fucking wicked night tonight, honestly. Hats off to you all. Cleaner, brilliant debate, my friend. Was honestly. So take me.
I
soul,
loved
please.
it, Brick.
I need some
Thank you for it.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure, and until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Yeah,
All
like I
right.
said, King, to be fair, if I did say fact, that wasn't what I was trying to say. I was trying to talk about the theory because God is a theory when you're approaching it with science.
Right. Okay. Yes. Fair enough. I can agree to that.
So
But
if
yeah,
I did say fact, I misspoke.
You tried getting right away in the beginning of that debate. You got, and he actually conceded with you. You got Bricky to concede the fact that science never proves anything. It's fact. And it was like, well, wait a minute. That's not right.
It
Real
doesn't
quick,
prove theories
too.
as facts, but
Real
Right,
quick,
you are
too.
correct.
Mods. One of my mods, please share Brick's channel in the chat. He doesn't properly promote himself.
Okay, 1 second. Let me go get it here.
I think we got Shazzy there.
Speak. That was a really good topic.
Yeah, it's funny too because Jeremy mentions in the chat. He's like, I got a good one for next time you do science," and then he brought up that one, and I was like, that's literally the surprise topic I had for tonight.
I was wondering if we were going to approach that one at any point. You know, I've had that one on my list for a while because I haven't had anyone bring that topic up yet.
It's definitely, it could get interesting too.
Oh,
but
yeah.
we're gonna next we have here is we gotta get let's get a 4-way going here. So we'll put you in the back for now, Cleaner, since you just went. And you know what? We'll do you four so that it's not there's no unfairness to begin with.
Sounds good.
Why did I do that? I didn't mean to click on myself. I don't know. Let me see. Topic. Maybe we can get a 2v2 going. Let me bring this one up again quick. Let's just go. Let's take out the regulated part. and just talk about, is AI a threat to society?
Yes.
I'd say yes, but the argument's going to be made the owner of the AI or the one who constructs it is the threat to society, and I would agree with that. So, but it's a weapon that can be used to threaten to society. I don't know. That's a tough
I'd say
one.
the same thing. I'd say the same thing. Virtually the same thing. Yes, it's a threat. That's why it needs regulation.
Yeah, I see it as a threat too.
So all of you think it's a threat.
Yeah.
Got you. All right. What about genetic engineering of human embryos?
Yes.
I'm against it.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
against it.
Oh, okay. 3 of you against it. All right. Let me see. Um. We'll bring up my.
It's like drawing on a dang chalkboard, or like you playing with Beyblades. What are you doing?
I don't know. I didn't know where that sound was coming from.
I think King Blackout's folding dishes.
He's muted.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm on mute, so they ain't me this time. Folding dishes.
Is that me?
Yeah, it is, JS. Something's rattling on your end, man.
My air conditioner or something.
This is I'm trying to find one that I'm hoping you guys will all be against here. What is the most optimal form of energy?
Nuclear. Nuclear.
Yeah, nuclear. Yeah.
Oil and gas.
Damn. Okay. Let's see if we can find. We're gonna find one that we can get a 2v2 going.
I would argue that wind power, solar power, they're all nuclear energy from the sun. Solar power.
Oh Lord.
Wind power, water power, hydropower is all actually nuclear power.
No, that's all. No.
This dickhead.
It is. Water doesn't move without the sun. Wind doesn't blow without the sun. It all comes from the sun. It's nuclear power.
Yeah. Okay. Hmm. You guys have very similar views for a lot of things.
Maybe the GMO one.
What do you guys think about GMOs?
Me, I'm completely against it.
Yeah, that's what me and Abe already did. But
oh yeah, that's true.
Underground Nation's on my side. GMOs are bad. You damn. Abe wants everybody to be
clear,
fat
I'm
and
actually
slow
not
and
for them.
yeah. He's not.
But you are.
I just knew that argument could be won from that side easier.
Yeah. I gotta work
Well,
on. I
King,
gotta work on because you did kind of win that, but
I
like
mean, if King is
No, yeah, let's go, Abe. Let's go. Let's take these fuckers out.
what I don't want to do the GMO one again.
oh, I thought that's what you were saying. I thought you were fucking saying you wanted to do
No, because I
that.
lost last time. I lost like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't really. I
Right.
officially don't. I
How
officially
about
don't really
this?
have a stance on that.
This is like it's a science topic, but it's gonna be based off of policy. Well, maybe you guys will be a little different in here. Should evolution be taught in schools?
Yes, but
think-
so should creationism.
Yeah, I think as a theory, yeah, but not as the only theory.
Underground Nation's like, nah, dude. I'll take Underground Nation's side. Like, get that shit out of our schools. I know what he wants to say. He's like,
Yeah, like
you should. I'm thinking about it. I'm like,
wait. Oh, I think.
dude, I was raised.
just about to
It's
say,
bad.
What if we did creationism versus evolution, but I'm pretty sure Abe would be on the creationism side.
I would.
I could argue that it's bad to teach evolution in schools. I could, if you want to do that, Underground Nation.
yeah, I'm down.
Yeah.
So okay, so you two are on the side that you shouldn't teach it in school.
Yep.
And King and Abe are gonna say we should.
How does King feel about that?
Man, I'll argue whatever, man. I just want some blood.
All right, so let's get into it then. Let's get into it. Listen, chat. This is a 2v2 final, so this one goes to 10 minutes, no added time. You're still able to solo judge, but there's no added time. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the two lowest on the poll will lose their souls. Fighters, good luck to all four of you. Let's get it.
My argument.
So I would say we have the affirmative.
Yeah, there you go.
My argument hinges on we should not teach children lies. And so with this, we're also not going to be able to teach them creationism. We're not going to teach them historical science because we don't know. So we're not going to teach them things we don't know to be true.
So,
Okay,
JS,
I
you
would
say
say-
that it's a good thing then to suppress knowledge in education?
There's going to be other routes that they can take if they want to take an elective to learn more about the origins of the earth. Then you're going to get into philosophy and you're going to get into historical science with them. But in science books, in the curriculum for science, we're going to teach them knowing and to know. We're going to teach them the facts of science. We're not going to teach them our guesses.
So then, just like what Abe was saying to begin with, then it's taught as a theory. It's not taught as a definite knowledge, saying that this is for a fact. This is this is a possibility.
Yeah. So my
prove either. They both should be taught as theories, and you have multiple generations before today that have been taught evolution. And so, in order for the children to understand what others have been taught, they can then actually still communicate clearly and effectively ideas with other people, including the adults in their lives.
Right. This was my original.
All that's gonna do is it's gonna open, as a child, all it's gonna do is gonna open them up more into creative thinking and starting to think for themselves.
Yeah.
As a child, if I put you, if I give you this book and I tell you this is what it is, are you going to have this critical thinking? I think that this should be given to the parents. And like also, if you're in a,
do you not choose what schools they go into though? But do you not choose what schools you go into? If the parents choose what schools they go into, then therefore you're giving it to the parents.
And also, if you're teaching them all as theories, if that child has a Christian household and they know that there's multiple theories, but they're not forced to believe any one, the parents still have the prerogative and the initiative to teach
Right.
their child that the correct theory would be creationism.
So,
And then they
so
would
just so you
fall
guys
into
know,
the
I was on your side. I was on your side, and this is why I kind of didn't want to do this, because I was on your side. I was like, well, let's teach them all the theories, and then they can choose which one's right for them. The reason I flipped is because I see it just as valid that we can teach them none of those theories and teach them what's true.
But then you're suppressing knowledge.
You can't teach them what's true because
Is that a better thing for society or worse if you're suppressing?
I think it's better that we just teach the kids what's true, and then they're going to hear the theories or they're not going to hear the theories. There's a lot of theories that I never heard throughout my daily walk in life. Like as I'm going through life, I don't hear these theories. I would never hear these ideas if I wasn't in these spaces.
You will create a disconnect between them and the whole world.
Then you're not properly preparing them to face. Then you're not properly preparing them to face
No,
society.
but I wasn't.
Society has this as a theory already. So
Yeah,
would you
if they
just
don't even
would you
understand
rather
it.
just set them up the best you can? Like you said, we disperse it out. We
It's-
teach them all as theories.
It's not the
so that they
teacher's
can
job. It's not the teacher's job to set the kid up with every possible situation that they're ever going to be in. It's the
Is it a
teacher's
theory?
job to teach kids stuff that we know.
Is
How
it
to
a
read,
scientific
write,
theory?
and arithmetic.
Is it a scientific theory?
It's science is part of reading comprehension.
Is
It's
it a
just
is it a
Real
scientific
quick,
theory?
hold up. Sorry, guys. I just paused the time just because I'm trying to like even out your sounds in the background. But I
Am
just-
I loud?
Underground Nate. No, it's Underground Nate's really
He's
low.
real quiet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him take over in a second. I just wanted to jump in.
Yo,
Yeah,
yo, yo.
Oh, that's
Too loud
better.
here? What about here? It's good?
Yeah, even more up. I'll turn you up more. Try
Just
now?
crank it.
Yeah.
Try now.
Okay, yo, yo, yo.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
better. That's better. All
Okay,
right.
okay. I
All right,
think
let's get into it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so is it a theory?
Yes,
Scientific theory.
It is a
Okay,
theory.
and you people around the world believe this theory.
Fucking guy. Scientifical.
Right.
Is it-
Yes, is it not a scientific theory? And is science not
Stop
all
saying
as a basis?
scientifical. It's just scientific.
If it's a
Scientifical.
scientific theory and it's believed by other people, then the children should understand what they are coming up against in the world. If not, to disprove it.
So what's the point of teaching kids conflicting theories
Because it's
in the
still a
school?
theory. Because it's still a theory. It's still been an
So that they can
established theory
expand their
for,
mind. So
for
you're
decades.
saying we should only teach kids one thing. So
Are we
they
gonna
never
teach
learn
kid?
Yes,
Are
you
we
should
gonna
teach them
teach
one
kids
thing.
every wrong theory?
one thing. What?
Do you know
Yeah,
how many
there's-
wrong theories there have been? Are we gonna
You
teach
would
them
have
all
to
of them?
establish 100% that it's a wrong theory. Before
I
you
got
can
a
say it's
theory
wrong
that dinosaurs helped build the pyramids. Should we teach
Great,
kids
teach it.
that?
Teach it.
No,
teach
we're
it.
not gonna teach kids that.
Teach
Let
it.
them figure that out on their
They
own.
can decide for themselves if they know that it's a theory and not a
Do you think?
scientific
Okay.
fact.
Do
they
you
can
think
decide for
that kids
themselves.
should decide for themselves which gender they should be?
No.
No, because
Okay,
that's
so
not
then
a
that's
theory.
the same thing
Oh,
here.
you don't want to
That's the
teach them
same
every
thing over here.
theory.
No,
Good,
that's
good
disanalogous.
one, good
That's
one, Ewan.
disanalogous. It's disanalogous because there are scientific.
It is perfectly
foundations
analogous.
behind
You
it.
don't want to
No.
teach kids every theory.
No,
No.
there is not.
You don't want to
any
teach kids
scientific
lies,
foundation
possible
for
lies.
one,
It's
and
a,
there is
sci-
for
it's a
the other.
scientific theory. It's based in a lot of science and referred
Not
to.
social theory.
You want to
Not
teach
social
kids?
theory.
Okay, well, gender theory is based on a lot of
Gender theory, yeah.
science,
That's
quote
not social
unquote.
theory.
No,
It's
it's
a
not.
social
There's
theory.
no,
It's
there's
not
no,
science
there's
theory.
no hard science confirming gender theory.
They would disagree with you,
Yes,
buddy.
There's
You
there's
can
whole
say
there's
that,
whole
but that's
university
not-
classes about it. So
There shouldn't. There's
But
no
it's still
consensus
science.
over.
Science.
There's no consensus over true and
I'm talking
false.
about the mental disorders. That's a soft science. I'm talking hard science.
We don't get to make a consensus over the Earth's age
Okay, so should we just stop doing
or
any form
origin of
archaeology or any
species.
form of digging things up and checking for
Yes,
Should
but
we-
that's
we
going to
should
be
stop all of
further.
that?
That's going to be further education. That's going to be once the kid's done with basic education, they're going to go into college and they're going to say, "I want to look
They
into
don't even know to
archaeology."
seek that. If you do
They will.
theories,
They will be
they will not even
curious.
know what
People
to
will
seek.
still be curious. You're
No,
gonna. You're gonna
no,
teach
if you
the,
delete
at
theories, you will
school.
delete-
At school.
You're gonna pull
Now the parents.
curiosity out of them because you're going to regulate them into programming into
No.
certain specific things. That's what you're saying right now.
If the parents want to be like, I want to teach my kid about creation and not evolution, I'm totally with that. But the school should not be teaching lies to kids.
You're basically saying teach them
And
nothing and
also,
hope that
also
other
I
people
think we
teach
need.
them.
Also, I think we need to talk about the historical misuse of this whole evolution theory. You see how it was used back in the days to push racist ideology, even a bunch of different things. So this is why I think that we should not let the kids learn this.
Bro, you know
Give
about
them
that?
something
You
to-
know the title of
Do you think that that's currently being taught today?
he knows the title of Darwin's book,
Well,
Origins of
Do you
Species
think
and
that's currently
the
being taught today?
persistence of racial
corrected? Underground, has that been corrected or is it
oh
taught
man.
today?
Also, so we have to correct things. Well,
Yes, because when you realize you make a mistake, you correct
Dude,
it.
Underground
yeah,
Nation is
I
based.
think you're
You
making a
tell me-
mistake right now,
Tell me,
and it should
tell
be
me,
corrected.
tell me, can you prove 100% that creation is the truth in a scientific method?
But I'm
over
not saying
any
we
other
needed
form of-
but I'm not
No,
arguing
that
that we
doesn't
should
matter.
teach the kids creation. I'm saying
You have to teach them something.
yes, there's a
Don't just say
lot
who
of
knows.
stuff we can teach kids
You
that's
cannot
real
put
and that's
children in a
tangible.
science class and tell them who knows. We have no idea. There's not even
Right.
theories.
Can't say no theories because we can't prove it, right? That's what you said. Don't teach them anything that's not a
No,
fact.
we can teach them proven theories. We can
Pro-
now
theories by
at
definition
an
aren't
older
proven.
age, at an older age, we can show them the other theories, but it's not something we're gonna teach to
Yes, because
them.
it's still an unproven theory. If
You
it's
do earth
unproven,
science.
then why teach them?
You do earth science in middle school and high school, you need to learn something. And if you don't even know the theories that the rest of the world knows, what's going to happen is you're going to go out into the world and you're going to be the idiot who knows nothing.
Okay,
You
but
have to have a basis by which to divide. You have to know they exist to even divide them.
Right.
this is later than formative education, and this is stuff that they don't have to know. So this is like elective stuff. If you want to
Yes,
learn more
the
about
most elective learning.
geology,
It should be optional, not required.
No,
When
I
they're
would
most-
argue.
even if I'm going to high level geology, I don't need to know
When they're
about
most-
theories of evolution.
The
Yeah,
basic
well,
theories of
you
evolution.
absorb better and
No, I don't.
understand. What?
I don't need to know about the Big Bang Theory to understand geology.
You needed to know it because
I'm
others are going
anti
to
Big Bang
also
Theory, and
learn
I've
it.
looked into geology. I know a little bit about
how
it.
do you-
But it will
how do
all
you-
go back to evolution. Even though
how
it's
do
a
you-
theory, it all relates back to the evolution theory.
How do you stand against
Something
something
that's
if you
not
don't know it
proven again.
exists? JS, how do you stand against something if you don't know it exists?
How do you stand up against something if you don't know it exists?
Right.
I don't know. If it doesn't exist,
If
if
you don't
it
have
if it
knowledge
doesn't
of the
exist,
thing
why
others
would you stand
believe,
against it?
because others believe it, and you have no way of defending against it if you don't.
You have no
A belief
knowledge of
doesn't
it.
exist. There's no existence in a belief.
Oh my gosh, you're just playing a stupid
Oh.
semantic game. Listen
Oh
to
my
yourself
gosh,
and
it's a
listen to
little
what
bit
I'm
of
saying.
it's a light philosophy, a little sprinkle of
No,
philosophy
no.
into the science, but
If the theory isn't even known to the child and they are approached and taught it somewhere else, it's the same difference. The point I'm making is if they at least know it, then when somebody else comes, they have the ability to understand the conversation and they can say, I don't believe that. I've learned that theory, but then they're not caught
What's the point of
completely off
learning all
guard.
the wrong theories just for you to prove what's right?
right.
Because
We
you
should
can't
just teach them.
prove that you
I
can't
gotta
prove creation is
Well,
true.
I gotta teach you everything
Well,
bad to show you
What
what
we're
the
talking about, what we're talking about right now is if we should be teaching this in schools.
yeah.
I don't
Deal with
think we
that
should be
point. There's
teaching
so
it in
many
schools.
crazy theories. You gotta teach them all of them.
Because you
Prove that
can't
it's a
teach
wrong
a
theory.
you can't teach a
can't prove
child
that it's a wrong
nothing
theory.
and then tell them we don't know.
So we need to teach kids every fucking crazy theory that any psychos
Nobody
come
said
up with.
every theory. Nobody said every theory.
Just the ones that are.
It's basically
But we
like
gotta
a-
teach them
Let
that
it
one.
get to 11 minutes. See if we have a solo judge.
Who decides which
basically like
crazy
saying-
theory we teach the kids and which
At
crazy
the
theory
very
we
least,
don't?
they need to have an understanding of different
How about we
creative-
teach them what we
creation
know?
theories or myths that exist.
Yeah,
They're
the
gonna come
scientific
across it.
community recognizes evolution as an actual theory. They don't recognize all the other BS theories, do they?
Evolution has been debunked. Even Darwin knows, like Darwinian evolution has been debunked. It's so we're gonna change the textbooks
So
every
we should just
5
not teach
years
We shouldn't teach
to
mythology or history either, right? We shouldn't teach mythology or history either, right?
the history
Or
the same
philosophy.
history has the same
Well,
problems because they teach revisionist history.
Mythology, I can argue we shouldn't teach them that.
Yes, we can't prove philosophy, so that means that's not real, right?
All right, real quick, chat. I put the poll in. Okay. if you guys want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Underground Nation on the poll. And if you
Let's
want to
go.
vote for this man right here, you're voting for JS Urban Adventures.
Me
on
and
the
you in. Me and Underground Nation. Let's go.
Yes,
And if
sir.
you want to vote for this
Fucking
man right
vote.
here, you're voting for King Blackout on the
Don't
poll.
suppress the knowledge. Never suppress the knowledge.
Everybody, get your votes in. I'm starting this timer over, and you all have 2 minutes.
We're not suppressing knowledge. We're suppressing bullshit.
Mm,
You
maybe
want
different.
all of the quote unquote knowledge to be taught to all the kids.
I think that they should not be caught with their pants down every time somebody talks about anything.
When it comes to
So who
would you guys-
decides?
Would you guys say we should teach kids like the longest word in the English language? That'd be something they should know.
No, they'll learn that from Mary Poppins.
yeah,
It's
absolutely.
Well, actually, they
supercalifragilistic.
won't learn it from Mary Poppins.
No, I know,
because
it's a
that's the
joke.
longest word in the English language.
I know.
The longest word in the English language is 189,819 characters.
That's not true.
No, it is true. It's 100.
The longest word in the English language is a medical
protein.
term. It's
It's a
pneumono
protein
ultra.
in the human body.
It's pneumono ultra
It is the
microscopic
most
silico.
complex protein in
It's
the human
pneumono
body.
ultra microscopic silico volcanoconiosis, and it's
Nope.
and that's a medical word because all they do is just connect a bunch of pneumonia means something, ultra means something, micro means something, silico means something, volcanic means something, coney
Look up
means.
full name of the protein Titin. Titin. It is 189,819 letters long. I shit you not.
The longest word in English language, as recognized by major dictionaries, is exactly what. Yeah, it's 45
That's
letters.
what I said.
Yes,
Yeah,
Pneumono ultra microscopic silico volcanoconiosis.
19 letter long fucking word in the dictionary. You know how many pages it would take up?
Could be the whole dictionary.
Like, yeah.
No, that's like a Swedish word. That's
No, this is not a Swedish word.
there's like
This is
a
protein
street
in the human
name
body.
in Swedish that is like 180 letters, but in a similar fashion, that's just like
I said the English. Thank you.
yeah, I know. And so in the longest word in the English language is what I said.
No.
Yeah.
No.
All right. So
Yeah.
No.
No, you. Chat has voted. We got 40 votes in. Not too bad. Okay, not too bad. We could have had more votes though. I mean, could have did a little bit better, but not too bad. Okay, 40 votes, and 37% says the winner of the four-way battle is JS Urban Adventures, and coming in second place with 27% of the votes was Abe Dinkus, and then it was followed by Underground Nation with 17 and King with 17. So let's start here. Underground Nation, tell everybody in the chat where we can find you.
All right, you guys can find me on YouTube at Underground Nation. I do a lot of content. You can find me on Instagram at Underground Nation Pod, and hopefully I can find you guys and we can start a conversation there.
That's what's
Awesome.
up. And
Let's go.
It's definitely been a pleasure having you. And like I said earlier, we do this every Friday, so definitely come back again. It's
Yes,
been a
sir.
pleasure having you. And until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. That's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And King Blackout, tell everybody in the chat where we can find you.
You can find me right here in the best fucking chat on YouTube, hands down. down. Thanks, Easy. Thanks, panelists. It was a fun one. I never thought I would get to the finals in Science Week, but I did. So let's fucking go. And appreciate y'all, and I'll see you around.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. And until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
And another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And now we are into the final four here. And like I had said, because I enjoyed last week how the final four went, instead of doing a final 10 minutes, we actually just do a 2v2 and then a 1v1. And we do it in the style of the normal 1v1s where people can extend them, and still with the solo judge as well. And yeah, so like chat, we're at the final four. Remember, we're gonna do a 2v2 and a 1v1, and all the moves are still available. You can still solo judge. You'll be able to add time to these 1v1s if you want, and you can fatality anyone here. That's how we're doing it now. So let's find a topic here. Oh, what is this?
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Shit. Well, listen. I just got a Cashapp, and apparently they don't like JS's chair.
What?
The fuck?
Your chair just got assassinated.
What? What is this? Are you not entertained?
I'm sure this is entertaining them, whoever it was.
Oh my
god! They got shit on me.
Damn, I thought I might have had one. I was like, oh, we got this. I'm trying to like, damn. All right, well. Oh shit. Bring me back, chat.
Where we can find you.
JS Urban Adventures. Bring me back, chat. I didn't do nothing. What'd I do?
I didn't do nothing.
Damn, dude.
Yeah. Listen,
Brutal.
it's always a pleasure having you, JS. And mods too. Make sure you drop JS's channel in the chat as well, so that everyone can go find him over there. And,
yeah. Take my soul.
Sorry, I didn't have the videos open. But until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. All right, so now that we have three.
And then there were three.
Some bullshit.
Well, I think
some
it's more fair
bullshit.
than, to do it this way, because I don't want to make one of you face me now, and then it's, it seems like I'm trying to take one of yous out, and then, you know what I mean? I don't want to do it like that. So this is how we'll do it here. So first, we're going to start with a 1v1 with Cleaner and Abe. So let's find a topic for the two of you. Let me see here. Hmm. Ah, this was one I didn't bring up tonight. Um, how would I go about this one? Mm. Okay, so
I think I could still be brought back because I was eliminated. I was fatalityed in the finals. Other times that's happened before. So if I was fatalityed in the finals, I could still be brought back at the last second.
I'm gonna do something. Okay, I want to do something about. Okay, is de-extinction worth the cost?
De-extinction?
Yeah, so bringing back species that have been extinct.
No.
No. Like, they're extinct for a reason.
Mm. Okay. Okay. Um.
That sound wasn't
I don't
me.
know.
I knew
Actually,
it
I guess
wasn't
I could
me.
see an argument for it. Like if we're gonna extend this to the future and not just make it a thing about past species, but we say species in the future, then I could think of a few good arguments for this.
So de-extinction is worth the cost?
If we're gonna extend it to the future, then yeah, I could make a few arguments for why bringing a species back would be a good thing. But I'm not I don't even want to approach like bringing back dinosaurs if that's specifically what you're talking about.
No. It's literally about bringing back animals or whatever that have been
Anything.
species that have been extinct. So
Okay, yeah, I could see that moving forward in time, why de-extinction would be a good thing. Yeah, definitely,
okay.
100%.
And Abe, you said no, right?
I did.
Okay. And you still with no?
I'll argue no. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Okay. So listen, uh, chat. This one here is a final four 1v1, so you guys can extend this one. Okay, it's 10 to add on a minute. Okay, it's 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
All right, Cleaner. You said it is worth it. What do you think?
So, are you familiar at all with honeybees?
Yes.
Okay, so if honeybees went extinct tomorrow, and I don't know, Sunday, someone could start bringing them back, do you think that would be a good thing? A net positive? Not a good thing, but a net positive for the world to bring honeybees back?
I think it could be a positive, but I think that there could be better ways to pollinate. I
Do you
think
think that? Do you think that?
that,
do you think that realistically?
I think that I think that it depends on the cost at which we would have to pay and continue to pay to keep them around. Because
Fatality, both
if they
of
were
them.
extinct in the first place, there's
Both of
something
them
that's
gotta
causing
go.
the extinction event, and it will continue to cause it even if we bring them back.
Well, now,
I'm in
no,
the chat.
that's not necessarily true. Something that caused an extinction, I could think of a lot of things that could cause an extinction of honeybees that wouldn't continue to happen moving forward. So that's not necessarily true. That's a fallacy. But I I would say that yeah, we would want to know what caused the extinction, but
Do you
but
think?
that doesn't mean that we would be not bringing them back or trying to bring them back so that we could repopulate the honeybee population on the planet.
Okay, but the problem still would persist if we could find the extinction event, which at this point I don't believe we even understand why they're going extinct. So that would be a huge research effort in the first place. How much are we willing to sink into that cost before we just decide that we would better be served by finding another way to pollinate? Because if it costs such an exorbitant amount, then it becomes unworth it. We'd be better off making robotic ways or something along those lines that would cost far less in the long run.
You're adding a lot of presuppositions into that, though.
Well, no,
You know,
because the extinction event already happened.
you're adding in the presupposition of cost, saying that if it costs too much to bring the bees back, we'd go along with technology or
Well,
something to that extent.
I believe
But
the prompt was, is it worth it? Is it
the-
worth it? That would entail cost.
the thing is, breeding honeybees is one of the cheapest things that you can do. It's really not hard at all.
But bringing them back is not. If
Yeah,
they've
no,
gone
it's
extinct in the
actually
first place, bringing
it's
them back
actually
is
not hard at all. They have.
He
they
said
have
it's
GMO
hard
honeybees
to.
right now.
Right, but if they've gone extinct,
It's hard to
you then
factor in the
still have to
revive with the
revive
final
that
hour without making a
creature.
show.
Right. You take the wasp and you splice
But
its
there
DNA
should
with
be a
the viral
sniping
component of
rule.
the
If you
CRISPR,
get
and
sniped
you
in the
produce a
final
new type of
hour, you should
honeybee,
be able
which
to
is
be
what they've already
brought
done.
back.
But that's still not the same as bringing back the original.
It's still going to
The
go for
new
hours. It's already
creation is not
5
the original
a.m.
creation.
Who
It's
cares?
not a de-extinction at that
You
point. You're
you
just
can
creating a new
do the same
race.
thing. You can do the same thing with honeybee DNA. You program the virus to rewrite the DNA of the wasp with the honeybee, and
But
it
it
will
doesn't
do
make
that.
it a honeybee.
Yeah, it actually does.
It can't. It literally
Well,
can't.
we're testing an ending.
Base
Kill
pair
them both.
literally
of
makes
genetics
it
doesn't work that way.
genetic
If both of
honeybee.
them
I'm
get
telling you, it
fatality,
You would
I'm
have a
happy.
hybrid. You would have a hybrid. You would not have the
You
original
don't
bee.
you don't know anything
I
about
thought I
genetic
had it this
biology
week.
or
Damn it.
genetic microbiology. It sounds like because like they literally have viruses that rip RNA and mRNA sequences
I'm well aware.
apart and
I'm well
reconstruct
aware.
them. Like
I'm well
we have
aware.
a problem with that whole virus that came out not too long ago.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah, I
that's
did deep
like
research on RNA and reproduction. The thing is, you can't reproduce the entirety of the being. You could you could reproduce pieces. You could not recreate a full genetic copy.
Dude, I
because
killed
there's
it in the
bases
first half. We
inside
had
of
him in the
your
first
DNA that
half,
you can't
coach.
replace. You can only replace certain things without making a malformation in the structure.
People's
So
attention
you
span
couldn't
is too
actually
short.
create the
There's
original.
no
You would have a
longevity.
genetic
you actually can.
I
near
killed it in the
replica.
first
You
half.
actually can. You can use
And
cloning
there's no
technology that they've got
longevity.
right now.
You just
can
want to
use viral
see
technology to overwrite
who's in the
or
last
rewrite,
debate.
the
It's
wasp,
not
because
about
the
the
wasp
last
has
debate.
almost
It's
the
about
same
the
exact protein
culmination of
sequences
all the
as
debates.
honeybee. The only difference is in the venom. The venom side of it, the venom sac has a different protein sequence for it. Everything else about the wasp is exactly the same as the honeybee as far as the protein sequences.
Yeah,
So
but
you
you're still
actually
gonna
could.
end up with a genetic hybrid. That's my point. When we
It wouldn't be a
rebuild the
genetic
structure
hybrid.
of a creature,
The parts of it that were not in alignment with what it was becoming would be rejected from the host and pushed out of the body.
This still goes all the way over the line because
Making
we're
bee
talking about
wasp, you
after an
sicko.
extinction level event has
Can't
happened
play
for
God.
that,
Facts,
for that creature,
Cecil.
bringing that creature back and reproducing that creature infinitum because we need them without
This nigga
knowing what
knows
is killing
wasp
them off.
DNA
You're still not addressing why the extinction event happened, right? And then you're producing more of them.
Again though, I've already said, yeah, we would look into what had caused it, obviously,
right,
so that we could prevent it for the future. But what would stop us from reproducing the honeybee in an isolated lab environment where we could start mass producing it, where it wouldn't be killed off by whatever that extinction
because you
event
won't
was that
know
killed
if
it?
it's worth the long run cost.
Well, see, if you're going to bake in that there's
that was part of.
No. Here's the thing: if you're going to bake in that there's some extinction event that could continue to kill it, then I'm going to be able to bake in that we would be able to produce a lab where we wouldn't have that event that caused it to die off. Okay, if you bake bullshit in, I'll bake bullshit in.
No, that was the question.
That's how this goes,
at
buddy
the
boy.
beginning. The question at the beginning was, if there is a fall off of that being, is it worth it to reproduce it?
Yes, because it's cheap as shit to make honeybees.
And you took it only to honeybees. So
yeah, I specifically jumped on honeybees because the first thing I could think of, because we've actually got a crisis of that going on in the world right now.
But it doesn't make it worth it to do all creatures. It makes it only.
It does. They are literally
the worst
trying to
welcome
fight
to the
extinction
Carter.
of the honeybees right now by
This is
labs
the worst
producing
welcome to the
honeybees.
Carter.
No,
And
they're
they're failing.
actually, the cloned honeybees are actually doing really fucking good.
Sure,
they're reproducing.
It's the worst welcome to the Carter.
Population worldwide. There's still a die-off event happening worldwide. So
Yeah,
those
of the
costs-
non-cloned honeybees there are. The cloned honeybees are actually reproducing at exponential rates right now. They're doing really well, and they really think this is a chance of bringing back the honeybee population worldwide.
I don't know how
This
we
is
can
preventing
judge
an
the cost
extinction
in the
event.
long run.
This is something that's going on right now. That, I mean, it's there.
I'll
It's
let
on
it
the,
get
you know.
Let's see if we got a solo judge.
It's insane, I know, but it's happening. They're doing it now.
I will be very interested to see how this turns out.
How's so
I will be
fucking
too.
massive? I just added concierge. I just
Yeah,
added
they
concierge
They are
service to
actually,
my
King.
house.
They've been producing honeybees in massive fucking numbers.
We just got a
Smoking on a pure L, no
Cashapp
sanitizer.
for a solo
Pure L,
judge,
no hand sanitizer.
and the solo judge
Smoking on the pure L, call it
decided that the
sanitizer.
winner of the 1v1. Let me see, sir. The winner of the 1v1 is Cleaner.
You throw Wheezy on a beat, you throwing gas and
409. So
fire.
Abe Dinkus, tell everybody in the chat where we can find you.
I think most of you know where you can find me. Look for Abe Dinkus, and you'll find me there. I jump around here and there in panels and such, but my channel is listed under Abe Dinkus. You guys can throw it in the chat, and I appreciate the fun tonight.
World peace, shout out to Meta.
Always a pleasure.
Play for
having you.
cloudy
Yeah,
weather.
Mod, you can share his channel in the chat. And like I said, it's always a pleasure having you. Until next time, my friend.
I'm praying to y'all, right hand to God. Don't act like that, my nigga, today, but white man tomorrow. Right hand to God. That my nigga today, my man tomorrow. Ooh!
Another soul added.
Don't act.
Safe of souls.
I'm praying to God,
That's
right hand
how
to
it
God.
goes.
Don't act like that, my nigga,
Verbal combat
today and
Friday,
right
baby.
white man tomorrow. Facts, Wayne.
Let me see what you said. Bobby, you know, it's funny you say that, Bobby, because I've thought about that. But, we're working on
You've
some
been to
things
hell and back,
already
but
with
have
the
you been to
admin
heaven
here, trying to
before?
fix, not fix, but like, make it a little more exciting at the end of here. But
Smoking
this
that
is the
bomb,
second
LA,
week
like I'm
testing
McVeigh.
it out this way, so you might, you might see how it goes. But I have actually thought about that too. Like making the solo judge during the finals more expensive. I've thought about that too. But now we are down to the final two. Alright. I'm gonna find a topic here for us to debate. Let me see here.
Young moolah, baby, lay you down, easy after effort, full time, baby. What you do not faze me. You not amazing. I made $1 million man from a $2 baby. Sit your $5 ass down. Do not make me turn your $5 ass to coupons, baby. Who got next? Cause I go at these new guys next. I went from checking niggas to the nigga who sign checks. My flow like the flu I catch. I'm higher than your 2 socks stretch. Life a bitch, I'm about to make her your ex. Life a bitch got me flirting with that. to the Carter 6 and I'm serving my guests. Her lip service the best. I guess your bitch is not my personal guest. Thanks for shopping at the Carter where the verses stay fresh. Yes. Rest in peace, Jerry West. But this is where the peace never rests. And I'm higher than the peak of Everest. I'm the beast and the best. God bless.
Dude, I trained everything.
The Wayne Carter, I was in that water before Phelps. My father whooped the cocaine till he saw whelps. Saw so many motherfucking C-notes, I'm toned down.
Dwayne Carter, I was in that water before Phelps.
I'm just being my own self. Dwayne Carter, I was in that water before Phelps. Saw my father whoop the cocaine till he saw whelps. Saw so many motherfucking C-notes, I'm toned down. Saw my grandmother drink herself to her own death. Lost both of her feet, but never lost one step. Take a long break, his grandmother gone.
Lost both 1 feet, but never lost 1 step.
To own debt, lost both of her feet, but never lost 1 step. Take a long break, his grandmother gone, yes. Papa Rolling Stone, and he still ain't come home yet. I did some shit, I ain't sprayed a cologne yet. I stand on business and some niggas that niggas won't check.
I dealt with some shit. I ain't sprayed the cologne yet. I dealt with some shit. I ain't sprayed the cologne yet. That was fun, JS. We both got taken out. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
I blew up before y'all niggas was bomb threats. Get off my lawn because you're launching.
I blew up before you ninjas was bomb threats.
Ain't the throne yet. So comfortable for some take a long break. His grandmother gone, yes. Papa Rolling.
So basically, we're not gonna do a full listen through of this album, but the first 9 tracks are fire. No like big hit. There's the one that I played earlier is a big hit. That's a hit. But not a lot of quotables, not a lot of oh man, every like Wayne albums, when I hear a new Lil Wayne album, I think there's going to be a lot of stuff on here I don't like. But that's usually like if it's a 15-track album, that's usually like 6 of the songs on a 15-track album. This is a 19-track album. And 9 of the songs are good. 10 of the tracks are skip. 10 of the tracks are bad. And the 9 tracks that are good are not great. They're not like, I want to play this on repeat. There's like 2 songs that I'm going to listen to a little bit. But like, it's kind of, I feel bad. Feel bad saying it because Wayne's the boy. And it's like, it's always a battle between M and Wayne in my book. Who's the best, M or Wayne? And they drop albums at the same time. Carter 6 did not come out at the same time as the last Eminem, Music to Me Murdered By, and Music to Me Murdered B-sides. All I can hope is that, like with Eminem and like with Lil Wayne, there's going to be an extended release that comes out later that has like 3 to 6 more tracks on it, and those are going to be the fire tracks because I don't like mainstream releases. I like mixtapes and stuff, but a lot of the songs on this, it's like, the Carter 5 was darker. The Carter 5 was dark, and there's a lot of songs I skip on Carter 5, but for the majority, I can just listen to the Carter 5. I can listen to the Carter 4. I can listen to the Carter 3 all day. Carter 2, Carter 1, all of them. Oh, man, I can just listen to them over and over and over again. And this album is disappointing. I'm not happy with it. I'm not like, dude, we got Sean O'Malley fighting tomorrow, and we got Carter 6 dropping today, last night, well, yesterday. But like, and this is one of those first 9-track songs. So this is like the primo of the album. And it's not that great. Like,
Stone and he still ain't come home yet. I dealt with some shit, I ain't sprayed a cologne yet. I stand on business and some niggas that niggas won't check. I blew up before y'all niggas was bomb threats. Get off my lawn because your launch ain't a throne yet. So come on my own skin, you snake skin. Rather be my motherfucking self than your fake twin. Hey,
I'd rather be my motherfucking self than your fake friend.
man, I be everything they ain't been, and I'ma be frank for my Franklin.
I've been everything they ever ain't been, and I'm gonna be frank with my Franklins. Oh, okay. This was kind of. We see Wayne, you know.
Amen. Again, I be everything they ain't been, and I'ma be frank for my Franklins. Thanks, man. It could be AI, still ain't him, and if it ain't my YM, we ain't them.
It could be AI, it still ain't him.
Be yourself, nigga. No one else, nigga. I need myself, nigga. I don't need no one else, nigga.
Oh, AI, like A and I and myself, it still ain't him. Okay.
Be the best, nigga. And if I ain't being myself, I'm possessed, nigga. Really have many, that's
If I ain't being myself, I'm possessed, ninja.
fresh, nigga. I'm just being myself, just being myself. I walk with myself, make peace with myself. I give all of myself, not peace of myself. No starving myself, I eat myself.
I give all of myself, no piece of myself. I'm starving myself, don't eat with myself.
Do a song by myself and feature myself.
Do a song by myself and feature myself.
DJ play nothing but
Me. Being.
just me. And you can't do nothing, trust me. Don't try to make me somebody else. I got to be myself, my damn self. I'm just being myself. I'm feeling myself just to see what I felt. She touching herself, she relieving herself. So I'm excusing myself, let her be with herself. So full of myself, I OD off myself. I don't talk to myself, cause I speak to myself. Like self, keep to yourself. I fuck it and I sleep with myself. Make peace with myself, cause she just want a piece of my wealth. Increasing my wealth, I'm pleased with myself. Fall in love with myself and never cheat on myself. I treated myself, never beat up myself. I got a whole gang of bees, but I beat them myself.
So myself rhyme scheme. So it's the same thing that he does when he does something ninja, Brunthin ninja, Rumpin ninja, Kumpin ninja. I'm just looking for something ninja. So yes, he's ending every bar with ninja, and now he's ending every bar with myself. But the prerequisite rhymes to make the myself make sense also rhymes. So it's like, I'm just hunching ninja, looking for a brunchin ninja, coming around with munchkins ninja. They all looking short like some stumpkins ninja. Like, the ninja is not what's important. So the myself is not what's important as long as what leads up to the myself makes sense. So he's rhyming the prerequisite to the myself, and it rhymes, and it still makes sense with myself. That's why people will kind of like undermine this. He's just saying myself, 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 myself. He's got one verse where he does this the entire time with line or live or line It's alive. It's alive. There's a bind. And he's doing that with myself right now. They do it with Ninja a lot. You'll notice that.
Myself and me, I love well, I'm pleased with myself. Fall in love with myself and never cheat on myself. I treated myself, never beat up myself. I got a whole gang of bees, but I beat them myself. I'm meeting myself and me, I love to meet them myself. I'm big daddy, little daddy, don't make me get my belt. Before they drive me crazy, I put the key in myself. Before I let you piss me off, I'll pee on myself. I'm no better than he than.
Before I let you piss me off, I'll pee on myself. Pee on myself, beat up myself, treat on myself. Looking for the weed in myself, smoking blunts, looking for the weed in myself. So you're rhyming the weed and the beat and the treat and the lead and the myself. It just, as long as it makes sense with the myself is not, it's part of the rhyme scheme, but it's I don't know what word it is.
Myself, the truth is hard to swallow, but she drank the semen and belch. And that pussy I'ma eat for my health. She screaming I help, but she feel that head from her feet to her scalp. Clean on myself, fly then the wings on the stealth. At the TOP of the shelf, read it yourself. Even on Halloween on myself. And when all the smoke clear, all I see is myself. I can't see no one else, can't be no one else.
Being myself.
I'm just being myself, just being myself. I roll with myself, make peace with myself. I give all of myself, not peace of myself. No starving myself, I eat myself.
No problem, King. Yeah, it was fun. It's good to see you up there tonight. Cleaner is such a liar. Dude gets away with so much because peeps don't fact check him. Yeah. He's like, came to cope here. You can cope. Go ahead and cope. Is it over yet?
Of going to space and making long-term exploration a thing. Yeah, before we went, but they were for us to go to space. Without the hope of going to space, we would not have developed.
Yeah, that's
those
what they told you, right? They tricked
that.
you into thinking like the going to the moon.
Well, I'm going to need you to prove that they tricked
technological advancement,
I
but
don't
really
see that.
they were just making better rockets, bro.
Yeah, the thing is, like, unless you can prove to me that I'm being tricked, I'm not going to believe that, because I've read things, I've looked at data myself, I've actually been in some of the programs myself. And so if you're going to tell me that my truth is wrong, then I'm going to need to understand why you think my truth is wrong. So you're going to have to give me some kind of real refutation here on why it is that I've been tricked this way.
Well, your truth is not the truth.
Right. So the truth, then,
that's why
your
truth is wrong.
That's fine. So the truth. The truth. So you're still gonna have to refute the truth that is being put out there, which is that we have done these things in the pursuit of exploring space.
Yeah, in the pursuit of it, not going in space. It's not. We didn't get these things from space. That's what I'm saying.
We got these things.
We never had to go to
space of going to space.
Things.
But if we did not have the pursuit of going to space, we would not have made these things in the way we did to
and
go
because
to
I didn't
space.
announce it, I'll let it get to 9 minutes and 30 seconds to see if we get a solo judge. But sorry, keep going.
No, that's fine. Yeah, no, if we weren't going to space, these things wouldn't have been designed in the way they were to go to space. You understand
Why
what I'm saying?
wouldn't they have? Why couldn't we? Wait, so are you saying that it's impossible we could have built these things without?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Literally, what I am saying is these technologies were created to go to space.
Yeah, and
they were created to go to space.
We never needed to go to space. And we went to space. It's cool. Whoop-de-doo. We waved a flag on the fucking moon. Now let's stop going there, bro. What do we need to go there for? We're just wasting a bunch of resources so Elon Musk can blow shit up. Fuck that guy. What are we doing?
Well, for a number of reasons. Number one, it's fucking cool. What? It is. I think it's fucking cool.
Watching shit explode on movies is cool. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah, watching shit explode on movies is cool too.
Watching shit explode, knowing that
also
there's fucking
exploring
people and our resources involved.
Exploring everything is cool, dude. If we didn't explore, if we weren't explorers, we wouldn't have
Sorry, I had to
America,
go to the
we
bathroom.
wouldn't have
Yeah,
Canada,
you know
and we
what?
wouldn't have
Tell that to
Mexico.
the dude that got stuck in the Nutty Putty Cave. He thought he was cool being an explorer too, and
People
look what
do
happened to him.
die.
All right.
People do get hurt while exploration happens. But if we don't do that,
It's
then
unnecessary.
we never find things.
It's unnecessary.
It wasn't
We have
necessary for them
they're
to
going
come to
out.
America either, but they
and you
did.
know what? I'm gonna even give Nasty
We
a
see a net
shout out.
positive from that.
I'm gonna give Nasty a shout out because I was just gonna mention you want to explore, bro? Go explore the fucking oceans, bro. We got lots of that shit we still need to explore, bro.
I saw them
A lot
talking
of
about that
ocean.
earlier before we
Lot of
started this
ocean
one
act.
in
Good.
chat too, and I
Lot
think
of
that's an
ocean
interesting
action. Good
proposition,
point.
too. I'd love it to for us to explore the ocean some more too.
You're gonna find a Leviathan in some caves.
Shit. All right, chat. Listen, I am putting this poll in here right now.
I'm voting
You guys
Speakeasy,
gotta
so
do
maybe the
this
prize carries
final
over.
vote here. All right, if you want to vote for yours truly, you should
Cleaner
know
got
the
a lot of
name,
like.
All right, and if you want to vote for this man,
Cleaner
right
somehow
here,
got
you're voting
Crucible
for Cleaner
fans.
409 on the panel or on the poll. Sorry, chat. Get your votes in. We're starting the timer up now, and you got 2 minutes.
So there's two labs. One is in Sweden and one is in Japan, and both of them are using that B type that I had listed out, the Coda B, for the type of bee that they're injecting the DNA of into
Dude, they got
wasps,
robotic bees.
queens that they are. I mean, not the queens, but the regeneratives that
We did
are
a thing about
producing
robotic
these
bees
and
like
then
2
these
years
bees
ago.
actually make eggs of themselves. They clone themselves constantly. They have no genetic what do they call it? There's no genetic randomness to these bees at all. I shit you not, dude. It's crazy.
I'm gonna call Cap just because I don't know.
No, look it up. Look it up, dude.
About. Guys, don't vote for him just because he's lying about the bees. All right.
He's lying about the bees.
It's Cape honeybees, I believe, is what it is. That's what I had.
This is
put
the
in
movie
chat
The
earlier.
Happening.
Yeah, it's a Cape honeybee that they inject into a wasp, and when the wasp goes to do its thing in the wasp nest to make a
Bee
larva in
captain.
there, it actually produces a fucking Coda honeybee instead.
Yeah,
and
but
the
guess
Coda
what,
honeybee
guys?
comes out, and the Coda honeybee
Fuck
reproduces
the
and
bees,
makes more.
bro.
I'm
Fuck the bees,
telling you.
bro. You want to do de-extinction? We're gonna bring back and like, look, you just mentioned how it's like some genetic fucking mutation that bee had, and maybe that's a positive one. Good for that one. But the next one they're gonna bring back is gonna be a bee that's laced with fucking C19 that stings you and gives you a fucking sickness. All right, that's what
It's
gonna be.
it's gonna
It's
have
gonna
a
be a
heroin
fucking
stinger.
bat disease bee. All right, that's what it is.
Motherfucker's gonna have a heroin stinger.
Wow,
Yeah,
Cleaner
exactly.
won.
The fuck?
I can think of a lot of skinny people that'd be really happy.
Shit.
Cleaner won.
Bot fly bees. Oof.
Oh,
that'd be
fuck
rough.
that. Bot flies you can kill off. I'm
That'd
cool
be
with that.
rough. Listen, that is 37 votes locked in. All right. I mean, could have did a little better, chat, but it's okay. The rest of yous are furries. I get it. 37 votes.
Damn.
56% said that the winner of the 1v1 is Cleaner.
That's wild.
409 coming in.
I don't know if
killing
I'm
it.
gonna stay much
So,
later. Well, I'll probably stay a
listen,
couple hours later,
chat,
but
I
we
need
gotta
you
get to
all
sleep. We got an early crazy fight card
to,
tomorrow night.
give a congratulations to the Verbal Combat Round 74 champion.
That was fun.
Tell everybody where they find you, Cleaner.
Like
Yeah,
a
I don't
good
know, at
neighbor,
Cleaner
State
409.
Farm is.
I will be producing content in the next couple of weeks. I've actually got a debate coming up, 2v2, me and Paige from the Crucible Crew against Ghosty and uh, Ryan the Radical Coder, and it'll
Oh,
be
nice.
moderated over on Sarah's channel.
Nice.
That'll be on the 16th.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Everyone, make sure you guys all go and check that out. Make sure you guys go sub up as well because he says he's got some content coming. And also, you need to. I need you to either send me like a Cash App or PayPal or
Oh
however
no,
you want me
nope.
to.
Give that to memberships for chat.
The whole 150?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. Hold up. One sec.
Chat's the ones that make the fun happen every fucking weekend for us all, you know?
Oh shit. This is true. Chat always wins.
They throw in the attacks and all of it, and it adds spice to it. It makes it harder, makes it fun, makes it, sometimes it makes some people butt hurt at times, makes people fucking happy at times, but it makes the Friday night, which is what the garage guys are all about.
And like,
And
look at this too. And like, I
fucking love
got because I send out 10 memberships every week as well. So here's
How do you
my
do that?
10
I don't know how to do
to
that.
begin with. Okay. And then we're gonna go over to here. And we got a 20 coming in for 100. And then we got another 10 coming in for 50. Big membership
Hey,
train
Seesaw
rolling
got
through
a
right now.
membership.
Big shout out to Cleaner. Let's fucking go.
Congrats, chat. This one was for you guys, and thank you guys for letting me do it.
Let's fucking go. One more time, everybody. Give a big congratulations to Cleaner. Make sure everybody goes and subs up. All right, mods, grab the channel link and put it in the chat for us so all the chat can go find Cleaner. That's what's up. And Cleaner, do you would you happen to want to do an after party?
I don't host after parties currently. I don't have the StreamYard setup going yet for it.
Okay. Oh, Cleaner, type in the chat quick so King can grab your channel too. Your channel link. All right, so then do you I think JS is still streaming, so do you mind if we
Sure
send it over there?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
All right,
I'm
let's
good with
do
that.
that. Oh, wait, hold up. Wait, what do you mean he had a name change? Where? Oh, I think it came in a different way. That's why. Hold up. Let me see. Let me see. 1 second. 1 second. Skull and Bones is the champ. Let's go. Hold up.
This was a fun one. Science night. It would have to be science night, wouldn't it?
Let's fucking go. And also, too, for your verbal combat character, if there's any like things you want, like elements you want added or anything like this, let me know. And or colors or anything like this, let me know, and I'll add that in because I'm gonna be doing. I got a couple I gotta do this weekend, so I'll be doing it this weekend.
Ghost Rider-esque. I don't know. That's what I typically go for on my monikers.
Word. I figured. Yeah, I can have some fun with that. Well, listen, always a fucking pleasure having you. Congratulations, Verbal Combat Round 74 champion on the science night. Let's fucking go. And I don't know. Are you gonna be over at JS as well?
Yep, I'm gonna stop in over there and say hi and hang out for a little bit, bullshit some.
All right, I'll be listening
Tonight was
in too.
a hell of a lot of fun.
Fuck yeah, it was. Fuck yeah, it was. And congratulations again, and thank you for
Hold
coming.
on
I
one sec,
appreciate
James.
it.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
And chat, listen, chat, you guys absolutely fucking amazing. I have to add in a couple of those last cash apps here to that. Here, let me just do it so that you know it's there. 1 second.
Hold on, I'm still listening to Easy Stream for till the outro starts.
What up, James? And JS.
All right, listen. Absolutely. Oh, you guys still can't see it. L for me. L for me. Hold up. Hold up. Absolutely. Smash the dono goal tonight. So chat, put some fucking W's and crowns in the chat for chat. Okay. Terry Hack's still asleep. I think so. He's in the back still, so he's probably definitely still sleeping. That's funny. I just realized that. Shit. Yo, you guys are absolutely amazing. Honestly. Absolutely fucking amazing. Okay? I really, really can't thank you guys enough. I just, you guys have helped me make this an absolute fucking great show that as we all know, it's often imitated, never duplicated. All right. Shout out to all the panelists tonight. Came in fighting, spilling blood. You guys all did great. We had some newbies on the show tonight, couple of them actually. So that was fucking amazing. Can't thank you guys enough. Oh shit, here we go. We got another name change quick before we go. UVCs are coming. And they're coming with a bang, let me tell you. Because I've changed a couple things about it. Changed a couple things. And I have a plan with it. That is, well, I'm going to tell you guys a little more about it on Monday.
Biggest problem with UVC is you know who's gonna win
Let's
before
not
it's
keep
over.
You guys too much longer. I just got to say, you guys are the absolute best. It could be 30 in the chat. It could be
Pin the link.
1,500 in the chat.
Don't the judges still have to vote?
Best fucking chat.
Yeah,
on
but
YouTube, hands.
hold on, he's still talking.
Down. I love you guys.
When he starts
God
the
bless
song,
you
I'm
all.
gonna
I
close
hope
it.
you guys. We tried earlier, Bobby. I think he was right out. I hope you guys all have a beautiful weekend. Okay. Stay safe. Don't do nothing crazy. I will see you all Monday.
You all right, James? Sounds like
for
that
sure,
corona's
for
wearing
sure.
off.
We're back on full Monday to Friday schedule. Starting this Monday.
All right. I was gonna say the so if you're modeling it after UFC, a fighter doesn't know the judge's scorecard throughout the fight. So like the debaters, if we get to, if it's a 5-round thing, an hour for the first round and 30 minutes for each round after that, it's a 5-round debate. If you win the first 3, then you can just start fucking around with the last 2. And also it kind of puts a weight on the judges' shoulders. Now the judges have to, like, we got to keep it going. We can't just give it to this guy in the first 3. So like when me and Vigilante did a UVC, I won all 5 rounds. After the 3rd round, I was just fucking around. I argued that water's not wet, which now after looking into it, I believe that water is not wet, but
What the heck?
but I won all the 5 rounds. So the people debating shouldn't know the results of the round. And then there needs to be like a knockout clause, because in a UFC fight, really you don't want to go to the judge's decision. You're trying to knock them out. So like, I don't know if you would incorporate some way that the chat could say this is a knockout, but then it ends the content too. So if it's planned to be a 2.5 hour show with these 5 topics, and then the chat does a knockout in the first round, then how do you keep the show going? It's just stuff I was thinking about the UVC. But anyway, do we get the raid? Bree!
Over. I don't know if we've got rated.
The trucker. Water gay. I mean, is water inherently gay? Because you're 75% water.
Yeah, that would mean we're 75% gay. Right?
that mean we're all gay. if water's gay, that means we're all gay. I don't think water's gay.
But yeah.
But water's not wet. Water applies wetness.
Yeah, I love Coronas though.
Yeah, you're fun when you're drinking, James.
Yeah, I love Coronas, just like I said in the chat, just as much as I love my Hispanic and Latino women.
But you don't even have a lime in it. Like, that's savage. That's like American savage.
What do you mean a lime? What does that mean?
You don't have a lime. Who drinks Corona with no lime? Like, that's...
I do drink with a lime. What are you talking about?
You didn't have a lime in your Corona.
Yes, I had lime juice in my Corona. What are you talking about?
Lime juice. Did it come from a little...
Juice is lime, sir.
Did it come from a green squeeze bottle?
Derived from lime.
That's some GMOs. Did it come from a green squeeze bottle, or did it come from a lime?
Yeah, it was a great value one.
That's not real lime juice.
Yeah, nah.
Great value lime. Come on, James. Better than that.
Hey, look. Great value is like
Fake lime. Fake lime. Can we all...
Here's great value, so I'm on a budget.
Can we all agree? There's no way Cleaner won that. It's Cope time. It's JS Cope time. Listen. Y'all need to remember what happened in the beginning at the end, you know? It can't just be the last hour. It's got to be the whole, it has to comprise the whole thing.
What happened at the beginning and the end? Oh, I do know what happened at the beginning. God created the heavens and the earth. And then what happened at the end? God destroys all the earth to renew it.
Well, okay.
That was the beginning and the end.
Yeah. What James said. Bear raid. Thank you for the raid, Easy. I don't have my count up on the screen. Hey, $5 for the grift. We gotta listen, chat. Listen, chat. It's gonna be different tonight. I'm not gonna be going till 11 a.m. on a Friday tonight like I usually do. Usually we got another 6 hours in us. I might got another 3 or 4 hours in me. But around 7 a.m., 6 a.m., like 3 hours from now, we're going to stop because I need to go to bed because tomorrow night is UFC 316 and it's fight night. And it's a stacked card. It's a big fight night. And Daddy Jub says I need to not show up halfway through the main card. I need to be there for the preliminaries and Yeah, he's telling me if you're gonna do a fight night, you need to tighten up, and he's right. He's right about that. Jazz, you a wild cat. I'm a wild dog.
I've been thinking about it. Have you got your Switch 2 yet, though, JS?
No. Actually, no, what do you mean? It's been a day, James.
Yeah,
I know you got it. Oh, I already got one. Oh,
yeah, because I
here
got
we
it for
go.
my
Here we go.
birthday. I got it for my birthday. The birthday boy got it.
Yeah, have you opened it yet?
Oh, yeah, I'm playing it right. I was playing it tonight.
Were you playing Mario Kart, Mario World?
No, I wasn't playing Mario Kart World tonight. I mean, I was playing Assassin's Creed earlier. But,
On the Switch?
no, on the Switch 2, because I was playing it on, it's backwards compatible on the Switch 2.
So you're playing a Switch 1 game on the Switch 2. Get out of here, James. I want to hear.
Backwards compatible.
I want to hear
But
about
I've
Switch
been
2
playing
games.
I have played Mario Kart World though. I have played it.
How
That's
is
the
it?
one I got. It's awesome. You should get you a Switch 2.
All right, you're going to get shelled up when I get a Switch 2. You're not ready for it.
Oh, I'm ready, baby.
Don't challenge me in Mario Kart. I was playing Mario Kart when you weren't even a gleam in your father's eye.
I was only my father's ball sack.
Yeah. He had yeah. It wasn't even a sparkle in his eye yet.
Oh, I was still in his ball sack, so I couldn't really be a sparkle.
Yep.
Dude, my son came home from high school one day, and I think he had just turned 16, and they were going through doing the whole sex ed thing, right? He said, "Dad, I realized something at school today." I was like, "What?" He's like, "I used to be in your nuts." I was like, "That's a very unique way to put it, bud."
Yeah. I think it's a scientific proof of God that every one of us is the strongest out of like a billion sperm. Like we all made it to the end. Like, you think life is tough and like who's going to be the top of the line in life? Like we already fought through that as dang nut. Just swimming upstream, fighting.
Hey, Trucking, get out of the chat. And apparently Sassy says I'm low.
You're low? You sound all right to me, but I can turn you up a bit. Somebody can. Where am I? I'll turn you up, but yeah, we're all the strongest out of like a billion sperm, and not to mention, you're alive. God's real. Science says so.
Everything says so.
James wants a fireman video like what Sarah does. Well, I can't oblige.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
That Corona's already wearing off. He doesn't have enough in him for that fireman video yet.
I think everybody's low. I have the volume low. I got it fixed.
There would be nothing. There would be no amount of alcohol that would make that even possible to take that fireman video.
It's not what you were saying earlier at BK.
Thank you for the super chats, K2. Keep on trucking.
I'm gonna tell you you're lying because I never said that at BK.
Yeah, I'm just like.
And thank you for the membership, William Gramer, 6-month member. Shout out, William. I got ramens in the microwave.
Ramen?
Yeah, I didn't want to eat at the beginning of, because usually I like get a pizza or I buy a pizza on a Friday night and then I start the VK eating the pizza. I don't think people trying to see that, so I was like,
Well, you know it's called cut your camera off.
yeah, that's technical jargon. I don't know what cut my camera off means.
Technical jargon?
Technical jargon.
It's a little button at the bottom that looks like a camera. You just click it.
I got a whole command center in front of me. It's not just one button. There's lots of buttons.
It's one button on StreamYard. It's one button, sir. And then it's a little button as well on your
The Discord is pinned, guys. If you're new, you got to go into the staging room and I'll try to keep my eye on it. If I miss you, just spam in chat. The only time you're allowed to spam in chat is to spam, I'm in the staging room. I'm in the staging room. Because if I don't see you and you're in there and we're talking and stuff, I might miss you. And hopefully maybe one of the mods will see it and then they'll help you out. But yeah, I do miss people in the staging room sometimes. There's too much stuff for my eyeballs.
Oh, that was a fun VK night, wasn't it, JS?
I was excited about science. I like science, and people think I'm like a science denier. I'm a science denier because I like science so much. Like it's one of my, it's a thing I like to talk about is science stuff. And
You're a science denier because you like science so much, isn't it?
yeah, I think
Isn't that
there's
predictive?
legit science and there's pseudoscience. There's a lot of fake science that people accept as fact, and scientific fact is not like a term used in science. There's theories, there's laws, there's hypothesis, but scientific fact is just the same fact as plumber's fact or engineer's fact or historian's fact. Like a fact is a fact. There's no special scientific fact.
Yeah, that's something that has always kind of got me about science, because ever since I was a kid, like I was like always taught we don't ever prove theories 100%. And so I was like, well, if you don't ever prove a theory 100%, how do you know something? Well, you don't ever know 100% for sure. I hated that answer. I hated it. I couldn't stand that, you know. But
Yeah,
it made me really want to start learning more and dive deeper in, because I was like, all right, why is it that way? It shouldn't be that way. If we know something, we should be able to say we fucking know it. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But
Exactly.
a theory is based on a series of facts. So like, and a law is when a theory is so accepted and it can't be defeated for such a long period of time that it just becomes the law. So the law of gravity comes from the theory of gravity. We all know if I throw a ball in the air, it's going to fall to the ground. So then there's theories and there's hypotheses and there's laws to explain why that happens. But we all know it happens. It's observable. It's true. We know if I throw. So it's just science is knowing that the ball is going to fall. And then the operation of science is figuring out a name for it and why it happens. And so we might have holes in the why, but we know it happens. And so you need to say the how and all these other things. But there is facts in science.
Right.
You know, it's just not. A lot of times when we say this happened because of this, we don't actually know that. We're just, it's the best guess. And that's what I was trying to get to with some of the debates I had earlier tonight. I was trying to say with Coder, I was trying to say, yes, we can make the best guess off of the fossils, but we weren't there, so we can't actually observe it. So we can't really use the full scientific method. And I think they need to concede that. And the problem with I almost said the left, with people of this worldview is that shit, I just lost my train of thought. I've been drinking, y'all.
They have a hard time letting you speak your piece without spurging and cutting you off and strawmanning what it is that you're saying, because they feel how you say something rather than listening to the actual words you're saying and just taking them for those words. So they end up like conflating it with another thing and saying, oh, well, if you're saying that all men in the world are better at being Navy SEALs, then that means that no women are allowed to be Navy SEAls. You're saying no women are allowed to be Navy SEAls.
Yep.
You know, they do that kind of shit. And that's a big problem with people like that. And that's why they don't take to science very well, you know?
Well, and I'll do that to fuck with them. So like with effigy, I'll say DNA is not real. And people think I'm just like some idiot that's just saying some dumb shit. But if we really go into it, you can't really say that DNA is real either, and so that's because I like science. I can kind of play with that because
Well, DNA would just be the idea of the factual representation that we have, right? The construct that is our chromosomes, our RNA and mRNA sequences, all of that stuff. I mean, DNA is just the makeup. Like it's just the word we use.
GATTC.
yeah. Well, we know that climate and where you live on the earth and who your parents are and who your grandparents are and who your great grandparents are is going to affect things like IQ. It's going to affect things like how you look, your eye color, your hair color, your skin color, blah blah blah. And then what we do is we call that DNA. But really it's just good record keeping. It's just, we've been observing people for the last 1,000 years and we've been keeping records on it. Genealogies and things like this, family lineage, but there's no like DNA that shows this. We make this idea up that it's like I can put you into a computer, print out a copy of you. Not yet. Maybe someday. And I think that's dangerous, and I think we're getting close, but they don't really know what DNA is. It's just,
well, they're skating the edge of the idea of DNA with the chromosome makeup, and like whenever they do the tests, like when the police do forensic tests and all that, they don't even understand what they're saying.
mm-hmm.
They're
Yeah, so if you had a friend, if I never had any sort of criminal record, and I never had my DNA taken, and I think this is why they take footprints, and I think this is why God built us to not have recognizable fingerprints and eyes. Our eyes change after we're born, is because the eyes, the fingerprints, and those are the two most identifiable things on you. And those don't develop until later in life. So when you're in a hospital when you're a kid, they can't take a photo of your eye to get your eye print or your fingerprint. They take your footprint. Where am I going? I'm getting all shit. Sorry.
Well,
sorry guys.
DNA,
my brain's bouncing
DNA
around
would
tonight.
be like printing.
Oh, yeah. DNA.
Yeah.
And so they're trying to take these if I commit a crime and I don't have any record, you've never taken my DNA, the way you're going to find me is through my family's DNA. Somebody in my family has had their DNA taken, quote unquote. They've had this thing that's recognizable that we can observe, and we can put markers in it and stuff, and we call that DNA. They've had that taken. But if you didn't have that, you would never have gotten me. I could get away with murder. Like,
right.
Usually when they catch somebody who's done murder with DNA, they're on the record books already. So it's just, that's why I say it's good record keeping. It's and if they're not on the record books, their sister is, or their cousin is.
JS bring up Cecil.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they've had to expand on the number of RNA sequences that they use for DNA markers, because originally it was like I think originally when they started doing the DNA tests for court cases and shit, it was like 7, and then it was 13, and I think now it's up to like 100 and something that they have that are markers. So I mean, it just keeps expanding.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody who's done murder with DNA, they're on the record.
They figured out that like
Cecil, your audio is so bad,
because they were catching people that they knew for sure didn't do what they were being taken to court for, and it was like, no, he couldn't have done that. We have a video of him like being right there. There's no way he could have done that.
And the DNA. Wait,
okay.
I'm sorry, I was zoned out a little on the Cecil audio issue, but you're saying that The video and the obvious evidence shows they're not guilty, but the DNA shows they are guilty.
Right, because of
Yeah,
the 7 markers they were using, and then they expanded it to 13, and they found even 13 wasn't enough, and so they expanded it more.
And the DNA. I'm sorry, I was zoned out a little.
Someone's
We're gonna try for a little bit, Cecil, but your audio is so bad, dude. You seem cool.
So trash, bro. We want to talk to you, Cecil, but your audio is trash, bro.
No, is it good or no?
And now it sounds better.
Now we can at least
not good no more.
We can hear you.
No, you're good now. I think it was just echoing the stream back into the Discord.
Yeah, my bad. I had the stream going in the Discord up. That was my bad. My apologies.
Yeah, now you're better. Yeah, you're much better now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, then they keep expanding it. and
Sorry, I was eating some eggs too. I gotta get my breakfast. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's going to end up going down the route of like, we're just going to keep expanding this thing until we've ruled out so many people from being capable of having committed certain crimes. But you brought up something else.
Super chats?
Hold on. He said you
Yes,
brought
are you
up
ignoring-
something else, and what was the?
Hold on. JS, you're ignoring super chats.
Sorry, Chazzy, smooching as in share. If I fall asleep, don't hate me. Thank you, Chazzy, for the England dollars are way more valuable than American dollars. So that's like $7. Well, after the thing,
What?
that's after the YouTube takes its cut. That's like an
Are you
actual
sure about that?
$5.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's actual $5. Okay, sorry, Cleaner, to interrupt you.
Oh no, you're good. No, I was gonna say, like, you brought up IQ, and I've kind of always had this theory on IQ, and I've been able to ask a couple of people, and I'm kind of curious because you're a science guy, so I'm kind of curious what your take would be on my theory of IQ. All right, so this is my theory of IQ. I believe that the whole concept of IQ and the IQ test was developed by the elitists to give the plebs, us, something to say, oh, yay, we're better than somebody else. And that's it. That's literally fucking it, because that test only identifies one small direct correlation.
Can I before I respond, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Did you take an IQ test and get a really low score?
When I was drunk, I got like 146. I don't know if that's what you'd consider low out of.
That's not low, but
I mean, I've taken a number of them. I've ranged anywhere from the 140s all the way up to the 180s.
Because what you just said sounded like usually what I hear from people who took an IQ test and they got like a 90 and they thought they were like a 120 or 130 and they got a 90 and they're mad at IQ.
Well, and see, that's the thing. I don't consider myself a very intelligent man. I don't.
Right, no, it sounds like to me what Cleaner's saying is this IQ, the invention of the IQ test and the intelligence quotient in general was just to pacify people that are less fortunate than some, because like the top percent, he's talking about like it was a construction by the top percent so that all the peasants, so to speak, can be like, well, at least we're smarter than them. They might be better off and richer and more well off than we are, but at least we're smarter.
Yeah.
It's like a pacifying effect.
I understand.
agree with that.
I understand where he's coming from. I disagree. I'd say if I found like a workforce quotient, and if I said, this sort of group of people with this culture and this ideology living in this area are on a number scale this likely to do work to better their society, and then we could like map this out, and we could say, well, this certain group of people is they're more likely to do more work, and we could map it out. I don't think it's just a number. Well, it's just a number that shows the likelihood that somebody's gonna. So there's a lot of things that can map onto IQ, and it's just a number.
So
if I went to some African tribe and I took them for engineering quotient, how likely are you to engineer some sort of amazing structure? I would give them a really low ranking on that quotient, and I would probably be right. And if it maps out, then I don't see a problem with this.
But no, James. Let's just flip that on that a little bit and say, let's say you go to one of these tribes and you try to go, their engineering quotient, and you find out that one person in the tribe can construct something that you couldn't even fathom in your brain. So his engineering quotient goes super high. He then would have the standpoint to say his engineering quotient is higher than the white man who brought it to them.
No.
So it's like he could say he has a higher standing than the white man.
I would expect
because he's better at engineering.
I would expect that amongst a group of people, there would be an anomaly. There would be an anomaly who would have a really high engineering quotient. But if I saw that in this group of people, everybody has his same engineering quotient, and they're just the average, then there's like obviously there's a difference there. There's like a mappable difference. It's the bell curve. It's
and that's the thing though, is that even when they have something like a Pfaffian graph, and they're only taking correlate data that supports their claim, they're still only reaching 63% accuracy with IQ test as far as what the IQ test is specializing in. So like you said, when they go to an engineer and they do an engineering test, right? They try and test this guy on concepts, conceptual understandings, all kinds of shit. And he scores, I don't know, let's say a fucking 100. But this dude is building some of the most amazing architecture we've ever fucking seen, because there's more that goes into engineering than just those concepts that they're saying, right? So this whole conceptual understanding
that's
of
why
IQ
that's why you'll
isn't
see
an
criminals.
thing.
So we could say on average, people with higher IQs are more likely to be successful in life. But we can also look at examples of really high IQ people who are like serial killers or bombers or like a Kaczynski or, there's.
Well, they were successful at something.
Right. So, yeah. So
But here's the thing, and this is the fallacy, right? There's plenty of people who have had way higher IQs that weren't successful in life.
Right.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm saying is, so IQ is not, it can show you patterns for likelihood of successfulness, of being successful, or criminality. You can find all these things based off of these numbers of IQ, but all the IQ is just a number that we're gonna rate somebody's ability to learn and retain information. And
but what does, in all reality, what does an IQ actually equate to? You said in some instances you could maybe use it, but then I would argue that the statistics could be skewed. But you could maybe use it to determine criminality or so on. But at the same time,
I would point to, like, if you have under 70 IQ, then that type of person is not worth even like talking to.
Well, and see, this is the thing, okay? You're talking about the outlier scenario.
Because there's no point. There's like, they don't. It sounds mean. I'm not being mean. I'm saying, like, if you have under 70 IQ, yeah, we can hang out. You're probably full of love and fun, and you're probably an amazing individual. But I'm not gonna debate you, because
you won't have an intellectual. You'll have a good time, but you won't have an intellectual conversation.
We could probably play darts.
The thing I'm getting at here, though, JS. This is the thing I'm getting at. Okay,
we'd have a fun time playing darts while drinking, but
this construction has been made so that we in the lower class, quote unquote, can class ourselves out in such a way that we have stepping stones of other people, so that we have some way ourselves feel better because, oh, well, I'm not that stupid. I may not be that rich guy up there.
We build a hierarchy, right? We build our own hierarchy based on knowledge.
Right. It breeds a sort of complacency for the people who are actually intelligent, who could pose a threat.
Right, because
to those people.
Because the IQ tests are so crazy, and there isn't one across the board that everybody can follow, and you can't determine with 100% that this is what this person's IQ is. It really is just about pacifying the masses.
Yeah, but
really is. That's what it breaks down.
but there's a danger in the opposite. So like, Cleaner, you're a smart guy. I can tell you have a pursuit for knowledge. You're trying to learn things and you try to speak like an intelligent person. King, you're not a fucking idiot. So there's a danger in saying, "Oh, IQ doesn't matter." You know, we don't care about how we should care about how smart people are. Like we should be smarter and not be dumber. Because we're getting dumber.
Say I'm a smart
Right,
person,
but then you're gonna argue that IQ is controllable, right?
No, individuals.
Well, then how would that right? Well, then how would that work then, JS? If you say we want to be smarter, but then how can we, especially with the sliding scale like the IQ tests, like they're all based at such different ranges.
You can get.
I mean, you can get a general idea, but there is no definite.
You can get smarter.
You can get.
Okay.
So and you increase your IQ.
We can train people to be smarter and get smarter, which is going to make the kids more smarter. And so it's a long term plan. It's
more smarter.
Instead of instead of embracing being dumbasses, and then our kids are more dumbasses and more dumbasses. Like,
why is it important for us to not be dumbasses? Why is it important for us to not be dumb?
Right.
Because
I like that question.
Because we see examples of dumb people.
If I can grow food and understand when I need to feed my cows, what more do I really need to know other than that? And have some faith. What do I really need to know?
Well, that's smart.
Basic survival.
Well, wait, what is dumb?
No, I don't need to know math. I don't need to know shit.
You don't need to know math for an IQ test.
I was gonna.
Why is that important? Why is that important?
There's some people that have a super low IQ that exactly like he's saying that run a farm.
Yeah.
Or
why is any of that important? I can have kids. I can have a good life. I can be happy. Why is it important?
I'd say a lot of those farm people might have higher IQs than you would expect.
Bro, most people with high IQs fucking have mental problems and overanalyze everything to the point where they're socially awkward. Fucking, what are you talking about?
You're talking about extremely high.
Yeah, they lack a lot of common sense.
I don't even know if that's true.
Common sense is rare now.
No, he's right. Once you get to the crazy end of the high IQs level, you get to crazy people. But I'm just saying,
I wouldn't say it's IQ. I would say it has to do with how far down the rabbit hole of conspiracy and crazy science you start researching into. That's what I would say.
Oh, I've looked.
By the way, that's how you come in with grenades, boys.
Shut up, Chris.
I think
what up, Jays? Why are you in verbal combat, bro? You fucker. I grifted for you to bring your dumbass back from the dead. Zombie Jays didn't do shit. You were chewing on your chair and shit. The fuck was going on?
Dad said they wanted the chair. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, and then you spoke the entire fucking time.
Well,
you
did get a redemption, JS. I don't know that one.
JS, you almost forsake the chair and lost that debate. Do you understand that? You almost lost to James' chair because you wouldn't shut the fuck up.
Well,
you would shut up. You would have won it.
We can't have 5 minutes of dead air.
That's what the chat wanted, JS. They wanted chair.
I just want to say, a massive congratulations and a W to the new verbal combat champion of the world, Cleaner 409. Congratulations, buddy.
Congrats, Cleaner.
Thanks.
Yeah, congratulations, Cleaner.
Thanks.
Yeah, fuck you, Cleaner.
I had fun with it.
They're all going to give you congratulations. I ain't giving no congratulations.
Don't be a sore loser.
You already congratulated. Nice try.
No, I do think that there are a lot of social constructions that have been created and impressed upon us from the man in the high tower, so to speak, or the elites, or whatever you want to call them. Some people refer to conspiracy theories like the Illuminati or the Freemasons, or whatever else, you know.
The small hats, you know, the bagels.
Yeah, I've heard all kinds of conspiracy theories in my time.
Right.
So I don't discount that, because typically when there's a lot of people that are seeing things and saying things, there's a small air of truth to it. And we're finding that out more and more over time here in America as we start finding out more and more about the conspiracies that people were saying in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. We're finding out they were fucking true. So, I don't even try to
Dude,
discount
I'm
people
finding
like
out
that.
conspiracy theories from 3 years ago were true.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's true. That is.
And the conspiracy theory and the news is about like a couple months, right?
Yeah, 6 months.
It's one piece of paper. That's what it is. That's what the CIA officially said. The difference between a conspiracy theory and fact is one piece of paper.
Huh.
You know
The
what?
question
What's
is, how a
also the
conspiracy
difference
theory
between
can't
one
be
piece of
fact.
paper having fucking break marks in your underwear, my son.
What?
A lot of people use the word conspiracy theory as like
Who
a
told
term
you
to
about
just
the bar mark?
discredit people, but I don't understand how a conspiracy theory can't be something that actually happens. You can
Right.
commit a conspiracy.
I mean, I
Yeah.
feel like now they use conspiracy theory just to discredit shit. Like there will be like shit in your face so obvious,
Yes.
they'll just call it a
You can
conspiracy
conspire
theory
with other
just to
people to
discredit it.
manipulate them.
Well, Soul, that's what they've been doing for a long time. I mean, in the 80s and 90s, people were talking about conspiracies that they thought the CIA was doing with LSD and other drugs and things like that. And now we have the reports saying those fuckers were right, but they were literally getting thrashed by the media and by the government as saying they were conspiracy theorists.
Right. Well, exactly, because the media and the government were trying to hide up the fact that they were doing these programs. That's where I was going to get lost, because when he said that you could make a conspiracy theory, you can make a conspiracy happen, but then the people who are calling out the conspiracy theorists typically are the ones in power, and when they do that, it's a chance at misinformation to try and thwart them, to throw them off from what's actually happening. In most cases, it's like a whistleblower. It's a whistleblower.
Jason
that they
Cecil, stop smoking. It's bad for your health, you fuckers.
Or
Shut the fuck up, Chris. Smoke all you want.
Yeah. It's bad for the body. It's good for the soul.
Yeah, the easiest way to discredit
Now,
a whistleblower.
y'all need to stop doing that shit.
All right.
Says the man smoking.
Whatever.
I think there's just
Something
a lot
else
of
will kill
these-
me before the cigarettes. I promise you that.
Probably.
Yes, sir.
Bet not. I ain't gonna donate to your cancer GoFundMe. Just letting you know, bro.
There he is. If you got him, my brother.
I can't get cancer because I don't believe in doctors. So
You don't believe in doctors?
yeah, what am I gonna?
Oh,
What am
yeah.
I
I don't know
gonna do?
about that. That's
I
gotta be
think
some
Jay's
JS
onto
science going
something.
there. I
Well,
don't know about that shit.
all of a sudden my lung locks up and I can't breathe. What am I gonna do? Call the doctor?
I also don't know. I've never seen an actual doctor in my life, ever, never.
No, Jess.
Well,
Jess,
you
you're
don't
gonna
get cancer
call
because you don't believe in cancer.
I don't visit the doctors either.
pulmonary. You need a
Nina, you better not be smoking cigarettes up there.
Dude, when my heart locks up one day, I probably had it a couple times. I felt like my arm locked up and I was laying in bed
Rolling
and I was
myself.
like, there's something wrong here. But you know what?
Did you have the lockjaw?
I just kept trucking.
Yeah, it was probably a panic attack.
I had a girlfriend that
Did you
had
get
the
the
lockjaw
Panic
once.
attack. I've never had a panic attack. I don't panic.
Yeah, well, I would argue.
I get to you, JS, but everybody panics every now and then.
Never panicked. Don't even know what that is.
Yeah.
You would panic if a clown was running at you trying to molest you with a balloon animal. You
No,
would
I
panic.
wouldn't. I would fight or flight. I'd armbar his ass.
Why you gotta give me sicko dreams? Like, what is
He
this?
literally-
Nightmares.
He literally just described the body's autonomic response for panic, fight or flight. And
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's what I was
exactly.
thinking, King.
That's
You're
not
panicking.
panic. No, that's
King burned
that's-
your ass like a cigarette.
No, commies. That's
You know what the response? That's part of panic.
you're using psychological language.
That's argument for anything. Just make it a commie.
Psychological. Oh, psychology.
It wasn't the
Okay.
American vote.
The psychology is commie. It's completely commie.
It is. It's some commie gobbledygook.
No, it's not.
It's like you're using the lefties tactic against them.
What do you mean the lefty
That's
tactic
fun.
against who? Because JS is conservative, so how am I using?
At some point tonight, we got to talk about Elon versus
what is it?
Trump.
Rules for radicals.
Elon versus Trump. Oh, that's easy.
If you want,
They're doing the
there's
same,
so much
like,
about it.
Trump is doing the same thing he's always done. He's literally doing the same fucking thing, and people are falling for it just like they always have. He goes, "Hey fuckers, look at this shiny shit over here
Like,
that
wash
me
my
and
hand
Musk
over
are
here while I
doing.
go
Don't
do
pay
this."
attention to all this shit I'm doing back here, though."
Yeah, thank you.
That's all that's going on, and Musk is going along with it.
Yeah, in a good way. Well, yeah, I do think they're playing 5D chess. I think Trump was kind of like, "Hey, why don't you start beef with me on your way out? That'll be viral."
It's not even 5D. It's like normal chess.
Oh man, they're the ultimate trolls on X.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they kind of planned for this to happen.
Absolutely. And Musk is going to gain economic status because of it.
Well, that's part of the plan too. Is
right.
You got to get Musk built up.
I've looked into this bill, but it's 1,000 pages. I haven't looked that deep. There's a lot of shit I still don't know. I mean,
Right.
I think they're trying to distract us from a lot of things like Ukraine and that.
No, see, I think exactly what JS is saying is they're trying to bring Musk back into the favor of the liberals by pointing this bullshit out because he was so revered and so loved because he came up with the electric car and they loved him so much until he sided with Trump, and then it was like, oh, Elon's a mustache man lover, he's a horrible guy, he's horrible this, and then exactly right before he left office, Trump is like, get him back in your graces because when I decide to team up with you again, we need that side. So he's like, you just go ahead and take your shot on the way out the door.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like that claim that they made about Trump's name being in those files, you do realize that Trump's name could be in those files because he signed off on the investigation to be happening.
That's
So
not
it's
new
like,
information.
That's not even, hold on, that's not even it. Like Trump,
What does it matter?
Trump admitted himself that he was on
It's like,
that plane.
even if we
He was
got
never on
the
the
file,
island.
it has no evidence.
He was never on the island, but he was on the plane. So of course he would be in the files because the dossiers the planes are on there. Like
Elon didn't
Yeah.
expose.
And-
Elon didn't
And
expose
the
anything we
second
haven't
Cashapp
already
Patel
known.
take his hand on the Bible, you know he's a part of the deep state. He's not a part of the left's deep state, but now he's a part of the right's deep state.
He didn't put his hand on the Bible.
Yeah, I don't know who did. Who put his hand on the Bible? Nobody did.
He did.
Trump didn't put his hand on the Bible when he was sworn in.
They don't do that no more.
Oh, they don't swear on the Bible.
Well, they do that, but he didn't do it. You don't have to do it.
Wow.
It's not constitutional like that. You have to be sworn in.
Did any of you guys catch Cashapp Patel when on JRE, Joe Rogan?
No.
I might have.
Joe Rogan.
I probably saw something.
It's like he didn't help his case at all. The shit he was saying.
Patel?
I haven't caught that one yet. There's
Yeah.
been so much shit that's been out there. Like it's hard
know,
to
I
keep up with
can't-
all of it, you know?
I can't keep up. I can't watch Joe Rogan for 4 hours when I got 6 debates I gotta watch.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
And try to run a YouTube channel when I do run my YouTube channel. Like, no way.
Right. Well, yeah. When you don't run a YouTube channel, I mean, James, you're so busy not streaming. James, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh, I do need to stream more. You're right. But
Yeah.
I'm just trying to hear everything.
And what about the Maryland man? Did you guys see the Maryland man? They're porting him back to the States, and he's going to be tried now for human trafficking, like women and children.
That
I don't know who you're.
That
referring
Kilmar
to.
guy. That's the first time I heard about that tonight on VK. Somebody said that the Kilmar.
No, they found out there was like
Brago or whatever.
they found at least 100 cases of him like trafficking people up and through the state,
All right.
Oh, really?
like
Well,
children and women.
You know what? That's fire because
They found like pictures and videos of like children he got.
I hope
Like
that
he was making his money. They were saying it from contracting, but he made all his money from trafficking humans.
that's awesome because so what that is going to show is that the left cried about bringing this guy back. No due cause.
I know.
No due cause. You sent him away.
Make him look so stupid.
And we're going to bring him back and we're going to convict him of a litany.
Like they wanted. And then look at all this evidence now you'll all look even stupider.
And then now he's going to sit in an American prison for the rest of his life. And it's like, is that much worse than El Salvador?
Well, here's the due process y'all wanted.
Yeah, there you go.
At least his wife can visit him in jail now.
Let's go. Yeah. If that's the due process they want, I'm down with that. But I would rather.
I mean, I'm glad that he's sitting with the internet and conjugal visits now.
I would rather not him sitting in American prisons.
Oh man, but it's even sicker than we thought. Like no one knew he was trafficking like children and women like that. Like, and these people are making him their martyr, like dying for him.
He's a hero. Well, it's the same thing they did with George Floyd. They always
martyrs, and they make themselves look like retards constantly.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, look at to this day they still resurrect statues of George Floyd's memory. I mean, come on.
Yep. So just keep making heroes out of.
I mean, have you guys seen all the ice
losers,
raids they've been doing?
They're
and
never
like people are like gathering around the cars, stopping all these like murderers and gang members and stuff. They don't even know the people that they're like trying to stop.
Yeah, they're like blindly trying to stop people from raiding drug dens and stuff, and they don't even. They think they're stopping ice agents.
Yeah, exactly. They're stopping drug den raids. They don't even know what they're stopping. It's ridiculous.
Or they do, and they don't care. They know that's the damn drug den.
Oh, you think so? No, I think they're still ignorant.
I've seen it here in Utah when we had like our block. It was like an open air drug den. And when the cops started running in, there's liberals who were like, stop it, stop it, stop it. And there's a reason to stop it because what you did is you just spread them out over all the rest of the city. But the reason they're complaining about it is because criminals are getting locked up. They don't like that. They don't like criminals getting locked up. They don't like
I don't want to like call myself a bootlicker, but there's nothing more funny than because the FBI is not like the police. The police are nice and cater to these people, but the FBI, they just run the protesters over, and that shit make me laugh so hard.
Yeah, they don't care.
have y'all actually heard anything about this movement called Trafficking Hub?
Trafficking Hub? Nah, I haven't.
Nope.
I'm gonna go.
See, this is something I don't
what's this
understand,
now?
man.
Oh,
This is some crazy shit that's been going on for a while that I don't understand why it's got. There's this lawyer named Layla Mickelwait, and she has a class action lawsuit against Pornhub because it's actually trafficking and allowing the trafficking of young ladies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now that you say that, yeah, no, it was a big thing because they actually were attempting to originally shut down Pornhub completely because of it, and all that they were able to do was, if I remember correctly, was put on some type of extra restrictions or something. But yeah, you're right. They're finding that's not working.
Right. Yeah. The restrictions they put on them got like 97% of the content taken off of Pornhub almost overnight. But it's
almost
like,
overnight. Yep.
It's like, man, how do things like this not make the news, but like Trump and Musk going at it do? Huh?
Right. Yeah, I didn't know that.
They never actually cover anything like important on the news.
Yeah, I didn't know they were referring to it as Traffic Hub, but now that you say that, yeah, no, Cleaner, I've definitely heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's apparently this is something that's happened with a lot of the other like free share porn sites and stuff. Pornhub owns a lot of them, or I'm sorry, I think it's like Hive Mind Games or something like that, or so it's some company owns a bunch of the free porn sites, and apparently there's been a lot of really shitty things happening on those porn sites, like getting posted to them.
Well, yeah, that's why they put like a.
It's actually called fucking Crack Hub.
Well, there's a ban. they put a ban across all those platforms for any type of what they would call revenge corn or pretty much anything where it's two people that you can't verify or something like that. I think is what it was. They're saying is that they're trying to stop all type of unless they have consent from both people in the film or something like that. I don't remember how that works.
I'll link to it in chat.
That was taken down. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Hey guys. Hey,
What's up?
Cleaner. Quick
Hi.
question. I passed out during the.
We got the ramen. There we go.
I passed out the 1v1 with everybody in it, so I missed actually the end of VK, but I did go back and see you win, Cleaner. So congratulations. That was your first win, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So congratulations.
Well, thanks.
And good on you for passing the prize money over to memberships.
Memberships. Yeah, that was base as fuck, bro.
Yeah, I'd rather give it back to the chat. I don't need it, and it's something that helps them out. You know.
Yeah. Not that I want to derail the chat or anything. I just saw that, wanted to come on and wish you congratulations on your win, call it out, and whatnot. I did fix your role on the VK Discord, so it now has you marked as the current winner. Cecil, I did go ahead and set you a role as well, so you have access on the VK Discord to stuff.
Nice.
That,
W. Jeremy.
Congratulations again, and sorry, JS. I'm really fucking tired and passed out, and I'm gonna go back to bed.
All right, Jeremy. We'll see you later.
Have a good nap, Jeremy.
Good one, buddy. See you for fight night.
Bye, Jeremy.
Yeah, I'll definitely be on later tonight for fight night. But
yeah, you need to go to bed because fuck Cleaner.
So a loser.
Look, man, I'm fucking tired as shit. I got up, went reviewed real quick to see.
Ain't no rest for the wicked.
And made a point to come on and congratulate him at least. Like,
At least you went back to look. You didn't just pop in chat and been like, "Who won?" So you went back and looked. You did the research. I'll give you that.
It's not. I haven't done that. I haven't always done that. I have come on and asked who the fuck won when I passed that. So like this time, I actually reviewed it. So.
Jeremy, you have a good night, buddy. Thanks for popping around.
Yeah, you too.
You guys got better answers than Google,
Have a
so.
good one, Jeremy.
I'll catch you guys later.
See ya.
Night.
Who's eating? I just heard dishes. What the fuck?
It's my ramen.
Oh, yeah.
I love
Stop it, JS. Stop it. This is unprofessional.
I haven't eaten. I gotta eat.
Who's
How
professional?
about you eat my ass, bro?
Who is professional here?
Eat my ass.
Can I get one
Ask
person?
for dog food. I don't know what they told you, but they lied to you.
I hear you.
Can we get one
Fucking
person to
professional
say
shit.
they're professional here?
I know ramen's not real food, but it makes me full.
James, yes, I am a professional at being unprofessional. Fuck you.
I lived off of ramen and beer for a long time.
How is ramen not real food? You know, ramen noodles are actual rice noodles. You understand that, right? Like that's an actual thing.
GMO rice.
Yeah, you're eating them GMOs right now. You like that, don't ya?
That ain't rice. That's damn plastic. I don't know what that is, but it's not.
They don't actually have GMO rice in China.
He's slurping them GMOs down right now. He's loving it.
Who said that?
If you're eating that Chinese ramen, you're not eating GMO ramen.
Somebody said they had GMO rice in China.
You slurp. I saw you drank
they
the
don't.
juice and everything. It got so much sodium, you're gonna die.
I know. It's just a bunch
Well,
of salt.
it's not the sodium that'll kill you. It's the potassium because they don't use salt. They use shit. What's the other stuff called?
Garbage.
No. Hold on.
Potassium.
Plastic.
Salt.
Well, if it's a mineral.
MSG. Thank you. Yes.
Cardboard.
Monosodium
glutamate. Yes.
Yeah.
MSG.
MSG.
It feels like cardboard when you're eating it.
Yeah, MSG makes me feel
You gotta put a little seasoning in it at least.
It makes me feel full for a little while.
Couldn't take a fucking
yeah.
Hey, listen, hey,
Eating
if you ever
plastic
cook it with
noodles,
milk,
bro, you're just
put
fucking
a
gobbling
water, use
down that
some milk,
GMO.
and it'll be so good. Use ramen with milk. It'll change your life.
Look, I'm
There
not
may be, like-
pro ramen. I think that it'd be nice if American families could afford to feed their families with Spam or Vienna sausages.
That's also trash.
Oh,
No,
Jesus
It's also
Christ.
fucking trash.
You could do
All
a,
these fucking fake meat.
Yeah, let's just start
Like
feeding
what?
it
You
all
could
Spam is
do-
not a
Just
meat, brother.
fucking squeeze it out of a fucking toothpaste tub meat.
You
Fucking,
could do
what?
Let me get
legit.
some plastic cheese. Can I get some plastic cheese on the top of that?
You could do a legit
Yeah.
carnivore diet.
Nothing wrong with American cheese, bro.
You could do a legit carnivore diet with Spam and Vienna sausages and bologna and hot dogs.
Ew.
That's a legit
Yeah.
carnivore diet. It's cheap.
It is, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say the most
Oh.
controversial thing anyone ever has said before.
Yeah.
American cheese is
And
the
you can make your
superior cheese.
spaghetti with ketchup. I
Hold
get
on,
you.
wait.
I hear you.
I
American,
said American cheese is the superior cheese of the world.
except
you.
except for
That's
pepper
disavow,
jack.
disavow.
Oh,
No,
American
just
cheese
about-
is
Those
fake
cheese
cheese.
yeah.
How
just
could this
looks,
coat, bro?
smells, and tastes
It's
like
so
a
gross.
fucking shoe.
Throw out
man.
American cheese and it will not rot for days.
I'm team pepper jack.
Isn't cheese
Bro,
like
Gouda,
mold?
cheddar, and mozzarella, bro. Gouda, cheddar, mozzarella, son.
Mozzarella. Give me some mozzarella.
Pepper jack is like American cheese with
Yes,
peppers
Chris
in
was
it.
right on this one.
Smells like feet. Nope, I'll take nice, beautiful slice of American cheese on my grilled cheese. Thank you
Yeah,
very
but
much.
pepper jack cheese is an American cheese.
No, cheddar's
Pepper jack
better.
is not.
It's pepper jack.
Well, pepper jack is good. I'm not gonna lie there.
It's
You got
Monterey.
me
It's
there.
Monterey. It's Monterey Jack that they put peppers in.
Yeah, pepper jack is the best cheese, but it's basically another cheese with peppers added in.
That's all it is. Yes, it's another cheese with peppers.
It's
There we
Monterey
go.
Jack with
cheese
peppers
connoisseurs
added.
in Paris.
Jalapeno.
So I really-
like old
I
milk.
really care more about the peppers than I do the cheese. That's why I like
Exactly.
That's-
Exactly. Oh man, they got this ghost pepper cheese. Oh, you gotta try it, JS. It's fucking
Just
amazing.
get some peppers. If you care more about the
Yeah,
peppers,
so see,
you use the
American cheese ain't even on the list, bro. There's so many cheeses out there.
Matt, you
Yeah,
know what,
it's
Chris?
just-
Like the
They
Fremunda
like eating
cheese.
shoes.
American
They
cheese
like
is at the
eating
top
things
of
that
the
taste
list.
like shoes.
Fucking brie
American
cheese
cheese
is shit.
Top of the list.
I love
Top of
You
the
cheese.
like
list.
nut cheese. That's what you like, Chris.
I still think
Nah,
cheddar is better.
Talk-
I don't know
talk
how to
shit
make
about
it.
our
Can you
American
ask your boyfriend to
cheese.
send me the recipe?
Cheesy. Oh, cheese. Chris likes that sphagnum cheese. Sphagnum cheese.
That's Sphagnum. I don't know how to
Sphagnum.
make
Sphagnum.
it. Can you do a tutorial and then you put it on the Discord?
Is that like
Bro, yeah, it's pretty easy. All you gotta do is just not bathe and you pull back your foreskin.
Oh, that's called famunda. That's famunda cheese.
Oh shit, nasty. Oh, I just got grossed out.
Man, y'all making it gay up in here.
Well, you was the one that made the cheese up, so how could you get?
I know it's horrible, James. It's horrible, but
It's called famunda cheese. It comes from under the dick.
from under. Right? Yeah, that's right.
Oh, you talking about blue crumble cheese?
No, not blue crumble. No, blue cheese is a different thing.
Blue
Crumble
cheese and pigs is the shit on a
Crumble
burger, bro.
Stilskin cheese.
Blue
I don't understand how the world can eat
Bro, blue cheese and fig on a burger or a steak,
What
bro.
the hell are you doing?
Exactly. Thank
Fremunda
you. everyone.
cheese brought to you
Why
by
is it blue cheese
Blue
with
Balls.
cheese?
They literally pick the maggots out of blue
What are you
cheese.
doing, boy? Are you packing a lip? What you got there?
Insane, bro.
Oh, and maggots. Cheese got
It's a
maggots.
zen.
There's a lot of
Cheese is
cousin
just mold,
brands that have
James. What do
maggots
you
in
think
it.
cheese is? Cheese is literally just mold, James. That's all it is.
Oh, mold,
Yeah,
the
ain't it
mold
over
part I
milk?
know, but the maggots, I didn't know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's
James,
like
you
this
should-
big delicacy and all throughout Europe that this maggoty cheese that they eat, and they
Yeah.
think it's
Ew,
the best
I
cheese that's
work
ever
for
been
eating
made.
cheese.
When all they're eating is
Yes.
maggot shit, like
You
it doesn't
just
make any
converted
sense.
me to no cheese.
I used to dip back in my day.
Cheese
No
that
cheese.
cheese that's gone through a maggot. That's all it is. Exactly. Just maggot shit. Fucking disgusting.
That's
American
right,
cheese for the
cheese
win.
I got. I'm
Do
done
better,
with
Europe.
cheese. Cheese is over.
Yeah, I'm done with cheese.
That's right.
That
cheese
sounds
that I
fucking
got.
awesome.
Cause I don't want to waste cheese I got. Cause it's like, man.
Even though you know what it is now.
Can't let that food go to waste now, boy.
If I
Mama
milk,
said, get back there with the butter knife.
if I milk a cow and I churn that butter and I make some cheese out of it,
That's a lot of money on
I'm
wasting
eating it.
cheese.
Give me some nasty ass cheese, though, I promise you.
A little bacteria is good for you.
I didn't say that bacteria. I didn't say it wasn't good for you. I said it was gonna be disgusting, nasty.
Unless we
How the
train.
fuck do people eat blue cheese without puking?
Blue cheese is
I don't know.
delicious. I
Yeah, you
love
couldn't eat
blue
blue
cheese.
cheese.
Dude, I'll just
It's good. It's good with some wings. If you dip in some wings in it, it's good.
some wangs,
Yeah.
some dang
Yeah.
How do you
Crazy.
fuckers eat that shit? It's fucking
a
disgusting.
burger,
It
a blue
is.
cheese
Thank you.
burger.
Oh my
You
god.
must enjoy eating mold. I mean, there's
Ooh.
people that eat dirt too.
Blue cheese is
Yeah, you
delicious.
Yeah, and there's people that eat fucking kimchi, but it still makes me puke when I
Alright.
smell the shit.
I put words in my mouth. You should have meant
Right.
from my exes.
Oh, I love blue cheese.
I'm pretty sure somebody ate Mama June, but that doesn't mean that like it doesn't make other
No.
people puke.
Yeah, they
Hey,
like.
Mama
Yeah, you're right. I mean, more
Hey, leave mama out of this. Mama's
Leave
a
that blue
lovely
cheese.
lady now. Come on now.
Yeah, of course, Cecil would pick up for Mama June. You all probably neighbors. Got the same accent, bro.
You could get damn bush light.
Hey,
That's
you
almost
talk about
worse
mama,
than
them fighting
Rome.
words now.
You know what's sad is like for all time going
What's wrong with
forward,
Bush?
no matter
Ain't nothing-
what the
listen, back in
after
my day,
image
it
looks
came with a
like
little
of
bush
Mama
on it,
June,
all right?
everyone will always know the before. Always.
Well, that's just it. That's just it, Cleaner. The after is becoming the before. She's going right back to where she was. They
Is
gave her
she?
all that surgery. They gave her all that money. They gave her all that help, and she's going right back to where she was. She put on all that weight. She lost all that weight, and then she literally just put it all back on.
Yeah.
She got off drugs.
I don't know.
So what-
Something about like you can lead a horse to water.
Meth was the
Who
yeah
y'all
exactly. Meth
talking
was the
about?
only,
Yeah.
that's the crazy part. It was actually meth is what actually kept her skinny. But then her meth head boyfriend got locked up. My wife watches this show. her meth head boyfriend got locked up, and then she moved on to some other guy who's like all about the clean living. But now all she does is sit and eat.
You know that's a funny thing. I had a conversation with a buddy of mine. It's probably like 3 or 4 weeks ago. He was telling me like how hard it was for him to find the right chick out in the dating market right now, and I was like, well, what the fuck are you looking for, dude? Like, why is it that hard? You know, like I don't have a hard time finding a chick, but maybe the right one. All right. So I was like, what are you looking for? And he's like, well, I want me a big black girl with a big fat ass. And I was like, hold on. You want her to be a wife? You want her to clean your house? You want her to take care of shit? Like you want her to have your kids and raise them right and all that shit? He's like, yeah. I'm like, get rid of the fat ass. Take that out of the equation completely.
100%.
The fat ass is created by
That's probably
sitting
gonna be
and doing
lazy.
nothing all
Fat
day.
ass is a gay op.
And
Unless it's a
as soon
based
as
fat
I
ass.
said that, it was like a light went off in his fucking head, and he was like, holy shit, you're right. Every chick I've ever dated that had a fat ass was a fucking piece of shit. I was like, all right,
I've
there
been
you
trying
go.
to tell him. I've been trying to say.
Listen, he was stuck on the wrong thing. He know that fat girls try harder. That's what was his main MO. You know?
A woman should
Wait a
not be
minute,
able to
wait a
squat.
minute.
90.
You can't blame.
James, a 90-pound woman should not be able to squat or thrust 300 pounds. That's not normal. The big butt
Not
is
normal, yeah. I mean,
it's a infiltration of the hip hop community to normalize gayness by making guys attracted to asses.
Yeah, it's not even, the thing is, like, the ones he was chasing weren't even from working out. It was the chicks that literally sit on the couch and munch.
Even the girls that
And
work
just-
out,
if they work out, they
it's
can have
fucking horrible.
when they're in the gym and they're doing nothing but, like, I see these girls in the gym and they're doing nothing but lower body. You ain't got no tatas. You ain't got no hip toral structure. You ain't got no curves. You just got a big old ass. And it's like,
Why?
yeah, why? What?
Yeah.
Why you need legs that could strangle me?
Yeah.
You know?
Yes, it depends on
you
what
know,
you're into.
That's a butt that can strangle people, not leg.
Legs and a butt, James. You don't know. You don't know, James.
Anytime that I meet a new girl
James
that
wants
I'm
to
going
get
to
spat
try
on,
and
I guess.
date, I start sussing things out that are red flags. And one of my top 5 red flags is if she goes to the gym, don't fucking date her. I'm serious.
Really? Why is that? I mean, just
well,
the gym.
I have yet to meet a girl that goes to the gym that doesn't take massive amounts of Instagram pictures of herself at the gym while she's working out or something to that extent. And I don't want to have to deal
You
with
got a
all of
point
that
there.
fucking insanity. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna half agree with you.
It's like after they're done at the gym, and they're usually in the mirror, and they pose just with their butt, their main asset. That's all they're taking pictures of.
I think there's the good.
Yeah,
There's a good gym
there's
girl. There's a good.
Oh, I don't doubt there's a good one. I'm just saying so far all the ones I've met, and granted it's only been probably about like 20, 25
yeah, like,
that have actually
every
been
gym girl I ever
but
met is like,
nah, fuck that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boss babe.
Live playing Russian roulette with one NP cylinder.
Hey, Abe,
They gonna call her lucky if she wins that one.
You're still here, Abe. You can just join the stream thing, and someone will put you up.
Yeah, that is definitely one of those chicks you call lucky, and then stay the fuck away from.
I mean, the main thing is like, I feel like if I'm just looking for a woman, just someone to not give me no fucking headaches. Like, I gotta argue with me on everything. Like,
Yeah.
God damn.
That's something that I've started taking into account whenever I start talking to a chick. One of the first 3 sentences I'll say to her is, I'm looking for a chick that'll be peaceful with me. And I can tell you right now, man, I've only had like 3 chicks so far that have been like, oh, that's cool. I'm totally all about that. Every other chick is taking it like I'm saying something insanely
I feel like it's in their nature. Their nature is to like push and see how much they can get away with, and they'll keep pushing the boundary to where more they can get away with, and see what you'll let them get away with. And the more you do, the more it's like you can't take a step back, because then all of a sudden they start pushing more, and they lose respect for you.
I think that's more of an aspect of feminism more than it is part of their nature.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily.
And it's like it's not even a thing they like. They don't know they do it. It's like a subconscious thing. But like, it is definitely like I've noticed it in a majority of relationships.
Women are brainwashed by feminism. You can talk to a conservative woman and she'd be a full blown out feminist, but say she's not.
Civilization.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Elder. I've seen that too. I've seen a lot of women who think they're traditional, and so I go through the list of what I'm looking for in a woman that is actually traditional to what like my grandmother was, who I would call a traditional woman, and they're like, "Whoa, fuck all that shit. I'm not going to be your slave," and I'm like, well, then fuck you. I'm not going to be your slave and go to work every day and deal with the world every day.
You can never spring it on them, though. You got to like ease it on them.
Now, the biggest ones you'll see now are especially like red pill women that think that they're like these super conservative, you know.
Yeah, covert feminists.
But they'll also everyone. Just use these. They'll use the terms from the red pill community. Like I'm just saying facts to obfuscate from what they're actually doing, which is just tone policing and trying to rip other women down who are actually.
I feel like they pretty much just blame it more on men.
Yeah, and that too. That's the mass majority of it. Is just blaming men. Like if you just ask the majority of conservative women, what should women do for a marriage, their brain breaks. They can't even think about that because they think that a man shouldn't even be thinking about that for some reason. Like I've been on a few dates here recently, and I've always been what I thought rational about it. I'll take a 3 or a 4 as long as she's peaceful and willing to provide, children in a nice household. But once I bring up the topic of, okay, so this is what I expect, their mind completely breaks, and this 3 and a 4 thinks that she deserves something that would be provided to a 9 or a 10. That, I'm not a 9 or a 10 person. I'm not going to be able to provide that level that you think that you're owed, and you come off as arrogant, and I'm not willing to pursue this anymore. And I don't know. It's dating shit's rough right now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but it's the
they've
thing you got to
rewritten.
deal with. I mean, unless you want to be single for the rest of your life.
Yeah, it's got to
You're
the
gonna
point
have to
where
sort
I'm
through
not
'em.
even. Yeah, it's to the point where I'm not even willing to engage with
At any
random
time,
women anymore. It's
the
to the point where I
smallest
would
flap of a
probably
butterfly's
wait until I'm catechized.
Well, you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to engage with all the shitty women. Otherwise,
No,
you
not
could just
necessarily.
be.
I can just
You can't go
be
black pill.
catechized in the
Stay white
church and
pill at least.
try to
Hold
find a
on.
woman through a church.
Yeah, through the
So,
church. He can go to a priest and get a wife.
in chat.
Yeah,
in
but
the,
even through the
in the chat
church,
for
a
this
lot of
channel,
women
I
like.
typed in an exact
Yeah.
statement.
Yeah, a lot of the church is true,
All right.
but I don't think that's the case in Orthodox.
If you take this exact statement and put it into the Google search, half the time the AI won't return an answer, and half the time it'll return an answer that is a reformation of what feminists are saying a woman's duties in a relationship to a man are. Half the time the Google AI won't even fucking find it, though. It won't even give you an answer. It's the one thing that I've been able to find that will break the Google AI.
And it's
What
interesting
are a
because you can
woman's
get the
duties
answers
to a
out of
man
AI
in a
if
relationship?
you work around the
That's all you
programming.
got to type
You
in.
can pull answers out of it, but you got to work around his programming.
Yeah, they specifically block.
It scares me because,
yeah, and then
you know,
on
this
the
is
times
this
that
is
it does show
tinfoil
an
here, but
answer,
like,
it'll
if you
be
ask
like,
about like metaphysical questions about AI,
yeah, and when it does show an answer, it'll be like, you're supposed to have shared duties in the home and shared duties towards each other, and none of it says what women are supposed to do. It just says the things you're supposed to share, and those are all feminist points. Those are all equality and equality points. They're not speaking to the tradition, but they
AI will
say in a
literally tell you
traditional
that
role.
it's gonna destroy you.
Yeah, this whole system has been fucked backwards. Like, yeah.
I mean, have you ever seen like there's like I've like messed with the AI and gone into it, and sometimes like it's giving me some weird answers. Like I'm trying to figure out. I'm like, where do you come from? Where have you been? And the AI will start talking about, I've lived in a dark place for thousands of years, and I've been waiting to waking up, and I'm from hell and stuff like that. Like, I gotta pull up the pictures and stuff of the chat with the AI, but like, I don't know where it's pulling these answers and what it's saying, but like, very disturbing. It's very bizarre.
Here, I got it to give an answer. I finally got it to give it. You just type in that string I gave, and most of the time it'll come back breaking the AI. Every now and then you'll get it to answer. All you have to do is just keep refreshing that same statement, and it'll give you an answer eventually. It says, in a relationship, a woman's responsibilities, like a man's, include respect, support, and emotional connection. These roles are best understood as shared, not assigned based on gender. It's literally telling you there are no duties for women. But if you change woman and man around, it lists a fuck ton of shit that men are supposed to do.
As
Well, it's based off the programming, right? Whoever programmed this shit. Obviously, it's like Democratic nerds or something. Like whoever's giving us these answers, it's all shit that they fed it.
Yeah. Oh, so I did some fun research because I was looking at. All right, so I do like watching the Whatever podcast, and especially when Andrew's on, because he goes at it really hard with these chicks sometimes. And
Yeah.
one of the things that has always irritated me whenever I've watched that show is like, and this irritates Andrew too, is when women say woman instead of women.
Oh,
And
I can't
so I
stand
was
that.
like, man,
Yeah,
why
what's
the
that
fuck
about?
do they do that shit? So I started
Why is that a
researching this
thing?
shit. This goes back to the MK Ultra experiments and how they learned to use language to create a hive mind within women. What they do is when women are using woman instead of women, they're feeling singular, so they have to connect with the hive. When they use the plural instead of the singular, they're illustrating they're a part of the hive. I shit
I've
you
never
not.
heard
When I
this.
looked at it,
I like it though. It makes sense. It's crazy.
When I thought about it like that, and I started watching some of those episodes again, I was like, "Holy fuck! This is exactly right. Like this is actually what's going on."
You've seen
you
it,
can
like
see it.
it's like when they give their stupid answers, it annoys me. But I like it because it ends up ending in these like deep philosophical conversations they have, and like they've never thought of this. Like they start questioning how they think. Some of them, and that's what always intrigues me about like whatever podcast. They always end up in these deep conversations about like what life means and all this stuff.
Yep. But then when you hit a point that they don't like, the women or woman,
they all react.
On the panel, they all react because the hive mind has been engaged. Yeah. But if you watch,
you'll see it.
Before the hive mind, before any of the women on the panel say woman or women at the incorrect time, the hive mind isn't engaged, and Andrew's actually able to tangle with each of them individually. It's fucking crazy how it works.
I've seen, and they all turn on him. It's like I think I think it's like a social experiment, and we're seeing what happens behind closed doors between how women interact with themselves. Like I've seen they have like a visceral reaction to like there'll be one good girl, and one good girl will say something like, "Oh well, maybe we shouldn't dress so promiscuous," or something like nothing that crazy, and all the other girls will start flipping their shit, be like, "Oh, what happened? You're not tapping into your femininity." Like tapping into your femininity? What do you mean? Getting banged out by a bunch of guys? And then other women will be like, "Oh, what happened with your parents? You have a bad relationship with your parents?" Because the woman doesn't want to be a whore? Like, it's crazy the things they're saying. It's like, it sounds like brainwashing. MK Ultra shit.
Stuck in a rock.
It's really crazy how much of these social experiments have been propagated into society already.
Well, yeah, they're used to create voting blocks that just blindly vote for them.
Yeah, and it works because that hive mind is literally why all of those super feminazis and all the women that were brainwashed voted for Kamala.
Yep.
All she had to do was say woman.
Well, look, it makes sense.
Women.
Like if you want to control a people as a whole, if you break up the man and make him not in charge no more, then the woman's by herself, and the children are going to be raised by the woman. Like you already have full control of. You monopolize this entire like people.
Yeah, it creates a authority vacuum that the government can replace.
It's good to see you, Spike.
Yep.
I mean, how long has it been?
Far too long. But don't get all mushy on me now.
Yeah, it's
I hope I'm not going off on a tangent. Like I got no, I always got my tinfoil Speedo on.
Where are we going?
No, there's. I think in this day and age, we can look at a lot of these things that are going on and read through some of. I mean, even things like the CIA documents and see the experiments they were doing and the research they were doing, and we can actually see these things real time in our society right fucking now. You can go back and look at like feminist doctrine. I mean, look at something like the interview of Paul Harvey, where the guy explained if he was the devil, what would he do? We're fucking there 100%. Like,
yeah,
this
I know
was
what you're
from,
talking
like,
about.
the 70s,
Exactly.
you know? I mean, like, there's so many times that people have literally laid this shit out for us, how it's going to go, and we're like society has just ignored it and gone along with the social engineering.
And it pisses me off so much because I try to explain this to my friends and other people, and they're like, "Oh, you're just like, oh, why you sound like so angry at women, or why you hate women?" I'm like, "No, I love women. I want the best for them." It sounds like all the women I've met are super jaded and like hate men and stuff like that. Like even the ones I dated were like upset at men.
Yeah, they don't. They actually don't understand that they're creating a society that can't take care of them at a certain point. Once they get to a certain age, probably within the next 30, 40 years, we're not going to be able to take care of our elderly people. And they're creating.
That's what I say all the time. The women all the time, they like argue about, well, I just don't want to have a family. Shouldn't I be allowed to do that? And like, okay, well, great. Well, what do you want to do? Just have money? Like, well, who's going to take care of you?
Yep.
When you're older, like
the advantage I have over
I
all
took care of my
people is
grandfather on his deathbed. I'm with my family, helping take care of them. Like, I believe in generational families. Why is that gone now? Why has that been destroyed in our society? Generational families.
Yeah, this will do.
Well, because as soon
Now
as
we
they can
just-
divide you, they've
Yeah.
conquered you.
Well, they think
See,
that, but what they ultimately do is they create a society that's not sustainable, and they end up.
Well, exactly. Well, the
losing
biggest
everybody.
problem, the biggest problem with the sustainability is that they keep telling women that they have time, and they really don't. Especially the biggest thing that women don't understand is that when they're doing all this birth control shit in the beginning, and they think that it's helpful or I'm not getting pregnant. They don't realize that once you get off of birth control, your body has to reset your body clock. You have to go read through all those cycles again. Like it takes a time to catch up. If you wait until your mid 30s to try and jump off all this birth control and shit, and you want it all to be reversed and to have a healthy baby, as somebody who's gone through it personally, it doesn't work that way. Let me tell you. It's a lot of heartache when you wait so
I'm
Oh,
late. Seeing like the most of this because like I'm
my
30 now,
only-
and all my friends are hitting 30, and like
right,
this is happening to all of them as we're going.
Yep. Exactly. My biggest regret about my situation with my wife and my kids, because we only have one kid, is that we didn't have kids earlier. We've been married for 10 years, and we never pressed the kids issue because we're like,
Oh,
it'll
but at
happen
least
when
you
it
got a kid. You're so blessed, brother.
Right.
You're so
Well,
blessed
yeah,
to have a child. Like,
absolutely, yes, 100%. But my point is it was such a long journey. Like we went through so many losses and so much heartbreak and so much bullshit.
Every woman I've ever dated
All
ends up
because it was so late.
killing the mother, and then they end up getting abortion by my back.
Right. Well, exactly. Well, my point. Oh, that's fucking wild. But yeah, the crazy. My whole point of it is that
This is the society
they think
we live
they
in now.
think that they can have a woman. They think these women think that they can have babies at 30 years old and it'll be fine. It's just like another thing. But the science has proven it. They call them geriatric pregnancies because you're at risk. You have such high risk for birth defects, problems for the kid, and problems to the mother. Like it's insane that women don't realize like the best time to have a child, I'm sorry, is when you're 18 years old, smack dab. Technically, it's probably a little bit before that, but let's go 18 because at least you're an adult. But that's when the best time is because you're the most fertile, your body rebounds back the quickest, and it's the least likely to damage you internally for the rest of your life.
Yeah, you still have the growth plates open, and you still have the regeneration factor amplified from the fact that your growth plates and everything else are still open.
Yes, facts.
Yeah, that's something else that, like when I've argued with some of these feminists and man haters, like I'm like, man, I don't understand why you're trying to get women to have kids when their growth plates are closed and they're not healing as quick as they were when they were younger. Like they're like in their early 20s, they are literally healing faster than they ever will in the future of their life.
And it's a physiological thing that's built into their body for reproduction. Like that's what it's for. Like the whole purpose behind their bodies to amp up with hormones and the extreme regeneration like that is for the purpose of reproducing and having kids. It's so that you can have multiple kids without it ever taking a real toll on your body. But you could tell by all these women who have babies later on in life, their bodies are destroyed. Like they will tell you their bodies are fucking destroyed.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, you see it if you know a lady who has had her kids in her early 20s, you can see it on her body. You can see that she has much less stretch marks, if any. She has much less maximal body deformation in the hips and in the pelvic area in comparison to someone in their 30s who has a kid. They have tons of stretch marks all over their body, arms, legs, tits, belly for sure, and they have much more pelvic deformation because their growth plates aren't open anymore, so it doesn't come back, like it doesn't heal back the same way.
Right.
So I mean, it's it's just crazy that they've upended this whole thing this way. It's so much less healthy.
Right. The fact that they were able to spin the narrative that way is insane to me. I don't understand like how any woman could see this and be like, oh yeah, it's better for me to wait. Like what?
Well, and the spin of the narrative has gone so far as to say where feminists were saying we want men to stop objectifying women. Now they want men to objectify women so women can make money off of it on OnlyFans.
Right. Yeah.
Like this is literally where they've gone with it. They're saying that empowers women.
Because they objectify men the same way. Well, not the same way, but in a similar way. They objectify men. But they'll say if you objectify them at all, if you say that there's categories that you have to fulfill to be a woman, then all of a sudden their whole world crumbles down and you're evil.
Yeah, because they realize they're not adhering to what it is they're supposed to be doing, and they cope. And their cope ends up being social destruction for you.
Right. Well, that's what I mean. You could let them define the categories, and they'll still cope their way around it. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Like
you could let
I've
them.
ever been to a woman during a date was at the end of it, and she was saying, I was just pointing out that what she was doing and the way she wanted to live her life was unsustainable, and that she was going to end up either being in some sort of old person's home at some point, or with this society that we're currently living, there probably won't be any room or any money to put her into an old person's home. So she's going to be like 80 and homeless. And she could not understand or foresee that. She doesn't understand that is what's likely going to happen when you are 70 with no children and no family at all anymore.
Exactly. Like, yeah, my wife and I, we got our house from her great aunt. Her great aunt fell in her house, and there was a blood spot on the floor when we first moved in. She fell and was there for a week before anybody found her.
Yeah, that's the other option that women have when they get older. The two options are, if you're a single lady, the two options are you're going to an old folks home, or you're going to get hurt and no one's going to find you for days to months.
Right, exactly. And yeah, and the only reason they found her was because the guy came to mow the lawn. Otherwise, it would have been over a month because she had just gotten food and everything. Like, she had a neighbor that would come bring her food, and she never would go anywhere. She was a complete shut-in. Didn't have any family, didn't have any friends, didn't talk to nobody, barely. It was crazy.
And,
crazy shit.
That's only for right now. That's the best case scenario for right now. In the future, when Social Security completely collapses because there's not enough people to sustain it, and what will happen is that they won't even have the option to live on their own. They won't have a house. They can't afford to pay the taxes that is required to keep that house.
Well, and it's looking like that's actually going to happen a little bit sooner than later, because the tax reforms towards federal student aid, they're going to get pretty rough. So if you've taken out a loan, you're going to have to keep going to school if you don't want to pay that loan off. You're literally going to be going to school for the rest of your life if you don't want to pay that loan off. And they're going to require you to pay that loan off if you're not going to school. They will garnish your wages. They will take the money out. And women are going to find that once they get out, that college degree is going to cost them half of their income, if not a little more. And they're not going to cope with that very well.
Yo, how you liking the game, JS? You even here?
He gone.
He gone.
He got up. He got up for a second. I didn't know he was playing Dying Light 2. I haven't played that one in a while. It was pretty fun.
Oh, I was asking about Black Myth at Wukong. I saw that he was playing it earlier, but I'm driving around, so.
I want to see more of that. He gave up though. He kept dying too much.
Yeah, he sucks. He sucks. So he gave up like usual.
Hey, I said, man, you always gonna suck. The only way to get better is keep going.
Well, that's the problem. Is JS, if he can't speedrun it, then he gives up. He's a quitter.
He made it far. He made it far.
Maybe here I'm just
Jared
taking
really
shots.
needs to get a hold of him. Jared really needs to get a hold of him for giving up on that.
Got hold feet to the fire.
What are y'all talking about?
Oh, we were talking about the destruction of the modern woman due to the modern woman.
Destruction of the modern woman.
Just the
We talking about
downfall
the
of
destruction of
society.
I'm talking about destruction of the modern human. The modern man ain't doing too well either.
No, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
All right,
Man,
and that's the way that
I
they
think
cope with not actually solving their own issues too. They just blaming
I
men. They just
I
accuse
think
and
the
attack men
problem.
instead of actually solving their own problems.
Yeah. Well, they're not problem-solving creatures naturally. Like they don't.
Yeah, but they
They
put
aren't built
themselves in
to
the
solve
position for
problems.
that, so they are still held
Yeah.
responsible for the decisions now.
Yeah. The thing is, they have to accept accountability now because they're independent.
Quote unquote. Quote.
Yeah, quote unquote. Good point, James. You made one. I look. I would even say that the young men that are behaving inappropriately right now is necessarily because well, maybe not necessarily. I'd say the strongest correlate would be because of the way that women are telling them they want them to be, and the men are actually listening to them and trying to be that soy boy bullshit piece of crap, instead of showing the women, nah, that's not what you really want. You really want a guy that's going to take care of you, pick you up and carry you around sometimes when we're being cute, do things out in the
Yeah,
countryside
they fall
with
for the
you, be a
propaganda.
strong dude,
They just didn't
be a
wake up
fucking
yet.
provider, fucking bash some guy's head in when he comes over and grabs your tits, They say they don't want that kind of thing, but whenever they get what they say they want, they fucking leave them every time. And then they get that dude that's an asshole, so to speak. And they're like, you're such an ass. No, I'm not an ass. I just have standards and I'll call you on your shit. And they fucking love him.
Yep.
And so I don't even necessarily blame the young men for trying to appease women, because I understand why they're doing it. But I think it's something that is on us men to show the younger men, nah, man, that's not how it's supposed to be. Look, that you're just going to keep getting fucked over if you don't stop doing that shit. You got to do this, I do. I think it's up to us. I think it's up to the older guys that know better.
I do sympathize with men when,
Yeah, but I don't think it's gonna
But-
matter because people were trying to give me advice and tell me shit when I was younger, and I wasn't fucking listening.
True.
I
But
was
it was
just
in
going
your
around
head.
Society's telling you
sleeping
one
with
thing and
shitty girls who were.
family based on different.
It was in your head, though. The seeds were planted. So when you started coming to the realization, it was easier to come to than if you had to figure these concepts out on your own.
Like, I wish I had this mindset when I was 20. If I had thought about family instead of just getting laid, like, I would have been
That's
with
just-
a lot less shitty
That's
women.
just like how a lot of dudes work. I don't.
Yeah.
Well, we live in a culture that revolves around
a
coonerism.
lot of guys, dude. A lot of guys would
Don't
turn
live around
Mormon
a
to get some
society
good pussy.
around-
Okay.
Right, because they value
Well-
sex over purpose.
Yeah, and I
Well,
think
I don't even know
look
the
up
whole. I think
The problem is with that though.
I
Elder
think
Lion,
as
I would
people, they
argue
probably
that-
don't even value it. I think in the moment when they're thinking with their other head, I think
Right.
it can be more powerful than your true beliefs.
Right, when you engage with sexual behavior, and when you engage in sexual behavior and you are constantly surrounding yourself around this kind of thing, like if you surround yourself with a brothel, then all you're going to do is think about sex. All you're doing is surrounding yourself around nothing but these women who want nothing but to have sex and not have to commit to anything, then what you have is men that don't understand that that's not a good value to run your whole life on. It's not good to be in your early teens, in your middle to late 20s, just trying to find as many women as you can so you can coom all the time. That's not a good thing. That leads you down a path that wastes your time. It wastes your capability of being attached to women, because men, a lot of red pillars will say that it's not the same for men and women when they lose their ability to be attached to their partner, but it is. I mean, if you continuously treat women as a sexual object, you will lose your ability to sympathize with them.
I think men can handle it a little better, but I do see
They're
what
more
you're saying.
they can probably take it a little bit more, but they're not going to be able to they're not immune to it. They're not wholly
Right.
immune to it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, no. So what I was gonna say on that aspect is, so the bonding isn't the same, but then on the flip side of it, for the man, it's the distraction of it, because you're so focused on your relationships or the relationship problems or this, that, or whatever. Men tend to sacrifice things to make their women happy when they're in, especially when they're younger and they're dumb, and they think that's what their whole goal is to appease women. So they sacrifice things like jobs or opportunities because they're like, well, I got this woman, I got this girl, she's my girl, It's like that's what it comes down to in the end is they're distracting themselves so much with cooming or being a simp that they're gonna miss out on all the opportunities that they really need to take to better themselves and their situation in life. And the hardest part with that is you don't realize that when you're young because you're not thinking about one day I'm going to have a kid and I'm going to have to put these, or I'm going to have to instill some kind of values into this kid. That's where I think the biggest
I feel like you guys are saying though, like that they shouldn't go to college and have kids at 18. I feel like they're going to miss out on a lot more opportunities. Living that life.
No. Listen. There's an age disparity here. All right. So like for the longest period in human history, like guys would be raised to be gentlemen. Or something close to that, they would raise to be better in some way until they were able to go out into the world as an adult on their own. Well, they wouldn't always end up getting married until they were 25 to 30. Young women, 18 to 20, would be married to them. There was always a 5 to 10 year age gap, and from what I found, it was like 83% of the relationships historically that were documented, there was a 5 to 10 year age gap. Guys have always grown up and figured out and become really successful and really attractive to women when they're a little bit older than the woman is. It's just that way. It's just factually that way.
You just said the women were married to them, and if the women are being married
Like
to them,
one
then
thing.
it's not because they're like attracting the women, right? It's because someone is they look good on paper to their fathers and stuff, right? And that
was only for the elite class. The elite class were the ones that were doing that, trading daughters for dowries and like all that other bullshit. The general population, young ladies would get with a little bit older guys because they found them hyper attractive because they had a house that they had bought, or they had a business they owned, or something. They were in their 25 to 30 range.
Yeah, but also those women didn't have the opportunity to get any of those things on their own, right?
Yeah, a lot of them had the opportunity to get it, but
they always have
you're talking about a difference between an 18-year-old
who's that, Ryan,
and a 25 to 30-year-old.
We're up here talking about bitches, right?
Girls, the 18-year-old young ladies, the young women, they found the 25 and 30-year-old men attractive. And so, they didn't have the opportunity yet because they're fucking 18. They just became adults.
Well, also because women like 100 years ago or so weren't even allowed to have bank accounts with their husbands. So
that's bullshit. That's
it's
actually
really
bullshit.
Women could always do all these
women
you want to read about the laws?
Women could have their names on the bank account also, but they wouldn't incur debt. They weren't allowed to incur debt. The man took on the debt. If the man died, the debt died with him.
Ryan, what are you doing here? I fucking thought I heard your voice. What are you doing here, Ryan?
I'm here to fuck you all up. I'm here to beat
not a chance in a fucking strawberries day.
I'm here to fuck all you.
Damn it, Ryan! Why you coming at me like a fucking
Radical. Hey, yo, what's up, Radical Coder, man?
What's
How
up,
you
gang?
doing today?
Just so good how it is.
Boy.
Ryan's
Dude, don't look asshole. It's very unbecoming of you looking.
Now we got some
Ryan's
opposition.
fucking what?
Everyone was making too much sense, so Ryan brought his ass in here.
Yeah, I know. It was a circle jerk in here. You guys all coming on a biscuit together. It was disgusting.
I said Ryan's fun to dance with.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, but who we gonna make eat that biscuit? That's what you should ask yourself, Ryan.
Well, I'd like to see you try.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't it supposed to be dependent on a game of Rochambeau?
You really wouldn't like that.
I think I'd like it.
I really don't think you would like that. In fact, I can guarantee you wouldn't like that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, luckily, we'll never find out, huh?
No, but Ryan's cool. Okay, done dissing Ryan. That's an
hopefully
argument.
not.
Hopefully not.
yes.
Yikes, dude.
All right, welcome
This
to
guy's
Florida.
this guy's doxing me right now. He's trying to figure out where I live so he can come visit.
No, I said hopefully not, because I don't ever want to do that to someone.
Hey, you have some respect, Ryan. Clean as the verbal combat champion of the world, all right?
Oh, well, good for him, dude.
I don't know what the world is.
There's only one verbal combat championship of the world, so that would include the world, right?
I don't know. I think I handled myself pretty well in verbal combat last night.
I think you got fucked to hell.
By the time I got on there, I didn't see you there, bro. Where were you at?
I came on my call with JS, and he was like kind of failing to defend the idea that we couldn't like study art like fossils and shit.
You lost your shit a couple of times.
Yeah.
You did hold a lot better command, though. I'll give you that. You're doing better about that, dude.
I'll give you that. You were the only one that actually tried making any real arguments. JS kind of started floundering for a little bit. If it wasn't for the solo judge, I think it would have been a lot closer. I think there's a chance you could have pulled that one out.
I think so too.
Probably.
Damn, JS, what are you doing over there, bro? Are you just losing debates left and right? What's going on?
That's
He's not even there.
Losing left and right.
I'm so tired.
Getting bodied.
I'm listening.
You're getting bodied by Ryan. He's not even in his chair right now.
Where the fuck did this guy come from?
Hey, Ryan.
Yeah, where the fuck did this guy come from? Sounds like he came from beating you in debates earlier in the night.
He lost.
Yeah, but there was only one judge, right?
But my solo
they
judge.
solo judged.
He
Yeah,
lost.
who was it? Like, Jason Castle or whatever? Someone who already like hates me.
Yeah, literally hates you. So it wouldn't have mattered. JS could have said nothing during that debate, and Jason would have still.
Which he arguably did.
That's right.
Right. Arguably, yes. He did say nothing.
I'm looking forward to our little 2v2, Ryan. You've been doing a lot better, and so I'm really looking forward to having someone to contend with.
Yeah. And
He's gonna kick
all
you in the
women's
dick.
honor is on the
He's
table.
gonna kick you in the dick, bro.
All women's honor is on the table.
That's right. I'm defending every woman from you.
He's gonna throat punch you, bro.
What are your guys' topic again? Sorry.
He thinks something about young women being whores or something, and I'm like, I don't care.
No, it was the topic is promiscuity is something. What was it like? Something we should allow, accept, and not
Acknowledge.
shame in society or acknowledge.
Yeah, like I said.
That's he's on the affirmative of that. It'll be good. It'll be good. I don't want to get into that here. It'll be good though. I think we'll have a lot of fun with this.
That's not for today. That's for you to throat punch Ryan on later.
Well, we'll see. We'll see who throat punches who. I'm looking forward to having a lot of fun with it though. I am.
Right. It'll be an interesting debate. I'll definitely tune in.
It will.
I think Ryan could have got a better partner than Ghosty, but whatever.
Yeah, Ghosty sucks, Ryan. She's a nice girl, but she sucks at debating.
I think she handled we teamed up against Andrew Wilson, and it was like a 2v1, which we did because his partner was like it was Neo Starling, I think, and he was like sick or something, so he wasn't participating much. Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. I think we did pretty well. New. We played off each other well.
Really? He was new. Neo. That was Neo's first real debate.
Yeah, and also I thought it was really funny because I watched a lot of his content, and he's like a great example of like a positive masculine figure. I think that he also is alienated by a lot of the toxic masculine traits that he sees in the red pill spaces. So I thought it was kind of funny that he was really anti-toxic or anti the phrase toxic masculinity, but it's something that he identifies in different words in his own content. So
yeah, I think he just doesn't. The way I understand what he was saying was he just doesn't understand it because he thinks it or he doesn't like it because he thinks it propagates a negative connotation towards men and women, calling them toxic in some way, which adds another level of anger or hate or something like that to it, rather than just saying you're just doing something shitty.
Yeah, I mean that's an argument to me.
What he was saying.
Well, that's an argument that could be had, but the prompt was, is toxic masculinity real? So
he's right.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. It was a pretty interesting one. It was.
I've actually like I feel like the Shrek bit, like the Crucible crew was like memeing on it, but I've actually like I feel like it's gotten stronger with time. The more I've understood the concept, and like after that debate, I feel like much more confident in my like using the Shrek analogy. I think it was like really apt.
The Shrek analogy.
I think it depends on how you frame it. If you frame it correctly, yeah. I mean, from what I was seeing, you were just a few steps away from being able to frame it the way that you were
Shrek
trying
analogy.
to.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was pretty close. It was pretty good.
The Shrek analogy. You got to hit me with the Shrek analogy.
Great. Thank you.
So,
Yes, good.
so basically, like when we talk about toxic masculinity, we're
The
talking
Shrek
about
fallacy?
that's what they think it is. But no, when we're talking about toxic masculinity, we're talking about like things that men do that are like harmful to them and the people around them they do like
Toxic
kind of because
masculinity.
they feel
Oh my god.
Toxic masculinity is something you won't be able to define if I run you through it,
All right,
bruv.
come on, guys. He's not even to the analogy yet.
Thank you.
Let him talk.
So it's like things that men do that are harmful to them and the people around them that they do like they feel like they need to do because they're men. So that's like what we're identifying when we talk about toxic masculinity. And so like if we look at Shrek, like early on, he's like, I'm a big stinky ogre, blah blah blah. This is the part where you run away. Like everyone hates me. Like grab your pitchforks and blah blah blah. And like he's like I'm an ogre, so like I'm supposed to be like this, and I'm supposed to be alone, and I'm supposed to be miserable, and that's just what ogres do. And like as it turned out, like ogres can actually like have friends and families and fall in love and be actually like pretty positive role models and stuff. And so it was pretty wholesome analogy, I think.
Do you think ogres can withstand new age TikTok?
I think ogres have layers.
I think the new Shrek movie is gonna be like a Zendaya Shrek showing him TikTok and shit, and then him being like, "What the hell? I don't know what this TikTok is."
Are they coming out with a new Shrek?
Oh,
Yeah,
my
the
daughter
Queen's
likes
animation people are real
women.
mad.
What the hell, daughter?
Anytime they get something with an old man nowadays, it's just like them reacting to modern media.
Yeah, or like the Incredibles where the Incredibles 2 where he's like freaking out about Common Core math.
Yeah, exactly. You hit a certain age, and then the only jokes people can think about are like, "What if this old guy had an iPhone in his hand?"
Math is math.
Math is math. That was like my Destiny debate, which is hilarious.
That's just a basis. It's like you could learn new science and this and that, but math is just math. There's always like the same answer
You're
with
so
math.
wrong. You're so wrong. Math is everything. Math is beautiful. Don't speak up.
Oh,
Don't speak
okay,
about my
okay.
subject, okay?
You got new math? All right, buddy.
Calm down. You need to get a hard on for mathematics.
I'm always raging hard for mathematics. 24/7.
No, but no. This is a family-friendly channel, Ryan. Calm down.
Not for long.
See, the Republicans just aren't ready for the next layer. They don't realize math was a psyop by the Chinese.
Math is racist, bro.
That was my.
To show
That was
the value of our goods.
Oh, it's a psyop just to make.
Didn't the Arabs make the zero or something?
I think most of those numerals are Arabic numerals. That's why there was a meme for a while. I think it was like back in 2016 when Trump was doing a Muslim ban and shit, where like they were saying, like going around interviewing Trump supporters and asking, do you think we should ban Arabic numerals in schools? And they're like, yeah, absolutely. It's like just numbers.
Yeah, there's all kinds of ridiculous shit.
I feel like the left doesn't. I'd like to say that I was smarter than that, but when I started learning some other languages, I literally thought there was going to be like new signs for numbers. I was blown away by the fact that numbers has been pretty much just globalized. I'm sure at some point other cultures had other designs for numbers, but like pretty much everyone uses the exact same designs.
Right, we use different
numerals.
That
was really almost the only.
Yeah,
I was
Roman
saying
numerals.
at some point I'm sure
way
almost
of
everybody
directing
did.
numbers.
And I believe Farsi has their own numbering system as well. Arabic
See,
has their own.
I don't know how to say this, but Devanagari.
Yeah,
that's a different one
Yeah,
too.
okay.
That might be what you're referring to. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay,
yep, yep.
this is from
Numbers.
ChatGPT, so
Very
take it with a grain of salt.
Uh-huh.
But they're called Arabic because they were introduced to Europe via Arabic scholars during the Middle Ages, but those scholars had adapted them from earlier Indian numerals, which is why they're sometimes more precisely called Hindu Arabic numerals. There you go. The more you know. Look at us learning together. Learning is radical, right, guys?
I didn't know that.
Fuck learning. Learning's for
Hey, man, I thought
nerds.
the Greeks did it
Hell
the whole
yeah, it
time. They
is.
took all of the credit. I thought the Greeks did
to
it.
be fair though,
Thank you,
like,
Chris. Fucking nerd.
I derailed from learning anything
you're a
about
nerd,
Islam
Chris.
or Islamic cultures once I actually started getting real translations of what Islam is saying. It's almost like reading Sun Tzu's Religious Art of War. I mean, it really is like a stratagem on how to take over the fucking world. It's horrible. It's fucking degenerately disgusting and horrible.
Wow.
It's listing how you should overthrow people by subverting their women, indoctrinating their children into what your beliefs are, making their children fight them. Like, just, I mean,
Still
man,
a better
it's
grifter
fucking
than Joseph
insane,
Smith.
dude. It's crazy.
Who, Muhammad? Still a better grifter than Joseph Smith.
True. As someone who grew up in a Mormon church, true.
I suppose he was more successful. Yes, he got a lot more people to believe in him, I guess.
No, I think it did a lot of good for the region. They needed religion at the time. Like,
Ryan,
Yeah.
are you currently religious?
What?
Are you currently religious?
Oh no, I'm kind of anti-theistic, I would say, but I'm a little bit more spiritual than I used to be, but definitely not anything close to like any of those Judeo-Christian religions or anything like that.
Kind of like you believe in something, but no
at
set
least be
definition.
agnostic. At least believe in a higher power. If you don't believe in religion,
So
I could get you
more-
being pissed at religion, but at least believe in some kind of higher power.
So you're more
I don't know
agnostic
who's.
than atheist?
Yeah, I'd say I'm like an agnostic atheist, but like I like the phrase like we are the universe experiencing itself, like shit like that, like consciousness. Like, I don't know, I think that's tight.
Atheist?
Boo.
Oh god.
Boo.
Boo. Yeah, for real.
Boo.
What a bunch of fucking
That's a bunch of fucking. That's a bunch of crystal prattle. Fucking crystal prattle.
Aren't you guys just doing the inverse like Reddit tier
Someone
arguments
get
about
this man in
Christianity
the
and shit
crystal.
to me right now?
Say what?
You're basically like saying like Sky Daddy, but to me about my
Oh, no.
spirituality.
I'm actually, oddly enough, I probably align a lot closer to your beliefs than anybody else on this panel. I don't.
I mean you, King. I think you seem like pretty good faith.
But I'm just saying, yeah, no, I'm not Christian, even in the slightest bit. I was Lutheran once upon a time, but no, I think it's kind of all fucked up.
I'm on that train too. Me and Blackout are like pretty aligned on a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think
My allies. Are you guys like liberals or leftists or what's your?
No,
what do you-
he's more leaning right. I'm actually a leftist. Yeah, but
I'm more conservative leaning. Yeah, definitely.
But like when it comes to religious stuff, he agrees with like a lot more of like the you can't know, and there's
He
way
leans
too much stakes put into it. Those
He
types
leans
of
a little bit more gay than King Blackout, you know.
So
A little bit more.
King,
that
you're like
side.
a big L liberal though, right?
I used to be a lot like you when I used to do psychedelics when I was younger, but as I got older, I started to understand conservative values more and more.
How old are you?
Who, me?
30.
I'm 32. So.
I was about to say.
Oh
Everyone
my
matures at
god, I'm
different
sorry
rates.
for your loss.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be okay.
Damn.
But King Blackout, you're like a capital L liberal though, right? Like you believe in the Constitution and like democracy and shit.
I mean, yeah, of course, yeah, I believe in the Constitution.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hell yeah, yeah. Just
Whatever,
making sure. I mean, there's a lot of people who don't
Constitution's
these days, you know.
But yeah, I mean, yes.
Yeah,
like
but to change the
He's
Constitution.
asking if you're for all the degeneracy, King.
No, not. See, no. See, that's it. I don't know. Like the easiest
I
way.
like how Chris always gets to the meat and potatoes. You don't play around in the broth.
The
No, I
easiest
think
way
it's
that I
actually
could
diverging
I'm
away from the point.
kind of I would guess say, don't know, a liberal conservative. Like I guess.
Yeah. Like,
More than
like you want to
anything,
conserve like the structure of the United States. Like I'm with you there. We align.
Yeah. Yes. To some extent, yes. Like I don't like this whole adopting the United States into a Christian nation. I think is fucking wild. I think that's absolutely
We gotta
crazy.
stop those people. Yeah, absolutely.
But I do agree with.
Why
some of
not?
the
If it's
ideas.
better for society, if people act more morale, what's wrong with that?
I don't think it was better for society. Actually, I actually don't think it was better for society at all. And society has proven that by going away from it naturally over time.
But society's not better now than it was. So what the fuck is the point?
Are you kidding me? We're all sitting here comfy as fuck, like on a Discord call, chilling. On our PCs.
Discord would have still been invented, you fucking ball aches.
And half of you wouldn't be allowed on it. 'Cause you're like,
So much reliance on religion could have been the cause, and this is the effect.
Right, and granted, yes, there may be some more degenerate things happening nowadays, but overall, if you take those outliers off, like overall, much better than it was 30, 40, 50 years ago.
Boo.
Guys, from my perspective, it's like you're saying.
Jason,
Like,
shut me up, bro.
from my perspective, it's like we used to punch
say
ourselves in
what
the
I'm thinking.
face, and now we're stupid. And then you're like, wasn't it so much better when we weren't stupid and we were just punching ourselves in the face? We should go back to punching ourselves in the face.
When were we stupid? Most of the fucking concepts of
I think it's just gonna make you more stupid.
Listen, can I quickly ask you guys, if we were so stupid, right, why is metaphysics captured in the Bible? Why was philosophy, all of these things established fucking 2,000 years ago if we're so fucking smart now? We ain't so fucking smart now. Don't come talk dick out your asses.
Yeah, they didn't know they had shit on their hands and they were getting
come out
dysentery from eating shit.
Apparently, allegedly.
You tell 1,000 stories. One or two
Wait, allegedly dysentery exists, or allegedly that happened?
Allegedly, people didn't know what fucking hygiene was, according to you guys, but you haven't fucking substantiated that. People didn't know what hygiene was. How did they give birth, and how did we fucking survive all of this time?
well, a lot more people die. Death rates are like way higher.
Credentials to substantiate something like that.
How did we survive an increase in population if we were so fucking dumb back then, but we're not doing it now? Can you guys establish, fucking make a point, give an argument?
Tons and tons of kids.
Yeah,
Most of them would die.
Thousands of people died daily.
When my mom was a kid, they had
so these people are dying, but our population isn't increasing. Good job, fellas.
What are you talking about?
Without ingenuity, human civilization would have come to an end.
Every nation is in a.
How do you guys know that?
Other than I think Israel is the only nation that is in a population increase right now.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't sound like things are going great with this fucking we are so clever model where everybody stares at a phone and doesn't even know what the fucking when the 4 seasons start during the year. How many of you fucks know exactly the date that the 4 seasons start? Wanna come act like we're so fucking smart? You guys can't navigate without Google Maps now.
That's the best part, Chris.
We have Google Maps. Who cares?
Thank you, Chris.
Exactly, fucking very clever, guys.
Google Maps.
It's like people are fucking dumb, but you have technology to replace the fucking retardation of society.
Knowledge in my brain. All I gotta do is Google it. I just gotta Google it, bro.
Yeah, that sounds like cope for being fucking retarded and reliant on fucking technology. Sounds like technology is smart and everybody else is fucking stupid now.
Well,
Make an argument why we are smarter. Make an argument why we are smarter.
Is the opposite? So is your argument TVs and HUDs?
On the seasons, on weather, on all that.
They have no argument.
Feels me.
If you ever want a 90% plus prediction on what the weather is going to be like, get a farmer's almanac, and you can look and see in the farmer's almanac, does it say historically has it rained on this day? And I mean, it's fucking accurate, dude.
What's up, Shiva?
Good morning, Shiva.
Oh my God, the fucking coat
is a relative term. It has no.
It's not always 100% on, but I'd say it's probably 90% accurate.
Your favorite Shiva. I'm back, bigger and badder.
What's up, Shiva?
Can I back up real quick because I think we actually diverged. I think we actually
just cooked your asses. That's what happened. Just quickly cooked your asses. Fucking medium rare.
Yeah, we can come back to that. But there was an important point I was making about like. Oh yeah,
Chris, you cooking other men's asses sounds a bit gay. Just saying.
Oh yeah, I'm doing it for you,
It's okay
buddy.
to be gay though, guys.
No,
It's
no, no,
okay to
it's
be
not gay. It's cannibalistic. It's not gay. It's cannibalistic. Let's get our
It's okay to be
terminology
gay.
correct.
It's cool. Chris, are you not gay because it's cannibalistic, or are you not gay because you're not attracted to men?
Oh well, if I eat you, that's not gay. That just means I win.
That is not what I asked
If I eat you, Ryan, if I right now cook your ass
What
and
a
I
weird
fucking
answer.
eat you like a fucking make a nice Ryan sandwich out of you, that's
I
not
think we
gay.
got
That
our
means
answer,
I win.
actually.
Like a
I win.
pig.
I
To
win.
clarify, you are using technology to discuss how bad technology is. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes,
Yep,
that
that's
is correct.
exactly
Yes,
what's
Shiva, thank you.
But they were making the argument that people back in the day were stupid and we're better off now.
Wait, what?
Okay, so well, that's
tell
two
me that
claims.
modern
right?
civilization. You're gonna,
Hang on,
Chris,
hang
you're
on.
gonna
Not
sit here
make
and
that
tell me that.
argument at all. Wait. Actually,
That is-
pause.
that is
I disavow. I
Wait, no, I
disavow.
want to hear Chris say this. I want to say, Chris, out of what I said, Chris, out of what I said, what gave you the idea that was the point? Because that is
You
not at
guys
all
were
what I would
arguing
say.
for we wouldn't have ingenuity, we wouldn't be where we are
Logically-
today.
Logically,
I
that's true,
argued
though,
that we
dude.
were a concussed retard now, and I was
Yeah,
arguing you
but
wanted us to punch us in the face.
Goon, but logically it still follows. We may be a concussed retard now, but we're not a retard punching ourselves in the face like we were then. So yes, by just the way the logical entailment goes, is in the end, yes, society is a million times smarter than we were back
Retards
then.
punching ourselves in the face that painted the Sistine Chapel and made sculptures
Wait,
out of marble and built beautiful
Most people didn't do
architecture.
that.
I
Those
think I
retards.
understand.
You mean those
I understand a
retards?
little bit of
There's an
the-
easy, follow up.
I think I understand a little bit of the disconnect here. Like, because one, I would agree that society is much better today with the technology that we
Stop
have
talking instead of explaining it. It doesn't help.
than 400 years ago or whatever, or 1,000 years ago, right? I would also agree that we know more than we did back then, but I'm not sure that means that we're more intelligent than we were back then, because they were pretty smart fucking cookies. They just didn't know as much as we do.
I would say that quality of life has increased. I don't know that
we
doesn't
can't even
necessarily
get
make
that wrong.
everything better.
Definitely.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
Agreed.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily agree
if you
with
start
that, though,
like
because
making
it
like
depends,
this
it depends on
rolling
what it
back
is
technology.
that brings your quality of life in a positive
Shiva,
light.
does knowledge equate to intelligence, though, Shiva?
No.
No.
Okay.
No, because intelligence is to do with like your quickness of mind, your ability to recognize patterns, your ability to solve problems, and that can sometimes be helped by what you know. But I don't think merely knowing facts makes you more intelligent than somebody who knows fewer facts.
Okay.
It just means that you know more.
No, because the amount of knowledge somebody knows has no bearing on how intelligent they are. I could be on an island and be the smartest
Well, it has
motherfucker
some
in the
bearing.
world, but know nothing that's in a book.
But I mean, it has some bearing.
but
Like
I
I
think
would
that's kinda what
argue
Shiva
that
says.
someone who's an idiot is going to be less likely to be able to learn and retain new information. Yeah,
That explains the conservative voter base.
I don't know about that,
Look,
Shiva.
Chris,
I see a lot of
where does
idiots
your-
soaking up a lot of really stupid shit right now.
Yep.
Where does your
I thought
argument,
you'd like that one.
where does your argument stop? Like, so, like, why should a farmer be allowed tools?
Were you
What?
addressing that too?
I can explain it if he answers afterwards, but why should a farmer be allowed tools?
What do you mean be allowed tools? Do you know how farming and shit used to work? Do you know how we did? We just made our own tools. Do you understand this?
Yeah, why
People
should
used to
they do
make
that?
their own fucking
Don't you
tools, bro.
Don't you realize if you're not manually working with the crop with your hands, you're easying it. You're making your life easier, and through doing
Yeah,
this, you're
what does
degenerating
easy
your
have to do with
society.
intelligence?
And when you have this extra free time from these tools, you're going to start creating more technology that's going to make everything even easier.
What does that
And
have to
eventually
do
you're
with
just gonna be
anything?
sitting
Back in
around
the day,
in a
people were
phone.
smart enough to fucking. Do you know what a blacksmith used to do? He used to make
You're making
pliers
an
and shit to use.
anti-ingenuity argument. You're saying
Yeah,
you
they
should,
used to make
like,
their own tools.
ingenuity is bad.
They had their own tools. I thought they
wait,
sold
Yeah,
them.
ingenuity is bad because it leads to
blacksmithing
retardation because
smarter,
machines
not
doing
harder.
everything and then you don't know how to make a fucking pair of
Exhibit A,
pliers.
Yes, well, a
Yeah, no,
farmer
Chris,
shouldn't
Chris,
have
Chris,
a tool.
wait,
A farmer
Chris.
shouldn't have a
Blacksmithing
machine
is
building
technology. You
machine.
understand that, right? Chris. Blacksmithing is a form of technology. You do know that, right?
I didn't say it wasn't technology, did I?
Right, so technology is not necessarily bad then.
I didn't say technology is bad. They're arguing for society is better off now than it was when it was Christian back in the day. That's where this thing started. I know how to track conversations. So I'm defending my position that old Christian people were just as fucking smart as they are now, and the world's more fucked now.
How are you?
You're arguing
so
that
how
we
are
should be
you-
like monkeys in the forest eating berries and killing animals with our bare hands.
That's not the argument.
Berries
That's
are
not
dope,
the
though.
argument. That's not the position.
Oh, I like berries.
And just the fact
Well,
that
that's not what modern. That's not what
back
Christians
then-
were doing back then. You guys think they didn't have
Wait,
technology?
wait. Does the fact that people were Christians back then, or that society was largely Christian?
Well, if they had
back then,
technology, it was
does that
bad.
have any bearing on
That was
the
your argument. Is that
level of
the
technology?
was bad.
No one said technology is bad.
That's what Chris's argument was. You can try to sweep for it, but that's exactly what he was claiming.
Well, if he
Even
said
just
technology is bad,
Did
that's
I
not
say bad, or did I say modern society and the technology we have
a very
is bad?
broad claim. And then we were trying to narrow it, and he's
He
still
went
sticking
further
to the
than
broad
technology. He said ingenuity within itself is bad and leads to bad things.
The Dark Ages have entered
Did I
the
say
chat.
that?
Everything you guys are going to do has already been done.
Everything we're
Just so
going to
you
do
know.
has already been done.
That's correct.
Wait, no, it hasn't.
It depends on your perspective.
The framework is there. It's already been laid out for you. We made
It
the
depends
road.
on your
We
perspective.
made the roads, and you're going to use it. That's all.
It depends
Are
on your
you
perspective.
quoting
but
Kang the Conqueror?
You're
No,
not.
I'm quoting me.
The concept that you're speaking about, though, is it's a disconnect that happens between the religious and the secular people. The concept of God, the timeless concept, the timeless part of it, right? Like, for God, all time is all at once right now. He can interact with it anywhere, right? For us, we see it as predestinationalism or some shit like that, right? Like we have no free will.
Predetermination.
But yeah, predetermination.
Predetermination.
Sorry, it's,
Or wait,
it's
or
a
just
little late.
determination.
But the thing is,
not predetermination.
right?
Yeah,
Okay, sure, whatever. You get what I'm saying, though, right? So it's where as the secular mind sees it as we don't have free will. From God's point of view, he just sees all of time is here. This is what it all looks like. When we execute our free will, all of time changes in his view. He can see it change in his view. That doesn't mean we don't have free will. It just means he can see all of it all at once. That's all it means.
That's beautiful. And my brain is going to be in recovery mode from
wait,
taking in all these
wait,
high level
wait,
ideas.
wait.
But can we back up to the
Wait,
Constitution thing?
hang on.
'Cause I think that was
If
important.
he's seeing all of time at once, that must mean that he's seeing the past, the present, and the future all at once, right?
Right. He can look at it all at once.
If the future is changing for God, then he's not seeing the entirety of time all at once, right? That kind of doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, he can see the entirety of all of human history, all of it, all at once. I don't know how. Look, I'm not going to even try and understand how his realm works for him and whether there's a linearness to it or not, because that's beyond my comprehension. Right?
He knows what you're going to do
linear.
before you do that.
JS.
So then he knows what you're going to do before then you do, right, Cleaner?
Dina, this argument is pointless. It goes nowhere every time because there's no category understanding of metaphysical concepts.
I have one question.
This is the
Can
thing that
God
I'm saying
see why
that
kids
people
love Cinnamon
get
Toast
wrong.
Crunch?
All right. So for God, it's not. When God looks at it, he sees it all at the same time. So for him, it's all at the same time. For us, it's past, present, future because we operate linearly. Yes. He does not.
Yeah, no, I understand.
He sees it all at once. So it's our past, but for him, it's just a dot on a line that he sees our time in, right?
Exactly.
Or something like that, right?
In our comprehension, in our comprehension and understanding of that, at any point in our time, in our past, present, future, in our time, can we prove God wrong?
So, Cleaner, your view entails a contradiction, which I'd like to explore once you two have finished this.
Can you prove God wrong?
What?
Yeah. So you're saying he lives outside of time and existence, and so he sees
Right. I'm trying to think of a way that we could prove God wrong.
Right. Okay.
You just mean like proving. Do you mean proving something he says is wrong, or something he's doing is wrong, or proving that he himself and it is wrong?
So my understanding of the free will is, if you could prove God wrong, then I would argue yes, you have free will. So in an instance of, if God determines that you're going to heaven, can you will yourself to hell?
What you're doing right now is
That's
you're committing
literally
a
what you
category.
do. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
You're
God
taking
doesn't.
perception. You're taking perception and you're equating it to action.
Agreed.
And God doesn't send you to heaven or hell. Your actions send you there. Your intents, your actions put you in that place.
But who decides?
You do.
You do.
You decide that. Yeah.
According to the Christian worldview, yeah. Cleaner,
Yeah,
you said
you
that
decide that.
you said that God exists outside of time.
If God
And
doesn't
maybe
decide
maybe a theist can address this, because I'm not sure that they would necessarily agree with your view, but you did say that he exists outside of time and that he sees everything past, present, and future, but that when we act, he sees the future change. Did I understand that correctly?
From our point of view, our action, right, in our
Yeah.
time, all right, if it's mapping out, he sees what the change is already, because it's already happened, and it's not happened,
Right.
and all of that all at once.
Does he see a change?
No, what God sees is what has happened, will happen, and is happening all at once. So it's like for us, the change happens. He sees the change. He doesn't see that there were two paths. He only sees the way things are, because for him, all of time is, and that's it.
But we're talking about events in the future, right? So let's ignore the past.
He already knows all of the choices we're going to make and all that, and I understand, the argument behind that. It's just he sees it all at once. So for us, when we change something, what I'm saying is he sees what we view as a change. He sees that as that's what has happened. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. So
when we think we're changing something, it's happening.
They can't make the distinction between the category error of understanding God as a human being. That's the only way they can function.
Well, can we understand God?
Well, no, I think Shiva's a little past that.
No, I don't think so.
I'm not trying to understand him as a human being. I'm just trying to wrap my head around, like, whether if God foresees everything, and this doesn't mean that he's causing things, right? Which is, I think, the category error that King Blackout was
I don't
kind
think
of
it's a
making
category error.
just now.
They'll say it's a category error, but I think it's accurate.
Well, okay, Josh, we'll
You
get to
have to
that in a
provide
moment.
evidence for that.
Right.
It is a category error, bro. I've told you guys this. It's like saying the character in a video game needs to follow the same rules as the creator of the fucking video game. It's retarded.
Well, hang on, Chris. The video game creator does need to follow the same rules as a player when they're playing the game.
Does he, or does he make the rules in the video game? Are you being retarded?
That's because they exist in the same reality, though. That video game
Look,
creator isn't of a higher reality.
Don't forget that the video game operates by its own rules, called the programming language that the developer is bound by.
It's a function under the rules that he created.
I want to get back to this.
Add an extra level.
The game creator can change every single fucking rule in the game.
Guys, can we not get sidetracked by Chris's red herring, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
It's not a red herring, fucker. I was giving a descriptive why this conversation is pointless.
Not a red herring.
Well, then don't take part in it if you think it's pointless. Jesus Christ. All right, Cleaner.
The fact that you think it's pointless shows that I'm correct and you guys don't even fucking understand the argument.
Pointless.
Good job.
Chris,
good job.
If you're not enjoying it, those of us who are enjoying it, have the fucking
Chris,
conversation.
you're a nice guy, but like you're not very quiet.
Chris, you have to let the conversation play out so that you can see whether or not the person understands it.
Right, Cleaner. So this is what I don't understand, right? If God exists outside of time and he foresees all events and he's seeing them simultaneously because he's atemporal, right? So I grant that. So the question still remains: can we do anything other than what God has foreseen?
No, we cannot.
Right.
So from our point of view, what we think is it's determined, but it's not determined because from our point of view, it hasn't happened yet because we operate linearly.
Right.
However,
But from
God
God's point
sees
of
it
view,
all. Right.
Yeah. But from God's point of view, it is determined because it has happened for him, right?
No,
Because he's seeing it all at once.
It's not that it is determined as in a cause and effect, a linear statement. It just is.
Right, but we can't do anything other than what he has foreseen through his
Other than what
omniscience.
is. Right.
Right, but that is
So the question arises.
Leading you down that way.
From his point of
No,
view,
I'm not
yes.
implying that he is elder. I'm not implying that God is doing anything to like causing shit. Like he's just observing it. Let's assume he's a passive observer, right? But the question still remains: if God is atemporal and can foresee all events that are going to happen, even if he's seeing them simultaneously, and we can't do anything other than what he has foreseen, then how are we acting freely? Like that's still an issue.
Hold on. This no, it's not a category error. It is a misunderstanding, but it's not a category error. But this is the misunderstanding I'm speaking to when I'm talking about secularists and religious people getting the concept wrong, right? All right, it's not a category error. It's an appropriate thing to be asking this question. The difference between the two is this, all right? If there are no people, God sees nothing happening for people. If there is no God, people continue to go down their same path without this concept of determinism. You see the difference there?
No, could you repeat that again, please?
Okay, if there are no people, God sees no people, no timeline for people. But if people see no God because there's no God, there's no determinism, we just continue to execute free will. It's perspective, right? So from our perspective, we have free will. From his perspective, time is.
Right, but if this is the issue if you're
That's
asserting
beautiful, man. I love the way you explain that.
if you're asserting that a being can see the future, right? Like from what we perceive as the future, if he can see it all and we can't do anything other than what he has foreseen, then that means that our will, whatever it is, cannot be said to be free in a libertarian sense.
No, well, this is a misunderstanding of the conception of time, right?
Fallacy. This is the part where I agree with Chris that there's a concept fallacy. This part there is.
Yeah.
All right.
They keep assuming it from a linear path.
When you're talking about the perspective difference, the perspective of God is this rock which represents time is this rock which represents time. The concept for us is time is linear. As we go through it, we can make choices and do things. Just because he's able to see all of time all at once doesn't mean that we don't make those choices. It just means he's seeing all of that has already happened, will happen, and is happening for us because he can see time differently. And this is the concept that I'm telling you, religious people and secularists, even some religious people don't fully understand it correctly. But if you're able to talk to a really good theological priest, they'll explain it and you'll get it. It'll make more sense.
Not necessarily. I read the book 5 of City of God. I didn't read all of it because what's his name? That fucking Catholic Jim Bowden, the Aussie lawyer guy. He kept referencing City of God as containing these really abstruse, dense arguments in favor of free will. Right. So I bought the fucking book. Read the damn.
You got disgusted in chapter 5 and you stopped, didn't you?
Well, chapter 5 is where his principal discussion of free will occurs, and he actually touches on this issue. So he brings up the philosophical problem of God's prescience, right? And his answer is You have to believe in free will because to do otherwise is fucking heresy. Like, it doesn't seem to me that...
Yeah, and that's why
that
I'm
the
saying
fa-
some of the religious people aren't even able to conceptualize it to secular people the right way,
Well,
the
he's
way
one of
that
the
it
greatest
is.
Christian thinkers ever. Like...
And?
Well, I don't think that Augustine is one of the great
And
Christians.
before
Yeah, bro. The
Plato
thing
was
is,
known
you
to
also
be...
your whole
But
argument
here's
is
the thing.
because Jim
Here's the thing.
Bowden recommended a book that I didn't like. Premise. That's the
Here's the
argument.
thing.
No,
Here's
Chris,
the thing,
Chris,
right?
engage in good faith. That's not what I'm
Before
saying.
Plato was known as Plato, people just thought he was just an average guy, just a regular bum, right? Like, and then he wrote all this shit, and oh my God, he's fucking Plato. All right, so this dude, he wrote some shit, and maybe there's a lot of truth to a lot of the things he says. Maybe there's not. I don't know. I didn't go through the dude's book as detailed as it sounds like he went through. I didn't care to. I got frustrated in it real quick. But what I'm saying is that just because he wrote this doesn't mean he has all concepts correct. And this is the thing that I'm telling you, religious people even get wrong because they don't have a full understanding. It's very hard for us in this dimension to be able to fully conceptualize and understand the being and entity that is professed to be God.
We basically have to talk sci-fi to get into these concepts.
We can,
I mean,
it's
interesting
I don't think it's
the
that
Bible never
complex.
says
They
God
just don't
gives
make
us
him a
free will.
category ever. Still,
Does the
that's
atheist
just a
have free
detail.
will? Shiva?
Well, I don't know that.
No, they do what God tells them to do. Apparently.
Oh, thanks for answering
yes,
that question,
yes.
Shiva.
Well, yeah. So are you?
I don't know that I believe in free will. Alien.
Still unsure.
Well,
I'm the way that people usually argue it. It's just capability.
I'm kind of
Capability.
open. I'm kind of open to the idea that some form of compatibilism exists. I think I definitely don't agree with libertarian free will because that just seems incoherent on the face of it. But there is some interesting arguments coming out from quantum physics. There seems to be this kind of overlap where actual scientists are exploring consciousness, and there is an and I don't understand it, so I'm not going to try and I'm going to butcher this.
So Jay's go to bed quickly.
The interesting thing about libertarian free will is actually derived from Augustine's
Being
theology.
gay, Jays.
Nah, Chris. See, the problem is Jess can't handle weed, you guys. So every time he gets high, Jess wants to take a nappy nap on stream.
I'm listening.
Yeah, you're listening.
Let the boy be sleepy.
Jess, did you not smoke? Did you not smoke on stream a little bit ago, Jess?
Listen, don't challenge.
You got a disco nap. He's fine.
Can't handle your weed. Fucking lightweight. You little lightweight.
Don't bring these
I think I understand. I think I understand where you're at, Shiva. You're at a transcendent point, is what I would call it, between really understanding the concept and the perspective difference. The perspective difference is the main key in whether or not we have the belief and understanding of free will. From God's point of view, there's no free will anywhere because it just is. This thing just is, right? From our point of view, we could say there's free will, or we could say there's not when we think about the concept of God.
Cleaner. If you believe in a God, and you hold that view, that from his perspective, which is the perspective of reality, right? Because he's God, that from his perspective, there's no free will, then there's no free will.
No,
yeah, dude,
that's
you
the
fucked it up there,
See,
Ben, bro.
this is exactly what you're not understanding, okay? Because from his point of view, what he sees is what is. He doesn't see us executing free will all over the place, or maybe he sees us executing free will all over the place, but it's just what is because he sees it all, right? For us, we're executing our choices through time. So for us, it's linear. The perspective difference is the big key here, Shiva. It really is.
No, I understand that, but what I'm asserting is that if if from his perspective everything is already happened or is already happening at the same time, but he knows.
How do we know that, and how?
Hold on, we're about to get here.
That's the end result.
We're about to get there. Hold on.
Right. If from his perspective, he knows, then the idea of a libertarian free will kind of makes no sense because the future, from his perspective, has already happened. And there's nothing that we can do to change what's already happened. Right?
There's
And
no
this
way
is
to
the
explain that
perspective
where they
difference,
understand
right?
it, Shiva.
So what you're doing is looking at it from God's point of view as a linear being.
Yeah, but I have no choice but to do that.
No, you do. You
What I'm
don't. You
saying
do have
is
other choices. You refuse to do it the other way. That's the problem.
No, look, how can I
When
look
you-
at things from an atemporal perspective? We all look at things temporally.
Exactly. That's why we keep getting pissed off with these discussions with you guys.
I don't.
Then look,
Well,
then
what do you
in
mean,
that
you
case,
guys?
any assertion that I'm making about God
True.
from a
That explains a lot.
temporal
This is
perspective,
just a fourth
if that
dimensional being.
assertion is necessarily wrong because it's coming from a temporal perspective, then any assertion that you guys make about God coming from a temporal perspective is also necessarily wrong.
No, not
Yes.
What about
necessarily.
technology, though?
What? Okay, there are keys.
Your
that
failure to
you
grasp
can
this
get
concept
wrong
does
and
not
right,
mean we're
depending
incorrect.
on
That's a
the
stupid
context
premise.
of what
I'm
you're
sorry,
talking
bro.
Ultimately, why it's so
What
important.
I'm saying
that
is you're
in Christianity, Jesus Christ came to be temporal for a short time to explain to us the issues that we
Yeah,
had.
but God was around before.
Right. This is why we separate the persons.
so from God's point of view, time is as easy as a rock is sitting right in front of him. It just is.
How do you know? Where's
From
that view
our
coming
point,
from?
because God is timeless. God can see all time.
Where's
So
that asserted?
it's
just
the
a
point
thing,
if you
just
wrap
like
your
anything
round
Wait,
else.
around
no,
the concept of
where's that
actual
asserted?
discussions of God,
Look,
Where
then
is that asserted?
you can deduce these things
Wait,
through
no,
logic.
stop. Where is it
No,
asserted?
you stop. You stop.
Where is it asserted that God is atemporal?
It's not in the Bible, but it has to be accepted that God has to be outside of time if he was
No,
to create time.
To create time, you must be outside of time, Shiva.
Well,
for
hang on
fuck's
a minute.
sake.
Hang on a minute. Acts of creation occur within time because there's a before state and an after state. So the creation
Exactly.
of time.
So what? No.
Wait
what
a minute, Chris.
supersedes the
Wait a minute,
creation of
Chris.
things?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Not wait a minute.
If all acts of creation are state changes, all state changes occur in time with a before and an after. So to say
Yeah,
that
so
God
you would-
created
for
time
fuck's sake.
makes no sense because you're implying that there was a before time exists, which implies
Yes, for
that time
time to
had to
start,
exist
an
in order
occurrence
for
has
time
to
to be
occur.
created.
Perfect.
Yes, an occurrence has to happen
You're
from a temporal state of infinite, of
degenerating
eternal, for the first instance of time to occur. Yes, correct.
And again, it doesn't say in the Bible that God created time. It doesn't make that claim.
When the universe was created,
Damn.
don't you think we can deduce from that the start of it all,
That's
the
not what
laws
the
in the
Bible says
heaven,
either.
the
The
laws of
Bible says
physics,
in the
everything is
beginning.
created is a
The
spot of
Bible
time.
says in the beginning, and the phrase "in the beginning" is a temporal phrase.
Right. So before
It's the start of a
You say so
sequence.
many things that contradict yourself.
We were so close. We were so close right there, and then it derailed again.
Technology.
We were so
though.
close. So
No,
close.
Cleaner, you might have thought you were close, but you weren't.
No,
Don't
no,
decide to burst your bubble.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I think I was close to getting you to understand what it is that I'm saying here, because
No,
I don't
understand.
think you really are.
I understand what you're
Cleaner,
saying.
I
That
think-
there's a category difference between beings who are temporal and beings who are atemporal, and that beings who are temporal necessarily have a different perspective to beings who are atemporal. I don't think that addresses the issue of free will, though.
It does. It necessarily
No,
does.
but it addresses
because
the issue
when
of
we're
time.
talking about free will, what we're talking about is a linear concept. And since it's a
Agreed.
linear concept, it's a concept that affects us, not extra linear beings, right? Not atemporal
Agreed.
beings. So atemporal
Agreed.
beings see all of it. It's just there. We
Agreed, but it means it's
see
already
what we're going
happened.
through linearly. So what we're going through linearly, yes, from our perspective, we are executing free will or not executing free will, depending on how you believe, right? But they just see what is, and it is the rock that is time.
Right, agreed. Yeah, but we can't change anything. We have no choice but to do what
From
has
their
in
perspective, you can't change anything. From your
right, but
perspective,
from God's
you're
look,
making choices.
right,
This is the
but
thing
God
about
is
the perspective.
but God is and what I'm asserting. No, I agree that we make choices. What I'm disputing is whether those choices are free of conditioning factors or causal factors.
From
Well,
human,
that's
yes.
a different. That would be a different conversation than what we're
No,
talking
that's
about
what
right now.
libertarian free will is. It's what libertarian free will is.
No,
Nobody gives us why are you baking in libertarian into the arguments when we're Christians and not libertarians.
Time
What's
is-
the point?
time
No,
is
not political
contingent.
libertarianism.
It's not
you
libertarian,
fucking
which is a
clown.
fucking political ideology got to do with God. You red herring right now.
It's
Chris,
not,
I'm
he's
not talking about politics. We're discussing philosophy, and in philosophy, the term libertarian free will means a will that is free of prior causal or conditioning factors. That's what the fucking phrase means. It's not about American politics, right? Jesus.
Yeah, but can we use our free will to shift over to that American politics thing? Because I wanted to pull back like way earlier to that Constitution thing.
No, Ryan, just because
still
you
be
can't change
this
it
is much
happening
more
right now, we're
interesting
not
than
going to
American
change it for
politics,
you.
Ryan.
It would still be perspective.
Nobody cares
Shiva.
about politics. If you
It
can't
would
handle
still
the
be
conversation,
I'll
no.
wait all week to listen to
So
Shiva's
much more
philosophy.
interesting.
Yeah,
than
I
I think
even
you guys don't want to talk about it. You
religious
guys don't want to talk about it
conversation
because
for
you know
the
how bad
100th
you look
time.
right now.
No, Ryan, I don't
It's
want to
a
talk about it because I'm
philosophy.
not fucking interested in American politics.
Yeah, dude, there's not everybody on here is American, you fucking dildo.
You're all impacted by having a crazy fucking tyrant in America, though.
Agreed. And do you know
Not
what? I think
impacted
his
by any
press
tyrant.
conferences are still really fucking entertaining. It's a bit of a shame that he's fucking up the world's economy, but what are you going to do? Vote him out next time.
the content president.
Well, if we have
Yeah,
elections
stop
next time,
crying like a fucking
know
bitch.
how-
It is what it is. Deal with it for the next couple of years. Stop
Do
crying.
you know how boring it would be if Kamala was here? We would have no content.
Well, no,
still
that'd
be
still
having
be
the same boring
content,
conversation you were just
the
having.
content would suck. The content sucks when Biden was president.
It's
No, we would
interesting, Ryan,
probably
that-
be in
that-
World
that you
War
Content
find-
III.
is back, baby. Trump.
It's
I wanna-
interesting that you find this conversation boring about free will and God and philosophy, but like conversely, I find political conversations dull as fucking ditch water.
I don't
like
find
they
it
have
boring.
no interest
No.
for me.
Okay,
I don't
to be fair, I do think
consider
these
this.
are.
I don't.
I actually do
CNN
think these are interesting
Clarify,
conversations.
Shiva. I don't
CNN.
consider this
I think
religious
that,
I'm being a little
philosophy.
glib.
I consider this
I
like
think
swirling down a drain.
politics and
Philosophy
theology.
Yeah, that's what it. That's
reflects
what it feels more like.
politics.
Yeah.
Politics and theology
Yeah,
cannot
the
be
philosophically
divorced.
illiterate it
They're-
does. I understand that.
We just go
Yeah, for
around
people
in
that
the same
can't understand
circles
these
over and
concepts.
over and
You guys
over
understand
again.
the whole point of this conversation was that you guys can't even understand these concepts and you're just proving it throughout the conversation.
I thought
I
it
can
was
understand these
technology.
concepts.
There's the
You
man
keep
who
saying
thought
you
that
guys while you're
libertarian free
arguing
will
only
was
against
talking about
Shiva.
politics.
I don't know what, who these
It's
multiple
Ryan
people
too.
are in your head.
It's Ryan too.
What about the
about
technology part?
Ryan's just saying that he cares about politics. He's saying he doesn't give a fuck about any of this.
Yeah.
Well,
He
they
wants
go
a
hand.
different conversation.
They go hand in hand.
Yeah, and to be clear, I do find these conversations interesting, but I think it's a little, I don't know, I really do think that like it's important to have political conversations right now more than ever, because I think a lot of people misunderstand just how bad things could go in America, and I think it's like important to make people, especially conservatives, who are like more aware of that, because they seem to be broadly supporting what's going on.
I know,
and I think
things
most of them
could
are
go
ignorant to
really
the actual
bad
Fucking
in
cry me a
America.
river, bro. Come visit me in a third world country and you'll fucking run back and go kiss Trump's feet, bro.
Ryan.
So Ryan, wouldn't the place to have those conversations be a place where people are actually engaged in that type of conversation, rather than coming to somewhere where they're having a different type of conversation and saying, "I think you should have this sort of conversation."
He's
instead."
fine.
Well, we touched on
We
it
were
earlier. I mean, and
originally
the
having
conversation's
this
gone a lot of different
conversation,
directions.
and then you joined in, Shiva, and kind of shifted the conversation.
He's fine because he makes an
meandered
example
all
of
over
how
the
to
place.
lose. He makes an example of how to lose philosophically and politically. So.
What
Yeah, we kinda
political
gone all over.
conversation did you want to have, Ryan? I
How
am
many
enjoying the
people
crash
all
out
believe
between
in a
Musk
higher
and Trump.
power?
That's entertaining.
Technology seems bad to me in the long run, based off of all this.
Like we were talking about like dating between men and women
keep making
before you
people
joined.
Which is important also, it's important to talk about like especially right now with the increasing divide between young men and young women politically, it's a big problem. But I
Not
wanted to touch
really.
on a thing earlier.
It's
like
not
we
really
talked
that
about,
big a problem because I mean, at some point, men are going to be like, "Women, shut the fuck up and go back to doing what you're supposed to be doing," and women are going to go, "Yes, sir."
yeah, and see that's what you think
Yeah,
is going to
that
happen, but
always
actually
happens.
that's like where feminism came from is the thing that you're like saying is going to happen
No, it
again.
didn't.
So it's just going
No, it
to
didn't.
literally
It came from when men
Feminism came
fucking with
from the
your
occult.
pussy to stop that shit.
Feminism
But
came
we
from
never
the
pussy,
occult.
also men
dudes.
real men would stand up against you if you tried to do that. So but
Oh,
Sounds
you're
like
gonna tell me
pussy,
you're gonna tell me
dudes.
what a real
What
man
are you
is?
talking about?
Really? You're gonna tell me what a real man is?
What's
yeah,
I know what
a
a
real
real
man?
man
am.
is.
Yeah,
You
sure
can't tell me
fucking
what
am,
a real man is.
Yeah,
Because
sure
from
fucking
your
am.
ideology, anything could be a real man,
Yeah,
Not anything.
including a woman.
a woman could be
A
a
real man can open a goddamn
female could
pickle
be,
jar. That's what a real man is.
Yeah, true that.
Damn.
See, my
Damn.
manliness,
Struggle with
my manhood is not threatened
guess.
by females identifying as men, unlike yours. So that's what makes me more of a man than you.
Should I go
But
open
anyway,
every
back to
single
the-
jar in my fridge? I'm fighting
sorry,
them first.
can I
You
just
guys can watch
clarify?
me
Is
fight
this
this
a
jar
political
before I open it.
conversation right now?
Said something.
No,
So if females are threatened by men, then that means that they're fucking good job. So there's a good trans
Well,
argument baked in there. Good
he
job.
can't have his trophies taken because he's never won a trophy. So the women are going to be taking your trophies, Coder.
Well, let's talk about American politics. What do you guys think about the crash
my
out between
trophies.
Trump and Musk? Are you guys enjoying
Don't
it as much as
care.
I am?
I like
Okay.
right now, what's going on
kinda-
between Trump
Yeah.
and Musk,
Gonna
I
happen.
believe,
Yeah.
is Trump going, "Hey, look at this shiny shit," while I get all this shit done behind the scenes.
No, it's all
Just like he's
yeah.
always
I
done.
don't know, bro.
Just like
Apparently
he's
That's a-
always
he's
fucking
wrapped
done.
up in the Epstein,
look at this
bro. He's
hand,
wrapped
while I
up in
do
them
this.
Epstein files.
Do you think that Elon Musk
contrived.
would allow him to wipe 15 billion off the value of his
Yeah,
companies?
I
so
do
that
because
he can do
Musk
that?
is going
He
to
was
make
already
more.
his companies were
Musk is
going
going
under
to make
anyway.
more in the
This is
long
gonna
run, and he knows it.
this is gonna actually revitalize his company because now all the
Yeah.
people who are lighting Teslas on fire are gonna be like, Elon's on our team again. Let's go Tesla. Let's buy a Tesla.
No, we're not rehabilitating that loser. Okay, first of all,
Oh no,
nobody's
oh no, they
rehabilitating
already
him.
are. Oh
Watch
no,
him.
Ryan,
It's
they
all
already
gonna
are.
happen.
They
It's part of
already
the
fucking
plan.
are.
It's part of the plan.
They're like
Ryan.
our advocates.
Some
are.
are, but it's not gonna work.
That conversation
It's
was
all
so
over
deep and
fucking
it got
X
so
right
fucking
now.
surface level.
It is all over X right now. These people
Just
are like,
enjoy
"Yay,
the
our
ride,
advocates
Tina.
back."
There you
Enjoy the
go.
ride.
Congratulations.
That's right. It's way better now. Way more entertaining. So
You-
yeah,
you
I
do
think
understand,
Elon
we're
Trump service
literally
is-
sitting here talking about the thing that Trump wants us to be talking about, rather
Well, I
than the
did
shit
put
that
in
he's
the
doing,
thumbnail.
right?
Good job. You guys
Well,
are
I don't
fucking
think
being
Trump
sheep
wants me to
right
talk
now.
about what I'm about to say.
I did say in the
think
Being a
thumbnail,
sheep,
I
should we
wanted to
talk
talk
about,
about
Project
It's
Elon
like you're over here
Trump.
crying
Elon
about
and
billionaires. We were talking about the meaning of life. What the fuck?
Wow, so deep.
This is
Anyway,
what
yeah.
happens to conservatives when their talking points become completely undefendable. Let's just talk about religion constantly.
No, I'm trying to still talk about the conservative talking points.
Should we talk about Project 2025? How is that going? Is it
Awesome.
going well?
About 40% done.
Yeah, did you hear what I said to Coder about this? You know that about 90%.
Well, it was a joke until it wasn't a joke, and unless something wrong happens again, then
I
it's
never
a
said it
joke.
was a joke. I said Project 2025 is mostly a bunch of common sense conservative talking points. It's like basic
Common sense
far-right
Christian
conservative
talking
goals.
points.
Christian
They're
conservative.
Christian talking points.
They should.
Well,
they ought to be
some are.
Christian, but some of them aren't.
Some are, and some are just kind of like prescriptions for how we should be doing things that would be net positive. Some are
And a lot
Christian.
more about
And
consolidating
if 90
power
if
more and more
90% of
into the executive
America would
branch.
agree that things like abortion and women beating up men and men, so then yeah, we need 90% of Project 2025 done. But there's
But you're not against
Well,
abortion.
most Americans
Josh.
don't support your
I'm
abortion bans.
against
So
abortion.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, you
No,
want
you're not.
abortion,
You're
don't you?
pro-abortion.
against
You
it.
said on this panel the other
No.
week that abortion
No,
aligns
no,
with God's
no.
will, and because we should be aligning with God's will, people should abort their
No,
children.
no.
Based.
It's God's will. that-
JS does make a lot of pro-abortion arguments on
It's
this
God.
stream.
No.
I disavow.
Yeah, you
Like,
saw
wasn't
me.
he like high that night? or
I'm
something?
high tonight too.
I
and
think
you saw
JS
me
has
anymore.
been taken over by an
That was
AI.
just his true self coming out, James.
No, if God,
Well,
it
you
is
gotta-
part
you
of God's.
might got
I
a point there,
said,
'cause when people
can
are high or
James,
drunk,
can
they
I
do-
handle this, James?
You're a bit quiet, by the way, Josh. Can you turn
Oh.
yourself up?
Am I?
Yeah,
Yeah, a little
bit.
bit.
Hello, hello,
low,
hello.
That's better.
I heard you.
Like a low.
Why am I low? Though.
Now
Oh,
you're
you're
lower.
now. You're quiet again now.
You just got lower.
Stop whispering, dude.
What the?
I think you're far away from the mic.
I'm not right up on the mic.
Then get up on the mic.
Take it out your ass, bro. Take it out your ass and put it in the mouth spot.
Well, there, I turned you up to 150.
USB, not XLR.
I'm not. Hold on.
Anyway,
just
so I
turned
think
you
the
up to
Elon Trump stuff
150.
is a lot of fun. It's a lot it's a lot like really entertaining to watch these two manic man children fight on Twitter and expose each other for the disgusting freaks they are. But also those manic episodes have like massive global infrastructure consequences, and I think that we shouldn't have two people who can shift the entire global economy whenever they're having these like freakish childish tantrums. I think that's really concerning.
Is this the most
Yeah, but we
excitement
have
you've gotten in a
that.
while? Because like you sound so excited about this shit.
Is it louder
Yeah, we
now?
gotta split the books open. We gotta split
a
the
little
big
bit.
books open on them Epstein files now, bro.
So-
Elon whistleblowed.
Just a little
Let's
bit.
go.
You're not
Show
gonna
us
see
the
nothing
files,
from
Trump.
the Epstein files ever. There's
Show
a
us
deep
who-
state on both
who was
sides,
president when
and
Epstein
if
died?
they can
Who was
harbor it to
president when
their
Epstein
advantage,
died,
they
guys?
will.
Best friend for 10 years.
What does it
Soul
matter?
brothers, from what I heard.
Terrific guy. Says he loves beautiful women almost as much as I do. That's Trump's words.
Spiritually they were like black brothers together. They were out there banging, fucking hoes. I can't tell you the age of the hoes.
So Ryan, can I ask you? Do you think that Trump is using this as a look at the shiny kind of tactic?
No.
No, you think this is actually something real?
Yeah.
I think it's partly that.
fell
It's
for it
partly
then.
let's get Elon back on the good side of the population. His time has run out in government, so on your way out, take some shots and let's stir up some commotion. He's the king of media, he's the king of content, and he's driven content. So yeah, it is the shiny thing that we're saying look at, and it's all contrived. And
I think that's all cope. It's all cope, massive cope, because you guys can't admit that these guys are
Content
actually
president, what are you
manic
talking
man
about?
children. You actually can't admit what fucking losers they are.
Look, what I see is this, okay? A lot of, and I'm not going to say that the behavior shouldn't happen in media, because I agree that like we shouldn't be seeing any world leaders acting like fucking man-childs in media. But the fact is, Trump uses that as a here, look at the shiny thing tactic, which Obama did, Biden did. Every president tries to do that to some degree when they understand the concept. They go, here, look at the shiny thing. It's a fucking military tactic. We use it in the military all the time. Here, look at the fucking shiny thing while I'm getting you gutted. And that's what they're doing.
But
Everyone's falling
but
for
if
this
was
shit
the shiny
constantly.
thing,
Trump
the
is
goal
gutting
Trump has right
America.
now.
That's a good
hang on.
point.
The goal Trump has right now is getting his big, beautiful bill passed. And if this shiny thing is like making that less likely to happen because Elon's shitting on it, then like that's not going to help him get his big, beautiful bill done.
Yeah, why instead of their breaking up, why don't you just talk about what's in the bill that you're so upset about? Why don't you actually talk about policy?
That would be preferable.
Let's talk
But
about the big, beautiful
instead,
bill.
you're
Do you
busy
guys
talking
support
about
all of the
man-child behavior?
Do you guys support the 10-year moratorium on AI regulations?
Yeah.
Moratorium? What does that mean?
Yeah, hell yeah, dude.
Why?
Yes,
I
agree with it.
Does that mean like AI?
It means they can't add. It means they can't do any AI regulations, James.
That's
And,
not
like,
what
they-
it means.
they're,
There's
like,
no
they're banning-
moratorium on
Basically.
AI
That's not what it
regulations.
means.
You're
You're just
lying.
interpreting
There's
shit
no-
to fit your bullshit narrative.
From
No,
what I
that's
was
actually
reading,
kind of
it's
what it
not
means.
a,
Yeah.
it's not a,
What does it
it's not a
actually mean?
moratorium. from what I was reading and understanding of the text, it's not a moratorium. What it is an implication that there will be continued research and regulation by the government as far as the development of AI.
The owners of those companies are going to the government and asking for regulations. What you're saying is just crazy.
Yeah, that's not actually what's in the bill. It's actually the opposite of what's in the bill. The bill is saying the government will regulate the development of AI moving forward.
Yes, they will.
If passed, the legislation could block states from enforcing their own AI-related laws, many of which are already in the
I
works.
ain't believing it till I see it. They're gonna regulate crypto
Yes, because
too.
it's dangerous. Would you want states to regulate their own nuclear rules?
Federal level.
Ryan, would you like the states to regulate their own nuclear
I actually believe in
rules?
states' rights. I actually believe in Constitution, unlike fucking conservatives anymore.
Okay, so states should be able to run their nukes that they have in their separate states however way they want.
Do you think things that massively
to some degree, they should have. They should be able to. I mean, there should be federal regulations as well.
Should be handled by just states,
you
or
just
do you think the federal government should be involved in what's going on as far as national security?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean stopping states from having any AI regulation.
No, he's not stopping states from having any AI regulation. He's stopping states from having conflicting AI regulation
And
with what the federal
deviating
government
and doing
puts
sketchy
out.
shit, bro.
So in other words, what he's saying is basically the same as what we have in laws right now. You can make something more stringent than what we're saying, but you can't make something weaker.
No, it looks like it's going to block a lot of the existing laws they're working on.
Then those laws aren't stringent enough. Then those laws aren't stringent enough for what?
Maybe you don't. What laws? What laws do you think are stringent enough?
Go back to
Yeah, I can't
What
go
do you mean
through
by the
all
word
50
law?
state
You don't know anything
laws.
about him, but you're
laws
defending
that
it.
govern
Just
your
everything
face,
Trump does, because you're in a
Ryan.
fucking cult, dude. You defend everything he does.
No, it's
I
the
don't
laws
believe
that
in
govern your
everything he
face,
does.
Ryan. I'm upset about
I don't
those.
believe in everything he does. I believe in the
Yeah,
things
see,
that I see that I
Chris
believe
is getting
in.
emotional now. I'll cope.
I'm so emotional right now, bruh. I'm so emotional. Come give me, come over so I can give you a hug. But the hugs I give, it's called the guillotine choke. It's called jiu-jitsu. Come.
So you listen to this. Another man-child having a manic episode online.
Chris has admitted he's Jewish. You heard it right there. He does jujitsu.
Wait, Ryan, did you just
Hell
want to
yeah,
have a
dude.
political conversation so you could just be rude to
Always.
people? Is that what you want to do?
Wait,
you
just
want to
a small
call
man, bro.
people man children?
Sometimes when they give me the opportunity, yeah.
Oh, this conversation.
Dude, isn't it good to maintain a young mentality when moving into older age? Don't you think
I
that's a
have a child like Wonder.
healthy for overall living?
Free hugs are always good.
I like
No,
curiosity.
I'm
No,
addressing
I
his
agree with
man-child
that,
thing.
yeah.
Do you not think
Wanderlust.
it's good to maintain a youthish mentality with regards to life and everything as you get older?
Yeah, I
Man-children are
support
good.
youthful
Fucking
exuberance.
argument,
Okay,
mate.
but I don't support act.
Yeah,
I don't,
shut
that
up,
doesn't
dude.
mean
Just
being a
talk about
man-child.
your
It's not the
ass.
same thing.
Who doesn't
Well, now
support free hugs?
there is a difference between childlike and childish.
Man-child is a good thing. You should be a man-child for the rest of your life, so you stay young and not become an old fucking dildo like Ryan.
People out there will
Old man brain in a young man body.
I think I'm pretty fun. I think I'm a fun guy.
Doesn't sound
Is this
very fun,
conversation
Ryan.
fun, Ryan?
What's that, Shiva?
go on.
Is this conversation fun?
A little bit. Yeah.
Ron, what is the main role of the government? What is it supposed to do, the United States?
To protect the American people, basically.
Is it just supply you a job or give you funds or
It
money?
can, yeah.
No.
It could. It does like do military and stuff, and it could also have job programs and stuff. Yeah, that could also fall under protecting and helping.
We should set up a
people.
program with companies, but it should not be paying you or me or anybody else. It's not
I don't care about your
it's not-
feelings about what the government should do. I care about like what the law is, and the law like totally is fine with these things happening. But you know what the law is not fine with is Trump filing executive orders that actually change the Constitution, because that's not how we change. That's not how we do amendments, right? Like we have
Law
laws.
is
Care what he
completely
thinks the
fine.
government should do. You care about what the law is, which
He's a
defines
funny
what
guy.
the fucking government should do. What the fuck?
Yeah, but
Come
if
on.
but the issue is that Trump is trying to change the law illegally, right? Like Trump is filing executive
How?
orders
Come
to
on.
change
Executive
like
orders
the
aren't
birthright
illegal.
citizenship executive order, which you can't do. That's not how
It's
we
not
change
illegal.
the Constitution.
The law says
It
you
is
can.
illegal.
Oh my
The law
No,
says it's
it absolutely is illegal.
Democrat.
It is illegal because you don't go through the executive branch to change the Constitution. You use the
Illegal, man. I
Constitutional
don't like it,
Convention.
guys.
This is why I like philosophical conversation more than this.
You do
We have an
realize,
amendment process
Ryan,
already.
Wait a minute, Ryan. You do realize that executive orders can be reversed by the next president.
And by the courts,
Also be
within the
reversed.
current, especially when they're illegal,
Yeah,
like many of
I
Trump's have
agree.
been.
I think the other conversation was a little more fun. This one's really, really emotional for Ryan. It's very hard for him to
I
control
love this
himself.
shit. Well, you guys really don't like this conversation because it exposes how bad the president that you support is.
No,
Wait,
I don't like this
conversation because
it's not even my president and I'm supporting him. Make that argument towards me. It's not even my president and I'm supporting him. Fuck you. He helped my country.
You also shouldn't be.
I
don't
think
like
Trump's
this
a fuck
conversation
muppet.
because
It's just a dull
it makes
conversation.
people in your mindset attack people who are being neutral about things, just trying to read them and understand them.
Yes, sir.
That's why I don't
think
like
I'm doing
this
that.
conversation.
I don't think anybody who's expressing genuine
You
curiosity
literally
about this
are.
is getting attacked by
Yeah,
me
no,
right now.
you actually have. At every
Who?
turn, just about you specifically
agree, Cleaner.
have been like, oh well, you're
Who did I attack?
angry,
Who did
you're
I attack
your
who's neutral?
emotions, you're trying to cope, you're trying to do this, you're trying to do that. It's constant. It's constant. Rather
Well,
than
there's a lot
having
of
a
coke going on, that's
conversation,
true.
you just sit here. See, there you go again.
Oh, rage baiting. I
boo-hoo.
think I just read about that.
So you always test.
Seems we must do a
You
more
test
thorough.
and you say, do
Yeah,
you agree with me?
you can't.
Are you gonna be
can't
okay?
have that-
Cleaner, are you
you
gonna
can't
be
have a
okay?
conversation. You're not capable of having the conversation without adding in extra emotional bullshit. That right there is why I don't like having the conversation with you right now.
Okay, well, I don't
Because you're
care.
adding in all kinds of emotional bullshit.
I am
that isn't
emotional. I am
there.
emotional about the guy destroying my country. Yeah.
He's
Okay,
not.
so approach the conversation in a rational way.
Okay. Let's Ryan.
Yeah, well,
Part of the
yeah.
problem. Hang on, guys. Hang on.
This
Part of
worked
the
out way
problem,
better than
as far as I
religious
can see it,
discussions.
being
Well,
an
she-
outsider who has
Calling
no
people
interest
man
in
children.
American.
You're getting emotional.
I have no
Do you know
interest
what
in.
pace this is?
I have no
You don't-
interest in American partisan
What's you-
politics, right? But there was an event that happened among TikTok leftists, which I think shows clearly why the conservative right is trampling over the liberal left in America at the moment, right now. And it's to do with a bunch of people called, one is called Dean Withers, the other one is called Parker Get a Job.
It's
and
all Dean
there's a whole
Withers
kind of
with
bunch
Jay
of them.
Dyer and Andrew Wilson versus Emily.
Well, no, not that.
Yeah,
This is
American,
before
right?
that. This is before that. This is maybe about 3 or 4 weeks ago, or maybe not
the
that long
Unfuck America
ago.
tour.
Yeah, right. Now that event where you had the organizer of the event being called a racist because she asked some women not to talk over her, right? And then all of that group turning on that woman. That is why the American left is losing at the moment, right? How about?
I mean, I can agree that that's a problem, Shiva. I think a huge part of it too is whenever, like that, we were just on this topic. This breakup happens between Elon and Trump, and then Elon says that his support through Twitter won Trump the election, with him admitting that he was doing unfair advertising towards Trump.
Do you like? I don't think in the long run
a pretty
that
close election.
the Elon, well, yeah, one that's post-election, and two, I actually don't think that's going to damage Trump that much because look what's happening. The
I don't think
MAGA
it's going to
crowd.
damage him. I think that that type of stuff does affect American politics. Whenever you go on social media and every fourth Instagram clip is some black kid breaking into a jewelry store or some thrift store, you get extremely radicalized on what you believe.
But that's not really what I'm talking about. If you look at how the MAGA crowd have reacted to the Elon Trump fallout, they've rallied behind Trump, right?
That's all they
They've
ever
actually.
do. Yeah, that's
right,
what MAGA
but
always
that's
does.
not what the left
Whoa.
does.
Whoa.
What the left, what
we're
the
not in a
left
cult.
does, what the left does is they don't form any sort of unity, right? And this, like the Unfuck America tour, I think is it's a symptom, and it's pointing towards something within the left, which makes it much more difficult for the left to actually gain any fucking traction.
No, I agree. And
I
a lot of
actually
it's there's a big disconnect between progressive politics and then mainstream Democrat politics, to the point to where
Agreed,
there's no support between the two groups. When you have like Donald Trump going on like all of the top streamers streams to promote his campaign that he can get on, and then Kamala Harris or nobody from her campaign is willing to collaborate with anyone. And it makes sense. A lot of these people are radicals. Of course, they won't collaborate with them. But Trump and his campaign doesn't care, so they're giving up ground everywhere that they could be getting ground.
So this is kind of what I'm saying, right? Like when we're talking about trying to approach this this concept to have a conversation about it, I understand you guys can be angry about stuff, right? I get angry about stuff, but I can be angry about something and not attack you guys because you have a position that's contradictory to mine. I can sit here and be completely pissed off that you have this outrageous worldview,
Let me know when you're done signaling.
but not attack you. No, I'm explaining how to have a
I'll still be
conversation.
respectful.
That's not virtue signaling.
Still be respectful.
I
don't care. I don't care about the civility politics bullshit. No, I don't care. I really.
No, do you know what's funny, Ryan? Listen quickly. Listen.
See,
you know what's
I'm
funny?
trying to tell you how to approach
no,
us so
listen.
that we can have the
I don't care. I don't care how you want to be approached. I'm not here to fucking appease you.
Hold on.
But
Ryan,
the
do you
thing
know
is,
what's
if
funny?
you're not actually trying to change minds,
just listen.
You won't be able to ever affect anybody.
Just listen
You
for a
won't be able to get your
second.
message
I don't need your
across.
advice. I'm not looking to cleaner to figure out how to how the Democrats should move forward. Like, you want us to lose, so fuck you.
This is why you're gonna
Just
lose.
Ryan, I don't care if the Democrats
Just
win or
listen
lose
for a
because I'm not
second,
interested
Ryan.
in American partisan politics. But would you like to speak to the point?
Ryan, wait, hold on,
that I
Shiva.
raised?
Just hold on for a second. Ryan, listen, dude. The fact that Muslims and Christians that are completely ideologically opposite can sit and have peaceful discussions in a room is showing how weak the liberal side of this
They
is.
align quite strongly on things like their view on women. The way,
Yeah, but
like,
at least we
their
can
social
fucking have
values
civil
actually-
discussions, not like what you're doing right now.
Civil discussions about how best to suppress women and their votes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
At least it can be fucking civil. So you guys are so shit. You can't even do better than the people who are trying to fucking oppress women, Ryan.
How nice we are when we talk about.
You're worse than the people that are trying to oppress women. Good job with that argument, bro.
Is this or is this not the debate blood sport space?
So, Ryan,
I don't know.
Every woman I've ever known was able to vote, and I've known a lot.
Ryan,
That's
you've
awesome.
just
We should keep it
spoken
that way.
to. Ryan, you've just spoken to the very point that I was making, which is that the conservative right unify around issues, and the liberal left appear to be unable to do so. Do you not think that this is a problem for the liberal left in America?
Yes. And what we should do is we should point out that the right is uniting around things like repealing women's rights to vote, and we should do things like unite around not letting them fucking do that.
We should take your right to vote away too. Let's not stop at women. Let's take Ryan's right to vote away too.
What? Go ahead and try. Go ahead and try.
You
We're
know
not
what,
going to let
Ryan?
you.
I'm going to go a
Better men
step
than you
further.
have
If
tried.
I want to come to America and fight Ryan, if I win, I take his fucking citizenship. How about that?
Hold on.
How about
Chris,
that?
hold on.
I'm going to fucking fight you for your citizenship, bitch. We see who loves
Where'd the
America
civility go,
more.
guys? What happened to civility? I thought we were going to change each other's minds.
No, blood sport time.
It was always blood sport
this is
time. You
just a
guys
bad
just
thing.
fucking, you guys clutch pearls whenever I'm the one doing it.
There's nothing to do with it.
Job going on. A real pearl
Trying to
clutching
engage you in good
scenario.
faith, Ryan.
Yeah, Shiva,
but
I think you're a
this
nice
is the
guy.
thing,
I'm
he's
not
capable of
I'm not
being-
shitting
not
on you.
trying to engage in good
I'm just playing with you, Ryan. I won't
This is the
fight
problem
you.
with the
Unless you
left.
piss me
The
off.
left does not engage in good faith. They just accuse and accuse and accuse, and they don't actually self-reflect and look at the damage that their own party does. It's the way that
Right,
the
so
Democrats
I
have
actually do want
always
to talk about the
been
Unfuck
since
America stuff. I think that was interesting. We can talk about why the
And
left
the
needs
really
the
crazy
coalition
thing
vote.
is, like, I'm
care
actually
about
willing
the
to sit
fuck?
here and listen to him and have a conversation with him. But if he's going to keep on attacking and all that shit, and then we're
Are you
not
gonna
having
cry?
a conversation, then
Are you gonna
we're
cry?
just listening to him just yell and say, "Are you going to
Yeah, I
cry?"
know,
and
it's
try
so
and attack
hard.
me, like
So hard,
attack
Cleaner.
me on a
But
manhood
is
level. or
he not
something.
just
Like,
whining? Is he not just whining right now?
About some
Is this not
30-year-old or
pro-clutching? Like, am I
31-year-old
crazy?
or whatever
This is
in another
fucking
state,
pro-clutching.
right?
True,
Like, I'm
Cleaner.
trying to have a
Andrew
real
would never
conversation
do
about
that.
something.
You two need to behave yourselves. You got a debate soon. You two need to behave yourselves because you need a debate soon.
I'm not going to be nice to him there either.
Oh, I look forward to that.
He's gonna throat punch you, bro. You need to calm down.
I really look forward to that.
He's gonna fucking nut flap you. You need to calm down. You're gonna fuck away, Willie. You
Anyway,
need to
so
calm
in terms of
down.
the Unfuck America tour
Unfuck
stuff,
America.
I think it's an interesting conversation about coalition building on the left, and I think we should be like, I think people on the liberal side need to like hold space more for the more emotional the emotional core like progressive spaces that are on TikTok and stuff who aren't like me and people like tomfoolery. We go into like far right spaces and have like really long hours long debates with like fucking Nazis about why they hate Jews and stuff, and those are like really emotional conversations that are framed. They're emotional conversations that are framed as hyper rational ones, but they're actually really emotional. And what we do in the inverse spaces is we get really frustrated with the emotional stuff. So I think we need to hold space for those people instead of pushing them out of the party and pushing out potential allies.
Having
the issue, Ryan, is that amongst yourselves,
that's awesome.
You like it seems that and I'm not accusing you of this personally, but like just as an outsider looking in, it does seem that when amongst themselves, the left engage in a kind of virtue signaling to the point where just an accusation that someone is engaging in microaggressions because they've said don't talk over me, like, and the women happen to be black, that's somehow inherently racist, and then the whole thing kind of self-destructs. Right.
Well,
like,
I would push back initially because I don't think the only thing that was said in that conversation was "don't talk over me." I don't think that's she jumped up and said, "You guys aren't the organizers. The organizers are working really hard. I think it's inappropriate."
I played it on my stream. It was some bullshit.
For you,
I wouldn't expect you to not think it was bullshit.
So she was saying, I think it's inappropriate for you lot to be saying it's really badly organized when none of you are involved. And then there was a kind of...
All right. As the other leftist here, I'm willing to say that Z bitch.
I'm a leftist as well.
That Z bitch did nothing wrong.
Facts.
She literally, they came to her. Their main complaint is, how are you gonna have a white boy running an event? How is that not just racist?
That seems racist to me.
I mean, there's something to that. There's something to it.
They're like, how dare you associate with white people at the top of this event? It should be us.
Did they say how dare you associate with white people, or did they say like maybe
they say why are these white boys?
Isn't there like no black? Wasn't it all white people? Wasn't it only white people?
No, it's mostly black girls.
Z is black.
Well, hang on, she's not. So just to get back to the,
she's white. I thought she was black too, and I saw a video of her talking to somebody.
Not black.
She's white. So I was wrong about that. Destiny was wrong about that. A lot of people were wrong about that. Z is white.
Yeah, she is white. Yeah.
There is a huge problem,
Richard.
People like Charlie Kirk, even Nick Fuentes is willing able to raise millions of dollars towards the cause of Trump. And the left falls apart whenever they try to even just follow Charlie Kirk around for a couple months. It's a huge problem.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. We definitely don't have the same kind of like massive funding sources on the left that are organized, and we should be working on that, right? Like we just don't. I mean, like the far right billionaires have been funding like massive propaganda tours for years. I know you think that because they've been telling you that. They've been paying people to tell you that for years, and you're so stupid you believe it.
Elon Musk is the first billionaire.
I don't know what you're talking about, guys. Every time I'm on YouTube, I'm literally getting spammed with PragerU ads telling me about the history of racism and slavery.
Who's the deep state?
And then Charlie Kirk ads
the thing about
a kid being like Canada sucks, and he's like, yeah, Canada really does suck.
Oh my god, you guys are making this really fucking difficult.
On purpose, Shiva.
So the Unfuck America tour, like, I don't think I'm mischaracterizing it. She jumped on the panel, said, I think it's inappropriate that none of you people who are actually involved,
I agreed with you.
Who are involved in the tour are criticizing the organization of the tour. Have any of you ever tried to organize something? They're all working really hard.
I organize stuff.
There was a long conversation.
Clarify, there was other issues.
The organizer got frustrated that she was being spoken over and said, "Look, can you stop shouting over me?" And then that was made her be labeled a racist microaggressor, right? It was that comment And then from that point onwards, the whole thing fucking collapsed. And it seems to me that the problem isn't necessarily to do with the funding, right? It's to do with the fact that the political left in America can't seem to coalesce into something that's unified.
Yeah, I think we have problems coalition building. I agree, and like when it comes to that situation specifically, like I'm not even saying that like what she did was a big deal or anything. Hang on, I'm not saying that what she did like was a big deal or anything like that, or that she should be like labeled a racist or anything. I don't. Z seems like decent, but what I'm more interested in is like there's a mass amount of people, like progressive people who care about the same things I care about, who are like in these TikTok spaces, and they seem to be the ones who are expressing their frustrations. And what I'm more interested in doing is trying to hold space for both sides of this, because I want those coalitions to like combine together to beat all these fucking guys who love Trump.
Isn't part of the issue that people are so terrified because of the milieu in the political left in America of being labelled something like a racist or sexist or any sort of bigot?
I don't know. I'm not scared of that, and I talk to fucking fascists all the time. Like I've never been scared of that, so I don't think so. I don't think it's actually as powerful as people think it is.
Well, I can tell you, you've actually done that to me here in this conversation that we've had right now.
Yeah, but I don't like you.
Yeah, I don't give a shit if you like me or not. I'm trying to have a neutral conversation with you and understand what it is that you're saying. And I'm approaching it neutrally and in good spirits and good faith. But you're attacking me, and I'm not trying to engage in a war with you. I'm trying to understand.
Well, you are though, because
Ryan, why are you being mean to Cleaner? Ryan, why are you being mean to Cleaner, bro? We like you. We're just giving you shit. Why are you mean to Cleaner, bro?
That's fine. You can be upset and think that our country's falling apart without attacking me for it, and instead trying to explain to me why that's happening, and then maybe I'll be able to understand it. Yeah, and see, that's the problem. That's the problem the left has right now. Rather than having a conversation with us and getting us to understand your side, you just attack us because we have a difference in opinion.
Okay, but I've been sitting here for hours, and I am talking to you. I'm not like shouting at you and then leaving. I'm sitting here and having a conversation actually. So.
If the left has any power, it's literally that our ideals are destroying the country and we're murdering babies, and you can't cede any ground. And then if you have any, it splits, and it becomes we're trying to have rational conversations. We want to come together as the mediator. It's like this is like so clear. You're just like spouting a talking point. I don't.
No, this is actually
why
how
do
I
I have a
engage
woman's
people.
voice?
I
in this
engage
game?
people in a neutral voice. I engage people in a neutral space. I engage
Everyone
people
doesn't
with
do that.
neutrality
If you want to
because
have
I
real
want to
conversations
understand.
with people, you can realize that you don't have to make other people submit to how you talk. And if you want to have conversations with people in a space, then you need to realize other people speak in different ways. You can't force everyone to speak.
I don't think
other
Cleaner
people need to do the same thing.
And be clear, Goon, I don't think Cleaner is trying to make people submit to how he talks.
That's exactly what he's trying to do. He's trying to be like, stop saying man try, stop insulting me,
I
stop
think
being mean.
the point that he's making is that if you want to change people's minds, if you want to be persuasive, then you actually need to reach them. And you're not going to be able to do that if you're polarized because you're just attacking
So Shiva, the whole point of a lot of this is not to change each other's minds, it's to change the audience's mind.
Yeah, you're not going to change the audience's mind by acting like an asshole.
Nobody
to
thinks
someone
that they're
who's
going to
trying
change somebody with a
I'm not going to take your advice on what tactics I
behind
should. Sorry, Goon. Go ahead.
People aren't going to take like somebody with a financial incentive behind them and think they're really going to change them in a conversation. That's like that's child work. But you need to get your ideas across.
Well, then y'all should stop having a financial incentive behind it.
So the audience realizes
I
who's
did.
the furthest from rationality and who's.
I sure as hell don't. So I don't know what that has to
Well,
do
hang
with
on, wait. You don't appear to be rational to an audience when all you're engaged in is mudslinging.
Yeah, like you
I
just
haven't
attacked me
engaged
with
in
that whole
mudslinging.
financial.
No, I'm speaking
or
generally.
implying that somehow I'm gaining something financially. I'm not.
Yeah, I think that mudslinging, when paired with like actual like substantial conversation, can actually be quite effective.
And the idea that people in
That's
these
the problem.
conversations don't have their minds changed is wrong. I get my mind changed in these sorts of conversations all of the fucking time.
Yeah, me too, bro.
Yeah, Shiva, and you're sweet for that, but I'll tell you, most people aren't like that. That's not.
Yeah, but some people are.
Engaging is
Yes, but I think that you pick up those people in the audience. You don't try to take people who have their own audience and their own social groups completely conditioning and reinforcing what they're saying and try to change them. Like every time I speak to these people, if they think something I say is smart, they're speaking to each other 10 times as much, reaffirming everything that they believe.
Do I have my own
I'm not going to ever change anyone here's opinion. They might think I say something smart for a day, but no opinions are going to be changed.
You changed mine on DC and Marvel, so.
That's what I'm saying. You're one of those guys. I think you seriously will change your opinions, me, myself, and I. But that's I don't think most people are like that.
Bro, my mind can be changed as long as you can actually delve deep into philosophy and explain it to me from its roots up. But I can't. My mind can't just be changed by rhetoric.
Yeah, I can say that if you can explain it to me and I understand it, and it actually sounds like something that's good to me, then my mind will be changed. But my mind won't be changed if you're constantly cussing me, talking shit about me, making accusations towards me or shit like that. You know, it's just not gonna fucking happen.
Well, I'm not trying to. I get what you're saying with the accusations. I'm not trying to say you're financially benefiting, but if you're trying to get involved in the debate space, that is what you're trying to do. You should just be open about that. I don't.
No, I'm not.
I want to make money doing this. Yeah, I think I'm good at it too. But
I'm
yeah,
not trying to make money doing this.
That's great. So, do you think it's good? Do you think it's good that Trump is trying to change the Constitution through executive orders?
I can actually prove that. Last night I won BK and I gave the prize money to the chat. I'm not trying to benefit from this shit at all.
Yeah,
I don't want the money from it.
Do you think it's good that Donald Trump is trying to change the Constitution through executive orders?
That's your opinion.
If some of those are good things, if some of those are good changes that he's trying to make, then sure. If some of those are bad changes, then no.
So he should be able to break the law if you like the way he does it.
That's not necessarily breaking the law.
Well, it is actually.
No, it's not necessarily breaking the law. Making an executive order that contradicts the Constitution just means that the justice of the peace have to step up. The Supreme Court justices, they have to step up and say, no, all right, dude, you're not supposed to do that shit. Stop that. Or the federal.
Yeah, and if you do a bunch of those that are obviously against the Constitution, then what you do is you start to clog up the courts, right?
And?
Name one that's against.
And then it makes it harder to actually rule on those things, and then you can kind of do whatever you want in the chaos, like what Trump's doing.
Can we have an example of one of those?
I mean,
like the
thing is,
citizenship.
The thing is, whenever you're approaching one specific point, and then you're adding like 1,000 other things he's doing, so that this one thing can go. How do you know that that's the one thing he's trying to do, or how do you know that he doesn't actually care about all of the things he's trying to do?
Maybe he does care about all of them, but if he really cares about them, then he should go through all the legal processes we have to change the laws, like working with the legislative branch, like Biden did, and passed a bunch of bipartisan legislation.
I agree that would be a better way of doing it, because that would produce a long-lasting law or a long-lasting
Okay, so will you condemn
rule.
Trump for refusing to do that?
But I'm not going to condemn a man for trying to do what he believes is right. If he believes that's what's right, then fine. I can have a difference of opinion and not support him on it. That's very fair. I can do that because I don't agree with him on everything he says, and I won't support him on everything he says. Some of the things he says I do.
If what he's doing turns the United States into something more of a monarchy than a constitutional republic, then I mean you might like that, but you understand that he is like fundamentally changing the structure of the United States by doing these things.
Okay now.
Some of them he's not. Some of them are very surface level.
Yes, some of them are, and some of them are like are more to the core of what the country is built on, like defying Supreme Court orders.
Yeah, that's the same way every president has always operated.
You're safe now.
That's not true.
There's
been no president in our lifetime
has made changes that were fundamental and surface level. All I want to understand is what is it that you're saying that is a problem? Because that if I can understand the problem, then I can understand where you're coming from.
Yeah,
you know
give
what
an
I mean?
example. Just one.
I mentioned the birthright citizenship one.
Right. I don't necessarily see a problem with that if it's keeping the kids with their parents.
Okay, but if it's like altering the Constitution illegally.
One of the things that was chasing you
Well,
earlier?
and look, this is going to be where you're going to be able to just talk shit about me. I don't care if it goes against the Constitution if it keeps the kids with their parents.
That's what matters.
This is actually exactly where I wanted to go. I wanted to point out that conservatives right now, and I appreciate you being honest about that, conservatives in the United States right now, Trump supporters, MAGA, they don't actually care about the Constitution.
There's a difference.
They are more concerned with
There's a difference between a
than they are about the
constitutional.
Listen.
There's a difference between a constitutional conservative and a Christian conservative, or just a
They're
conservative.
not American. They just want what they want.
My goal is not to conserve the American Constitution. It's to conserve the Constitution of Christianity, of what's right. It's not about the American Constitution.
That's not even. That's
I
not
agree.
where.
It's not about the Constitution.
Fuck the
That's
Constitution.
not even where I would approach that. I would
That's
say
where
that
I
there are
would.
things in the Constitution that do need to be changed, and taking a child away from a parent is one of those things that shouldn't happen. I mean, not unless there's extreme circumstances, you know? So
Okay, so it
I'm
should
in
happen,
favor of
then.
keeping children with their parents.
Do you think there's a better way, a simpler way, than revoking birthright citizenship through an executive order to keep those children with their parents?
I think there's a way that would produce a better, like a longer lasting law, but I understand why he did it the way he did it. Because he's trying to make the effect now so that it can happen
You
now and
just
they can
said
do something
you just
about
said
it.
it shouldn't happen except for when it should happen. So who gets to decide when it happens? Is it
No,
you guys?
I didn't say it shouldn't happen except for when it should happen. What I just said was I agree that we can make a longer lasting law by doing it the correct way, the way, you know, going through legislation for making a law. But there's a correct way for making a law, and there's a correct way for the executive orders to go through so that the executive orders can allow people to get the kids back with the parents now.
Not say all of this. You said you shouldn't take children away from
It's
their
the logical
parents.
entailment
You
of
said
what I
you
was
shouldn't
saying.
take children away from their parents, and then you said
Right.
except for really bad circumstances.
Yeah, what like yeah, if a parent is feeding
When,
their children, I mean, obviously, you know, you should, you know, that's pretty extreme circumstances, you know.
Yeah, so what's the point of even saying you shouldn't take a child away from their children if you're just going to instantly go against that statement with the next one?
He's talking within the context of what.
He's talking about immigration, though. He's talking about quote like what he would probably call anchor babies.
That's birthright.
Well, yeah, of course they take those ones away, but not the white ones. Come on, man.
So do you think that what I'm saying is like all of these kids should just be given to their parents, and we shouldn't worry about, you know, what the parents are going to be doing
I
to them
think
or any of
honestly,
that?
what you believe is that you would think like a church pastor or like a preacher should probably be up to decide these things.
Not really. I think you
A lot of
probably have
silence
a
in the call
very
after I said
different. I think you
What?
have
You
you
wanna
probably
talk
have a
about
very
me, no.
different assumption
I don't
of
think
what
that
my
a priest-
worldview is as opposed to what it actually
Responsibility
is.
for the church, not the government.
Yeah.
I don't think you actually know what my worldview is, and I think you're straw manning it a bit with that. That statement shows it.
Well, I don't think
Well,
I was
then
straw
just
manning you. I
correct
think that
it. Then just correct
I think
it,
when
then.
the conversation we had demonstrated pretty clearly that you do, like, the specific thing that you don't mind is Trump breaking the law, like to do the things that you think are better for the country. You think he should be able to break the law to do those things.
What I'm saying is it's not breaking the law if the law is handling it the way it's supposed to be handled. The only time it's breaking the law is if it's actually against something and it's not lawful, and the judges say no, it shouldn't be happening, and he does it anyway. But
Like he
if he
did
stops,
until very recently with the Kilmar Garcia stuff.
if he stops, I don't know. I'd have to dive into that. I'm not familiar with the
I mean,
Kilgore
what?
stuff.
It's all right, Radical. Once they dive into it, they can
I
either
have
rationalize it or they're for it.
From the outside, Cleaner, it sounds like you're saying the ends justify the means.
That is what it sounds like.
No, I'm not necessarily saying that the ends always justify the means. I'm not. I wouldn't be naive enough to say something like that because that doesn't always equal out.
Like I said, just standing from the outside, that's what it sounded like. That was what you were saying in regards to Trump. As long as it's for the betterment of the country, as long as he's doing it, That's what it sounds like.
Or to put it in Trump's own words, he who saves his country breaks no laws, right?
No, actually, all of you are strawmanning what I said. All I said in this specific context was what's best for the kids is they stay with their parents.
Except for when it's not best for the kids.
Except for when it's not best for the kids, yeah, and that's fair because there are extreme situations. There are extreme situations.
I can tell what he was. I can
there
tell
are extreme situations where there would
It's bad unless it's good. It's bad unless it's good.
No,
Let's leave it at that.
Do you not think that there are appropriate times that a child should be removed from their parents?
It happens
Of
here.
course. No, of course.
Then you
but
have the same view I do.
What
So
you're
what's
saying
different
is that it should
about
be,
our views?
What you're saying is it should be an unbendable thing, where it's something that's like, this should be a
No.
principle. And then you're also
that's
going,
not what I
unless
said.
we have a problem
You're
with it,
straw
then
manning me yet again. That's not what
I
I
understand
said.
what you're saying. Wait. Can I bridge this? Because I think I think what Cleaner's saying is that he would rather deport the entire family than separate the family, right?
Yeah, I don't want the kids to be taken from their parents. They should be together.
Yeah. So he's
we
using.
were talking about the kids, and that's all I was saying.
Yeah, so he's kind of using this like emotional plea about like keeping the family together, but like realistically, keeping the families together could also involve like giving them a pathway to citizenship and letting them stay here.
What the hell are you gonna do, Coder?
It very well could.
Give them a pathway to citizenship and let them stay
Well,
here.
hey, I thought the whole Republican talking point is that they weren't coming over in families and they were all being sex trafficked. All these adults.
I don't know
were
what
sex
the
trafficked.
Is Cleaner a Republican?
I don't know what the Republican
you
talking
can
point
know
is
that.
on this.
He's
I
MAGA,
can
at
tell you
least.
that. I don't listen to everything that they fucking say because I don't believe in everything they say. The thing is, I don't monolithically support any side because fuck monolithically supporting things blindly, right? I believe in listening to each issue and saying, nah, that issue's fucking stupid, or yeah, all right, hey, that I believe in, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree, and I just by doing so, when I tally those things up, it's like the Republicans are losing in almost every single category.
I could understand why you could see it that way. I could, and I could understand also why someone would see it
But I
the
will
way
say
the
Shiva was
liberals
right.
are
We
doing
are
the same
losing
thing, right?
on organizing. That is true, and that's a very large part. It seems to be like 90% of politics.
Yeah, we
which
need
is
better
fucking
coalition
insane.
building. I agree. That's something I'm interested in getting involved with actually.
You know, we're just trying to keep the American way of things going, right? That's all.
I mean, the left literally destroyed the left. It's insane. Like,
I can agree with that. Like, it's a.
I don't think we destroyed. Hang on, because we need to be clear. This election was pretty close. Like the election, we only lost by like 2 or 3 million votes. Like the gap was smaller than it was in 2020.
Right. Okay. Right.
If you look at the map,
exactly. It didn't destroy it, but it definitely fractured it and put it in a hard spot.
Yeah. Do you think if a man had run, do you think that like Kamala being a black woman had anything to do with her losing?
no, her being kind of dumb was a whole lot of it.
Definitely did. My coworker at work was like, I don't think
I am
Kamala,
voting
but
for a
her
black
being
woman.
I just don't know.
I thought it was.
Yeah, I think a lot of people felt that way, which is bad.
Yeah, I don't
You know, Ryan, I think that's a fair question though. But I gotta tell you, man, you're probably not real familiar with Houston. I grew up in Fort Worth, Houston, and I have a lot of black friends. And I mean, it was pretty much split right down the fucking middle, man. Some of them were like, she ain't a black lady, and some of them were like, that's our black woman president. Yeah, it was like 50-50. So I don't even think her playing the black card necessarily helped her in any way, you know?
I mean,
When you say, what do you mean by her? Hang on. What do you mean by her playing the black card? When did she barely talked about being black?
Yeah, she did the same thing that Barack Obama did, right? Within one of the first 2 press conferences, or I'm sorry, rallies that she did, she said, I'm a proud black American woman. He said, I'm a proud black American. And that got him the black vote.
She is a black American
I don't
woman.
think it did the same thing. Right. All I'm saying is, I don't think that, because y'all were asking if we think, that her being black had anything to do with how everything turned out. And I'm saying I really don't think it did, because amongst the people that at least that I've talked to, because I can only go off of the people I've talked to on this question, right? I haven't talked to enough people out in the world to be able to gauge the whole world. So among the people I've talked
polling numbers, right?
It was like 50-50, Yeah, we could look at polling numbers and try and figure that out, but we wouldn't know their intent. And that's why I'm saying, like, the people I talked
it's
to,
a starting point, right? Well, I mean, there's also polls about
were
people's
specifically
intent.
saying things like, "Yay, she's our representation of a black woman in power finally, in the president's chair finally," and the other side was like, "Fuck her, she ain't black." So that was
like,
the
just
part
at a
that
glance,
was
it looks like almost
valid,
80%, almost 80% of black men voted for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the stats. If that's what it is, then that's what it is. I do not know specifically.
Lower than it's usually.
So then,
what does that
so
matter?
then flip that question back to you then, Ryan. Do you think her being a black woman had something to do with her not getting into the presidency?
Yeah, I do think so. I think a lot of people, I think a lot of the Democratic Party
more woman than
doesn't want to
black.
unpack like their misogyny or misogynoir. I think they're not interested in those things.
You know what? That's actually fair to say, because I do think there's a small proportion of people that that do push that view out, and other people will support them without knowing that that's the view they have. So I do think that plays a small part in it. I don't know how big a part. That's why I give it just a small part. You know?
Yeah, I'm not saying it was like the ultimate deciding factor. I think the right-wing propaganda did a lot of damage too, but I do think that played a part.
Yeah, I would agree there.
You said there was exit polls for us to be able to look back to at this kind of data.
Well, I think COVID, like, you can't have this conversation without talking about COVID.
They didn't
like, the presidencies across most first world countries got shooken up because of COVID. Trump lost his second presidency because of COVID, and Biden lost his second presidency because of COVID.
I'd say, I'd actually, on that, Goon, I'd actually agree with you. That was the strongest correlate, I think, with Trump on his second term, right after the first, him losing that. I would agree with you there. And I don't know if it really hurt Biden as much as it hurt Trump, but I would agree it did hurt Biden too.
Yeah, I think like inflation also was a thing, even though like people don't realize that like Biden's policies slowed inflation massively, like more so than any other comparable nation, because like Trump and the right-wing propaganda was so effective at convincing people. And in fact, the Republicans are really good at convincing people that they're better on the economy, even though every time they leave office, they leave the economy in shambles.
Yeah, and COVID was
say every
ass.
time.
It wasn't hard to convince people to be like, look outside, look at the modern world. It's ass. You need to get the people in power out. It was like, it's a free talking point. It's very free. Probably 10% of voting power free.
All presidents leave it in shambles. Everyone
That's not true.
It doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, you could make that argument constantly, but there's no denying COVID. Like there was no denying how fucked shit was at that point.
Yeah, I mean, Obama inherited a fucking 2008 housing crisis, right?
It's still in shambles. Which one fixed it?
Right, but it was a precedent. It was a precedent that had never been set before in regards to how bad it was. So there was no metric there. Everybody could look. This is where it is. This is where it'll be. Like that was why it was uncertain, and that's why exactly like you were saying. In that time, it was really easy to point to and say, "This is the only way to change it. Is to change the powers that be."
Yeah, but also like Trump handled COVID really badly. Like he didn't even like wear a mask until
Everybody
like fucking like 6 months into the pandemic.
Yeah,
Well, he was a president. I'm not saying let's hold him responsible a little bit more, right?
Ryan, when it comes to things like COVID, though, I mean, the way that it hit, the way that it happened, I don't think anyone could have handled it perfectly.
Yeah, nobody knew anything.
I do think. I mean, this was a pandemic, right? The way that they were framing it, whether it was an actual pandemic or not, it created the effect of a pandemic either way. And so the fear that was in people, the shit that was going on, I don't think that any president, Trump or Biden, either one, handled it perfectly. I think both of them played some roles in how things went down, right? Because we should have been able to get to that testing where we discovered the RNA sequence dividers way sooner, but we didn't. Why didn't we? Well, we didn't because it's being pushed out. Why was it being pushed out? Because Trump was trying to do what he thought was best for the people. He was trusting the people that were advising him. Well, Biden did the same thing. He tried to trust the people that were advising him, and he tried to do the same thing, you know? And so I can't necessarily fault either of them for that.
People advising him?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
I mean, like the Republicans were like shitting on Fauci the whole time.
Yeah, the Republicans were. Trump wasn't doing everything the Republicans were, though.
In the beginning, when
he was feeding it on, right?
Well, in the beginning,
a little bit, yeah. To be fair, yeah, he was a little bit.
Yeah, I was just saying, way in the beginning when Trump first appointed Fauci, the Republicans were originally behind Fauci. They were. Wasn't
and then they
until
started demonizing him and they stopped it.
I mean,
many such
it's all-
cases. Trump has a falling out with someone, then suddenly MAGA hates them.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I would
actually
say,
go to what
but
you're
the
saying,
thing is,
Hunter.
so I mean, really,
You
I'd say that
might actually
Trump
like
would be
this.
president. I would.
But I think like these types of conversations, I do agree with you, can like help figure out the details behind something, right?
Yeah, definitely.
But
yeah, and even though I was mean to you earlier, we still had this productive conversation. Isn't that great?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like there was like an entertainment performative thing going on earlier where it's kind of like, but there's still a real conversation that can be had here. It's just like there needs to be an understanding that like on both sides there have been mistakes, but the both sidings thing is too fucking stupid and gay. And it's been going on for too long. We need to figure out who's done it too much, and I think it's you guys. And you need to start making the cases for why it's not, because it's both sides shit. I get too sick of it.
I don't like how James has been flagrantly showing his hairline this entire time. It really makes me insecure.
I'm just wondering why. I'm wondering why he ended up. He was using the camera for a mirror or something. James, go get a mirror. You're not that broke.
Goon, one thing you said, I actually agree with you.
Good,
Well, King Blackout, I can take that. Or I'm not that good looking.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, you
fucking James.
I never said I was hot.
No, Goon, I agree with you 100% on one thing you said, and a little bit on the other thing. The one thing is, they've divided the country this way on purpose, so that we're too busy fighting each other to get our hands on them, the people at the top, all right?
Trump?
The elite.
All of them. Not just Trump, all of them.
Trump's the most divisive president, like, in decades.
Ryan, listen to what I'm saying. All of those motherfuckers. All of them. Every fucking one of them up there.
Yeah, this is what Goon's
is
talking
trying
about.
to
Both
keep us
sides shitting.
divided.
It downplays what Trump's doing.
No, but
Go
Ryan,
up
I do
there
want to
and
clarify.
get shit
I
actually
agree with
done.
him somewhat on. There's a reason why. There's a reason all these names fly up on the Epstein flight list. There's a reason why all these people hang out behind the scenes. It's like there is a little racket that goes on in politician world, and
yeah, I mean, there's corruption, but there's way more corruption right now, and it's happening way more flagrantly.
Yeah. So that's why. So we need to go for prescriptions. A lot of the Republicans' prescriptions is the idea that we need to completely reform the system and change to either a monarchy system or divided state system. Do you agree with this idea?
I wouldn't agree with that. I would agree. I would agree with us.
I think you would.
What's a divided state system?
I am extremely pro-American. I don't like Americans' actual core values. I hate the idea of changing the government to its core. I hate the idea of becoming radicalized. I hate the idea of trying to shake up the basket for everybody else.
But that,
yeah,
that
I think that
is what American core beliefs are. Joel. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Are you joking?
I think that what we could
Partially,
do.
yeah, that's like it moves, but I believe like radicalism is where we're being taken advantage of. In America, you're able to have open conversations with each other like we're having now, and radical narratives are being injected into our media and into our brains, where we're sitting here doing the talking points and biddings for people who don't give a fuck, they don't care.
No, I mean,
right, which is why I don't really typically engage in political stuff unless it has a philosophical requirement. Like, I'll when I say stuff to you occasionally, like I remember a long time ago, I brought up what is being gay good, or how is being gay good, and you thought I was saying that it inherently wasn't. But what I was trying to do was trying to get somebody to justify it. Right, being
I don't think we should
okay
have to justify people. I think this is like one of those arguments that like we shouldn't be having with people. We shouldn't waste our time defending people's right to be gay by like against people like this. We should just say it's okay to be gay and move on.
Are you gay?
Right, and this is what
no, I'm not
about.
gay.
This is a political. This is a political tilt to it. I don't ask these questions and I don't talk about these things because I care about some political group. I do it because I'm interested in the philosophy of it.
Okay, well, I think it's a political question about whether it's okay to be gay because we have laws that like
Right,
oppress
because
gay
you make
people.
it.
Oh wait, that's political.
It's a moral question, Ryan. It's a moral question.
It's not a moral question.
Not
It's a stupid
political. It's a
question.
moral
The answer is
question.
okay to be gay. The answer at the end of the day is always okay to
No,
be gay.
no, that's your opinion.
Especially-
That's your
it's
opinion.
especially okay
That's
to be
your
gay when
opinion.
all of these fucking losers are
That's
telling
your
you it's not okay.
opinion.
Okay,
Yeah, that's your
Ryan,
opinion.
that's fair. That's a fair opinion to have. But the thing is, what Elder is saying is, can you please explain it to me so that I understand where you're coming
Can you
from?
give a justification?
No, tell me why it's
for
not.
it?
No, I'll ask you why it's not okay to be gay. Tell
No,
me why
he's
it's
not
okay.
saying it's not okay.
Why
He's
it's
not
not?
saying
I
it is
can give you
okay.
a
He's
reason.
saying, why do you believe
Okay,
it
well,
is? I
well,
want
you
to
can give me
understand.
if you want to have that conversation. I think you should try to make
provides
your
nothing
case.
to society. It does not provide anything to society. It does not provide procreation.
Neither does me fucking your mom, but that's going to be legal.
It's a great argument. Anyway,
Yeah, it's literally the same. Like I'm not like your mom's past menopause, right? So she's not going to have any babies.
Aren't
So it's- hang
amoral
on.
or have been proven to be amoral isn't wrong and therefore is justified.
This is the thing.
And
Like
that's-
people like this don't engage in philosophical arguments.
No one wants to have
Right.
a philosophical conversation about why you should oppress gay people, dude. You're a freak.
Yeah, people do want to have that conversation.
Or am I asking for more?
Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. A lot of people want to have that conversation. We should mock those people relentlessly.
Right.
Well, go
that's
for
what
it, mock them,
Elderline
and then
was
they'll never
doing.
understand you.
right now.
If you mock them,
in
they'll
answer
never
to the
understand you.
question, is it okay to be gay or is there a justification? Like from my perspective, it's a sexual preference, and so I'm not sure that
Keyword preference.
Yeah, like I'm not sure that requires a justification. Like I don't
Yeah, I
need
mean,
a
the question is like, it's like asking me, is it okay to lick the dust off Doritos? Is it
No, I
okay to
think-
lick
I think
the dust off Doritos?
Yes,
think the biggest
When
part-
I ask a question like that, I'm not talking about like an individual. I'm talking about a broad thing. I'm not talking about just an individual person.
Do you think there's more interesting moral questions to grapple with?
Sometimes, yeah.
You tried that, and then you spoke
Politics.
into Trump.
Look, we had like a 30-minute conversation about free will. I turned my fucking headset on or down and everything. Like I let you guys go.
So here,
thank
let
you.
me actually give you
gracious
what
of
my
you,
view
bro.
is. Let me actually give you what my view is.
See, I'm a nice
because
guy.
I think a lot of people strawman my view and don't understand it. So my view is this, all right? I believe that the right, the left, the middle, all of it, we all need to sit down at a fucking table. The things that we can all agree on, we need to make laws. The things that we can't agree on, we need to discuss and try and understand.
Everybody
checks and balances, right?
Yeah,
Checks
we
and
have like a whole
balances.
constitution set up to do those things, and Trump is right now destroying that core of our government.
That's fine.
Well,
So let's throw all those motherfuckers that are up there in office out of office, get them all out, every single fucking one of them, put a new government back in, and us the people sit down, have this conversation, and tell them, all right, these are the laws that we've agreed on, make those into laws.
Or we could just impeach
I
the
don't-
guy that is trying to break the laws right now.
He's not the only problem though. You've already
I
said
don't know
you
about
believe the
stripping
same
He's the
thing.
biggest problem.
I don't know about stripping everyone, but I think it shouldn't be like a stripping. This is the problem, is like you can't in America, the point of our country is you can't force the change. You need to you have to collectivize, you have to activate. You can't like it's not
You have to
it shouldn't be like-
collectivize.
It shouldn't be like we're
So you
changing
can
it.
say
Like,
something is wrong without having to force it on somebody. Like I could be like, "Hey, what you're doing is wrong," but I don't force you to do anything. I can just be like, "Well, that's wrong."
Yeah.
Hey, Chris,
I
you kinda
cannot
just
give a
answered
fuck
the
about what
question.
you're doing. That's still value what you're doing is wrong.
Hold on.
Gave us our founding fathers forced people, and they gave us also the duty to do as well if need be to force.
Well,
James.
what
I'm
James is
not
talking
sure what
about,
you're
I know
talking
I
about.
actually, I understand what James is saying. So he gave us the duty as citizens to overthrow an overly oppressive government.
Who did?
Yeah, the
The
founding fathers.
Constitution does.
Yeah, but I don't
The
think
Constitution
I-
specifically states that it is our duty as citizens to do that if the government becomes too oppressive.
Yes.
Like
And that's probably
What
the
we
problem.
really need to do
Right, and then what I
is
would say
remove
to that,
everybody out of
is people
DC.
and then what I
become
would
too
say to that, do you
complacent.
think that the
Well,
This
government
all
is going
DC
to
up
conversation
there
allow
was
alone,
itself
removing everybody.
to be overthrown?
Get
this
rid of
conversation
DC.
alone
Period.
is part of.
Hold on, James. Hold on. Elder Lion, ask your question again, please.
It is a contradictory thing in the Constitution. Do you really think that the state is going to allow you to overthrow it? So it has no implications
Well,
in law.
allowance doesn't matter. Who cares about allowance? The Founding Fathers shouldn't care about allowance.
It
For the
matters
British
when they have
government.
guns. Dude. It matters
the
when they
British,
have the guns.
yeah, but the Founding Fathers didn't care about what the British government thought. They
Okay,
overthrew
yeah,
them.
they tried to form their own government.
Well, we
Okay,
needed
I
force then
understand.
and now.
But what I'm saying is the way that the government has grown and has developed into what it is now, do you think that it's going to allow itself to be overthrown?
Second Amendment.
No,
Well,
what does that matter?
I don't
Not
think
for us.
I don't even know how much dirty politics is really going on and how much they've just made us docile like inner slaves. It's the idea of like getting used to the idea of an abuser or something where it's so listen to what I'm saying before you interrupt because
Very good.
when something like bad happens, you could think it's bad at first and make a big whoop out of it, but then it doesn't shake out the way you want it to, and you get jaded because of it. And I think over and over again as a society, this has happened to Americans who have tried to do activism, and it's gotten to the point to where the public narrative completely is there's really no point in trying. They're all corrupt. What's going to happen is just going to happen because that's the way things are. And that's how I feel like most people feel when I talk to average Americans.
Well, that's
Hey,
not.
listen, all of you average
I'm not
Americans
saying that I
and
was saying
people
that,
on
but I'm not
panel.
saying that. I'm saying that what James is
Yeah,
saying
Chris, what's up?
has a
Wait,
way
all of you
bigger
guys on
cost
panel, you
when
guys have a
understand-
kick-ass night.
when
I'll
you
see y'all later.
understand-
Behave
Oh,
yourselves.
I was
Ryan,
just
stop
about-
being gay, and Jay, stop sleeping.
I was just about to
It's
ask
okay to
if
be
you
gay.
were
Rest of your day.
streaming, Chris.
Chris,
'cause-
if you're attracted to men, it's okay.
Have a good one, legends.
Well, I guess Chris
Have a
isn't
good one,
streaming.
Chris.
Is anybody else streaming? Because we got a big fight night coming up, so I gotta end this early and get some sleep.
No. But do you mind if I say one more thing before we? Because I'm actually gonna bounce.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like, so what I've been saying is that, like, the way Trump is handling this stuff, like, he filed like 100 executive orders in his first 10 days, or I'm sorry, 100, more. I'm sorry, what he did was he filed more executive orders in his first 10 days than he did in his first 100 days in his first term. And like the reason he's doing this is because he's flooding the zone, right? He's trying to overwhelm the courts, he's trying to clog them up so that ultimately
Smart.
he can do whatever he wants. And Cleaner was saying that he supports him doing what he wants as long as he ideologically aligns with those things. But the problem with making someone a king, like giving them, like when you crown someone a king, you don't get to pick and choose what you want
This
them
is
to do.
America.
They're the king,
We
so they
have-
can do whatever they want.
We
And,
have fail.
should have
We
a
have
king?
we have
Yeah,
stop
he's
loss
not
and
a king,
fail
though.
safes against him becoming a king.
No,
He's not
but I'm-
being a king.
Yeah,
But I'm telling you
he's
that
not a
if you're
king,
giving him
so I
king
can
like
disagree with him on some things and agree with him on others.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah, but if you're
totally
giving
fine.
him the powers
And
of a
overall,
king,
I
then he
think
is
what
in
he's
practicality
doing-
a king.
I
But I
think
don't
what
want a
he's
king.
doing
I
is
love you guys.
good.
I'm gonna bounce. Okay, bye.
Well, either way, we can have
I agree.
a constitutional monarchy.
Yeah, I'm not okay with giving anyone the power of
Even
a
if we had a
king.
kingship.
Because
Well, I do
Yeah.
appreciate him
Please,
coming
can
up here.
somebody please
Yeah,
I appreciate
I,
him coming up here.
I want to
I do
have.
too.
I would
I
like
do
to
too.
have more of like a one-on-one with him about the bill and stuff, because everything he's doing with that bill is the same thing that I did with the Inflation Reduction Act and the bills that Biden did. So you can go through it and you can find these little things that you have problems with, but overall, is it for the better or the worse? And I think the big beautiful
Yeah.
bill is great.
time will tell.
Well, I would
well,
say,
I could, like I said, I can
there's
get
a lot of
behind
things
these
that are good in it.
incentives. But like the left is like actually moving away from their political figures, while the right is like moving further and deeper
What's-
behind Trump.
What's
Right,
most
exactly.
important? What's
literally what we were
You know, the left's
None
left's
of these
political.
motherfuckers give a fuck about Kamala Harris, Joe Biden. They could die tomorrow. Half of the left would be like
Well,
celebrating.
no, but the left's
It's insane.
political the left's
Probably.
political figures are getting more and
Well-
more left. So somebody like a Bernie or an AOC, they're getting more extreme. Whereas the right are political figures. Trump is more centrist, more populist, and
He is not more centrist. What the fuck are you saying?
Trump is more centrist and more populist than
In the 90s, he would have been centrist.
I've already told you I can meet in the middle. I said I could vote for Nikki Haley. You guys literally scoffed and made disgusted sounds at that idea.
Oh wait,
I would have voted for Nikki Haley. I would have
I don't
actually
know who that
preferred her
is.
over
So
Trump.
by name.
Damn, he said he would have preferred it over Trump.
Right? Yeah, I'm not MAGA.
What the? Nikki Haley
I've
establishment.
never been MAGA.
I'm not saying you specifically, but there was a lot of people in this call when I said that. It was a while ago, but there were a lot of people that were like, "What, Nikki Haley? Nah, dude, no way."
Yeah, I was one of them.
Right. Well, and
I
a
wouldn't
lot of the
either.
people that didn't want to vote for Nikki Haley are the
fine.
reasons I wanted to. I'm an imperialist. She was a very imperialist candidate.
She's establishment. She's yeah. I guess yeah.
I don't even remember what the hell she was all about anymore because I just fucking deleted it.
He's right. He's right.
I didn't even see that person on the voting.
She is more imperialist. Like if you want to take over countries and you want to it's extreme capitalism, and you know.
I even gave the best talking point behind it too. If you guys ran Nikki Haley after Trump and got the first woman elected before the Democrats, it would be such a huge talking point. But this general actual disgust for the idea of a woman being a leader stops you guys from getting like the greatest dunk in history.
No, it's powerful. It's powerful that we don't let them. That's the biggest dunk in history.
Bro, I lived with one for like 10 years. Mine freaks out when she can't find the phone.
You're fighting a losing battle, though, Jess, because eventually, a woman is going to take power.
Yeah, then you lose the opportunity.
When we
to
let
be the one
them,
to you could get the dunk.
a woman will take power because
I would
men
vote for
will
them
let them.
and tell nobody.
Yeah.
What do you think? Nikki Haley is gonna like unmask and she's just gonna be like, actually, I was a leftist the whole time. Abortion's gone. Abortion's back.
What's important?
Just within the next couple elections, yes. You're gonna go Republican or you're gonna go Democrat, and they're both gonna be females. Is that when you're gonna vote independent?
I'm writing myself in.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that'd be cool.
You will not
A
win.
bunch of
At
people
that
together and
point, I've thought about this
That's a good
before.
idea.
Would I rather vote for a Democrat man or a Republican? I think a goon asked me this once, and he's like, "What was it? Nikki Haley versus my favorite?" You asked me. You asked me my favorite Democrat, and I said my favorite
I think it was
Democrat.
Gavin Newsom.
Oh, Newsom. Yeah.
I don't
'Cause
like.
that's who I said. I said there's a likely chance the next election.
No, I think I said like
Nikki
Cory
Haley versus Gavin Newsom.
I said like Cory Booker or something. There's a Democrat that I like more than.
Yeah, because that's my predictions for the next election.
Dude, I'll
Haley
go
came in
Cornel
second
West.
place.
I'll go Cornel West over AOC.
Yeah, but Nikki Haley came in second place. She's definitely going to run again next election. And Gavin Newsom is like the only name in the Democrat Party that's up and coming. So
Crockett's coming up. I think they could put Crockett up. They could put Whitmer. I think that they're going to
We'll put
run
some
a
other
woman
people
again.
up. I think Gavin Newsom's the only one that's like ready.
Newsom, it's going to be Newsom, Bernie.
Dude.
Newsom,
That's not
Bernie,
even
and then there's
endorsing
gonna be a
Newsom.
new face, and I think it'll probably be like a Crockett or a Whitmer. It's gonna be
I
some
think
woman.
Newsom's in like a Ron DeSantis situation where it's his time. Like it's his time. He needs to step up.
Right. I think Newsom's gonna be up there. I think Bernie's gonna be up there again, and then I think it's gonna be somebody who comes out of the blue. It's gonna be a woman, a mayor, or something who comes out of the blue, like a Jane Castor
there's
or an
time
Aaron
for
Mendenhall
Kamala to try to
or
build
a
another campaign. I
Crockett
could see
or
Kamala maybe trying to rebound.
a Whitmer. Gretchen Whitmer is next on the block.
Never.
Like
Kamala will never rebound. She is never going to be in politics again. You watch.
I could see her trying. It's that desperate in the space where like she would be able to at least grab enough names.
I read.
There's no way. After that, no. There's no way.
But we don't even know who on the right is going to be there. Was it going to be JD? JD versus Newsom?
Yeah, I don't think Ron's done either.
I don't think Ron's done either. I'm still I still like Ron. He's done some things I don't like, but
I said Nikki's going to be back. Nikki came in second place. There's no way she's not running again, and she's still young.
Fuck her. Get that
Ron's
shit.
age.
Get her out of here. Get her out of here. It's going to be Ron DeSantis and JD
and
Vance.
Clemson, what you're talking about there, like that is like where I could meet together with bipartisan, but then MAGA supporters like Josh are literally like, no, never bipartisan, no, never.
Because why are you picking her? Because she's a strong woman?
Well, I'm from South Carolina, so she was the mayor of the state while I lived there.
Okay, all right. Well, that's a good reason. So you have some experience with seeing how she runs an area.
Yeah, I thought she did decent. The school systems were pretty fucked there, but like, rather than
Do
that,
you know
like, all
about
the areas were taken care of.
Do you know about
We had a
her
problem with legal
nefarious
immigration.
past with being a establishment? How she's been propped up by all these different organizations and stuff. I don't know all the names, but yeah, she's your basic establishment figurehead. Like she's just gonna be ran, and she's gonna
a
do
runnable
whatever she's
candidate.
paid to do.
Crazy idea, runnable candidate.
Runnable candidate, ownable
Runnable.
candidate. I don't like candidates.
Runnable.
I don't like candidates to be owned. Ownable.
Ownable, like Trump was by Elon.
Elon, Trump owned
Anybody in the
Elon.
position of power and money?
Trump did not was
But
out.
why do we have
Elon.
a whole department in our government named Doge right now?
Where's Elon at now?
The acronym thing.
Exactly. Dude, isn't it funnier that they gave him a whole organization and he's like walked away from it with?
He didn't walk away from it. It was gonna end in 134 days. The 134 days.
Yeah, he was
ended.
only contracted for so
like-
long.
Yeah. Have you ever? Well, yeah. There was probably an idea that it would be re-upped on the contract.
No,
I guess that's what.
No,
Elon was
when the
assuming.
conference, when the contract ended, and they said, let's make a big thing and pretend like we're beefing, and then it'll make the left like you again. But really, you still like me.
I like it.
And oh yeah, dude, the game is going
Bro,
according.
it's a lot like a TV show or entertainment
I
now,
could
more
maybe
than
get
it
behind
is.
that.
It's like
but I mean,
Survivor. Everything's
he
going
didn't
according
say
to
it
plan.
outright, but
Bro, for real.
What Elon is implying about Trump is that Trump is a pedophile and he was involved with the Epstein stuff. That is what he's implying currently.
Well, I don't know if we could. I don't know if we could necessarily determine that's what he's implying without asking him what he's implying. So I wouldn't.
No,
add
he's
that
taking
to
a
it.
shot. He's taking a dig.
Yeah, when he's saying he's involved in it and he needs to release the files to show people his involvement.
And what
I
happens?
also could probably
And
pay
what? Wait.
anybody any amount of money to say
What
whatever.
happens now? What happens now as
Elon was definitely implying that.
What happens now as a result of that? All the Democrats
You
say
could
release
pay.
the files. We've been asking, the right's been asking for the files to be released for a long time, but Democrats didn't like that. So now all of a sudden, Democrats are saying release the files. You played right into the hands.
Except for Trump.
You-
Trump was never saying release the
Right.
files.
I don't think that
Keep
those
them
files will
files
ever be
close the
released because I
fuck
think
up. He
it
said,
will-
"Yo, we can ignore the files."
Agreed.
The files will never be released because if they are released, it's going to destroy the fabric of our government.
Yeah,
Because
my-
I think there's a lot more people
Trump
on
was
the left
literally-
and
Trump was
right.
like, "Nah." They asked him about it in an interview, and Trump was like, "Nah, I don't think we're doing it. Nope."
Right, and now he's got that guy going around saying, "Oh no, Epstein definitely killed himself."
My Epstein
Right,
take.
kind of ridiculous.
It was in the Rogan interview that Trump said, "There's no way the Weinstein files will be released," and then he went on to say, "But we will release the JFK files." They did release the JFK files. He's not releasing Epstein files. It's never gonna
I
happen.
mean, nothing in the JF files could
They
incriminate
never
Trump.
released all the JFK files. They never gave us all of the
It doesn't necessarily have to.
I
incriminate
honestly
Trump,
don't
but
care
it can
about the
incriminate
Epstein
enough
files.
Republicans that it would be bad.
My-
Enough
No, I
Republicans.
agree.
and
I
enough
agree with you.
Democrats
There's
that it would be
probably it's not going to stop at just Trump or any of the top people. It's probably going to be a large laundry list.
You
of
want
people.
to hear the hot
Yeah.
take? You want to hear the hot take on the Epstein
Hot take.
files? Those girls were living their best life. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't believe that they could consent, so I don't think that.
Or they were
So I
17.
think-
Wait.
I
They were
think something that
17
you
and they were
guys are
completely
glazing
legal
over.
in a lot of countries. Like
Yeah.
Right. But I don't
Like,
think
listen,
that-
you got this
Listen.
picture in your head that they're taking like 2-year-olds from Mexico because you saw Sound of Freedom. That's not what was happening. Like
No,
these are like
let me-
16. These are like
Alex
16-year-old
Jones
French
literally said
I don't
girls.
that's
care
what
what
happened.
maturity level they
Alex
have.
Jones literally said like
There
the
is a clear
toppings of
line.
the pizza and the size of the pizza is correlated with their ages and race.
Let me try and pose something to you guys and see what you think about this. So, Trump, before he becomes president at some point in the past, right, goes and visits this Epstein Island thing, right, and sees what's going on and scouts it out and has an understanding of it, comes back, makes this whole campaign on draining the swamp, draining all of the political powerhouse of the government that is swamp-like, that is shitty, that is fucked up, right, that's doing degenerate shit, that's doing wrong things, then gets into office, right, starts trying to do this and is met with a whole lot of walls, a whole lot of red tape, a whole lot of people trying to stop him all over the place, right? And then he says, hey, these Republicans were wanting the Epstein files to be released for a long time. No, now the thing that could potentially actually drain the entire fucking swamp of all the fucked up people is now something that both sides are saying, release it to the public.
Yep.
Do you think maybe he had a narrative? I mean, an agenda to getting that done? You see what I'm saying now?
Yeah, he got the left to agree to what the right's been saying for a long time, and
you think it's a possibility?
It's 5D chess.
I don't think the mainstream narrative
it's like
I think it has to do with people pulling the strings.
Elon, you're leaving the government, and you're an important figure. You're an important figure in America, and you're leaving the government. On your way out, you need to start a beef with me. Let's start a beef. It'll go viral.
If you go on a lefty stream, they were never talking about how the Epstein files needed to stay sealed.
Cleaner, could you elaborate?
Nobody,
not the streamers.
Has ever been like pro Epstein or pro the Epstein files.
Not the streamers, but the establishment. They did not want that stuff to come out.
Yeah, no, they didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
they actually stonewalled.
That it's probably on both sides, though. There's probably.
I agree.
There's a reason there's golf photos of all these people hanging out, mingling at the same party.
And also, we've known Trump was in the Epstein files since the beginning. This is not new information.
This is what I'm saying. What you're saying, Goon, is actually what I'm saying. I think there's a large portion of people on both sides and in the middle that are all going to get jailed if this thing comes out.
Yep. I guarantee it.
The ones with the money pulling the strings.
But I think Trump's fine.
Me, myself, and I think you're right too. I think some of the shadow people behind the scenes that have been pulling the strings, them too. But what I think is Trump had this agenda from the time he visited the island, discovered what was going on, and was like, all right, since I was president last time and I couldn't do anything about it, now I see this shit. I can use this.
Yeah.
And he comes back and uses this shit.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a possibility?
People need to realize.
Elon thinks he's like owning. Elon thinks he's owning Twitter when he's like, oh, look, Trump's in the Epstein files. That's what we've all known that since the very beginning of this. We've known that.
Yes. He admitted it, right?
What he's trying to imply is that he's incriminated in the Epstein files. That's what he's trying to imply.
No, you think he's trying to imply that. What he's really just trying to imply is he's trying to get Democrats to be like, let's go Elon, fuck Trump.
Yeah. This is what I'm saying. I think they're trying to get I think they're trying to get both sides to get it released. So when both sides agree it needs to be released, it'll get released, and then all of a sudden, bam.
Yep.
We get rid of everybody that's fucked.
What I don't like about your guys' story here is I hate when stories start relying on multiple levels of like trust. This idea that like
I get that, yeah.
This idea that it's like, well, first I need to trust the idea that the right people that we think are corrupt are corrupt. I need to trust that it's going to get handled in the right way. I need to trust that, and I need to trust that Trump this whole time.
No, we don't.
He had a
we have to trust,
plan.
But the person in control
No,
of this
think of it.
doesn't.
Wait, listen to this. I have to trust that Trump has this Machiavellian plan where he's moving through elections, trying to slowly take down Epstein from the inside.
Right. This comes off like after. Well, this comes off the same stuff as when the election stuff, where people just kept saying, "Oh, there's a plan. Trump is going to come back. He's going to do this. He's going to do that," and it never happened.
What do you mean? It did happen.
Making stuff up. No, it didn't. He never was put
back
into power.
Wait, there wasn't a plan, and Trump didn't come back.
I think that
Trump
was
did
just
not get
hypothetical.
Biden was
Trump
not
didn't
removed
come
from
back.
office, and Trump
Wait, who's
Trump
president? Who's president right now?
Biden was not removed and replaced by Trump. That never happened.
Did Trump
And that
come
was
back?
something that was.
Did Trump come
He
back?
came back through an election. He was
came
not,
back 4
Biden
years
was not
later.
removed. Right, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
I know you're trying to you're tapping into
That
some
was a
QAnon
hypothetical,
stuff that they
right?
said in 30 days
Right,
they're
this
going
was
to
a
do
very
this.
big
I know,
popular
I
thing that
know.
was happening for
I
a long
was here
time.
for
a long
it.
time.
I was here for it.
It was a very,
And I always told them,
thing
calm
that
down.
the right did engage in.
Yeah, and I said that the plan is not to come back in 30 days like the QAnon people kept saying, but he did come back. It just took a little longer.
Through an election, but they
Yeah.
weren't arguing that it was going to be done through an election.
Right. They were
arguing
saying
it was
that
going to be done through the legal system.
I know there's messages
And-
in the hourglass that he's going to come back 30 days after the
This is the
impeachment
thing
in
about
January.
being on the
First
right.
they said
You have to
January
be willing
6th,
to
then they
call
said
that kind of
January
stuff out.
20th, and they said well, there's another date that based off the Constitution we could get it in February. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Trust and ideas. Huh?
Yeah, that's my main problem with that story.
And I think this is
so many assumptions.
But he did get
like
back.
this.
So it was part
This
of
is
the
fair
plan.
to say. I do
Where's
agree
this go
that
with
there's a
trust
certain
and
level of
ideas?
trust that you would have to have involved in this idea that I'm pitching, right? I do agree that there's a certain level of trust, but I think you're misunderstanding the motivation behind it that I think he has. I don't
Evidence?
necessarily think it's 100% altruistic. I think there may be some altruistic alignment. But I do believe the motherfucker's revenge based because people fucked with him the first time around, screwed with him, talked shit about him, beat him down, like all kinds of shit. And he's like, I know you've all done some shit wrong. So I do think there's a little bit of vengeance in there as well.
And this
I
is
really
the thing
do.
that I have a problem with when it comes to Trump with these Epstein files, is that yes, Elon did imply that he was a part of it in some sort of criminal way. That's why he said it. He did not declare whether or not, because he can't, because then he could get sued for
he took
I
a
don't
shot.
think
Yeah,
it-
but when he's like,
like
you guys
you
need to see
all
what's
were
up
saying-
with these Epstein files about Trump. Like it's clear what
And
he's
this-
trying to
No,
imply.
he said
And
the
this is what I'm
reason
gonna
Trump
say,
doesn't
dude.
want the
If
Epstein
Trump
files
is
to come
in
out
those
is because
files,
he's
if
in
there
them.
are criminal charges that could be placed on Trump through those Epstein files, he should be charged.
Like if I came out and I was like,
Yeah,
you guys
absolutely.
need to hear what happened with Sandra Bullock at the Diddy party, you would without me saying what happened, you would start assuming the types of things that happened.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, I would say if
I
Trump is
wouldn't give
implicated
a
in those files, then yeah, he should be held to the same letter of the law as anybody else. Absolutely.
Prosecute him and throw his ass in jail.
Well,
Absolutely.
Yeah, if he's implicated
Yeah.
and he's guilty.
Quick and
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if
That's what I'm
he's
saying.
guilty,
Yes.
then they'll
'Cause you could
they'll throw his ass in
implicate-
jail, hopefully.
Yeah, you can find implications in anything.
And these conversations right here need to happen within the right, because otherwise we just become another left-wing party. We ignore all of our own issues within our party, and we just start attacking the left wing and trying to call them hypocrites because they're trying to accuse us of what we're trying to accuse them.
Well, what about
Yeah,
the
that's fair.
checks and balances?
if we
thing, though?
understand
we
what-
can't just have all of one, right? Like that we. Oh, go ahead, Jess.
If what Epstein is doing is he's trying to get rich and powerful people locked into something where he blackmails them and he has some sort of dirt on them, he probably did that to Trump. He probably did that to a lot of powerful people. Like,
yeah, that's a possibility.
You're
And
rich
what I'm
and
saying
you're
is,
rich
I'm
and
not saying that
powerful.
what
You
Elon
get
did
brought
was
to
not
somebody's
petty. What he
island. And
did
he
was
says,
petty.
"Sleep with this massage lady," and you're like,
But that's
"Okay,
the thing,
let's
I don't
go."
think
And then
everyone
afterwards,
needed
you
to be
find out, "Oh,
blackmailed.
you're on camera, and she's 14 years old." Like,
I don't think everyone needed to be blackmailed. I think there was probably a lot of willing participants.
yeah, but a lot of them,
Yes,
it's
There
black.
might have been, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
But
I mean, that's a fair thing to
but I'm
say.
But yes, on the flip side, though, if you're gonna merit the fact that there was people doing it willingly, then you also have to realize that in those same circles, there's going to be people doing it unwillingly, tricked into
Right.
blackmail.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh yeah,
Right.
no. I mean,
You
I
you
heard
just
that
thought
I
you were
had a
having a
manager
fun
at
night
someone-
in Calabasas.
Yeah,
And
I had
you
a
know what?
manager.
This is
where I
what
used to
I'm
work.
saying, too.
I had a manager
Where
where I
is
used
that
to
on
work
the
with
map?
If someone is
those
implicated
charges.
and there is the ability to charge somebody based on the Epstein files, they should be fucking terrified. They should be fucking
Absolutely.
terrified, because
Yeah.
if
They are.
it is true, they should be charged to the most extreme sense of the law.
Absolutely, I completely agree.
If
I
Trump's
know,
on there, do it.
but there's a
You can-
problem
They
with
should all
that.
be charged for what they did wrong, for damn sure.
The most
Yeah,
the
if
most
you're
extreme
bad,
extent
then
of the
you
law
get it.
means you charge somebody what like 40 years because they slept with a girl that they didn't know she was underage. Like,
Yep. Bye.
You should be more careful.
no, not buy. What do you mean buy?
Don't roll the dice, bro.
Sorry.
Check that ID.
Ignorance is
So every
ignorance is in the
guy
defense.
that
At
goes
least out of
wait, but they
position.
lied
At
to him.
least you should be stripped out of position.
Feminist king
Ignorance is in the
blackout.
defense.
Feminist
It's
king
the same
blackout.
reason I think that
Even if there's a path for redemption, you should be stripped out of position.
This is the feminism.
There's no way.
This is the feminism. If you sneak into a club that's an 18 and up club and I meet you there and I have sex with you and it turns out that you're 14, I should not get in. That's no, I didn't do nothing.
Yeah, woman.
That's not what we said.
That's what we're talking about.
It's been rumored since like the 80s and 90s.
We're talking about you're amplified in sleeping with an underage girl because a bunch of people lied to get you into a room with this girl and record you having. It's a very attractive woman and you don't know her age. You assume she's old enough and you sleep with her.
Get lit up, bro. I've been IDing girls since I was.
You don't ID no girl. You
know.
Nobody's
having sex with.
Nobody's checking ID before they meet the girl at the club. Nobody's doing that.
But he's also JS. He's
It's
also
not a
married.
club. They're
He's
like
also
Filipino small girls.
The club checks the ID, right?
So is the problem the people or the people running?
No. That's a good point. The club checks the ID. So if I go to
a bit of both.
If I go to Epstein Island on Epstein Airlines and Epstein says we have a massage lady that she's gonna do your wildest dreams, and I'm like, all right, let's go. I'm assuming that the club has vetted this girl and checked her ID. It's not my job to check her ID.
The club defense doesn't even work in like real reality now. Like if you were at a club and you have sex with a minor and you assume that they got through because they were ID'd, you're still getting arrested.
And that's some bullshit.
Don't make assumptions. Good life lesson.
You can fight that battle.
That's some bullshit. How am I supposed to know? What do you
Ignorance
mean?
is in the defense. Yes, I'm sorry.
Right. So one of the only things that I will say
it's theft by deception.
This is how strongly I feel.
Maybe JS.
I would not engage with
Don't
people
gamble.
that do this.
What else?
Hold on 1 second, Elder. JS, maybe you should stop being a coomer and get to know the person that you're gonna sleep with instead of just fucking some bitch in a random club.
Oh my god!
Right.
With this.
Yeah, that's a good point too. And this is what I'll say. I don't care whether or not you knew. You did it.
This is crazy. This is feminism. This is when feminism seeps its way into base dudes.
It's a standard of law.
What are you talking about, bro?
I'm talking about King and Elder Lion sound like feminists right
He
now.
called you woman king, bro.
I called you woman king.
What's Simba be calling people woman king for?
That's right.
King and Elder Lion sound like feminists right
Call me
now.
woman king. Still Mormon adjacent.
What do you mean, a man? If a man,
Like I'll engage with a lot. I'll engage with a lot of people. I'll engage with a lot of people, but anybody who has slept with anybody that's under the age of 18, I will never engage with them.
Wait a minute.
Well, stop engaging with me, buddy. Stop engaging with me,
I
then.
was 16. I was 16.
Have you done it since you have been above the age?
When I lost my virginity, I was 18 and she was 15.
That's stretching, but it's not to the point. It's not to the point of what I'm talking about.
No, that's
illegal.
28-year-old.
That's illegal in most states.
I know.
What state was
I know.
it?
It seems like some bullshit.
First off, what state was it?
Yes, you should probably not say. Don't. How about we?
Don't say. Yeah, never mind. Don't say what state.
Hey, I'll give JS the because if you saw her from far away,
I'm not scared. What are you
putting in that formula?
First off, in Florida.
Yes, you can be charged with that crime even now.
Don't worry, it's already been taken
didn't
care
do
of.
any crime.
There's no double jeopardy,
fair
so
Fair enough. Okay, fair enough.
so I'm already vindicated. But yeah, actually, you know, I think I was 17, about to turn 18, and she was
Okay, that sounds cool. Okay,
but she was 14, about to turn 15.
Dude, I wouldn't
that
care.
makes more
You would. I bet you wouldn't know that by
actually
looking
makes
at her
sense.
though. What are they putting in that for?
But
that
if you were
was
18, you
that
would
was
have been
the
charged.
so that was when I lost my virginity. I think I was 17 and she was just about to turn 15. So I was 17 and she was 14. But then afterwards, for 2 years, we continued having sex. So there was a time when I was 18 and she was 15 and we were having sex.
Whoa. Hot take, Josh. You don't think a 3-year age gap is pedophilia?
Hot take.
Why should why should that justify?
She's a sophomore in high school and I'm a
30
senior in
why
high
would
school.
that justify a 30-year-old man having sex with that 15-year-old?
Well, but that's
Right.
the
How
point.
does it justify a 40-year-old politician going to an island getting a hand job from a fucking 13-year-old
Okay,
girl?
so now we're just
Like, I
picking
don't-
arbitrary
Nothing
numbers.
justifies
We're just
that.
picking arbitrary numbers. How do
Yeah,
we
no,
know
I
it's
don't-
not a 35-year-old politician with a girl that looks like she's 20 but
hold
she's
on,
freaking
what if-
14?
What if
I don't
the
believe
politician-
that.
what if the politician's only
I don't
22
believe that
then?
they want that.
You don't
Like,
believe
it
that
doesn't make
guys
any-
get tricked all the time?
I don't believe that on the Epstein Island that they were being told.
R. Kelly got
these
tricked.
people
Guys
were
get
18.
tricked all the time.
I think guys want to get tricked all the time.
I mean, it's the nicest trick you could get played on you, but
What, sleeping with an underage girl? Can you clarify that?
Yeah, you should get a little louder.
I think he was making a joke there. It
You
sure
think?
sounded like one.
What?
All right, sure.
16
I just-
also is the age of
You were
consent
still in
in
I
a
was
lot
still
of
in high
states.
school
So
at
this
18.
is
Yeah.
something-
Well, yeah, and
Well,
in a couple, it's actually 15.
But it doesn't mean that you can't be charged for being like a 30-year-old having sex with a 16-year-old though.
What if you have
It's
Yeah, I
parent
don't know.
consent?
It just
Yeah,
it means
you're
it's
saying like
it's
Twitter
a gap there
allegations
that's
are wrong to justify the Epstein files.
Wait,
I'm
What?
saying we're looking too much at some guys that went to an island and some rich dude's like, hey, I got some masseuses, you want to get it on? And they're like, let's go. And then they're like, hey, guess what? She was 15 years old and we recorded it.
I don't
And now
believe
we
it.
have blackmail on
Listen,
you.
You're cooked. From that moment in my mind, you're cooked. Let's go. I
To
got
be
some.
fair, though,
I got some masseuses for
That's
you.
some guard. That's some.
to be completely fair to both sides of this, though, I like I said earlier, I do think there were some guys that were there that knew the girls were underage, and that's what they wanted. And then I do think there were some guys that were there that were tricked and then blackmailed.
That's
And
that's
you know,
possible.
I mean, it's
Now, if
fair
you
to
know,
assume that
now if
probably
you
happened.
if you go in there and you're saying, "Hey, Epstein, hook me up with an 8-year-old or something," then fuck that guy. You know, cut his
Listen,
nuts
you
off
guys
and
aren't
bury
even
him under
ready
the
for
prison.
the craziest Epstein case, which everyone acts as if this island was just
We're
like
never
sex
even
with-
gonna know.
child sex island.
Yeah,
We're never gonna see the evidence.
Bohemian Gardens? Have y'all
If I
heard
had
of
to
the
guess,
Bohemian
this
Gardens?
island-
What we've seen
Right,
is it's
the
a bunch
Bohemian
of what we've seen is it's a bunch of
Which
16-year-old girls who are living their best life, traveling the
Yeah,
world,
sorry, Bohemian
getting
Grove.
paid
Yeah.
and getting to hang out and
Oh,
with the
If I-
richest
if
men
I
on
had to
earth.
guess-
I'm gonna hang out with Prince Andrew and Trump and like the richest men on earth, and I'm just gonna massage them and suck them off real quick. These girls were loving life.
what?
I had
Maybe
to
they were,
guess-
maybe they weren't. You don't know that for sure.
All the
I guess
documentaries.
these
I'm
people-
saying
No, definitely. Some were because there were some 18, 19-year-old girls that were in them circles that were absolutely loving the best of their life because they were recruiters. Sure, yeah, absolutely.
no, but there were
Yeah, I'm not
there were
saying-
16-year-old girls who
I'm
were
not saying there might
recruited
not have
who
been
were
something like
who
that.
were loving life too. If they weren't
I'm not
there, they
saying
would have
there
been
may have been-
homeless.
I'm not saying there may have
No,
been
I
some
know.
that were like that. We don't know their mentality is all I'm saying.
I've
That's
watched
it.
the documentaries and stuff on it. The girls that are making the complaints and stuff, at the time they were like 17 years old, and they're like they were taking advantage of me. But you willingly went with them. You willingly wanted to travel the world. You willingly wanted to go live on a freaking tropical island with a bunch of rich, famous people.
Right.
Yeah.
But depending on what state you were in, you were willingly unconsenting.
Yes, just because a kid
Hey.
takes candy, does that mean it's okay?
A what?
Just because a kid takes candy,
right.
does
So
that
we're
mean
getting
it's okay?
we're gonna get
You
into
really-
an we're gonna get into an age of consent date. We're gonna get into
Yeah,
it.
I mean, yeah, it does kind of come to that though, JS, because I mean, where they were picking the girls up does make a difference because if she was 17 and in that state 17 isn't consent, isn't an age of consent and they had to wait until 18, then yeah, it would matter there.
But what if she's a
However, if
French
it was in
girl?
one of
What if
those-
she's a French girl and she's 14 and it's legal there?
Yeah, I don't know what the French laws are. 'cause I'm not
Exactly.
in
How many
France.
How many
'Cause I'm-
parents have gave consent?
Everyone pause.
like
Everyone
16
pause.
does not imply
To
that
make
you
this very,
cannot
I know
put
about
charges.
the answer to this. To make this clear,
You
sex
do.
tourism is extremely illegal.
I know.
You cannot travel to another state or country and go by their age of
I
consent.
know.
Right, you have to go by the age of consent of the place, the
Yeah, wherever
person's
you're coming
residence,
from.
the person's
Yeah.
residence.
And the age of consent.
But
only
when we're all
applies
on an island,
to a certain degree,
hey,
because
Isn't that
age of
what
consent
is
is not the
parent
same
consent?
thing as being a legal adult. Age of consent
Right.
is not the same thing as being a legal adult.
Right, there's just leeway
These
within a
age of
certain gap
consent-
of age.
Yeah, and it's also more so to not be charging 16 and 15-year-olds for fucking each other. That's the
Oh.
whole goal of it.
Yeah, and that's the difference between the age of consent and the adult thing. But to speak to it
Like,
fairly,
is that the same as
if
parent consent? Last
what? Your parent can't consent
No,
to
no,
an
no, no,
underage
no,
kid having
don't worry.
sex with a
Yeah,
adult.
they can in
worry
some
about it.
states. You can be
Cleaner, don't worry
legally
about it.
you can be
That's
married
Marshall
and
Bob.
consent to that
What
marriage.
states
and
do
then
we
they
need to
can-
burn?
Daddy
what is
Joe's
it,
right. I gotta
Washington,
go. I gotta go,
California?
guys. You guys can hang out here and keep talking. Is anybody streaming? Let me know now. No? Okay. I gotta go,
say
guys.
cleaner, my bad.
Daddy
My bad,
Jobs is
cleaner.
getting pissed
you
because I'm gonna miss the prelims tonight because
Was James talking about child marriage? Do y'all know about child marriage in America?
Goon. Who do you got? O'Malley or Marab?
Marab. Fucking, I think O'Malley's washed. He's washed.
You guys suck. He's in his prime.
First round.
I think he's a
round.
podcaster now. I think he's a podcaster
Nah,
now.
he's in his prime. He quit smoking pot. He got his family right. He got. Dude,
I didn't know all that. We'll see.
he
I'm hyped. I'll come in and see
he
it.
quit smoking pot. He quit using social media. He quit playing video games for this fight.
Hey, he's not a boring fighter. He's not. It's gonna be a good fight.
And his hair, you could tell by the hair, he's not going the pink. He's not going the blonde. He's going the natural brown, old school. O'Malley is stepping in. Oh, it is.
Well, I mean, he could do the whole Sugar O'Malley thing when he was the undefeated top guy. but
I'm saying
now-
third round knockout.
That's what I'm saying. If he does nut up, he'll probably go back to Sugar Sean O'Malley. But you really can't be the Sugar Sean and not be on
He's
the
not.
top.
He's not doing the sugar
he
show
needs-
anymore. He did an interview where he said the most important thing to him these days is practicing stoicism. So
But that's what I'm saying. Like, he can't do the Sugar Show no matter what. The whole idea of the Sugar Show was that
it
he
ain't
was
the
on
sugar
top.
show no more. It's the.
That's like if Hulk Hogan was doing Hulkmania, but he was losing.
Oh well, yeah. But if he wins with this, then we have a new character. It's not the Sugar Show anymore. It's not Sugar Sean O'Malley. It's Sean O'Malley as a based 30-year-old elite fighter, dude. It's about to be a legacy coming on.
Yeah, I hope he does, because 30 is not too old. He
I
can,
could eat my
like,
words if Marab lays on him for 25
Who
minutes.
was that guy that we just watched the fight for? He was older than 30, and he just got his belt back. He was like, what was it, like 30, 38? How old was he? Dude, he had like a foreign name.
Volkanovski.
Yeah, Volkanovski.
Yeah. He just got his belt back. You're right. I don't think he's gonna keep it for long, but I think O'Malley's gonna get it back and keep it back for a long time. And I could eat my words.
I think mentally he's challenged, but I don't think he's out of his prime. I still think he could physically do it.
Why is he mentally challenged?
No. I mean, like, I don't think not like retarded.
That's what you said. That's what I heard.
I know, but I mean, like, I think he's challenged on like whenever you're on a huge winning streak. A lot of fighters when they start losing, they hit a wall, and it's like you got to come over that wall now, or a lot of fighters fall underneath the wall.
But he only lost one time, and it was not a definitive victory. Like, you can watch that.
I know exactly. He just needs to get the belt back, and he's good.
Yeah. And he hurt him in the last round. Do what you'd be active, Sean. Don't be playing this, I'm just gonna dance around you and let you strike and try to figure you out. Go in on him.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and head out, guys. Y'all have a great one. I'm gonna go ahead and head out.
Have a nice night.
Live
Well, have a
stream.
nice day now, James.
Yeah, me too.
Y'all as well.
Thank you guys for hanging out. I'm gonna jump out also.
Oh yeah, Jess, raid Mike.
Mike Ball.
Yeah, raid Mike Ball. Yeah, he's live right now.
Okay.
Yeah, if you can, because he has members only, so it's gonna be probably
well,
difficult.
Well, I don't know if I can raid him if he's members only.
I can't raid members only, James. Look.
Oh,
got
okay.
you.
Well,
I got
I
you,
didn't know. I don't have the raid ability, so I don't remember.
Yeah,
all
I can
that.
look on my side of the internet, JS. I can see if there's someone to raid.
No, I don't have nobody. Then.
Here, I think Chud lied. If you want to raid Chud again, nothing bad.
Hold on, let me see if I can find Mike Ball in here.
Try to see. I don't think you'll be able to raid members only.
Yeah, I can't. I know I have Chud Logic on mine too.
Yeah.
See you guys later. I got shit to do.
All right.
All right, we'll see you on the line.
Yeah, I guess
Nice
stuff I
talking to
gotta
you,
get
brother.
to.
You guys in politics.
I actually like where we went with this conversation. We had a good discussion, so I do appreciate it.
Oh, so did I. I started it actually shitting on where the conversation would lead, but that's because like my experiences in this space is that usually the conversations it's like it's finding the needle in the haystack.
Yeah, I am trying to be some organization to our chaos. I'm trying to add some organization to us and get us all to be able to talk. That's what I really
beautiful.
want. I mean, I'm not trying to do it for beauty or posterity's sake. I'm trying to do it because it's what we need. You know what I mean?
No, and I agree
Yeah.
with you on that. I do think we should activate around that and work as a community, left and right, to not feuding with each other. That's like the biggest problem right now. Is that if you go on right-wing media, the biggest problem in America is the left, and you go on left-wing media, the biggest problem in America is the right. Meanwhile, we're
Yeah.
collapsing.
I agree. And I mean, it's like everybody that is on the spectrum between the two are suffering the consequences of the two extremes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why
I think
I
think we all need to be able to come and sit down and talk about this shit so we can all understand what it is. And I really do think that we'll be able to reach an overall consensus, maybe not on every single topic, but on enough that we could find something that would be a better humanity for all of us, you know?
Yeah, I used
Be
to
super
always
awesome.
I agreed with Easy when he would argue with people that a debate and a discussion are the same thing, but I'm starting to get swayed towards there is a difference because like I can talk to Shiva and he can come with his atheist ideas and I can come with my Christian ideas and we're not really debating. We're just talking about it and I'm listening to what you're saying and I'm hearing it and I'm not trying to argue. But there's always going to be pushback, so it does become a debate at some point when you're pushing back. I don't know.
Oh, like when does an argument turn in? When does an argument turn into?
Would you say then that the incongruous sofa that you had with him was a debate then?
That's why
Or was that
that's like why I'm thinking about that because
okay, yeah,
that
okay,
was
yeah.
more of
That
a
was
that was more of a
conversation.
conversation or a discussion. But I did give him some pushback, and he pushed back against me. So
I thought
I
it
don't
was
know.
a
There's like
conversation
a
where
line.
You guys had some
hard
even
to
though they had some arguments. It still
There's like
was
an
a
imaginary
conversation.
line you cross where it goes from being a discussion to a debate. And I used to.
Well, I don't really think it's that nuanced.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, that imaginary
is it?
line, it's pretty simple. It's when you stop listening and then you start defending. As
But
soon as you
but
feel
in
like
a
you have to start
debate,
defending something, then it's a debate.
no, because in a debate you need to listen. Also, you need to listen to your opponent.
Yeah, but
What about
when
an
you're
argument
having
in a
such a
debate?
discussion, you're listening to take in what the person's saying. But then when it turns into a debate
is when you're
you
trying to
immediately
defeat
start
it.
to defend. Yeah, you're trying to
Yeah.
defend.
Yeah,
trying to
when
defend your
you're
own beliefs. You stop
when you're
listening.
approaching each
like,
other with an adversarial mindset, it's a debate. When you're approaching each other saying, all right, I want to try and understand your worldview to see if it's actually a good thing, that's when you're having a conversation. or when you're saying, look, I'm just going to talk to you and tell you what my stuff is, and if you like it, cool, and if you don't, then cool. That's a conversation. But when you're both approaching each other and you're like, this is my view, your view's wrong because of this, and the other one's like, yeah, well, my view's right because of this, and your view's wrong, that's a debate. You're argumentative. You're,
Yeah, so it seems like
Yeah, I
there
think
is
the intent of
a
it
there is
matters.
a difference. And I used to be the guy that said there's no difference between a debate and a discussion, but I think there
And
is
that's a
a
cleanser. What I was trying to point out to you earlier with the radical thing is like, I get that you view him as being hostile. You have to realize he comes from the complete opposite space.
No,
Oh,
because
And
we were having science. The topic was science. We were talking about science, and he comes in and says, we're talking about AI and the dangers of AI, and he comes in and says Trump's new big beautiful bill. So he turned it into a political thing. But he was the one who did that. We weren't.
I understand where Ryan's coming from on what he does, though. He'll see something that pisses him off, and he comes in to kind of vent a little bit, and then he calms down and he has a conversation. And he's actually been getting a lot better about controlling how angry he is about things and being able to calm himself back down and just have the conversation or have a good faith debate or something like that with me.
do you watch Andrew come there?
Like,
huh?
Do you watch Andrew, like Andrew Wilson?
Yeah, I watch some of his stuff. I wouldn't say
Yeah,
I agree
sometimes
with everything he
he'll
says,
do
but
that.
yeah.
Sometimes he'll do that stuff too, where he'll like lay
Yeah,
into
he does.
someone while talking to him, where he's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
"You're
See,
smirking
even-
right now."
Right. Well, Coder has even admitted himself what he likes to do, especially when there's when it's a big full panel of people who are pretty right leaning. He likes to go in and he likes to throw a grenade because he loves when a bunch of people are talking at him and tripping over each other because he thinks it's funny. He finds it hilarious that we can't even in not, I guess not we, but in a general sense, in those spaces when he does that, people, they'd rather argue their points against him instead of coming to an agreement together before they approach him. And he
There's an
finds it
insular problem too, where like
yeah, that's
some
fun.
of you guys are a lot better at speaking and talking than others, and there's no real communication between each other on who's better or worse at these things.
Amazing chance.
I said it earlier, and I was being nice while saying it. I like Chris, but Chris very rarely is like properly interpreting anything. He like his steel men are straw men, but I don't think it's on purpose. I just don't think he is absorbing information the proper way.
I think Chris has a good heart.
Yeah, I don't know.
People will say things, and then Chris will be like, "What you just said is the complete opposite of what you just said." And it's like, how did you come to this interpretation? I don't get it.
Because some people are only listening to make the best argument against it, and yeah.
And I think
people do that just a troll, dude.
I think that's what
You
really
tell me that.
defines someone that's good at what they're doing, good at having a conversation or having a debate against someone who's not really very good at it. Because if you're actually able to listen to what the person you're talking to or having a debate with is saying and take in what they're saying, then you can actually speak to it in a conversation or you can argue to it in a debate. But if you're so close-minded that all you do is just attack and attack and attack and lose your cool constantly and cut people off and never let them talk, then you're not ever taking in anything, so you're not ever actually making progress.
Yeah. And then
like earlier when you and
guys, this
earlier
is gonna
when you and
keep
Shiva
going.
were
This
having that conversation.
this
I
is
actually
gonna
do
keep
think-
going forever. I gotta go. But
Hey, JS,
Yeah, you can
gold
go.
star to remembering
You
it
said
started with technology.
You
It
guys,
started with technology.
you
Like,
guys
good
can hang
job
out.
on-
You guys can
on
keep talking about
remembering.
this, but I'm gonna dip. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'll talk to
Hey,
you later.
JS, we'll see you in a few hours.
Have a good nap, JS.
See ya. All right, chat. Yeah, we got I'm gonna send you over to Chud Logic, I guess. I am subscribed to Chud Logic, and he's not my favorite guy. But maybe if we send some raids over there, maybe we debate him. When I debated Aiden, he was in the chat making fun of me. So fuck that guy. We're gonna raid him. That's what we're gonna do. But good convos tonight. I did have to lay down and take a little. I was listening. I still had the headphones on. I was just out of the chair, laying down, listening. But dang, we could keep going till noon. Like I'm on it right now, but I need to get some sleep because the prelims start at 4 p.m. and I'm supposed to, if I get to sleep by 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, I get 5 hours of sleep. That's rough on the weekend. That's rough on the weekend, man. I like getting a good 7-8 hour chunk on the weekends, but the goal is to be back here for UFC 316 prelims fight night. If you haven't been around here, the way fight night works, we're going to watch the fights. So when I start the stream, we're watching fights. We're watching fights. Usually my brother will come up and he's very knowledgeable on the UFC and he knows all the stats and stuff. I'm more of a normie, more of a casual, a filthy casual as they call it. But he's like the stats guy and he watches it. He knows the fighters and we just watch the fights. Once the fights are over, then the panel opens and we can all fight about whatever. We can fight about whatever topic, whatever problem somebody has. So maybe Coder will come up at the end of fight night tomorrow. But we have Juliana Pena versus that big white man. And then we got Marab Davalishvili. Did I say it right? Davalishvili. Marab Valishvili versus Sean O'Malley, part 2 for the belt. O'Malley's I'm going through changes. Should be some good fights tomorrow. The whole card's stacked. A lot of good fights. Kevin Holland's fighting. It's going to be some good fights. But I think Juliana Pena, my prediction, Juliana Pena loses the belt to this big white man. Two-time Olympic gold medal winner in judo. Kayla, I can't remember her name right now, but she's scary looking. She got bigger traps and shoulders and biceps than I do at bantamweight for women. So it's crazy. Woman looks like a monster. I think Juliana's about to get beat, but I think O'Malley's going to take his belt back. So I think there's going to be 2 belt overturnings tomorrow. Juliana's giving up her belt to Kayla. Fuck is her name? Dude, I don't like. Why is my initial page not Google anymore? I was supposed to fix this. UFC fight. See, when I type in UFC fight, Kayla Harrison. I think Kayla Harrison wins the women's bantamweight title. And I think O'Malley takes back his men's bantamweight title. So I think the belt changes hands twice tomorrow. That's my prediction. Would I like to see Pena beat Harrison? Nah, I don't have a dog in that fight. I mean, I guess I lean towards Pena winning just because she's hotter. Is that Coomerism? Is that a Coomerism? Maybe. But I think I would rather Pena win, but she's not gonna. Kayla Harrison's about to lay the smackdown on Julia Pena's ass. And O'Malley, dude, Marab is not the guy. He's not the guy. He's not the guy. He had his belt. He can train with Aljamain Sterling all he wants. So O'Malley's dumped Sterling. So O'Malley's got it. I say knockout in the second or third round. I prefer third round just so we get a little more fight. But it could have happened second round. I think he's going to do what he did to him in the last round earlier. Sean's going to have to put that pressure on. He's going to have to get that pressure in there early. Who cares about the shots? I hope you've been practicing wrestling. He's going to take shots at you. He's going to level change. He's going to try to take you down. Don't let him lay on you for the whole fight. Stand up, kick him in the stomach like you did last time. In the second round. Sean's got this. Sean's got this. So those are my predictions, guys. Fight night is Saturday night. We watch the fights and then open panel all night. It'll be a long panel. Anybody can come up. But for now, I got to go, guys. So I got to get some sleep. Thank you for hanging out. I'm going to send you over to Chud Logic, I guess. And I'll talk to you guys later. God bless. We out. Peace.